Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. A powerful beam of energy flew into the planet. The plot tells us that several decades ago an extra-dimensional storm broke out on Earth. The dragon's eyes glowed blue. We were told that after this, many mythical creatures from other dimensions were discovered: gods, ghosts, werewolves, angels, demons, elves. All these creatures are divided into 4 classes: mortal, legendary, epic, and mythical. Their abilities and destructive power far exceed even the wildest expectations. The sunlight illuminated the demonic creature. The plot tells us that people belong to the lower class, mortals, but by strengthening the body and spirit you can raise your class. A blue light emanated from the monster. We were informed that in addition to improving spiritual power, there is another way to significantly speed up evolution. The man's body was enveloped in bright energy. We were told that we need to hunt creatures from other dimensions and take their crystals, but the places where they live are very dangerous and going there is a mortal risk. The teacher stood near the blackboard and addressed Zhu Wen. The whole class began to look at the guy sleeping at his desk. He covered his face with a book. Lowering his head, the teacher thought about the fact that the previous director had a very high opinion of him. However, the teacher remembered how he followed the man. The man told Q Bai that there are 2 types of geniuses. Turning around, he noted that the first type was Zhu, and the second was everyone else. The evening light illuminated the school. The main character suddenly stood up. He started running out of the office shouting that he was leaving. Ban thought that the director had made a mistake about him. Zhu ran down the corridor. He went outside. The main character headed towards the badminton court. Sitting on the ground, he looked at his phone. Zhu said that his life completely changed when he received this mysterious phone. He noticed that he had completely given up on studying and self-improvement, and all because of playing on this phone. He dribbled blood onto the screen and emphasized that he had to turn it on first with a drop of blood. He clicked on the icon on the screen. The main character said that then you need to click on the application icon. An image of a cave and blue plants appeared on the screen. Zhu looked around. The main character brought the needle to his finger. He dropped another drop and noted that with one more drop of blood he was creating a character. He was holding a phone in his hands, on the screen of which a red portal was visible. Streams of red energy enveloped his character. His character appeared on the screen. Zhu cried out that this was a success. He moved through the cave towards the crystals. Smiling, the main character thought that by increasing the character's skills, he improves himself in reality, noting that it is safe, fast, and convenient and simply incredible. His in-game character stood in front of the blue monster. An inscription appeared on the screen that you need to kill a mortal creature, a mighty ant. Zhu's character struck at him. He continued to strike the ant. The main character looked at the school building. The teacher thought that there are many geniuses in the community who develop spiritual strength by the age of 16. He suggested that Zhu was the only one who was able to refine his spirit through meditation and asceticism without any outside help. The director walked down the corridor with a calm look. He thought that at first, all the teachers and students at their school believed that Zhu would definitely achieve success in the future, and with such and such strength, it would not be difficult for him to take first place in the upcoming battle skills test. He adjusted his glasses and noted that no one could have thought of this. The plot takes us back a month. The girl approached the main character. People looked at the girl in surprise and asked if she wanted to challenge Zhu. The stunned guy asked who it was and if she had just transferred and immediately decided to fight their number one. He noted that this is complete madness. The main character stood opposite the girl. He asked with a serious look if they had met before. Smirking, she asked him to start attacking. Taking a swing, Zhu shouted that in this case he would not stand on ceremony. She looked at him with a serious look. She kicked him, sending him flying. The main character flew away from her. The girl looked at him with a calm face. Stunned, people looked at the main character and asked if she dealt with him in just a second. People noticed that she was very strong. The girl stood over Zhu. The teacher thought that this was definitely because of Injing. He remembered how the main character slept on his desk and noticed that after Anne defeated him with one blow, he completely gave up and now only plays and sleeps all day long. Standing against the wall, he wondered what if this continues. Sitting on the ground and looking at his phone, Zhu said he wanted to continue to be so lucky. A yellow crystal fell out of the ant. His character reached for the crystal. A blue aura enveloped Zhu. Mana was emanating from his phone. He noted that crystals from defeated enemies, absorbed by the player, affect him and improve his skills, and in addition, in the game the user can see various characteristics, which is impossible in real life. He looked at his parameters last month. He began to study his current characteristics. Smiling, he began to think that if he only cultivated through meditation through suffering, he would not be able to make that much progress in just a few years. Looking away, he noted that it was a pity that the crystals that fall out in the game could not be transferred to the real world and he could live happily by simply selling unnecessary low-level crystals. The red ant began to run towards his character. He dodged his attack. Clouds of dust surrounded the monster. Standing opposite him, The main character screamed that it was a powerful red mutant ant. Frowning, he noted in his mind that his speed and strength were obviously higher than those of ordinary ants and he could defeat him if he had more time, but he stood in front of a crowd of ants and said that there were more and more monsters. The girl walked towards Zhu. She walked up to the badminton court, which surprised the main character. He looked at the girl and asked if it was Fang Ruoxi. He looked at her with a surprised expression. He thought about how he hoped she wasn't looking for him. Frowning, he noted that it was impossible for her to find out the secret of this phone, otherwise he would be in big trouble. His character struck a red ant. He noted in his mind that he could not leave the battle and wondered what to do. Ruoxi stood in front of him and said that she had finally found him. Taken aback, he asked what she needed. He thought that there was nothing wrong with this and in the eyes of others he was just a nerd. Extending her hand, Ruoxi said that the final exam, a test of combat skills, was coming soon and she really hoped that he would agree to join his team. Looking at her, Zhu asked if she was inviting him to join her team. Looking at the phone, the main character asked why she wanted to unite. He thought about the fact that he was about to die in the game. Ruoxi looked at him and replied that she was trying her best to get a high grade, so she needed a strong team and he was just the right fit. Looking at the phone, the main character asked if she meant the same him as he was a month ago. She cried out that she believed that Zhu was still Zhu and he was still the only one of Guide whom she considered a worthy opponent. Looking at Ruoxi, he asked what about An. She asked if the main character knew that An had transferred. Holding her collar, Ruoxi said that although she has no idea where this An came from, she can confidently say that she is already above the mortal class and she disappeared as suddenly as she appeared. She noticed that An seemed to have come only to fight him and she thought that they had known each other for a long time and she wanted to settle scores with him. Zhu recalled An's image with a serious look. Closing his eyes, the main character replied that this was impossible and he had never met her before. He asked about what grievances there might be. Taken aback, Josie replied that she had simply thought too much and she asked what he had decided about the team. Smiling, Zhu replied that if she agreed, then he would not mind clinging to them at all. Leaving him, Ruoxi said that they agreed and she found 2 more team members and now the 4 of them will train every day during practical training so that during the test they act coherently and understand each other. She began to leave the main character. Zhu's character killed an ant in the game. He walked up to the crystal and asked if it was the spatial crystal of a powerful mutant ant. Leaning towards him, the main character noticed that he could not escape and must first take him. Many red ants rushed at him. A message appeared on the screen that the game was over. Getting up, Zhu said that he would check the characteristics at home. He was suddenly taken aback. His hand holding the phone was shrouded in red energy. Red energy began to consume him. The main character asked what kind of crystal it was and why it was so violent. Stunned, Zhu assumed that it contained the legendary skill of spiritual power. He dripped blood onto the screen and asked about what skill you can get from an ant. He frowned at the red energy. He looked at his stats and saw the Titanium Fist spiritual power skill. The evening sky enveloped the city. Ruoxi pointed her hand at the main character and said that this is not a joke. Zhu is the 4th member of their team. The surprised guy said that they know he is strong, but he hasn't trained for a month and he thinks it will be very difficult for him to get back to his previous level. The guy noted that their goal is to take first place during the combat skill test and he is afraid that Zhu is not the best choice. Pointing his finger, the stranger noted that Zheng was his old friend and it was better to invite him. Taken aback, the main character thought that this test greatly influences his future life and it has a direct bearing on admission to a prestigious school and employment, and this is a good chance to prove himself and become part of high society. He noted that, in addition, his safety also depends on the strength of his partners, so there is nothing to blame them for. Frowning, Ruoxi stated that Zheng is an outstanding fighter, but she still believes that the main character is the best option. Smirking, the guy suggested conducting a small test, the result of which would determine whether he was suitable for them or not. Taken aback, Ruoxi asked what test he was talking about. Pointing his finger at himself, the guy replied that everything is very simple. He is the weakest of the 3, so Zhu will fight him and if he wins, he will join the team. Looking at Josie, the main character replied that of course he didn't mind, but it would be bad if someone got hurt in this fight. Bowing his head, the guy said that the school has a strength meter, but dry numbers are boring, so they will fight and whoever retreats will lose. Crossing her arms, Ruoxi wondered if they were measuring strength. She noticed that Tian Xiangdong uses the thunderclap cultivation method, which specializes in flashes of power, and the Thunder Fist skill is a good addition. She added that Zhu practiced meditation through suffering, but never purchased vitality crystals to speed up cultivation. She guessed that his family had money problems and she wouldn't be surprised if he didn't have the life force skill. Looking away, she noted in her mind that she was wondering what Zhu would answer to this. Standing in front of the guys, he suggested it would be better to use the school strength meter. Xiangdong asked if the main character was afraid. Holding the back of his head, Zhu replied that it was. He noted in his mind that he was afraid that he would simply kill him with one blow. The sun's rays illuminated the school corridor. They approached the force meter. Josie watched them from the side. The guy asked who was first with a grin on his face. The main character replied that he didn't care. Flexing his fist, Xiangdong said that in this case he would be the first. He raised his fist. He delivered a powerful blow to the meter. Josie watched what was happening in amazement. The numbers on the screen began to grow rapidly. The meter showed his strength to be 7. The main character, with a smile on his face, thought that there is a slight difference between this meter and the characteristic in the game, but he does not think that the differences will be too significant. He noticed that his strength was only 7 when he found this mysterious phone. Xiangdong pointed his hand at the meter. The sound of a powerful blow was heard throughout the school. The teacher walked along the corridor. Taken aback, he mentally asked who was using this room at such a time. He opened the door to the room. He saw Zhu hit the force meter. While spying on them, he noted in his thoughts that he would not break in for now and asked who struck now. He saw Zhu. His team members were dumbfounded. The screen said his strength was 10. The stunned teacher noticed that his strength was 10 and wondered how this could be. Taken aback, he came to the conclusion that the main character did not give up, and it turns out that he constantly slept in class because he trained hard. He emphasized that, as expected from the previous director, a member of the mortal class with a strength rating of 10. He noticed that he was afraid that there was no one in this school who could compare with him. Ruoxi remembered Ju's punch and noted that it was an inch punch. She noticed that he actually used the most difficult move and was able to get a 10 even without the spiritual power skill. She stated that it was a terrifying power. Xiangdong frowned at this. He pointed his finger at Ju and shouted that he was accepted, but if he thought he could defeat him just like that, he was mistaken. He pushed the main character away and asked to be allowed to pass. The guy, watching what was happening, noted that Xiangdong was shaking so much because of his image. He began to concentrate blue energy into his fist. He used the spiritual power skill. Xiangdong swung his fist at the meter. He delivered a powerful blow that emanated blue mana. A message appeared on the screen that its power was equal to 11. He asked with a joyful expression how Zhu was. The main character replied that this was not bad. He put his hand to his chin. Watching Zhu, Xiangdong asked what he was looking at, noting that if he couldn't, he should just say so and there was no shame in losing to him. Pointing his finger, Zhu asked if the school would make him pay if he broke the meter. Smirking, Xiangdong replied that if the protagonist really broke him, he would pay. Folding his hands, Zhu declared that he was now calm. The teacher looked at them with a surprised look. A yellow aura enveloped Zhu. Xiangdong, with an inspired look, thought that the main character was pretending to be someone who knows what, noting that this device is designed to measure strength. And although it is a rather old model with a limit of only 20 units, there are only a few high school students who can knock out the maximum value, and those who can break even less. Zhu concentrated bright energy into his fist. He extended his hand forward. Taken aback, Ruoxi cried out that this was a spiritual power skill. The main character dealt a powerful blow to the force meter. The device began to sparkle. Sparks and smoke began to come from the force meter. The teacher was taken aback by what he saw. His team members were perplexed. Standing at the power meter, the main character sighed. The surprised teacher thought that the limit of this meter is 20 units. But this does not mean that it can only withstand this value and that a spiritual power skill of at least the 8th or 9th level will be required to break the device. He remembered the former director who said that there are 2 types of geniuses. The first is Zhu, and the second is everyone else. Xiangdong put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. Zhu noticed that he said he would pay for everything if he broke it and asked if he was serious. Xiangdong replied that he would pay, noting that they had been classmates for a long time, and now they were on the same team, so he could rely on him. Smiling, Josie emphasized in her thoughts that this guy was even more interesting than she thought. The sun was setting behind the horizon. Walking down the street, Zhu thought about what Ruoxi reminded him of. He remembered how he lost to An. The main character stated that usually people who have received the legendary class consider it beneath their dignity to even stand next to mortals. He emphasized the fact that An, on her own initiative, challenged him, a mortal student. Putting his hand to his chin, he wondered what he could do to annoy her, noting that he had never ventured outside of Guide County. He heard vibrations in his pocket and was surprised by it. As he picked up the phone, he heard his father's voice asking if she would come to his wedding. Holding the phone to his ear, the main character asked who his father would marry. The father asked to wait a little and said that he would now send him a photo. Zhu saw a photo of a woman on his phone. His father asked if the new mother looked good, noting that her name was Yanlin. The city began to be enveloped in darkness. The main character asked where the ceremony would take place. My father replied that it would be held in Loyang in about a week. While talking on the phone, Zhu replied that the skills test was just a week away and he couldn't go even if he wanted to. He asked if his father had seen the metal cookie box in their closet. His father asked which box he was talking about. The main character presented a metal box and replied that it was a square iron box, Each side was about 30 centimeters long and there was also a cartoon bear drawn on it. While driving, his father replied that this was a box of cookies, which he often ate as a child, but cookies of this brand had long been unavailable for purchase, so most likely this box had been lying around for a very long time. He asked why Zhu needed this box. His father noted that the box contained a telephone. The main character asked if he put it there. Holding the steering wheel, he asked if he was talking about a phone with a white body, without buttons, about 17 centimeters. Taken aback, Zhu replied that that's exactly what he asked if he was him. Smiling, the father replied that this was his grandfather's phone number and if he had not told the main character, he would not have remembered it. Stunned, Zhu asked where his grandfather got it from. The father imagined how many workers stood in front of a well from which a bright light came. He said that his grandfather was a carpenter and during the restoration of the old city of Guide, he had to repair many ancient wooden buildings, so he worked for more than a year. The father reported that one day they dug a dry well at a construction site. It was late at night and only a few people remained to work overtime. He added that a subtle light was emanating from the well and the workers thought that they had found some kind of treasure and were about to get rich. The protagonist's grandfather was holding a box in his hands. Father Zhu noticed that it turned out to be an old wooden box. There were many cracks on the lid and light was shining through them, and inside was a phone. He emphasized that it was initially turned on, but immediately turned off as if it had run out of charge as soon as they took it out. There were no buttons, and workers could not find a charging connector. A thick fog enveloped the settlement. The father reported that the workers were very disappointed and thought that someone was just trying to make a joke by planting a broken phone, and everyone quickly lost interest. And the grandfather threw it into his tool bag. Smiling, he said that this phone could not be turned on and he even took it for repairs in his youth. He wanted to exchange it for a couple of packs of cigarettes, but the repairman said that it was worth nothing at all, so he threw this phone in a box of cookies. He asked if Zhu wanted money for him. Holding the phone to his ear, the main character wondered if this meant that this phone had never been turned on. He replied that it was good that he could not exchange it for cigarettes, otherwise they would have bitten their elbows now. Zhu looked at the phone screen. The father asked about how the main character would turn it on, noting that no one knows how many years it has been lying there and the phone is either broken or completely discharged. He said that he still had a lot of things to do. He said about the wedding and now it was up to Zhu to decide whether to come or not. Looking at the phone, the main character wondered if he was dug out of a well in the old city of Guide. He noted that the skill test would take place there and that you should try to look for this well if possible. He said he forgot to ask if his father might have offended anyone. Blue light came from the windows of the buildings. The main character was lying on the bed and playing on the phone. The teacher was conducting classes. Zhu was asleep at his desk. His team members were running hard. Sitting on the ground, the main character yawned. The plot takes us to a few days later. Daylight illuminated the buildings. People ran joyfully along the corridor. The guy ran into a stranger. He looked at the red-haired guy. A friend helped him get up. A red aura emanated from the red-haired guy. Looking after them, people discussed how creepy he was. They looked at his back and talked about that man. The sun's rays made their way through the cloudy sky. Putting his hand to the back of his head, Xiangdong asked for forgiveness, noting that his friend invited him to his team and he would not be able to team up with him. Zhu looked after him. Frowning, he wondered if Xiangdong had left and didn't know if Ruoxi had a backup plan. He noted that he was afraid that at such a time it would be difficult to find a new team member. Raising his hand, he turned to Lai Jai and asked if he knew that old Xiangdong had left the team. Standing in front of him, Jai asked for forgiveness, saying that he too would not be able to take part in the inspection with him and he had reasons for that. Zhu asked what his reasons were for this. Jai asked not to ask. Josie approached the main character with a sad look. She asked for forgiveness. Stretching out his hand, the main character replied that he already knew everything and she didn't have to worry. He said with a serious face that it was he who should be apologizing, adding that someone wanted to deal with him and they were involved. He put his hand on her head and asked her to find someone else before it was too late. Standing in front of her, Zhu stated that she needed to get a good grade, otherwise he would be upset. She said with a frightened look that she did not know who he had crossed, but this man had enormous influence and he needed to be careful. The main character walked away from her and waved his hand. Moving along the corridor, Zhu noted that this check was very important and time was running out. He wondered where he could find a companion he could trust. The teacher came out of the office and asked Zhu to come over. Sitting at the table, the teacher said that Commander An occupied a high position and his real name was Tianzuo. He asked if Zhu was sure he didn't know him. The main character replied that he was sure of it. The teacher said that in this case it is very strange. He asked if Zhu did not know Commander An. Then why, when he arrived to conduct an inspection in Guide County, did he criticize him, a simple high school student? Stunned, Zhu asked who this Tianzuo was. The teacher presented the image of a red-haired guy and replied that the Commonwealth of the Earth is divided into 4 districts, north, south, west, and east. Although Commander in Tianzuo is still very young, he comes from a noble family and in his early 20s he already holds a high position, is an important military official in the Eastern Zone, and he has enormous power. The main character asked if Tianzuo was against him. Sitting at the computer, the teacher replied that he was not sure exactly, but one phrase about how bad Zhu is, and those who want to curry favor with him are ready to do anything. Taken aback, the main character asked, since he is a high-ranking official, doesn't he know that one careless word can destroy the future of a schoolboy? He asked if there was any connection between him and Injing. The teacher replied that this could happen, but this could be sorted out later, but now he needed to find a team and register for the test. Closing his eyes, he said that the deadline for submitting applications expires the day after tomorrow and he cannot put it off for a second, otherwise he will definitely not make it in time. Clouds surrounded the school. The teacher said that this time we cannot rely on mediocre students. Looking down, he said that in their school there is a student named Lai Xuan. If he wants to unite with Zhu, then most likely no one else will stop him. But in return he must help Lai get the highest grade using all his strength, and that is he should be the best on their team. Looking at the teacher, the protagonist asked if he should act solely in Xuan's interests. The teacher replied that even if he could take first place in his team, it was better than not being able to participate in the test at all. He asked with a serious face to help him contact Xuan. After calling his father, the protagonist asked if he knew anyone named in Tianzuo. The father asked how he knew that he was his older brother. Taken aback, Zhu asked if it was his older brother. Holding the phone to his ear, the main character heard that Tianzuo is Yanlin's son, and if he marries her, he will become his older half-brother and he will also have a younger half-sister in Jing. Zhu stands on the street and talks on the phone with an alarmed look. He is told that Tianzuo is the son of Yanlin. If he manages to marry her, he will become the hero's older half-brother, and he will also have a younger sister in. Zhu asks his father about his relationship with Tianzuo. His face expresses incomprehension, to which he replies that their relationship is very good because they respect him. The hero hangs up the call and doesn't understand why they communicate with him like that. Probably, deep down, they are against his father's marriage to Yanlin. Zhu, with a thoughtful look, put his hands in his pockets and continued to walk down the street. He thinks that it can easily defeat him, and because of just one phrase from Tianzuo, he almost lost the opportunity to take the entrance exam. The hero considers himself a weakling, because if he were an epic class strongman, it is unlikely that they would be able to do anything to him. There is a view of a small apartment building. There are bags of garbage scattered around the room. The hero lies on the bed and looks at the phone with a serious look. He thinks that for the last few days he has been doing nothing but destroying powerful mutant ants. But apart from the crystal with the spiritual power skill that fell from the first ant, he received nothing else, although and there are more than 10 killed mutants, now there are none left at all. In the game, a spotted glowing ball drops out next to a defeated ant. The hero gets down on one knee in front of him and happily says that he finally got an egg with a pet. Zhu, staring at the phone, thinks that mortals rarely have a pet, mostly those who have already reached the legendary class have one. In the game, the hero stretches out his hand to the egg with a tense look. Cracks appear on it, from which a red light begins to shine. The hero looks in shock as the egg breaks and a red beam sharply flies out of it. A shining giant image appears in front of him, repeating that he is ready to serve him until his death. The hero looks up in shock at the pet, who continues to repeat his phrase without stopping. Zhu begins to scream in his sleep while lying on his bed. In a cold sweat, he opens his eyes. The hero sits up on the bed and with a painful look puts his hand to his forehead, realizing that his head hurts very much. Questioningly, he turns his attention to his hand, on which a red brand in the shape of a pet has appeared. The hero, in shock, grabs the phone, not believing that the pet has already successfully hatched. The characteristics of a mighty ant are displayed on the phone. The hero plans to summon it and look. Zhu opens the curtains with a smile. He stands in the center of the living room and, perplexed, tries to understand how he can even summon a pet. The hero closes his eyes thoughtfully and thinks about the skills of the summoner and the ant. At that moment he opens his eyes in surprise. His hand changes. A red beam shines around it. Zhu is surprised to notice that a red glove has appeared on his hand. He continues to look at it in shock and realizes that this is the pet form. They say that it improves the characteristics of the user himself. The ant most likely increases strength. The hero understands that his house is clearly not suitable for testing the pet's strength here, but you can just take a good look at it, at which point the glove begins to disintegrate piece by piece, illuminated by a red light. Streams of light emerge from the seal on the hero's hand, which form the image of a pet. Steam comes out of the ant's mouth. It is covered with large fangs. It has giant steel claws on its paws. The ant begins to utter incoherent sounds towards the hero, and blue light comes out of his mouth and eyes. The hero is alarmed by the terrifying appearance of the pet, because in the game he looked clearly cuter. Zhu scratches his head and looks at the giant pet that stands in front of him with a terrifying look. The hero says that this is his chance to ride the ant. The next day comes, a view of the city opens up. The hero is sitting in the back seat of a car. The driver in a business suit tells him that Xuan likes to flaunt everything, but he is not a bad person. There is no need to take everything to heart. Because the hero is only here for the exam, Ju turns to the teacher with a serious look while driving, saying that he knows everything he needs to do. There is no need to worry. A black car speeds along the road, leaving behind trails of smoke. Opens up to a building with a neon red sign that says it's the Imperial Health Club. The hero looks at everything with interest, with his hands in his pockets. The atmosphere inside the room is like in a museum. Teacher Yu asks the girl in a suit how they can find the second young master Lai, to which she shows him where to go. Opens the door and Ju enters. He walks into the room behind the teacher, opens up a view of the children who are already sitting at the tables. The room is beautifully decorated. Music is playing. A dark-haired guy, surrounded by two girls, hands a glass to the teacher and invites him to drink with him, to which Yu refuses with a displeased look because he still has classes in the evening. The teacher introduces a hero to this guy named Lai, calling him very capable and therefore useful in the exam. Ju is alarmed and looks at the guy with a dissatisfied look. Lee, surrounded by girls, smiles and tells the teacher that there is no need to worry because he trusts him, so he will allow the hero to join him. Getting a good grade will not be difficult. Yu calmly declares that if everything is fine, then it's time for him to return to school, but in the meantime, Lai should discuss with the hero all issues related to testing combat skills. Before leaving, the teacher turns towards Ju and says that he will help with the registration, and he should stay here in order to get to know Lai well in the last days. This will allow them to better understand each other during the test. The hero thanks the teacher in return. The teacher leaves, slamming the doors behind him. Lee turns to the hero with a relaxed look, telling him that he has heard that he is the #1 genius in the guide school. Ju puts his hand to his face with a straight face and replies that these are just rumors that should not be believed. Lai raises his glass to drink. The red-haired girl next to him smiles. He says that Guide is a small town. How could such a genius appear there? If the hero was a genius, and obviously would not have defeated him with one blow. Ju sits on the sofa and takes the phone in his hands. Everything around is filled with bottles of alcohol. Lai points out to him that he doesn't need any training in coordination. You just need to obey and not interfere. When the time comes and everything will be fine. Ju replies that I realized everything while staring at my phone. Lee reaches out to the bottles and challenges the hero with a smile. He says that if he drinks the entire bottle, he can choose any of the girls in the room for himself. Ju refuses, without looking away from the phone. He thoughtfully understands that from one blow he immediately dropped his hands. Now for the sake of such a person the teacher had to humiliate himself and beg, it's definitely not worth it. Lee whispers something in the red-haired girl's ear, making her blush. The girl with a smile calls the guy spoiled, and he starts laughing. After this, the girl in a provocative outfit directs a loving gaze towards the hero. She leans towards the hero and begins to show interest in the game that the hero is staring at, to which he answers her without interest and in monosyllables. She sits down next to him and begins to flirt, saying that she is most likely more interesting than the game. The hero does not take his eyes off the phone and is silent in response. She touches Ju's face and he looks at the screen in surprise. A flying ant with silver wings appears on the phone. The girl continues to pester, trying to take away the phone. She invites the hero to do pleasant things, which he cannot tear himself away from the game, because he is faced with a fast and difficult opponent. She grabs Cho by the face and turns him around, screaming for him to look at her. In the game, the ant begins to attack the hero. He glances sideways at the phone over his hand and realizes with irritation that he might now lose. Ju pushes the girl away with his hand, causing her to fly back in shock. The guy immediately returns to the game, and the girl from the floor turns to him with irritation. Lee spits the drink out of his mouth in shock. She and the blonde girl start laughing loudly at this situation. The game displays a window indicating that the hero has lost the battle. He looks at the phone with an upset look, because he understands that he has died. Lee looks at him with a smile and thinks he's a funny guy. It's night outside and there's a view of the building. There are bottles of alcohol in the room and drinks are spilled on the floor. Lee is sleeping on the bed, and next to him lies a blonde girl. He silently opens his eyes. In the game, the character Zhu is in battle with a winged ant. He strikes the insect. Alarmed, he turns towards the enemy and sees the ant approaching him with a menacing look. The hero is dealt many fatal blows. A screen flashes on the screen notifying him of his loss. Zhu realizes that this is no good. He played all night but achieved nothing. An image of a flying ant appears. The hero understands that although flying ants are very strong, they have not yet reached the legendary class, so it is quite possible to defeat them. But first you need to at least get the opportunity to strike. The fist of a rank 9 titan can cause great damage to the enemy, but it takes too long. The guy puts his hand to his chin with a thoughtful look and looks away from the phone. He thinks about how he can combine a crushing fist with an inch punch, which he is good at. Zhu gets up from the couch and begins to stretch his arm. He realizes that he is a character in the game. So by improving the crushing fist with an inch punch in reality, the game character will also be able to synchronize with this improvement. In theory, it should work. Zhu begins to box, throwing punches into the air in front of him. He stands alone in the room and practices his punches. Lee turns around and silently watches the hero through the glass in the door. He is surprised to not understand why he is training. Noticing that the hero is practicing an inch blow, he understands that the applied force and amplitude are too large. Lee walks down the corridor and stretches after sleeping. He says that Zhu is clearly hiding his talent, but he has little interest in it, so he will just go to bed. There is a view of a large educational institution where the entrance exams begin. Zhu and the other guys sit at their desks and write on sheets of paper with a thoughtful look. Lee, in turn, with an indifferent look, selects the answer options on his sheet. The view opens up of a dark-haired girl jumping on her friend with hugs after an exam. Several days have passed. A large gray bus is driving across the bridge. Zhu sits on a bus and looks out the window at the old city of Guide. The view opens onto a green area with small houses surrounded by a large concrete fence. The story goes that after an extra-dimensional storm that broke out years ago, a rift appeared in the city. Everything around turned into an interdimensional zone. Due to the influence of other dimensions, local residents and plants too have undergone various changes. The hero motionlessly continues to look at the city. In his background, one of the passengers is also stuck to the window. A large concrete building appears before the hero's eyes. It is known that troops are stationed on the territory of the ancient city. Entry there is prohibited without a pass. The hero understands that the next stage of the entrance exams is to test combat skills. The bus stops, the passengers get off, and are met by armed men in uniform. Armed guys walk around the territory with machine guns in their hands, and military vehicles are parked near the building. Zhu notices that Lai and the others haven't arrived yet, so he decides he'll wait for now, with large green tents in the background. There is a view of the very concrete building that is located on the territory of the troops. The hero raises his head, staring at him. He looks at the sign. Next to it hangs an incomprehensible sign that resembles a hand with 4 fingers. The hero does not understand what it is. As always, with his hand in his pocket, he feels the vibration from the phone. Zhu thinks his father is calling him. He looks at the phone in alarm and sees that a mysterious phone is calling him, which controls the little man made of blood. The camera opens. The hero nervously thinks that the application does not have a call function. The phone has never vibrated because of this. The guy opens his eyes wide in surprise because he realizes that he did not notice the open camera application. The guy looks away from the screen and realizes that in order to use it, apparently, you need to take a selfie. Zhu points his phone towards the mountainous landscape to take a photo. He starts looking at the phone in surprise. The hero turns the phone in his hands and tries to take a photo, but the shutter does not press. Apparently the camera function does not work here. The guy points his phone at the same sign near the sign on the building that attracted his attention earlier. The phone begins to ring, indicating that this particular sign needs to be photographed. The hero pays attention to this with surprise. He points the camera at the sign. The phone continues to ring approvingly. The green icon is on. After taking the photo, a loading screen with a question mark opens. The hero continues to look at the loading screen with a dissatisfied look. A window with a skull appears on the screen, which is labeled as the ancient city of Guide. Zhu looks away from the phone and with a thoughtful look realizes that a dungeon has appeared in the game. Since he has nothing to do now, he wants to try it out. A drop of blood drips from the hero's finger onto the screen. The character in the hero game appears illuminated with a red glow. He walks towards the building and is surprised that he actually managed to enter the game now. He walks down the street, passing many small houses. Zhu looks at his phone in surprise and realizes that he seems to be moving through the interior of an ancient city. A dark image with glowing eyes approaches his character from the darkness. As a skeleton appears with a weapon in its hands, the hero realizes that this is a soldier from another dimension. The skeleton suddenly begins to run towards the hero, swinging his weapon. He is ready to attack. The hero, in surprise, only exclaims questioningly and looks towards the attacker. Zhu Wen's virtual hero began to approach the little dead ones. Zhu Wen held the phone in both hands and looked at it carefully. The guy understood that even though it was his first time here, her speed and strength were very great. Zhu Wen's hero offered a fiery fist to the skeleton. The guy said that it was much easier than fighting those ants. The player began to throw heavy stones at the dead man with enormous weight and force, scattering him into several pieces. Meanwhile, the player smiled and told the monster to get it. A blue crystal began to sparkle in the sky. The virtual player began to look at the crystal near him with surprise and wide open eyes. Zhu Wen began to look in surprise at the screen that he was holding with his hands and did not understand how a crystal with a skill could fall out of the first one. Zhu Wen's finger began to press on the crystal. Zhu Wen began to hold a crystal in his hand, which gave its power in different directions. The guy was surprised, but at the same time carefully watched the stone and everything that happened. Zhu Wen's eyes began to fill with fear. The guy looked into the distance and said that he no longer had that terrible pain like that time when the guy received a crushing fist. The system window began to show a message indicating that the skeleton's touch had been studied. Zhu Wen held the phone in his hands incomprehensibly and looked at the screen, thinking about the touch of the skeleton. Zhu Wen began to scratch his head, thinking that he remembered that this was the spirit power skill of the skeleton soldiers and it was basically a low-level skill. But with all this, very little energy and everything else was consumed. Zhu Wen bent down to the ground and began to press on the crystal with great force in order to test its strength. Zhu Wen's hand reached out and clenched his fist, calling for someone. The guy's virtual player began to look with a smile at the mutant ant that appeared from the crystal. The virtual player sat on the ant and raised his hands and began shouting to him to run forward. The skeletons began to examine the guy with surprise and fear. The player began to channel all his skills in the power of purple, breaking the skeletons into several parts. The house began to show a purple color that was emanating more and more. Angry and sad, Zhu Wen held the phone and looking into it said that he had already gone through an incredible amount, but had received nothing except that crystal. Zhu Wen's gaze began to speak of fear. The guy looked at the phone and did not understand what it was. In Zhu Wen's phone, his player stood to the side and there was an entire army opposite him. The skeletons began to look at the guy in surprise, doing nothing and not knowing what to do. Horror and fear began to flash in the eyes of the skeletons. One of the skeletons began to raise his weapon up and, pointing forward, began to run. Zhu Wen's player tried to escape or win, but the guy did not have time as he was pierced by something sharp that the player did not survive. The phone began to show a message about the end of the game. Zhu Wen began to look at something to the side in surprise, closing one eye and putting one hand in his pocket. Zhu Wen stood near one tower and began to look at it. There was an inscription at the top of the tower. Zhu Wen, with fear and thoughtfulness, began to say that this was a strong opponent and next time there was no need to face him. Behind Zhu Wen there was a girl who was watching the guy. Zhu Wen tilted his head to the side with interest, looking at what was happening behind him. Next to the guy was a girl who put her hands on her hips. This girl's name was Jin. Wen's gaze was stubborn and persistent. In Zhu Wen's hands was a flash drive. Wen looked at the flash drive with incomprehensibility, one hand in his pocket. A little earlier, Zhu Wen began to call the girl. Wen's fist began to pass and appear in front of Wen's face, and extended her fisted hand to Zhu Wen, saying that Uncle Feng would ask him to give this to the guy. And Jin opened her hand and threw the flash drive into Zhu Wen's palm, and looked carefully at how Zhu Wen took the flash drive and grabbed it tightly. The guy understood that his father tried so hard in vain, since it was pointless to waste energy on people who themselves want to degrade. Zhu Wen began to stare intently as Jin began to walk away from the guy, despite facing him. And Jin stopped because the guy started telling her to keep quiet about the fact that she had something to do with the Yin family. The girl began to look askance at Wen and angrily tell him that they have no place for mediocrity and weaklings. Zhu Wen began to scratch his head and began to think about when he managed to become part of this family and whether and was too hasty with conclusions. Zhu Wen began to look to the side in fear as someone began to call him. 3 guys began to stand next to Zhu Wen, one of whom was in the middle and was the main one. The guy in the middle approached Wen and, taking him by the shoulders, began to say that since Old Man Yu stood up for him, the guy need not worry about anything. The guy with glasses began to laugh and look at his 2 assistants. The guy replied that Wen could just follow him and leave getting the glasses to them. Wen was happy about this, because he decided that he would save his strength. One of the guys began to look at Xuan with a smile and tell him not to worry, since in such a remote place as guide there is no one outstanding, so the guy can take first place even alone. Stan looked at the guy with contempt and anger, telling himself to be calm. The second guy began to look at Xuan seriously and, putting his hand to his chest, began to say that they would do their best and there would be no mistakes. Zhu Wen began to look at Xuan carefully. The guy decided that he really was not going to introduce the guys, since they were just tools for the guy. The security guards standing near the building began to tell everyone that the exam would begin soon, so they asked everyone to approach the inspector examiner of their group. The 2 girls held hands and told themselves that the exam would start soon and they needed to get ready quickly. Zhu Wen carefully watched one of the girls who was running. The guy didn't even hear his name. Wen began to show the girl a thumbs up with one hand with a sweet and kind grin. The girl looked askance at Zhu Wen and told him to try too. The building began to glow blue. A blue stripe began to appear in the sky, from which lightning and sparks came. Between these searches a blue portal began to appear. A man with glasses appeared next to the portal. He was holding a paper in his hand and said that the essence of the exam was to collect crystals from killed skeleton soldiers and the final determination would determine their number. The presenter's hand began to point to the portal. The man began to go into the portal, wishing everyone success. People began to slowly walk into the portal, which was shrouded in smoke. Zhu Wen looked at this place carefully. They began to tell the guy that this was a dimension created by that catastrophe. Zhu Wen's eyes began to fill with surprise and fear at the same time. People began to slowly walk into the portal without thinking about anything. The hands of the skeletons touched the ground. They were all filled with some kind of power. The dead stood up from the ground and headed towards the people who entered the portal. Many people opened their mouths in anger and confidence, gaining strength. Opposite the people were skeletons holding tools. One person hit the skeleton's head with all his might so that it flew off. The guy began to confidently look at this monster. The skeleton's head began to fly off. A boy walked towards the skeletons and other people, closing his eyes and not being afraid of the monster. The guy just walked. The boy, with a smile on his face and closed eyes, picked up the skeleton knuckles. The guy with a smile on his face began to hit the skeleton's head, which quickly flew off. Zhu looked at the lying head of the skeleton, realizing that he had nothing to worry about. Zhu closed his eyes and looked at the body and realized that he would have time to check his guess. Xuan began to look askance at Zhao, who was looking attentively at his phone. Xuan did not understand how a guy could play on the phone at such a time. Xuan, with an incomprehensible face, began to look up, thinking about whether there really was something special about Zhu. Zhu silently held the phone in his hands and looked at it carefully. Zhu's eyes began to fill with surprise. The guy was in shock. The world on the phone was exactly the same as in the real world. Zhu looked ahead, realizing that not only the city gates, but also the location of all the buildings exactly coincided with the dungeon from the telephone. Zhu's gaze was directed at the phone and was full of confidence. The guy decided that all dungeons had a real prototype. Zhu's surprised and frightened gaze began to remember his end of the game and remembering the skeleton horseman. In Zhu's phone on the map, the guy began to see that in the explored area, they were still far from this skeleton. Zhu began to look forward confidently, realizing that if they did not go beyond the territory designated for the exam, they would not run into this thing. Voices began to be heard from the houses. A group of guys stood and talked about how they needed to go deeper. The exam world was almost clean and without skeletons. The guy with the hair on his hands started pointing at the cleanliness, saying that if they want to get a perfect score, they need to move on. Zhu began to look at Xuan in fear and tell him that going outside the territory is very risky and it can be dangerous. One of the guys began to open his mouth and tell Zhu that if he was scared, he could stay. The guy with the hair on his hands began to scream and cover his eyes to tell Xuan that the skeletons in this place appear slowly and chaotically, and in order to ensure first place, they must get out of here and kill as many skeletons as possible. Another guy from the group calmly closed his eyes and said that they had a complete plan of the territory, as well as a map of division into sections, and nothing would happen if they entered the buffer zone. Xuan began to look askance at Zhao and tell him that these words make sense and there is nothing to be afraid of, because even if something happens, they will be able to deal with it. Zhu began to look at Xuan in fear, realizing that he could not say that there was a monster waiting ahead of them, ready to kill them. Zhao's hand began to reach for the phone. The guy decided to try to defeat the monster using the phone, but the guy didn't really believe in it. Zhu began to run after the group and, looking at Xuan, understood that in the worst case, he would grab him and they would run away. The Xuan sixes run towards the skeletons holding axes in their hands. Henchman Xuan with blonde hair jumps and hits one of the skeletons on the head. The henchman in the hat hits another skeleton in the chest with a powerful blow filled with dark energy. Xuan and MC slowly walk behind them. The hero plays on his phone. A close-up view of the hero tapping the screen of his phone with his thumbs. In the game, Zhu loses a fight with a skeleton rider who pierces him with his spear. The skeleton, having killed its target, passes by the hero. The player character's body lies with his face buried in the ground. The game is over. The hero, lost in thought, looks at the phone. He thinks that he can't do it. No matter what he does, the rider still instantly kills him, and that the rider is stronger than even a flying ant with silver wings. The hero's eyes reflect on the memory of being pierced once again. He mutters to himself that it is obvious that the skeleton rider does not maintain high agility all the time, and that he only increases his speed for a moment when he delivers his piercing blow, and that this is probably his skill of spiritual strength. The hero raises his head and holds his hand to his chin, thinking that this is a curse and that the rider could easily destroy his entire team. The hero looks at the defeated skeleton and notices something. Between the skull and the skeleton's body lies a glowing red stone. Blonde-haired assistant Xuan grabs the crystal lying on the floor with a sharp movement, shouting that it is a spatial crystal. A blonde assistant holds a crystal, waving it and calling Xuan, and an assistant wearing a hat stands in front of a severed skeleton. The assistant gives the crystal to Xuan, who smiles and praises him for his work. MC looks at the crystal in Xuan's hands with apprehension in his eyes, and, starting to sweat because of his worries, says that they have already scored enough points and that they can return. The fair-haired one shouts that it's still early and they don't need the hero's rush, considering that he doesn't need to do anything. The assistant in the hat points his thumb deep into the city, saying that it is still better to kill a few more to be on the safe side. Xuan looks at the phone with a calm face while the restless hero looks in his direction. Xuan says that there are no dimensional creatures of legendary level or above registered nearby, and that he thinks it's worth going even further. The hero grabs Xuan's hand, screaming his name. Against a textured background that reflects the protagonist's fears, he holds Xuan's hand and asks if he believes in the sixth sense. A close-up of Xuan's eyes, bewilderment is visible in them. He asks what sixth sense the hero is talking about. The hero is in close-up. He looks to the right, towards Xuan, and says that since childhood he always had an unpleasant feeling if he was in danger, and this feeling never let the hero down. The hero brings his hand to the area of his heart and says in a gloomy tone that right now this feeling is especially strong for him. The fair-haired man folds his hand and with a disappointed face says that the hero brought in some other sixth sense and that this is simply brilliant, he says with obvious sarcasm. The blonde man screams loudly at the hero, so much so that the veins on his cheeks bulge. He shouts that Xuan took the hero with him to help him improve his reputation and that if the hero drags the team to the bottom, is he ready to take responsibility for the consequences on himself. The hero looks to the right with a serious face and says that the guide area is very small, so it is not unusual for few students to venture beyond the boundaries. But besides, they have accumulated so many points that they can easily maintain an advantage by simply killing in within the area designated for the examination. A hero with a light complexion, a close-up of his face, he says that there is no need to take risks and enter unknown territory. Xuan looks calmly at the hero. Behind the frames with the heroes is the city. Xuan, thoughtful, raises his hand to his chin and says that Zhu Wen's words also make sense, and that then they are, but does not have time to finish. A hand with a knife that attacks with great speed. The knife pierces Xuan in the abdomen. The assistant in the hat holds a knife in his hand with a satisfied grin. It was he who attacked Xuan. The blonde man screams, not understanding what happened, calling the name of the attacker Jiang Hao. Blonde gets in the way of Xuan, blocking him with his body and getting cut himself. Hao stands towering over the blonde man lying on the ground, blood is dripping from the tip of his knife, and he tells the blonde man not to interfere with him. Xuan, holding his stomach, stands with his back to the reader. He says that he did not expect this. Black energy begins to pour out of Xuan's wound. The dark energy heals Xuan's wound. He looks back at Hao, asking if second brother Xuan sent him. Hat stands, throwing his dagger over his shoulder, and says, thinking that this is natural invulnerability and that he also did not expect that Junior Xuan, who loves pleasure so much, practices this particular skill of spiritual strength. Against the background of swirling waves of blue energy, various monsters stand in the shadows, one of which looks like a bird, and the rest look like wolves. The reader is explained that in contrast to the skills of life force and spatial crystals received from spatial creatures, a group of people at the bottom of the stairs, at the top there is a passage to some blue-filled place. They continue to make it clear to us that the cultivation method represents the basic principles of cultivation developed by the people themselves. A man of blue energy against the backdrop of space. They explain to us that different cultivation methods determine different limits of improvement, and natural invulnerability is one of the rare techniques that allows you to immediately reach the epic class, skipping mortal and legendary. A man of energy opens his eyes and glows with a bright blue light. The hero scratches his neck in confusion, thinking that he heard that only virgins can follow the path that Xuan walks, and that if you lose your virginity, then all your efforts will go to waste. The hero remembers the first time he met Xuan in the company of women. He thinks that no matter what side he looks at, but Xuan does not look like a person who will make great efforts to improve such a skill. Blonde lays there bleeding from his mouth and shouts at Hao that he is a traitor and that he cannot believe that he is helping Lai Mobai get rid of Xuan. Xuan, holding his stomach, stands opposite Hao, who holds a dagger in his hand, preparing to finish what he started. He says that two tigers cannot get along on the same mountain and that he has made his choice. Close up of Xuan, his right eye in the shadow. He says that he has no desire to fight for power with the second brother, but the latter cannot calm down. The hat, with a blank stare, says that Xuan is to blame and that he shouldn't have played the fool. The hat pulls out a dagger in its hand and begins charging it with green-black energy. Hao swings his dagger and after the blow there is a trail flying towards the reader. He shouts that now it's too late for Xuan to stop pretending. Xuan looks at the stream of energy flying towards him, his eyes hidden in the shadows. The stream is almost touching Xuan, but he does not move. At the last moment, as if it were nothing to him, Xuan dodges the flow of energy and it leaves a massive crack in the ground behind him. Blonde and MC look at what happened in stupor, not understanding what happened. Hao stands with a dagger in his hand, his eyes glow red, and behind him there is a huge green glowing snake. The heroes realize that he is the owner of an explosive snake. Blonde shouts that this is impossible and he does not understand how Hao, being immortal, was able to get a legendary level pet. Xuan stands, thinking about something, closing his eyes. An orange egg engulfed in flames is passed from one hand to the other. Xuan says that all that is needed is for someone who has reached the legendary class to voluntarily hand over the pet, even though it causes excruciating pain. Hao, holding a dagger burning with a green flame in his hand, walks towards the reader. He says that Xuan is very smart and it seems that the second brother was telling the truth. Hao bares his teeth close up. Hao jumps away and flies towards Xuan at great speed, swinging his dagger. He shouts that Xuan must die. Xuan stops the dagger with his bare hand and traces of black energy come from his hand. Hao is surprised by what happened, not understanding what happened, and sweat begins to flow from his cheek. Black armor appears on Xuan's hand with which he held the dagger. The blue-haired man's face is in shadow, and black armor begins to appear around his body. With his second hand he swings at Hao. He hits the cap with great force, leaving an explosion of energy. Hao, landing and rebounding, flies to the side by inertia. A couple drops of blood splash out from the cap's mouth, and he closes one eye in pain and says that he didn't think that Xuan also had a legendary level pet companion. Through the ash falling to the ground, the shadow of a man in armor is visible. Hao says that it seems that the respected young master also has his own dirty secrets. A helmet of armor emerges from the ashes. Xuan, fully dressed in armor, stands looking at the reader. He says that he is not like Hao and he would never use such a terrible method. One glowing red eye in the shadow of the helmet. Xuan stands over Hao, fists at the ready, his eyes glowing red under his helmet. Hao holds a dagger in his hand and looks with one eye at Xuan looming over him. The hat quickly rises from the ground. He begins to run away in panic from Xuan, who did not even have time to turn his head to the side from where he was before. Xuan, without turning his head, looks at Hao with one eye and asks if he is running away. He turns sharply and starts running for the hat, shouting that he won't let him get away so easily. MC turns to the fleeing people and shouts that Xuan should not run after him. The hero, with drops of sweat appearing on his cheek, begins to run towards where the fighters ran. Zhu takes a couple of steps towards Xuan. The hero stops, and the blue-haired one has already disappeared from sight. He regretfully thinks that he did not have time. A fair-haired man comes up to the hero from behind, holding his chest and shouts for him to quickly run and help Xuan. The hero turns to him and tells him to go first. The blonde, with obvious dissatisfaction, holding his chest, shouts at Zhu that he is a pathetic coward. The assistant begins to run to where Xuan and Hao ran and says that the hero is of no use and in vain Xuan cared about him. The hero looks at the reader with a gloomy face. He thinks that now he cannot help, even if he goes. Snake in armor with glowing red eyes, Zhu thinks that Lai and Jiang Hao have legendary level companions, unlike him. A skeleton horseman, blue flames coming from under his armor. The hero thinks that if they collide with him, they will definitely die. MC nervously bites his finger, thinking about how he can help Xuan. The hero drips his blood onto the phone screen and starts the game. His blood forms his character and he thinks that he can only help if he finds a way to defeat the skeleton general. The hero in the game stands opposite skeletons, one of which is seated on a wooden horse. A skeleton horseman notices the hero. He begins to gallop towards him, leaving behind other skeletons that do not have horses. The hero strains his leg, preparing for something. Zhu suddenly realizes something. Sweat appeared on his cheeks. He says that he won't get out. There is no point in running away, and as soon as the enemy starts to strike, he will die. The skeleton makes an attack. The hero makes a tackle, rolling into the legs of the skeleton horse. The skeleton, not expecting this, loses sight of him and frantically looks around. The skeleton turns its head, notices the hero and makes a sharp attack. The hero jumps out from under the attack, jumping back. Zhu, in real life, frantically moves his fingers on the phone. The skeleton makes numerous attacks, but the hero dodges each of them. The hero looks at the phone, a close-up of his eyes. He understands that everything happened as he thought. The hero hears a terrible scream, and a monstrous energy rises above the city. The scream shouts that the intruder must be destroyed, and the hero, hearing this, says that Xuan has already encountered the horseman. Because Zhu was distracted by a scream, his character in the game died, impaled on a skeleton. MC carefully peeks around the corner, holding his hands in his pockets, and thinks that he has no choice and he will have to act. The hero remembers the skeleton in the game and thinks that judging by his battle, the general is very strong, but it seems that there is a blind spot next to his horse where he can strike. The hero begins to run deeper into the city, thinking that maybe he will still have a chance to win if he takes advantage of the current situation. The hero walks through a destroyed city, smoke still rising from some places. Zhu runs through the ruins and thinks that there are signs of battle everywhere and it looks like Xuan is nearby. The hero notices two figures standing at a distance from him. He understands that these are the ones he is looking for. Xuan and the blonde look back at the hero and ask what took him so long, to which MC asks if Xuan is okay. Close-up of the helmet, one eye glows. The skeleton general stands not far from the heroes. His bones are hidden in the shadows, but his heart, eyes, and the area above the neck of his armor are glowing with blue flames. Xuan says that to be honest, he is not very fine. The hero's gaze becomes cloudy. He notices the skeleton general. Skeleton general in the game, skeleton general in reality. Zhu says he is too different from his portrayal in the game. Hao stands behind the skeleton, wearing a piece of armor on his shoulder. The hero looks at him with confusion and thinks that it is strange that the general does not attack Hao. He pays attention to the armor, in the center of which there is some kind of stone, and it is made in the form of some kind of arthropod animal. MC understands that most likely he will not be attacked due to the properties of his armor. The hero stands with a blank look and regret. He thinks that this armor is really another companion of the legendary level and says that it is good, however, to be rich. The hero stands in front of Xuan, who has taken a pose, preparing to attack. The hero tells him that it looks like his brother really wants him to die. Close up of the skeleton's skull, he tries to shout something and says the word intruders. The general of the skeletons gives the command to his horse and they begin to rush towards the heroes. The general shouts that he must destroy the intruders. Xuan gets in the way of the skeleton, pushing the hero away and shouting at him that he needs to move back. Xuan puts up his shield, from which an energy protective field emanates. The skeleton's spear slams into the shield and begins to pierce it. There is a powerful explosion and the release of black skeletal energy. The hero can hardly stand on his feet and the blonde flies behind him. It falls to the ground, rumbling, which attracts the hero's attention. He rises with difficulty, holds his bloody chest and shouts that he is fine. Xuan blocks the skeleton's spear with his hand. They stand opposite each other, and the blonde shouts to the hero that he needs to help Xuan as soon as possible. The general's spear slides across the latter's armor, causing many sparks, and sweat begins to drip from the blue-haired man's helmet. A snake appears behind Xuan and hits the shield that he managed to put in the path of its attack. A close-up of Xuan's helmet, he says that Hao has finally decided to act. Hao stands holding the snake that comes out of his blade next to him. He grins evilly, saying that he wants to see how long Xuan can last alone against the two of them. Xuan blocks the general's blow with his hand, but Hao lunges with a low blow. Hao's blow hits the armor on Xuan's chest and it begins to crack. The hero looks at the reader with a look full of anxiety and thinks that if everything continues like this, then Xuan will definitely die. The hero shouts from behind to Xuan that he will delay the monster and asks how long Xuan needs. He blocks Hao's blow and tells the hero that he needs 2 minutes, which surprises Hao. Hao's blow flies very close to Xuan's helmet, but he manages to dodge and shouts, repeating that 2 minutes will be enough for him. Hao, with a satisfied grin, makes an attack and thinks that Zhu, a mortal, wants to measure his strength with the skeleton general, which means that he has pronounced his own sentence. Flying MC jersey against the sky. MC holds his sweatshirt in his hands, looking confidently at the reader and confidently says okay. The hero bounces off the ground and flies towards the reader, saying that he will give Xuan 2 minutes. Zhu moved so that he was behind the horse. He beckoned the skeleton with his finger. The monster turned around. General on horseback in front of the hero. He swung his sword to attack. Zhu leaned forward, a red beam passing over his head. A drop of sweat on the guy's cheek. I thought it was almost no different from the game. The horse raised its front leg. She stomped her hoof forcefully on the ground next to the hero's feet. He looked down and exhaled. The enemy hit the ground. The guy managed to roll to the side. Zhu stood up and ran forward. I thought that in the game the general's attacks are formulaic and predictable, but in reality he is more dexterous. The skeleton swung his weapon down. The guy's palm is on the ground. Zhu fell to the ground as the sword flew over him. A flash of light from a fist. He hit the horse's body. The guy pulled his hand back. The general looked at him. Zhu frowned and thought, there's not a scratch on him, he actually has weak points. Mintu watches their fight from the side. Eyes closed, teeth clenched, thinking that the hero was able to detain the general even without a pet companion. Jiang next to Lai, holding a sword, turned his head, shouted that it was impossible. The armored knight clenched his fist and shouted at him not to be distracted. Jiang punched him in the face. The guy flies backwards from a strong blow. Sparks from the shoe stopped. The mark of the blow on Jiang's cheek shouted for him to attack, and they looked to see who would die first, him or that scum Zhu. The knight punched him in the stomach and shouted as you wish. He raised his fist to make another blow, thinking that the hero could not be allowed to fight against two at the same time again. Jiang raised his hands and defended himself from the blows. The fist was reflected in his pupil. The knight struck him in the chest, the beam passing through Jiang, with a ring around and behind him. Blood from the mouth of the guy in the hat. He took the sword in his hand. He crouched down, spread his arms to the sides. In front of him was a green whirlwind, shouted, explosive scaled snake. There is a huge snake in front of the knight, he asked. He decided to summon the essence of the explosive scaly snake. Green spark. The knight protected his head from the stream of light, stopping it with his hand, and asked if he really thought he would gain time. Jiang attacks behind the back of the main character and says that this is just enough to finish off this annoying guy. The skeleton waved his sword. Red and green stripes of light intersected. The warrior called out to Zhu. The guy stood on his hands and feet, arched his back, and asked what. The hero raised his fist, a glove appeared on it. He saw the enemy's weak point. The hero hit Jiang in the shoulder. He hit the element with his fist, it split into pieces, Zhu said. Who would have thought that he also had a pet companion? The skeleton's eyes sparkled. Silhouettes of heroes on a red background. The general pierced the guy in the hat with a sword. He pulled out his sword, blood spattering. There are waves of flame around the snake with its mouth open. On the concrete floor there is a broken element with a green stone resembling an eye. Next to him is a small green dragon, looking to the side in fear. The knight stepped on him with his foot. Jin's hand is covered in blood. The knight stands in front of him, saying that he himself is to blame for everything. Horse legs, blue flames around. The silhouette of a general is on fire. The skeleton's eye flashed. Knight in a helmet. Zhu with a serious face. Now the monster is just furious. A blue flash from the general. He sent his hand forward, a streak of dark energy. The monster, engulfed in blue fire, is moving towards the main character. He thought, what is the speed? He cannot dodge. The guy put his hands forward to protect his head. The knight stood in front of him and parried the blow. Cracks on his fist. Zhu gritted his teeth, thinking anxiously that the black armored knight had almost reached his limit. The general on horseback raised his weapon. The heroes run away. The knight said he will distract him, and the guy must find a way to deliver the fatal blow. The skeleton leaned forward and attacked again. The knight defended himself with his hand from his blow. He turned around and shouted to the hero, "Hurry up." Sparks, a crack in the arm of the armor, shouted, "Or they will all die here." Zhu, behind the warrior, jumped up. A fiery whirlwind from the fist swung. He moved his hand forward. There was a flash. The general was on fire. Powerful explosion. Clouds of smoke. A skeleton on a horse emerges from the smoke without a scratch. The guy put his fist to his mouth, thinking it would work. The skeleton swung. Zhu jumped away from him. A sword strike on the knight's hand. The general turned around. The guy made a direct blow with his hand, burning fists moving towards the monster. Flashes hit the skeleton. There was an explosion, and Zhu jumped aside. Clouds of smoke surrounded the general. The knight noted that they had attacked so many times, but there was not a crack on him. Zhu froze, like a crack. A skeleton riding a horse, galloping on them. Skull, waves of blue flame. The knight in profile. I thought, everything is clear now. He threw the hero up and shouted that he needed to take a risk. The warrior lunged forward. The horse reared up, a collision. The skeleton raised its head. Zhu attacks from above. Swing the sword. He hit the ground next to Li. The slab cracked. He shouted, "Now." The hero swung, hitting the general in the head. He punched him in the eye socket. The skull crumbled. Another blow. Part of the armor flies to the side. A flash of light from the general. The guy looks forward, clenched his teeth. It worked. A skeleton without a head falls. On the ground, in the ashes, is a glowing egg. Zhu sat up and took it. In his hand is a yellow egg with an image of a flame. Li leaned over to look at it, asked if it was an egg with a pet companion, and added how lucky it was. The hero turned. Why put his hands behind his head and left. Zhu asked if he didn't need it. He replied that he should keep it for himself. Li took the jacket. He stuck his hand into his sleeve and said that if it weren't for Zhu, he and Mayantu would already be dead, and asked him to accept this as gratitude for the fact that everything was resolved so successfully. The hero stood up and said that then he would gladly take him. Li looked at him and warned him that he was now immortal, so it would not be possible to hatch a legendary level egg and he should not treat it irresponsibly. Zhu thought about it and looked at the egg in his hand. Hands in his trouser pockets, Li stands opposite the hero. He turned to Zhu, asked how he got his companion, and said that he could somehow control a knight in black armor thanks to his natural invulnerability. He frowned. Really? They stood opposite each other. Li was embarrassed. The guy replied that this companion was of the mortal class. Yellow egg in the center, black dragon. He explained that usually legend level creatures are stronger than mortal creatures. A white rabbit with red eyes. The weaker the creature, the more difficult it is for it to form an egg. Li raised his hand and said, "This means that eggs with mortal level companions are much less common than legendary ones." He leaned over to Zhu and said irritably how lucky he was. Jiang was lying on the ground, bleeding from a wound on his body. The guy asked what to do with him. Li stuck his finger in his ear, told him to forget. He asked for it himself, and added that he would sort everything out himself. The hero put his hand to his chin. Li patted him on the shoulder and told him not to worry. He put his hand on his shoulder and said with a smile that when they get out of here, he can safely apply to any university. He will make sure that he is accepted. 3 heroes, a blue whirlwind around. Mayantu put his hand on Zhu's neck. The hero watches Li talking to a guy with glasses in a black suit. Y is at the jeep, waving goodbye to Zhu. The hero is holding the handle on the bus, lost in thought. The bus arrived at the station. The guy got off the bus, wrapped his arms around himself, thought that he was very cold. Maybe due to the large loss of blood he had developed anemia. I wonder if goji berries and brown sugar would help. Next to his sneaker is the body of a man. A man in a white shirt and long gray hair tied into a ponytail is lying on the ground. The guy screamed in fear and thought it was a corpse. The man turned his head, still alive. He sat down on the bench and exhaled. They were sitting opposite each other. Zhu asked if he was okay. The man replied that he was fine, just an old illness came back to haunt him. The hero leaves, saying that this is nice and he will go then, unless he wants to say something else. The bangs fell in Jing's eyes. He said that their meeting was the will of fate and asked to talk a little. The man bowed his head, put his fist to his forehead. The guy, embarrassed, said that he was not very good at conversations. He replied that it was okay and would ask him a few questions himself. Jing coughed into his fist. The hero is standing in front of a man sitting at a bus stop, allowed me to ask. Jing raised his index finger and asked if he liked girls with big or small breasts. The guy with confusion on his face was embarrassed. Two beautiful girls are depicted. The main character thoughtfully replies that he likes small breasts better. The man points his finger and happily replies that he does too. Zhu looks at a passerby who says that girls with small breasts are the best and that only immature youths like women who look like milk cows. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. He thinks that if the breasts are too large, it is much more difficult to maintain balance during the fight. Then the man asks which girls Zhu likes best, gentle and affectionate or bold and sarcastic. The main character thought about this. He thinks, what kind of question is this? He doesn't understand what normal person would refuse a cutie and choose a vixen, but if he continues to say what a man wants to hear, then this chatter will never end. Zhu began to cry. He thinks that he wants to quickly return home, wash, change clothes, eat and play. The main character answers the man, covering his mouth, that he would choose impudent and sarcastic. The man lowered his head thoughtfully. He says with sparkling eyes that they are kindred spirits. The main character covered his face with his palm. The man continues to say that it is precisely such women who interest and enchant. He does not understand what is fun about gentle and sweet ones. He did not expect that Zhu at such a young age already understands women so well. The main character remembers his younger sister, who immediately beat him and does not understand who would choose such a girl. A passerby happily says that it is rare to meet someone with such good taste. He calls the main character an outstanding person. Zhu, puzzled, asks the man where he lives and whether he needs to be escorted home. The man looked at him sternly. Putting his hand in his pocket, he continued to say that the body is the main thing that is needed to conquer a girl, in his opinion. The main character has very little kai and vitality, that even his good taste will not help him in any way. Zhu understands that the man completely didn't listen to him. A passerby gives the main character an envelope and says that he feels that he is angry with him. He offers to improve his method of cultivating spiritual power. Zhu looks at the envelope dumbfounded, thinking about the spiritual power cultivation method. The man blushed. With a smile he said that you just need to figure it out. He guarantees that the main character will be able to make any woman absolutely submissive. The man holds out an envelope. Zhu, holding the back of his head, awkwardly thanks for such a valuable gift and replies that he is forced to refuse because he is already using a different method. The man gloomily replies that meditation through suffering is nothing. Holding the envelope to his head, he says that while the heavenly demon treatise may not be a top-notch technique, it is far superior to meditation through suffering. The main character, dumbfounded, asks how the man knows that he is improving using this method. The passerby calmly replies that he looks as if he has very little vitality. The neck and arm of the main character are depicted. The man says that his body is strong and healthy. Relaxed, he asks if this can be achieved through meditation through suffering. He says that it's good that he just started. If he doesn't stop doing this nonsense, it will destroy him. The main character is very surprised. The man happily holds out an envelope asking him to take it and saying that this method is 100 times better. He sternly denies what he just said. With an even bigger smile, he says it's 1,000 times better. With his hand on the back of his head, Zhu thanks his uncle for his kindness and says that they just met by chance and he cannot accept such a valuable gift. We see the envelope. The main character notes that he has never heard of the heavenly demon treatise. He turned around saying that if the man doesn't need anything else, then he will go home. He thinks that if it's a lie, then he's just a fraud. But if it's true, he's going to give such a valuable thing to a man he only met then it's hard for Zhu to say what's really on the man's mind. The main character began to leave. The man cupped his hands. Without emotion, he told the main character, who was walking forward, to stop. Zhu's leg froze. In a state of shock, he realizes that he cannot move. He was suddenly pulled back. He found himself next to the man again. A passerby looks at the protagonist and tells him that none of those who refused Jing Daoxian survived. Zhu realizes that this name is familiar to him. He realizes in horror that this name is written down in the history books. On the mountain of dead people stands a long-haired man. The main character says that during the greatest chaos due to an interdimensional storm, the most cold-blooded and bloodthirsty man in history was born. A demon who washed the Commonwealth in blood. He killed 27 griefs that reached the epic class, one after another. We see a modern city. The main character sits on one knee in front of a man who asks if he now wants that envelope. Zhu answers with an exclamation that he wants to. Jing looks at him questioningly. He says with a gaze that even though the main character said he agrees, His heart is screaming that he doesn't want to learn this demon's skill. Zhu looks to the side, wondering what kind of nonsense Jing is talking about. If he masters this skill, won't the Commonwealth want to arrest him for his relationship with the Demon King? They are standing on the street. Jing says that even if he gives away this skill, the main character will not be able to train. The Demon King came up with an idea. He looks at Zhu with interest and says that he has another very interesting method. He asks the main character if he will practice. Jing is holding a black object in his hands. Zhu smiles, tears coming from his eyes. The Demon King hands him an object. Jing places it in the protagonist's hand. He looks sternly at Zhu and asks him if he will reject kindness again. The main character fearfully replies that he will not. The Demon King, with his eyes closed, points his palm at Zhu. He crosses his arms over his back and walks away. We see his silhouette against the backdrop of city lights. The main character breathed a sigh of relief. He stands on the road and says that he hopes that the Demon King will not watch him from afar. Zhu looks at the item that Jing gave him and says that it looks like he couldn't help but accept it. He looks thoughtfully at the object. Crossing his arms over his chest, Cho sneezes. He runs down the street saying that he needs to get home first. Two men in uniform walk past him, saying that it is somewhere here. These people have a patch on their shoulder. Zhu turned to them with a request that they stay in touch and search the entire area. A crowd of people comes past him. The main character looks at them. These are people from the Commonwealth. He looks at them and assumes that they are looking for Jing Daoxian. He continues to run down the street, saying that this does not concern him. We see the facade of the building. There is a door with a light on behind it. Zhu turns on the water. He stands near the sink and wipes his head with a towel and notices that first there was an attempt on Lai Xuan's life, now a meeting with the legendary villain. The main character looks in the mirror, drying his hair, saying that he just wants to play games in peace. On the towel lies a thing from the Demon King and an orange egg. Zhu thinks that he does not know whether this method is a blessing or a curse for him. The main character lay down on the bed with relief. A human heart is depicted. Zhu falls from the sky into a scary pile of hands that reach out to him. Black hands completely enveloped him. The main character wakes up sweating. He abruptly gets out of bed and heads towards the door. Zhu falls near the toilet, holding his stomach. He is covered in sweat, holding his head and does not understand what is happening. The main character wipes his mouth. He is questioningly surprised. A box from Jing is depicted, with the inscription Lost Sutra of Immortality glowing on it. The main character shook the box he was holding in his hand. He then positioned it vertically. Zhu looked carefully at the item he was holding in his hand and thought that there was nothing unusual in this box. The guy rested his chin on his hand and decided that maybe it was true because of anemia. The sun illuminated the buildings of the city. The main character washed his face with water, placing both hands on his face. The guy stood with a towel in his hand, looked forward and thought that clarity of consciousness had returned and the discomfort had almost disappeared. He was walking along the stone floor, running his hands through his hair, when he decided that since he was awake anyway, he might as well play. Zhu sat down on the bed and took the phone in his hand. He smeared blood across the display with his finger. His red character appeared in the game when a system notification appeared saying that the loading of the ancient imperial city was complete. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face as he stared at the phone screen. The skeleton general appeared on a bone horse, and the guy thought that he didn't expect that he was still there. Zhu took the phone with both hands, sitting on the bed, and continued to think about the fact that the monsters from the game and they in reality do not affect each other in any way. The main character touched his chin with his hand, looked at the phone and exclaimed that this was great. His character was running towards the bone rider when he said that he could just try again. The skeleton general's eyes sparkled as he rushed to the attack with a scream. Zhu's character died in the game. The guy lay down on the bed, put the phone next to him and sighed. The main character opened his eyes, which had bruises under them, and said that this boss is much weaker than the real one, but without the failsafe of a knight in black armor, he can defeat the general only if he calculates every move. Zhu sat on the edge of the bed and added that in any case there were still a few days before the results were announced, and that he would use this time to try to kill the general. He decided to look in the browser for information on how to replenish Kai and blood when he realized that he did not know how much blood he would have to spend to implement his plan. The guy became gloomy while reading the list of necessary products on his phone and decided that it was too difficult and that it was better to just drink water with brown sugar. The main character touched his face with his hand and said that it is better to die less often in the game. Zhu sat with a towel in his hand and looked ahead thoughtfully when he said that he needed to do some shopping before playing. His hand clenched the doorknob. The guy came out through the open door wearing a white t-shirt with a cross on the chest. He stood at the cash register in the store with a phone in his hand. Sitting in bed, the guy held the device with both hands. There was a pile of empty food packets on the floor. Zhu's character fought a bone horseman in the game. Hanging upside down, he thought his opponent was finished. The main character in the game struck the general, after which his skull began to crumble. A yellow spatial speed crystal of the 13th level appeared. Zhu's character stood and absorbed the dropped item when he thought that he had finally managed to do it. The level of speed in his game statistics began to change. The characteristic received the 9th level. The guy thought that this was strange because she was supposed to rise to level 13. The main character raised his hand to his face, holding the phone in the other hand, and thought about the fact that it seems that 9 is the limit for a mortal who uses meditation through suffering. The guy sat on the bed, cross-legged, looking down and thinking about how he believed he could reach the legendary class with her help. He remembered the Iron Knight and rested his chin on his hand as he said that everything was as Jing said, that meditation through suffering cannot be compared with natural invulnerability. Zhu crossed his arms and wondered where he could find a higher grade method because he couldn't learn the one this demon gave him. His eyes widened as he remembered something. The guy sat down at the computer desk. He leaned his elbows on the back of the chair and opened his mouth slightly when he thought that his father had asked him to give this to him. His hand stuck the flash drive, and he hoped that this was just what he needed. Zhu raised his hand behind his head, laughed and said that he was joking. A picture of a bow appeared on the computer monitor with the words that it was shooting at the sun, when the guy wondered where his father got it from. He pinched his cheek, sweat appearing on his face. The main character introduced a bare-chested man shooting an arrow and explained that sun shooting, like natural invulnerability, is a cultivation method that can be used to reach epic class and even higher. He added that her main specialty is attack, and the requirements are not as strict as for natural invulnerability. The tip of the golden arrow was very sharp. Zhu sat at the computer desk and thought that this was clearly a family inheritance from someone powerful in the Commonwealth, and did not understand how his father could get his hands on it. The guy propped his head with his hand, closed his eyes and assumed that he was able to do this with the help of the Yin family. He thought that he had to pay dearly for this when he imagined his father with bruises and his hand over his heart, exclaiming that he would do anything for his son. The main character brushed aside these thoughts and said that this was hardly possible, because he was not that kind of person at all. The phone vibrated, displaying Zhu's name. A man with a cigarette in his mouth picked up the device. He put the phone to his ear and answered. Beads of sweat appeared on his face when he heard the question of whether all his limbs were in place. The guy pulled the phone away from his ear because of the scream of his father, who asked his son if he wanted to receive it and why he was cursing his father, and Zhu decided that, judging by his mood, everything was fine with him. The main character, sitting at the computer desk, raised the phone to his ear and turned to his father, saying that he had a serious conversation with him. The man took the cigarette out of his mouth and told him to continue. The guy opened his mouth and asked about how he got the sun shooter. The main character froze with his mouth closed when there was no answer. From the black phone came a question about what kind of shooting at the sun it was. Zhu looked away and clarified that it was not he who asked him to give it to him. The man in the white shirt put his hand on his leg and replied that he was absolutely not interested in cultivation, so he had nowhere to get such a thing. The guy in the black t-shirt exhaled, holding the phone in front of him, and realized that he had not thought about it. The main character looked up thoughtfully, wondering why Anne said it was from her father, and decided that everything was somehow confusing. The man in the shirt opened his mouth and assumed that she had decided to give him a gift. Looking at the snow-white ceiling in the room, the guy replied that he understood. The man in the white shirt blushed with anger as he held the phone in front of him. Touching his hand to the cigarette, he said that he would find out something for this brat. The guy looked at the ceiling, thinking that Dad had a good opinion of the Yin family. He put his hands behind his head and remembered that Anne first provoked him at school, and then he almost failed the exam because of her older brother, who is the commander. The main character looked at the computer and concluded that ultimately she decides to give him such a rare technique. The guy closed one eye and decided that it would be stupid to cultivate using this method until everything became clearer. Then he closed both eyes. The heart with the vessels extending from it was surrounded by darkness. Sweat appeared on the guy's face. He was in the thick water, and huge hands were reaching out to him from all sides when he thought about what was happening. Long, sharp nails touched his neck and face. The outlines of dark hands appeared before his eyes when the guy decided that this was definitely not anemia. The sun was shining through the window, and the main character emptied his stomach. He raised his hand to his face and exhaled. The guy squeezed the white cloth with his hand and exclaimed that he was sure that this demon Jing was to blame for everything. He was standing in his underwear, with his hands resting on the sink, when he decided that this couldn't go on any longer and that he needed to figure something out urgently. Zhu remembered a gray-haired man with red eyes who said that he had another very interesting method. A box appeared in his hand. The guy looked at the object in his hand and thought about whether his health problems could be solved with the help of this thing. In his hands was a book with glowing hieroglyphs. The main character opened his eyes wide when he realized what it was. An aura appeared above the golden symbols. The guy's gaze turned downwards. He was sitting cross-legged in front of a book when he learned about the connection between Kai energy and the magnetic field of the human body. The main character then crossed his arms and said that this was indeed like an introduction to the cultivation method. Zhu's expression darkened as his stomach began to make sounds. He lay down, put his hands behind his head and thought that he had not noticed that he had been reading for so long. The guy stood on the floor near the blood and decided that he needed to eat. There was a bowl of broth on the table and a shell lay next to it. The main character put his hand on his stomach, exhaled and said that he felt good. He looked up and thought that he would now continue reading. Zhu touched his face with his hand and realized that he did not remember at what point he stopped. Leaning on the back of the chair, the guy looked forward with clear eyes and decided that he would read it again. He sat on the bed with his head down. Sweat appeared on his face as he looked at what he was holding in his hands and thought that this was some kind of devilry. The guy was holding a book with glowing symbols in both hands when he realized that he felt as if he was seeing it for the first time. The main character looked down at the book and thought that even if he had a bad memory, he could not immediately forget everything. His finger touched the surface of the book as he said that between the Kai energy and the magnetic field of the human body. Suddenly the guy stopped and wondered if he had turned off the light in the kitchen. He put his finger to his chin and continued to think about whether he had turned it off or not. Zhu opened his mouth and eyes wide as he remembered. The guy lowered his head to the book and realized that he had again forgotten absolutely everything he had just read. He took a deep breath. One of his eyes flashed red as the main character began reading the book again. His finger hovered over a page of glowing symbols. Suddenly his vision blurred. Zhu covered his face with his hand, smiled nervously and said that he was concentrating as hard as he could, but still somehow managed to get distracted. He opened his eyes wide and thought that what was even stranger was that everything he had read flew out of his head if he was distracted for even a second. The main character put his hands on his feet. His eye sparkled as he exclaimed that he would not give up so easily. The guy sat down at the computer desk and began copying out the contents of the book. His hand with the pen hovered over the sheet of paper when he said that he took the pen and immediately forgot. He picked up the phone. When Zhu pointed the device's camera at the book, he realized that the camera did not recognize the text. The guy raised his fist to his face and decided that this thing was really very strange. He opened his mouth slightly and touched his chin with a finger as he thought about the fact that if he left her somewhere far, far away, would he be able to get rid of these nightmares and sleep paralysis? The music started playing when the guy's phone received a call. The main character picked up the device when he noticed that the number was not displayed. The man in the coat looked at the big screen, turned to Zhu and asked if he had already decided which university he would go to. The guy in the black t-shirt opened his mouth and replied that he hadn't decided, because he was just addicted to the game and thought that he had completely forgotten that the results were being announced today. Lee put his hand in his trouser pocket and asked the main character if he would like to go to the same university as him. It was written on the screen that the first place was taken by Lai, and the second place was given to Zhu when the guy asked which university they were talking about. The guy with the earphone in his ear replied that he was talking about Xian. The main character, sitting on a chair and holding a phone in his hands, repeated the name of the university. He imagined a night city with numerous high-rise buildings and said that he had heard that Xian had recently discovered an interdimensional region and interesting creatures, and agreed that this was a really good choice. Zhu's face turned blue and sweat appeared as he remembered something. He thought about his future brother and sister and summarized that Xiang was in Loyang, which is the Yin family's sphere of influence. The guy was sitting on the sofa and holding the phone in his hands. His character in the game was running from an enemy flying after him. A monster with glowing eyes and wings hissed at him. The character turned around and created a magic sphere. The flying enemy dodged the blow. He then swiftly cut the player in two. The main character put his hand on his head and said that he should have made significant progress, but for some reason there are still problems with flying ants with silver wings. Zhu looked up. There were bruises under his eyes. He wondered how he could defeat an opponent who had enormous speed and could fly. At that moment, someone knocked on the front door. A tired guy in a black t-shirt opened the door and asked who was there. A guy in a coat and a white shirt stood in front of him. The main character held the doorknob with his hand and looked at Lee, who was standing opposite. The guy in the coat walked into the apartment saying that he was sorry for disturbing him, and Zhu thought that he had not invited him to enter. Two guys were walking around the room past bags of garbage when the main character asked Lee why he came, because he said that he needed time to think about entering this university. The guy in the black t-shirt was handed sheets of paper and told to read. He began leafing through the documents he had received and asked what they were. Lee looked him in the face and replied that this was Sunset's secret data. The guy in the coat pointed his finger at one of the sheets and told Zhu standing opposite him to look there carefully. There was a circle drawn with something inside, and it was written that dimensional beings in the form of internal organs had been discovered in the interdimensional region. Lee looked his interlocutor in the eye and exclaimed that similar creatures were appearing in Sunset's newly opened interdimensional region, and the guy in the t-shirt asked him what he wanted from it. This question fell like a stone on the head of the guy in the coat. Lee glowed with anger and asked him if he understood how unique this pet companion was, because if you take, for example, a heart that is destroyed, then this creature can immediately become its replacement. That is, it is tantamount to a second life. Then the guy in the coat asked his interlocutor if he could imagine how many people dream of such a thing, because such companion pets are much less common. Zhu raised his hand to his face, pretended to be surprised, and replied that these were really useful creatures, and Lai clarified whether he understood exactly. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. He closed his eyes and thought that, of course, he understands everything, but he simply does not have the strength to be surprised. Li introduced the city's high-rise buildings and said that this area is under the influence of sunsets, so it is obvious that only students from this university can go there, and that if this information is officially released, the best students from all over the world will rush there. The guy in the coat was sitting on the sofa when he raised his hand and added that the selection was limited. The main character raised his hand to his chin and thought. He opened his eyes wide and said that he had decided that he was entering Xiong, and mentally added that he would just need to avoid it. Lai looked at Zhu and exclaimed that he heard that the Yin family was also enrolling there, and sweat appeared on the face of the guy in the black t-shirt. The guy in the coat opened his mouth slightly and asked the main character if he was scared. The main character closed his eyes and asked what he should be afraid of. His fingers touched the phone display as he asked Li to wait a minute and said that he would now write a statement. The guy in the coat stood opposite him and asked why he was waiting. There was a sports car parked in front of Zhu's house, and Lai added that the guy should pack his things quickly because he would immediately go with him to Loyang. Slender fingers pressed the keys when someone said that they had received recordings from surveillance cameras. A man in black glasses ordered a girl sitting next to him wearing the same glasses to turn on the recording from Xiangjun Street. These two were looking at the screen, which showed a guy in a white jacket. The image was reflected on the glass of the glasses. Then the voice said that this guy had definitely been in contact with Jing, followed by an order to find him. There was chaos in the world. Everything was blown away by the wind and tornado. All the houses were collapsing, and cars were trying to leave as quickly as possible. One of the cars began to drive incredibly fast across the bridge, creating dust. Zhu sat in the car and looked out the window. The guy began to talk about how the road takes twice as long due to the fact that you need to go around these interdimensional zones. Zhu raised his head to his hand and, looking forward with a calm gaze, began to say that now he could not advance in the game, so for the guy every attempt was a waste of blood. Zhu didn't know what to do if he couldn't play. Zhu began to carefully look at Xuan, who looked at the floor and said nothing. Zhu raised his hand to his head and, closing his eyes, began to think about something. Zhu began to raise his hand high, clenching it into a fist and looking carefully forward. Zhu began to look pleadingly and thoughtfully into the distance, thinking that if he began to experience sleep paralysis while he was sleeping in the car, he might get into trouble. Zhu closed his eyes and raised his hand to one eye. Not understanding why he felt so bad, the guy decided that it might be a fever. Zhu remembered Jin, who looked confidently at the guy and told him that the body is the main thing to conquer a girl. Zhu looked up and thought for a moment and decided that he needed to take care of his health, so he would try to play games more moderately. Zhu clenched his hands into fists and began to rage at the damn Jin. Jin looked into the distance and smiled, holding something in his hands. Zhu covered his eyes with his hand and, closing them, began to say that he would definitely beat this man when he became stronger. Zhu began to open his eyes wide and look into the distance through his hands. Zhu hid his hands in his pockets and, looking to the side with a surprised look, began to say that he had a strange feeling. Zhao's hand began to feel for something in his pocket. Zhu began to look in fear at the thing he took out of his pocket. This thing was glowing. In Zhao's hands was the Lost Sutra of Immortality. Zhu began to look at the driver and Xuan, saying that the driver should watch the road, and Xuan was meditating, so Zhu began to think that they would all not pay attention to him. Zhu began to apply the Sutra of Immortality to his chest and, looking at Xuan, began to say that there was nothing wrong with this and besides, the guy had nothing to do. The car was driving along the bridge, and Zhu decided to just pass the time on the road. The sutra began to be divided into many parts in which a lot of things were written. The glass began to break into a multitude of things. The bright power began to be directed towards the golden Zhaon and go straight to his heart. Ashes began to fly in different directions. Zhu's hand began to touch the ashes that were flying near his hand. Zhu began to calmly look forward without saying anything. Zhu began to look at his hand, realizing that the Lost Sutra of Immortality had disappeared. Zhu closed his eyes and raised his hands to his mouth and began to think that this was a dream. Zhu began to find himself in a place full of letters. Zhao's surprised eyes began to look at it all. The guy was glad that he was able to read it completely. Golden magic began to fly in different directions. The magic began to gather into a huge lump. Zhu began to point his finger at the phone, turning on the spiritual power skill. Zhu closed his eyes and raised his hand a little, gathering all the power that was flying towards him. Zhu began to incomprehensibly look at the palm from which golden ash was coming. The guy closed his eyes and realized that the panel had changed and he would no longer be able to use meditation through suffering. Zhu began to carefully look at the phone screen. The guy became interested in what kind of technique it was, which is called the Lost Sutra of Immortality. The phone screen began to show a strength that was equal to 10. For the guy, it was interesting that he was able to overcome the limit of 9 points set for the mortal class. Zhu closed his eyes and with a smile on his face began to think about how he had become stronger. The guy felt very sorry for Jin, who had become weaker than him. The gates began to open and a car began to drive into the huge house. Xuan got out of the car with Zhu. Xuan began to tell the guy that he would sort everything out and they would stay here until classes started. Zhu began to nod to the guy. Zhu stood behind the huge house and, looking at Xuan, began to smile and say that he was indeed a rich man. Zhu was sitting on the sofa and saw Xuan approaching him with drinks. Zhu began to ask the guy that he lives alone and does not have a single maid. Zhu began to draw his hand, taking the drink and listening to Xuan, who told the guy that he did not have a single maid. Zhu began to bring the drink to his mouth and, looking at Xuan, said to himself that it was hard to believe that the spoiled Xuan himself cleaned such a huge house. Xuan's voice began to be heard in the house. Xuan began to put the phone to his ear and talk about preparing all the best for him in the new hotel. The guy laughed because someone had dressed up and he would arrive right away. Zhu began to calmly look at Xuan, to whom he told into the phone that he would come right away. Zhu began to bring the drink to his mouth and, closing his eyes, began to ask Xuan if he was tired of pretending. Xuan began to straighten his tie and, smiling, began to tell Zhu that if his older brother wanted to see him like this, then he would play along. Voices began to be heard from the house as Xuan began to tell Zhu to rest after such a long trip. Zhu entered the room holding his jacket in his hands. Zhou's hand began to drop the jacket. Zhu stood up and began swinging his fists to the side. Zhu's fist began to evaporate power. Zhu looked carefully at his fist and told himself that the titanium fist had a very large amplitude of movement and it was very difficult to apply force as much as with an inch punch. Golden magic flew at the fly. Zhu tried to use it on flying ants with silver wings, but they dodged very easily. Zhu folded his arms across his chest and began to look to the side with a sad look, saying that it turns out that he needed to use other techniques to win. Zhu's surprised gaze began to recall the skeleton's palms. Zhu's hand began to emit steam. Zhu stood in the room and, looking at his hand, began to say that this technique was of a very low rank and the guy did not know whether it would be useful. Zhu stood up again and put his hand forward, opening his mouth wide and shouting loudly. A fast wind began to flow in the room, which carried everything away. It was Zhu's magic. Zhu with an ordinary look began to look at this power and say that delivering this blow takes very little time and this is unexpected since the skeleton's palm combines very well with an inch blow. Zhu stood up, channeling the force. The chandelier began to shake in different directions from such force. Zhu went down to the floor and, out of fatigue, began to look at the floor, saying that this is a first level technique, but for some reason it takes a lot of spiritual power. Zhu's hand began to reach into his pocket. The guy decided to try it all in the game. Zhu's finger began to press the phone. The virtual player began to look forward, with a confident smile on his face. The virtual player was sitting on a wild mutant ant. The monster did not like the fact that the boy was sitting on it. The virtual player began to jump on the ant, saying that his spiritual strength was almost zero due to training. The virtual player began to jump in different directions on the mutant ant. The player's face began to radiate fatigue. The guy realized that his strength had recovered a little and the Lost Sutra of Immortality really accelerates the restoration of vitality. The player jumped high and unleashed a huge burst of force on the ant. It was an inch-long blow from the skeleton's palm. The virtual player's power began to explode around the mutant. The virtual player began to look at the system window, which talked about improvements and skills. The guy was shocked that his skill had become level 10. Zhu hid his hand behind his neck and with a worried look began to say that energy consumption was also 5 and the strength of this skill could well be compared to a titan's fist. Zhu's finger began to point at the button on which the skeleton was drawn. The guy said that the ant had too little strength, so he needed to try it on the skeleton general. The virtual player began to slowly move to another world. Zhu began to forget that the game would start again only if the killed boss was reborn. Many skeletons began to appear near the player. The guy began to look at them with a smile on his face. Zhu's hands began to move to the phone. Zhu's eyes spoke of confidence. The guy replied that he would gradually be able to get used to the way he attacks the skeleton general. The player quickly hit the skeletons. The player used force on the skeletons, talking about the ashen palm. One of the skeletons turned back to see what was happening. There was a huge explosion between the skeletons, which was caused by the virtual player Zhu. Someone's female foot began to enter the room. The girl stood next to Zhu and told him to get up. Zhu began to rub his eyes with his hand, looking at the girl. The girl looked at the guy carefully, without saying anything to him. Zhu sat on the bed and asked the girl standing next to him who she was. The girl began to straighten her hair behind her ears and in a surprised voice asked Zhu why only he was here and where Xuan was. The guy began to tell the girl that he had left. The girl closed her eyes in anger and began to tell herself that he was probably fooling around somewhere again. She didn't like that Xuan always hides when she comes on business. The girl began to move away, and Zhu began to look at her in surprise, wondering who she was. The girl stopped abruptly. The girl began to take Zhu's hand and tell him that she hoped that he would also be useful for something. Zhu followed the girl, who took his hand and, with a calm face, began to shout to her. Zhu stopped abruptly and began to angrily tell the girl to let go of her hand, since the guy didn't even know her. The girl began to poke the frightened guy in the chest and tell him that if he was Xuan's friend, would he agree to help his sister? The guy was shocked that the girl was his sister. Zhu began to look forward confidently, saying that Xuan had helped him a lot and would certainly not hurt to pay him. Zhu put his hand to his neck and closed his eyes. The guy sighed and began asking the girl why she wouldn't just let him play. Xuan's sister began to angrily ask Zhao what he was muttering there. The guy began to tell the girl that he did not say anything. Zhu stood in his shorts and tells the girl that first he needs to get ready before going out. Weiyang began to feel embarrassed and lowered her eyes and told the guy to do it quickly. A beautiful city, it was the University of Xi'an, an arena for pet companions. The motorcycle tire fell into place. Zhu was sitting on a motorcycle driven by Weiyang. The girl began to answer the guy that they had arrived. Two girls began to approach the guy and the girl, who were glad that Weiyang had arrived. Weiyang began to calmly look at the girls and tell them not to worry and just stand on the sidelines, doing nothing. Weiyang began to look at Zhao, who was holding the phone in his hand and just looking at it. A group of people stood in a cluster next to Zhu. Someone from the building began to ask a question about the fact that the girl's brother had not arrived yet. A guy with curls stood with a girl in his arms and said that he was a coward. Weiyang came forward from her crowd and began to tell the guy that she was enough here alone. Xuan's sister began to confidently look at the guy and shout to him that if they fought together with a mutant war horse, why doesn't he want to take his egg for himself? The girl was hiding behind a curly-haired guy who told Weiyang that he had dealt the fatal blow. The guy came close to Weiyang and began to tell her that there was no point in these conversations and they decided that they would fight and the winner would take the egg. The guy began to invite the girl to start, since he had other things to do. Weiyang began to confidently look at Gao Yang and tell him that he thought she could not beat him. Weiyang began to look towards Gao and tell him that she was in the 4th year and he was in the 2nd, so she had more advantages and the girl's victory would not be fair. Gao began to smile slyly. Someone else began to come to them. Weiyang began to look carefully and with interest to see who it was. Another person began to enter the room. Gao began to tell the girl that a classmate would fight with her. The guy who entered the room began to look confidently at the girl, holding a toothpick in his teeth. Weiyang began to look at the guy in fear, recognizing him. Zhu began to look at the guy with interest, thinking about what was wrong with this guy and why he had such an angry expression on his face. Weiyang stood opposite the guy. The guy began to show the girl with his palm that she could attack. Weiyang began to direct all her power to herself and look carefully at the guy. There was a huge flame around the girl. Weiyang confidently looked at the guy through the flames, telling him to prepare for battle. Weiyang's pink-haired friend clenches her fist and shouts at her that she doesn't need to fight Diane and that they don't need that egg. The hero stands with his hands in the pockets of his sweatshirt. Sweat appears on his face. He asks what kind of person this Diane is. Weiyang's blue-haired friend folds her hands to her chest and looks at MC with concern and worry, saying that Diane is called a demon. Shadow Diane towers over the man lying in his pool of blood. The blue-haired one says that she heard that on his first day he beat up a 4th-year student who wanted to mock him. A light of realization appears behind MC and he asks if Diane is really that strong. Weiyang stands in a stream of pink energy, clenching her fists. The hero thinks that he doesn't know if she can cope with Diane. The view shifts to Gao, who is huddled up with his blonde girlfriend, and he asks if Weiyang was scared when she saw Diane. Weiyang bounces off the ground and quickly swings his leg into a jumping kick at Diane, shouting that Gao should stop talking nonsense. Diane tilts his head and the blow lands on his neck, but no discomfort is visible on his face, as if he did not feel the blow. Smoke begins to flow from the impact site. Weiyang understands in horror and says that Diane has incredibly strong defense. Weiyang bounces away from Diane, doing a somersault in the air and landing on the ground, thinking that Diane will not be able to withstand her next blow. She lifts her leg in the run and shouts a super acceleration move. She strikes Diane with dozens of quick blows, but he doesn't even notice them. Weiyang swings for another kick. Diane catches her leg a few centimeters before his head. His face becomes serious. Weiyang's face is blurred. Fear is visible on her face. Diane, with great force, slams Weiyang into the ground. Weiyang, exhausted, lies on the ground, and for Diane it was like just turning her hand. Diane's face is in shadow. He looms over Weiyang, who tries to clear her throat and says that she is not his opponent. Weiyang's forehead is bleeding, trying to say that she hasn't given up yet. But Diane kicks her, causing her to fly into the air. There is enormous pressure hanging around Diane. He asks with a grin if she still wants to fight. Yong's friends, with faces blue with fear, shout that they don't need the egg, that they don't need it. Close up of the girl huddling close to Gao, she says, turning to Yong, that they themselves said that they did not need the egg. Yong stands up, shaking, holding his hand. She screams that she will continue while her entire face is covered in blood. Diane again slams her palm into the ground, taking her by the head. The Diane strike is so powerful that energy waves emanate from them. He turns around and starts to leave, saying that Yong has lost. But she tries to get up again, leaning on her knee, just quietly saying that she wants to continue fighting. This infuriates Diane, and he, with rage in his eyes, turns around and prepares to strike. The hero jumps from his seat and runs to Yong, asking himself what she is trying to achieve with this. MC blocks Diane's blow, and energy begins to rage from the clash of their powers. Diane raises one eyebrow in confusion and asks the hero who he is. The hero, with a calm face, replies that he is Ju Wen and that starting this year he will begin his studies at Ziyang University. Gao stands with his hands folded next to his blonde friend and sarcastically remarks that their newcomer wants to heroically save the beauty and jokingly wishes him success. Yong stands behind Ju, holding his stomach, asking what the hero forgot here, and tells him that it is dangerous here and that he needs to leave immediately. The hero, without saying anything, looks back at her with a serious face. The hero approaches Yong and takes her by the waist. He lifts the girl onto his shoulder and begins to carry her out of the arena. He says that he thinks that he needs to be taken out of the arena and that it is time for her to rest, and she resists, screaming for him to let her go. Yong approaches her friends, and they look at her with concern and take her hands. They ask if she is okay, and she, with a trembling voice, answers that yes, everything is okay. The girl looks back at the arena, sweat dripping from her cheek. The hero stands opposite Diane, clenching his hands into a fist. He says that there is no need for them to fight at full strength and that no one is able to take responsibility for what might happen. This proposal surprises Diane, who stands with his hands folded on his chest, and he asks how the hero wants to fight them. The hero, enveloped in flames from his golden energy, raises his hand, showing 3 fingers, and says that he wants a fight in 3 steps, the essence of which is that if Diane allows him to strike 1 blow and retreats less than 3 steps, then the hero admits his defeat. Diane's body begins to glow with murderous red energy, saying that the hero needs to hit quickly and not waste his time. The hero raises his fist and it begins to glow with golden energy. He warns that his blow can be quite strong and that Diane needs to keep this in mind. Gao's girlfriend clings to him anxiously, their faces hidden in the shadows. She asks, with a nervous laugh, why Diane agreed so easily. She raises her hand to her chin, thoughtfully repeating the conditions that if he moves, he will lose. Gao, with a satisfied, confident smile, distracts the girl from her thoughts by asking her if she thinks that Diane is at a disadvantage. In a close-up of Gao, he tells the girl that she needs to calm down because Diane received his spiritual power skill from the Neil Porcupine Crystal. Diane is enveloped in a red energy vine. He stands in a half-turn and Gao continues to explain that his body is stronger than steel. Diane took a stance, preparing to take the hero's blow, and behind him a porcupine monster rises. Gao continues, saying that in addition to all this, his body has a terrifying ability to repel attacks on an opponent, and this skill has already been pumped up to the 9th level, and the last one who is sure Diane also challenged and lost his hand. Gao stands with an evil grin. Behind him is his vision of a man losing his hand. He thinks that if Shu thinks he chose a successful tactic, then he is interrupted, looking at Shu's blow. MC flies at Diane at full speed and with a fist full of energy. His hand is a close-up. Gao ends his thoughts with the words that the hero will be greatly disappointed. The hero completes the blow by punching Diane in the solar plexus. The blow to Diane's face began to sweat, and he clenched his teeth in pain. The hero's hand that hits Diane in the chest. An incredibly strong explosion occurs from the hero's blow, and debris begins to fly off from the arena. Diane finds himself thrown back several meters by the hero's blow. He brakes with force with his foot. The steam settles after the impact, and it is clear that Diane was thrown several meters away from the impact. Yong looks at what happened with incomprehension, holding his stomach. Diane looks around, realizing how far he flew from the blow. The hero, with his hand covered in blood, looks at Diane with a serious face and says that it was Diane who allowed him to win. Diane sighs, raises his head, looking at the hero, and says that he admits defeat. View of the empty stands, and the hero says that since he lost, he must pay. Gao approaches the hero, stretching his neck, and says that he will arrange for the egg to be delivered. Gao's girlfriend shouts at him indignantly, asking why he is giving away the egg, which causes Gao to turn on her. Blonde and close up, she screams asking why they should give up the egg and says that the consent of all team members is needed, but she did not give hers and that the agreement is invalid. Gao comes up and gives her a loud slap. His face is serious, dissatisfaction is visible on it, and he tells her that a loss is a loss, and he, Gao Yang, always keeps his word. Gao walks past Ju and repeats his name, making it clear that he remembers it. He passes by Diane, who looks towards the hero and says, clearly, that he remembers him. Everyone left the arena and only MC and Wayang remained with their girlfriends. The girls abruptly turn their attention to Ju, telling him how cool it was and asking if all the graduates from their year are so strong and asking what the name of the move he used was. Wayne, holding his hand, awkwardly addresses the hero. The hero's hand is a close-up. It is all covered with abrasions and blood. Wayne draws the hero's attention to his hand. The hero raised his hand, examining it, and says that it is just a minor wound, that the bleeding will stop and everything will be fine. Wayne's fair face with a slight blush, the hero turns to her, saying that she needs to get to the first aid station as soon as possible, to which the girl agrees. The hero takes the girl and lifts her, throwing her over his shoulder. The girl sighs sympathetically, saying that it turns out Xuan has such friends. Entrance to the hero's house. The hero walks around his house, playing on the phone, and says that he didn't expect it to take so long. A close-up of the hero's hands holding the phone, he thinks that he can finally play. Xuan appears in the passage. A lonely tear begins to flow from the hero's eye, from the understanding that he will not be able to play now. The hero turns to stone with uncertainty and says that they need to talk calmly first and that the door was broken by his older sister, and the phone didn't even have time to warm up. Xuan takes the hero by the shoulder. Xuan joyfully looks into the hero's eyes and asks if he still remembers about the interdimensional zone that Xuan told him about, in which creatures in the form of internal organs were discovered. Close-up of Xuan's face, he asks with a satisfied smile if the hero would like to go there with him. Window, MC asks Xuan, repeating his question, if he wants to go take a look. He stands holding his phone and playing with it and says that as far as he remembers, they can't enter that area before the training begins. Xuan smiles, he chuckles. As he straightens his tie, he speaks, asking if he has forgotten who he is, and says that it would be easy to get him there. He stands, illuminated by his pride, looking at the hero, but he plays on the phone without being distracted. He points at his phone, he has a menu open. Xuan approaches the hero point blank, asking if he could react in some way, to which the MC, without taking his eyes off the screen, replies that Xuan is magnificent. A vein bulges on the blue-haired man's face. He says that he doesn't feel sincerity. They go in different directions, and Xuan says that they need to go to bed because they have to get up early tomorrow, to which Xu hums in response. MC walks without looking up from the phone screen. A menu is open on the phone where he looks at the list of his pets. MC calls out to his friend, calling his name, to which he turns around with a questioning expression on his face. Distant shot, the heroes are standing opposite each other. Zhu asks what it takes to get a pet from a legendary level egg, to which a friend asks if Zhu wants to breed a skeleton general. He, in an instructive manner, raises his index finger and says that he advises well think before you do it. The egg is engulfed in flames. Behind it is a skeleton skull, black Xuan armor. He says that the hero must have more than 10 points of spiritual power. A man inside an energy sphere, various waves emanate from him. The blue-haired man continues to explain, saying that if spiritual strength is not enough, then blood and body will replace it, and that this often leads to serious injuries and even disability. Close-up of MC's face, he asks again if it's common and asks if that means there are exceptions. The hero's friend, crossing his arms over his chest, says with a smug smile that he is the exception, that his natural invulnerability and high regeneration allow him to quickly restore his vitality. Therefore, he can take out several creatures of the legendary level without consequences. He changed his face and became more gloomy, noting that if the difference is too big, he won't succeed either and that Zhu had better leave this idea, but if he is not afraid of death, then he can proceed. MC lies on the bed, holding the egg above him, looking at it, and thinks out loud that in the game he is not afraid to die. Close up of the egg in his hand, MC suddenly has an epiphany. He realizes that this egg is real. He takes the phone in his hands. Sitting down on the bed, he realizes that since this phone uses real objects to create dungeons, the phone's flash turns on. The egg begins to digitize, being transferred to the hero's phone. A system window with a description of the egg. A description of the egg is written in it. The purpose of the egg with the skeleton general is to protect the city. Its strength is 15 points, speed is 13, physical characteristics are 16, and spiritual strength is 18. The skill of spiritual strength is an armor-piercing spear of the 3rd level. The hero has there are 2 options for interacting with an egg, hatching and fusion. Zhu is surprised that even all the qualities are immediately identified, but he does not understand what fusion is. He presses the merge button and confirms the merge, saying accept. The game avatar stands in front of the system window, in which it is written that a powerful mutant ant was found in the inventory and compatibility is 47%. The hero is asked to start merging. He presses the yes button. Red energy flies into the egg against a cosmic background. Zhu scratches his face, thinking that perhaps his spiritual powers are not enough to breed a skeleton general, but he still decides to see what happens to the ant when merging with a legendary level egg. All the forces fly into the red ant, burning like fire. The hero says that it is difficult for him to predict the result, but he is interrupted by the sound of the completion of the merger. MC looks at what is happening in surprise, realizing that he succeeded. The bone ant is a mutant. Above it is a system window with a description that its strength is now 10 points, speed 9, physical attributes 10 and spiritual strength 9. The innate skill is a bone spike of the 10th level, and the form remains combat bracers. MC sits on the bed, continuing to continuously look at his phone. He speaks with some regret, noticing that the ant remained mortal, even after merging with the legendary skill, but his strength and physical data values rose to 10 and a new skill appeared. What is wrong badly? The game avatar looks at the approaching winged ant, thinking that this time he will definitely be able to win. A winged ant flies towards him at high speed. He summons the bone ant, telling it to hold off the winged one. The bone one raises its paws and hits the floor with lethal force. A bone spike jumps out of the ground in the path of the winged one, but he notices it and dodges it. He dodges a dozen popping spikes, quickly flying between them. Flying ant between the thorns close up. He flies straight towards the hero, ignoring the spikes. He dodges another spike that pops out. MC begins to charge his fist to hit the ant, who was distracted by the thorn, shouting that he was caught. Close up of the ant's wings, some kind of energy appears around them. Ju hits the ant, but it suddenly disappears. The ant cuts the hero into two parts with a swift blow, and he does not even have time to realize anything. The game goes out. MC stares blankly at his phone screen, wondering what just happened. Ju, amidst the memory of his death in the game, wonders if it was just a flight-based spiritual power skill. There is a view of a large luxurious country house. The hero stares at one point with an alarmed look, cold sweat running down his face. He looks at Lee, who is standing next to a giant white saber-toothed tiger and petting it. The hero fearfully tries to avoid riding on the animal. Lee puts his head on the tiger with a smile and calls him handsome. The animal has blue eyes and white fur with stripes. Giant fangs protrude from its mouth. Lee says that this is the legendary white tiger with jade eyes. He had to sweat to bring it out. The hero strokes the animal's face with fear, which, in turn, closes its eyes with pleasure. He says that such a trip will definitely attract a lot of attention, in which case the performance in front of older brother Lai will have to be stopped. Lai saddles the tiger. He tells Shu, who is looking at him from the ground, that he is not going to endure being beaten in silence. He winks with a smile and says that he will never give up what he deserves. In response, the hero says with a smile that he is ready to go. The tiger quickly begins to move into the distance with the guys on its back. They quickly gallop around the city. Ju, with an alarmed look, does not understand why he couldn't just go by car. A tiger's tail flashes behind him. There is a view of the city with tall buildings. The pass is applied to the access mechanism and an approving green light lights up. A man in military uniform says that you can pass through. From a high building there is a view of the city at night, illuminated by bright lights. The guys look out of the panoramic glass window of the elevator at the city. A long transparent glass pipe stretches far down. They say that the capital Loyang, which united 13 ancient cities, fell under the influence of a spatial storm. The entire area subsided greatly and found itself connected with an unknown underground world. The view of the giant stone statue of Buddha opens up, because now the capital Loyang is called the underground city of Buddha. The iron door opens with a squeak. There is a view of a round square, which is illuminated by blue light from like windows on the ground. People are walking everywhere and the shouts of sellers can be heard, luring customers. One guy in a cap talks about beautiful crystals that cannot be cheaper than his. Others invite someone from the crowd to join the team because they are missing one person. The hero is surprised to not understand how the students even managed to set up kiosks in the interdimensional zone. Lee, with a dissatisfied face, says that the military has already cleared the perimeter. Now it's safe near the exit, but they don't sell anything good here. He looks at the hero with a smile and reveals that he has a card that the military uses, to which Shu is shocked and thinks that he is Doraemon. The loud clatter of shoes is heard. The guys approach a huge hole in the stone wall. They think that they have reached the same underground pond where the lotus of Buddha's heart grows. Ju, with a surprised look, notices something on the ground. Under his foot you can see the sign that he scanned earlier through the app's camera. He takes out his phone and points the camera at the sign, and the app lights up green approvingly. An icon appears called the Underground City of Buddha. The guy understands with confidence that he thought so, that there is a dungeon in the game that duplicates this place. Lee turns to the hero and displeasedly asks him to stop taking photographs and quickly move on, to which he replies in the affirmative, holding the phone in his hands. They walk towards the bright light at the end of the tunnel. The light takes on a greenish color. There is a view of a pond with green water, which illuminates the entire room with it. Everything is strewn with pink lotus on water lilies. The lotus petals glow pink. Lai says that the lotus shape of the Buddha's heart is the heart. The guys stand by the shore with a thoughtful look. Lee understands that they are not so easy to reach, because they are far from the shore, to which the squatting hero suggests that you can simply swim to them. but his comrade tells him that it is impossible to swim. The hero only silently looks back. The entire bottom of the pond is covered with many skeletons. Lee says that water dissolves flesh, so any living creature that falls into it will turn into a skeleton. He puts his hand to his face with a thoughtful look, seemingly having come up with some option to solve the problem. A blue beam flashes sharply between the alarmed guys. A guy with large white wings behind his back floats in the air above a pond and looks at a lotus flower. He confidently declares that he must fly to them. There are 5 yellow dots on the flower in the center. A red flash sharply flies out of the flower towards the guy. He opens his brush, bright, multicolored lines envelop it, and asks the sword to appear. After the impact, a blue and red lotus ray collide in front of his face. The guy continues to fly and throw punches. He hits the lotus flower. The guys watch this from the shore with a thoughtful look. The hero notices that the sword is very fast, to which Lai replies that the Lo family is known precisely for the art of wielding a sword. The guy continues to fly quickly and strike the flower, from which blood is already pouring. He has large, powerful white wings. Lee pays attention to them and says with envy that they look impressive. He himself would definitely try to get a flying pet if he knew about them earlier. With a serious look, he begins to look at his phone and says that they should probably look elsewhere, because there must be other dimensional beings here, to which the alarmed hero replies in the affirmative. Lee, without looking up from his phone, says that this area is particularly anomalous, classified by the military as an unknown danger zone. Ju's face is covered with cold sweat from anxiety. He does not understand the essence of this anomalous zone. Lee points to a red marked area on the map and says that many soldiers died while exploring this area. A view of the ground opens, strewn with the lifeless bodies of people in uniform. Lee says that the soldiers were not attacked, they simply died while they were walking due to organ failure. He looks at the phone and continues to say that for their own safety they should not rush and act rashly. The hero looks at him and makes an affirmative exclamation. The water begins to bubble and glow brighter green. Zhu jumps back to the wall. Lai, with a calm look, is already standing, leaning against it. The top of a white lotus bud appears from the water, along which green water flows. Next, a large Buddha head appears with a red pattern on its forehead, the top of which is that white lotus. The heroes look at this picture with alarm and do not understand what kind of monster is standing in front of them. The monster begins to spin quickly in the water, which creates a lot of splashes that fly in different directions. Law quickly dodges the water. He asks his pet, a large white-winged horse, to hold on a little longer. The horse stands on its hind legs in the air. The monster opens its glowing red eyes. A red beam with a blue flash collides with the girl's pet, piercing it right through. He instantly becomes a skeleton. The guy quickly falls into the water. The heroes look at him in alarm and realize that if he falls, he will be finished. He manages to playfully land with his feet on a water lily. Then he jumps away from her with lightning speed. Lee, with a serious face, realizes that his Ryatsu skill makes it easier to move around, but that doesn't change the fact that he's too far from shore. Lee turns to the hero in surprise, not understanding what he is doing. Zhu dips his red glove into the water. He continues to do this and realizes that the water from the pond was unable to harm his glove. It seems to only affect the flesh. After the glove touches the water, the pond is covered in a bright orange light. Lee watches all this with confusion. The hero looks into the distance and says that he is going to save Law. He continues to bounce off the jug with his feet. He hovers in the air with the emotion of fear on his face. Law sees only water beneath him and realizes with fear that there are no more water lilies. Another red ray shrouded in green water is sent from the lotus flower. The beam quickly rushes towards the guy who is hovering in the air. Waves begin to rise in the pond. An ant, the hero's pet, appears from the water, under Law hanging in the air. There was fear on the guy's face. He covers his face with his hands and falls. An ant rushes next to him. The guy looks at him in surprise. The ant dives under the guy so he can land on him, splashes of green water rising up everywhere. The pet's entire face is covered in water. Law lands on him just in time and cheers. The hero turns to his pet in alarm. He looks at him with bright green eyes. He begins to move sharply, which raises a lot of waves. Law is surprised and tries to stand on it. Many lotus flowers begin to direct their red rays towards the pet. Many rays hit the ant. He quickly rushes through the water to the shore with Law on his back, watched from behind by the same Buddha who was preparing to strike. The ant towers over Zhu, approaching the shore. Splashes of water envelop it. The hero silently looks at him. Law now understands who the hero's pet is. He goes down to the shore and asks the guys' names. The hero says his name. Law bows to him and thanks him for saving him. Zhu smiles shyly in response. Law, connecting his fist with his palm in front of him, confidently calls his name and says that he will definitely repay the hero for his kindness. Zhu turns towards Lai. He exclaims, irritated. He looks at the hero's pet and asks who he is. The hero tells him that it is a bone ant. Lee puts his hand to his face with a thoughtful look and calls the ant cool. The pet's limbs are still in the water because the water from the pond does not corrode the body of the hero's companion since he is already a skeleton. Bloody water also flows down the pet's face, but it, together with the bloody seeds, does not cause any damage to the ant. An idea comes to Lee. He points his finger behind his back and tells the hero that he can kill the flower with the help of his pet. The lotus-shaped monster continues to stand motionless by the water, and it seems to Lee that there is a real treasure hidden inside it. Ju, with a worried look, thinks that it is not like the ordinary mutated Buddha's heart lotus. Perhaps there is a legendary level being hidden within it. He is terrified by the thought that the bone ant will die right now if he makes the wrong choice. The hero extends his hand to return the pet to the form of the glove. The ant takes this form in a whirlwind. Lee scratches the back of his head with a dissatisfied look and says that there is nothing to be afraid of. It's just a pet. If they manage to kill the monster, they will get much more. Ju looks angrily at his comrade and says that he is not a gambler. They go back. Lai walks behind the hero and says that he did not want to anger him. Now he understands that Ju is not as cold-blooded as he wants to seem. The view opens onto a large, bright living room. Lee is sitting on the sofa behind the phone. He says with a dissatisfied expression that the 2 passes have been wasted. Tomorrow the rumors about the giant lotus will spread. I will probably be able to get around many of them. The hero walks past his friend to his room and asks him to send him a copy of the map of the city of Buddha because it might come in handy. Lee says that he will send it without any problems. Ju leaves whistling a song. His comrade follows him with his eyes. It seems to him that the hero is in a good mood. A light shines through a crack under a dark door. The hero runs his finger over the phone, leaving a trail of blood. The lotus icon activates and everything lights up green and blue. Windows appear that indicate that Ju's character is in the dungeon of the underground city of Buddha. In front of him is the same lotus pond. The hero stares at them in shock. He peers into the landscape, but realizes that he does not see the giant lotus. Apparently it is hidden. His pet walks behind him. The hero with a joyful look tells him that they will go there anyway. He only hisses in response. At the same time, outside the game, the monster is still on the water in the pond. He suddenly opens his red eyes. 3 guys are approaching the pond. A pet is flying behind them, which is a large golden colored bird. The guys are talking about the fact that in front of them is the lotus of the heart of Buddha, from which something valuable will definitely fall out. The guy in the hat turns to his friend who is walking ahead. He says that he is very careful if he immediately called on his most powerful pet, the golden-eyed eagle. The pet owner adjusts his glasses with his index finger with a smile on his face. The eagle hovers over the monster, striking. Its owner shouts that he can destroy the monster. Immediately after this, the lotus on the water was cut into 2 halves and sprinkled with blood. At the same moment, the protagonist struck with his blade directly in front of him, repelling the enemy's attack. The companion monster then suddenly rose into the air, jumping, and headed towards the pink flower. Immediately after this, he struck with his sharp paw and cut him right down to his legs into 2 halves. At the same moment, a blue crystal fell out of it with a loud ringing, and the protagonist, playing on his phone, said that he had cleared so much and finally got at least something. Then Ju walked straight to that very strong crystal and said that this is a crystal with a skill, and it seems like Xuan didn't say anything about such a thing, and what skill of spiritual power falls from the Buddha lotus. Immediately after this, Ju, holding a blue crystal in his hand, imagined a lotus in his head and reasoned that judging by the way the flower was attacking, he could guess that there was some kind of hidden weapon. At the same moment, the protagonist enveloped himself in a huge amount of blue energy, standing still. Then Ju in the real world, sitting in the lotus position, concentrated and enveloped himself in a huge amount of blue energy. Immediately after this, the protagonist, continuing his meditation, said that it was so warm and not at all like the pain from the Titan's fist. At the same moment, his heart, shrouded in blue energy, shuddered sharply from a drop falling into the water, and the system notification window notified that the level 7 heart calming skill had been learned. Then Ju, lost in thought, raised his fist to his mouth and asked what the strengthening skill of spiritual power was. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to meditate, enveloping himself in a huge amount of blue energy, and said that he wanted to see how he acted. At the same moment, Ju, trying to concentrate and enveloping himself in blue energy, reasoned that it seemed to provide nothing other than a feeling of warmth, and it was no wonder that Xuan forgot to even mention this skill. Then the protagonist was suddenly surprised, looking at his phone while a huge blob of red energy was flying straight towards him in the game, which scared him. Immediately after this, Ju looked forward with great surprise and fear and simply remained silent. At the same moment, a huge pink flower suddenly began to appear right out of the water. He then began to climb out of the water, and more of his true self was revealed, until the system notification window announced that it was the Buddha Heart Lotus boss with a bloody pattern. Immediately after this, the protagonist with a smile on his face reasoned that, as he thought, there was this monster in the game too. At the same moment, Ju, pointing his finger forward, loudly shouted for the bone ant to advance, and it hissed loudly and rushed forward. Then the protagonist with a serious look said that they had nothing to fear in the game, and the bone ant looked forward with a menacing look. Immediately after this, the bone ant pushed off the ground with great strength and speed and flew forward with a furious look. At the same moment, the Buddha heart lotus with a bloody pattern created clots of black-red energy next to you. The dungeon boss then suddenly ejected a huge amount of energy from them and destroyed everything in its path. Immediately after this, the bone ant continued to rush forward with a furious look, cutting through the dust raised around it with its paw. At the same moment, the Buddha heart lotus with a bloody pattern immediately began to sink back into the water out of fear. Then the protagonist, observing everything that was happening, asked that he wanted to escape and ordered the bone ant to finish him off, and he rushed with great speed straight to his opponent, who was almost immersed in the water. Immediately after this, the blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus suddenly opened its mouth with a huge number of teeth. At the same moment, he sharply clamped his mouth shut, and a huge amount of blood spilled throughout the area. Then the protagonist, looking at his phone with a disappointed look, reasoned that he had scammed him. Immediately after this, Ju looked away from the same cave and reasoned that since the bone ant was not with him now, he would not be able to enter the pond. At the same moment, the protagonist, raising his hand to his chin, thought, stood still and reasoned that he would appear again anyway, and why not go to the forbidden zone that Like Xuan spoke about. Then Ju abruptly turned back and ran through the cave with a crystalline ceiling, heading towards the exit. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to a forbidden area with the ruins of a Buddhist temple through which water flowed. At the same moment, the protagonist slowly walked along the stone stairs and reasoned that this place was very strange, and he had not met a single monster in the flesh here. Then Ju stopped in his tracks with great surprise, as if he saw something right in front of him. Immediately after this, the protagonist, walking down the stairs a little, looked ahead and said that the restricted area was right in front of him. At the same moment, a huge arch stood right in front of him, indicating that this was the small Buddha temple. Ju then focused his attention on the inscription on the gate and, standing on the ground with both feet, tried to read that it was the small temple. Immediately after this, the protagonist's phone notified that the game was over and he was asking about Buddha. At the same moment, Ju looked at the screen of his smartphone with great surprise and thought that he had died and how it happened. Then the protagonist used his bloody finger to swipe it directly across the screen of his phone. Immediately after this, Ju launched another game, climbed the stairs with quick steps and reasoned that try again. At the same moment, the protagonist continued to run forward, descending the stairs at great speed, until his body suddenly began to twist something unknown, and he stopped in place. Then Ju hissed displeasedly, continuing to hold the phone in his hands, which notified that the game was over. Immediately after this, the protagonist looked at the phone with a scared look, put his hand to his chest and said that when the character died, his inside seemed to twist a little. At the same moment, Ju, thinking and remembering the corpses of the soldiers, reasoned that everything was exactly as Like Xuan said, and there were no external injuries, but the internal organs were failing. Then the protagonist, concentrating, sitting in the Lotus position, said that this was an anomalous zone, and it was not surprising that even the military turned out to be absolutely helpless. Immediately after this, Ju threw his phone directly on the bed and said that it was not important. At the same moment, the protagonist lay down on his bed with his stomach down and reasoned that he would rather go to bed. Then the events of the story are transferred to the morning of the next day when the sun rose over the city. Immediately after this, loud laughter echoed right through the huge luxurious apartment. At the same time, Lai, holding his phone directly in front of him with a joyful face, said that, as expected, the news of the Buddha heart lotus created a lot of noise. The protagonist then brushed his teeth and held the mug with his hands and asked if anything had happened. Immediately after this, Lee looked at the screen of his smartphone with a joyful expression and said that last night, one senior student tried to kill a flower with an aerial attack from his golden-eyed eagle. At the same moment, with a laugh on his face, he imagined how a golden-eyed eagle with singed wings was lying on the ground and said that in the end all his feathers burned out, and this was very funny and he laughed loudly. Then the protagonist, looking to the side, brushed his teeth and reasoned that if he had listened to him yesterday, today they would laugh at them. Immediately after this, Lee looked at the screen of his smartphone and, chuckling, said that, in short, this news simply blew up the university. At the same moment, he scrolled through the comments of different people on his phone with his finger and said that it would soon become even more fun because many would want to try. Then the protagonist, wiping his face, asked that the military was not going to take any action, while Lee stood behind him with a phone in his hands. Immediately after this, Ju, turning to the side and holding a towel around his neck, listened to his friend say that although the flower is quite strong, there will be those among both the military and students who can destroy it. At the same moment, Lee, crossing his arms over his chest, said that since the military had not yet intervened, it would probably continue to be so. Then he continued to say that the Commonwealth has long had clear rules for such situations, and for the military to act, the creature must pose a certain level of danger. A different algorithm is provided only under special circumstances, and imagined in his head a rock of danger against the backdrop of a huge metropolis and fencing tapes. Immediately after this, Lee said that this was an opportunity for them to gain resources while long blue hair fluttered near the front door. At the same moment, a hand in a white glove knocked directly on the front door. Then Lai, turning sharply to the side, said that he could come in, and Ju, having examined him, put his hand in his pocket from which the melody came. Immediately after this, the protagonist, holding the phone in his hand that his father was calling, asked about him. At the same moment, Ju picked up the phone and brought it directly to his ear, starting a conversation. Then his father, standing right in front of the huge panoramic window, with his hand in his pocket, turned to his son and asked if he was enjoying. Immediately after this, the protagonist, continuing to talk on the phone, said that yes and what he needed. At the same moment, his father, with a serious look, closing his eyes and holding the phone to his ear, said that he had business. Then he imagined Yanlin in his head, who was drinking from a mug, and said that his new mother just wanted to meet him and have lunch together. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to talk on the phone with a dissatisfied look and said that everything was so good for him now and he didn't want him to ruin everything. At the same moment, Lai's voice rang right through the luxurious apartment, shouting that they were looking for Ju Wen here, and he said that he was already on his way. Then the protagonist, still talking on the phone, walked forward and said that, in general, he was glad that everything was wonderful with him, but there was no need to bother him, and his father said that he should not disgrace him, and Injing had already volunteered bring him. Immediately after this, Ju seemed to flinch in surprise, asking about Injing and to bring him. At the same moment, the protagonist, slowly removing the phone from his ear, reasoned that he had a bad feeling, and listened to his father say that he didn't even have time to find out where he was. She left in the morning. Then beautiful blue hair fluttered straight in the wind, and the protagonist looked forward with a dissatisfied look. Immediately after this, Anne, with her arms crossed near her stomach, looked forward with a serious look and was suddenly distracted by something. At the same moment, the screams of a dissatisfied Lai were heard right through the luxurious apartment, who said that he was in shock, and it turns out that the man Yanlin was marrying was his father. Then he, raising his hand to his chin, thought and said that he should have guessed, and they have the same surname. And that means he is also connected with the Yin family, while the protagonist, standing next to him, awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Immediately after this, Ju, looking to the side, holding his hand on his neck, said that this only concerned his father, and he had nothing to do with this family. At the same moment, and looked to the side with a clearly dissatisfied look. Then she, closing her eyes, took a step forward and said that the car was outside the gate, we needed to go. Immediately after this, the protagonist, holding his head, simply remained silent with a dissatisfied look. At the same moment, and walked forward with an emotionless face, while Ju said that when he arrived in Loyang, he was going to avoid the Yin family at all costs, and who would have thought that they would show up on their own without an invitation. Then the protagonist suddenly rushed towards his like Xuan, calling him by name, saying that he needed to leave for a while he made an approving gesture. Immediately after this, Juin went outside and walked forward with slow steps. At the same moment, the protagonist, holding a flash drive in his hand, said that his father said that he did not send him anything like that. Then Anne, with a clearly dissatisfied expression on her face, turned back and asked that he probably thought it was fake. Immediately after this, with great disappointment, she quickened her pace and moved forward, saying that it was nice and simply wonderful that he had not trained, and she wanted to harm him while the protagonist stood behind her. At the same moment, Zhu looked forward with a confused expression and reasoned that she was so angry because of this. Then the protagonist, still holding the strange black flash drive in his hand, reasoned that whether this method is real or not no longer matters, and he is using the Lost Sutra of Immortality. Other methods of cultivating spiritual power are no longer available to him. Immediately after this, Anne, standing near a luxury sports car, asked with an arrogant look whether he would get into the car or not. At the same moment, the protagonist got into the car, opening the door while the camera was filming him. Then a person lowered the camera a little lower after recording. Immediately after this, the narrative was transferred to a room on the wall of which there were sheets of information with some information, and someone said, turning to the captain, that they had received the data. At the same moment, a portrait of the protagonist was shown directly on the digital tablet, and a certain voice said that Zhu Wen was a brilliant student and took second place during the testing of the guide school's combat skills. Then the red-haired girl, looking at the digital tablet, said that he was now in Loyang, and no wonder they couldn't find him in guide. Immediately after this, the man standing right in front of him, holding his hands behind his back, said that he seemed to have no connection with Jing Deoxian. At the same moment, a girl with red hair, looking at the tablet, said that, but there is other interesting information. She then continued to say that his father, Zhu Lingfeng, had just recently married a widow from the Yin family and imagined the protagonist with his father in her head. Immediately after this, a man with brown hair and black glasses asked about him with great surprise. At the same moment, he raised his hand to his chin, thinking, and said that this was strange, and how could such a man attract Yanlin? Then he turned around sharply and with a menacing look asked the red-haired girl standing behind him if it was possible that he had become confused with the group that was operating from abroad. Immediately after this, the red-haired girl, looking at her tablet, said that although Zhu Lingfeng reached the legendary level a few years ago, but his age. At the same moment, she continued to say that everyone in this group would mock him and imagined the silhouettes of several strange people. Then she asked with a stupid expression that maybe Yanlin just really liked his cute face. At the same moment, a man with brown hair and black glasses said with a menacing look that this could not be, and she was not like that at all. He then continued to say that when the head of the Yin family died, great changes began, and many wanted to snatch a piece of influence for themselves while they had the opportunity. But in Tianzuo, who was only 13 years old at the time, was able to retain power and imagined red hands in his head stretching towards a tall house. Immediately after this, a man with brown hair asked what he thought, who helped him, and imagined in his head the image of a woman sitting on the sofa in a hat and a red dress. At the same moment, he continued to say that such an incredible woman would never marry a loser, and imagined in his mind the image of Yanlin leaning her head on her hand. Then the man with brown hair, holding his hands behind his back, said that anyway we need to find a way to bring Zhu Wen here, and the girl with red hair obeyed his order. Immediately after this, he sharply turned back and said that the Yin family should not suspect anything either. At the same moment, the narrative of the story moves to a mansion with a beautiful garden in front of it, while a certain voice said that they had arrived and they needed to go out. Then the protagonist got out of a beautiful sports car and looked ahead with a confused look. Immediately after this, Zhu walked directly behind An, who walked confidently towards the huge white mansion and reasoned that she was impressive, and this was what he expected from the Yin family. At the same moment, they both approached his father, who hugged Yanlin standing next to him with one arm and called the protagonist a brat. Yanlin then said in a harmless manner to Zhu Wen that he was finally here and she really wanted to meet him. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves straight to the dining table, on which there was a huge amount of delicious food. At the same moment, Yanlin, carrying the next dish in her hands, said that he should try it, and she cooked it herself. She then put the dish she was holding on the table and continued to say that the shrimp were very fresh and were airlifted this morning, and little Jing loved them the most. Immediately after this, and confirmed her words with a satisfied face, holding chopsticks in her hands, while Lingfeng sat next to her, staring at the newspaper. At the same moment, Yanlin sharply said that Zhu Wen is their guest today, and this is for him, and was very surprised by what she heard. The protagonist then sat at the table with a confused look while a plate of delicious food stood right in front of him. Immediately after this, Zhu, with an even more confused and frightened expression on his face, looked at the angry and sitting right in front of him and simply remained silent. At the same moment, Yanlin leaned closer to the confused protagonist and whispered that he should not pay attention to her, and she wanted to punish her a little for running away from him earlier. Then Zhu, using 2 chopsticks, took a small piece of that same shrimp. Immediately after this, the protagonist puts it in his mouth and begins to chew, reasoning that it is very tasty, but the situation. At the same moment, the protagonist focused his attention on Yanlin, who was looking forward with benevolence, and reasoned that she really wasn't Jing's mother. Then the narrative of the story moves to the night of the same day, when Yanlin, seeing off the protagonist, said that he could stay here and they would only be happy. Immediately after this, Zhu, with a confused expression on his face, said that it was not worth it, and when school began, it would be more convenient to live closer to the university. And he and his friend had very good housing, reasoning that if he stayed here, then Jing would definitely finish him off. At the same moment, Yanlin stretched out her hands in his direction to hold the black something, and said that then he should accept it. Then the protagonist looked down with great surprise and asked what this was all about. Immediately after this, Yanlin, with a benevolent look, continued to hold out that same black something in her hands and said that this card was a pass to his personal room in the Ziyang dormitory. And Lingfeng once said that he liked to live alone, so she decided to prepare such a gift for him and asked him that he wouldn't refuse. At the same moment, Zhu looked forward with a confused expression and reasoned that it was a really useful gift, and if he lived alone, no one would bother him to play games. Then the protagonist, stretching his hands forward, continued to argue that just how does the father know that he needs this? Immediately after this, Zhu, taking the pass card from Yanlin's hands, said that he was grateful to Auntie. At the same moment, Yanlin, straightening her hair and looking lecherous, asked what Auntie was and she looked so old, and told him to call her Mrs. Yanlin. Then the protagonist, with a confused look, holding a pass card in his hand, reasoned that women are really very worried about their age. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the house where the protagonist lives, and he entered it, opening the door, and says that it seems that like Xuan has gone somewhere again. At the same moment, Zhu said with a joyful look that it was great, and he would play as much as he wanted, and he ate deliciously and was full of strength. Then the narrative of the story is transferred to the gaming space, where the protagonist destroyed his opponents right and left, while the system notification window announced that this was a dungeon, the Ant Cave. Immediately after this, Zhu, looking at the orange something that sparkled brightly right in front of his bone ant, said in surprise that an egg fell out again. At the same moment, the system notification window notified that this was the egg of a powerful mutant ant of a deadly level, and showed its characteristics. Then the protagonist looked with great surprise at the description of the egg and reasoned that the characteristics were much better last time. Immediately after this, the flying insect monster rushed forward at great speed, and Zhu sharply tilted down to avoid its strike. At the same moment, the protagonist, very angry, looked forward and said that it was ugly to attack like that. Then Zhu, the insect monster, rushed forward with great speed, flying right around the protagonist, who jumped off the ground and leaving a trail of red energy. Immediately after this, the protagonist dodged each of his opponent's red energy strikes and reasoned that now he must patiently dodge, otherwise he will be killed outright. At the same moment, Zhu rushed with great speed straight towards the insect monster and reasoned that he was getting closer and this was his chance. Then the protagonist repelled the blow of the insect monster, which was rushing right in front of him at great speed, with his hands. Immediately after this, Zhu, with a confused expression on his face and a wound on his cheek, said that it seemed like they needed to find a way to kill him with one blow. At the same moment, the insect monster rushed forward at great speed, leaving behind only a trail of red energy. Then he suddenly disappeared, and the trail of red energy was interrupted, and the protagonist said that he had disappeared. Immediately after this, Zhu shouted that he would activate the armor, and armor appeared on his arm while he reasoned that it was a trick again. At the same moment, the protagonist closed his eyes and concentrated, saying that since he still couldn't follow his movements. Then, right behind him, the insect monster suddenly appeared with a furious look, preparing to strike. Immediately after this, the protagonist directed his armored fist forward with great speed, reasoning that he could only predict where he would end up. At the same moment, Zhu slashed his fist straight at the insect monster with tremendous force. The ant flies towards the hero. Zhu pushed off the ground and jumped. The guy hit the ant with his fist. Waves of blue flame from the insect's body. Powerful blue flash. Smoke from part of an ant's body. The insect, trembling, tries to fly. The guy is surprised that he can still move. He jumped, swung his fist, said, "Let him try this." Many blows to the body, the ant falls. The character sank to the ground, stands opposite the dead monster, takes a breath. Red egg in a cocoon, call. Zhu looks at the screen, happy that he got the egg the first time. The hero stands in front of the screens. Two options are either to bring out a pet or to merge with a bone ant. The hero looks at the blue screen in surprise, thinking that there was some kind of mistake. A black ant with armor and a red ant with wings. If they are both ants, why is the compatibility lower than with the skeleton general before? The hero is opposite the withdraw button. He thought, why not try to breed a legendary level pet from him? He swallowed his saliva nervously, thinking it might affect reality if nothing worked out. Zhu sits on the couch with his phone in his hands, wondering if he should try. He pressed the button with his finger. A character in a game presses a button, ready to take a risk. The hero is in outer space, flying towards a white hole. He was knocked down by an air current and felt the impact on his spiritual powers. Blue rays from a white hole in space. The egg with the pet trembled. The hero's palm is on the floor. The guy sank to the floor, waves of flame coming from his back. Black patterns on his back. He felt as if his back was being torn apart by sharp fangs. He clenched his teeth, beads of sweat running down his face. He started coughing up blood. Blood on the floor. Zhu lies on the floor, raising his head, thinking how much blood there is. He lowered his head powerlessly. In front of him was a phone with a glowing screen. A thin, high-pitched sound was heard from the phone on the floor. There are gold inscriptions on a dark red background. The guy opened his eyes. Hands, he rose to his knees. He bent over, breathing heavily, reached for the phone, thought, it's good that this happened in the game. If he had done this in real life, he would already be dead. He swiped his finger across the screen to enter, leaving a trail of blood. He thought, I wonder what happens if the withdrawal fails. He stood up, wiped his mouth with his hand, held the phone in the other. Probably, in the worst case scenario, the egg simply disappeared. He frowned and looked down. One of the cells on the screen glows. After all, someone has hatched. The character is in the air, descending to the lotus flowers. Thanks to the ant with silver wings, he will finally be able to fly. It's time to deal with the lotus. He stretched his hand forward. A luminous ball appeared and uttered a call. White ball and a pink swirl, lightning. An ant with wings appeared in front of the hero. He was petrified, confused. View of the palace, he shouted loudly, What nonsense. An ant hovers in the air, looking at the screen where its characteristics are written. The hero with a pet in his hand squints, looks at the screen, cannot understand what the initial stage means. Zhu is in the room, looking at his phone, sighing. He was worried if he was too weak for a legendary level creature, although he was pretty good when he tried to kill him. The character took the pet in his hands, looked at him with a smile and said that he was cute. Zhu was surprised to hear a short call. In the hands of the hero there is an ant with wings, his eyes closed. In the red window there is an important notice: quickly feed the pet, he is very hungry. The guy is sitting with his back with a phone in his hands, a drop on his head, worried about what to feed him. I press the button with my finger, a screen with options for what to feed your pet. A bulging vein on the hero's face, embarrassed. This little guy eats only companion pets and eggs with them. In the game, Zhu looks into the ant's eyes with anger, wondering who created him this way and why he can't eat monsters. The little insect began to drool. An ant flies nearby. A guy with a sad face looks at the screen, wondering what to choose. He pressed the button, the bell rang. He decided to give him the egg. There are pink whirlwinds around the glowing pet. The hero thought that this only solves the problem of hunger. Raising it is not so easy. He extended his hand towards him. Whirlwinds of light coming from the pet formed behind the hero's back. Since the ant could not yet fully fight, the guy decided to see what he was capable of in the form of wings. Light becomes wings. He turned his head to see what they looked like. He thought in disappointment, they were so small. He took off, rising above the ground, and thought, since the ant cave was spacious, he could try out his wings here. The hero flies through the rings of light, heading upward. Zhu stares intently at the phone screen. He notes that he is moving quickly. Cave, glowing pink lines are intertwined, and maneuverability is good. The character is in the air, lowers his hands, looks down, but cannot fly higher. The hand is at the chin. I thought, this means that the agility of the king of shaving flight is manifested only at a low altitude. Blue and red ants were crawling below. He thought that now that he could already fly, there was no point in killing them anymore. Flies into the depths of the cave. I decided to continue exploring it. Blue ants with glowing eyes are crawling along the roof of the cave. Zhu tensed, noticing that the cave was narrowing. A large number of ants. The guy stopped and raised his eyebrows. A lot of swarming ants are looking at the hero, he exclaimed. There are too many of them. Eyes closed. Smile. He consoled himself with the fact that now he can fly. Although there are many of them, they will not catch him. With a flash, a huge hand formed from insects in front of Zhu. She caught the hero. Mountain of ants. Rays of light break through the insects. The guy activated his ashen palm. There is a blue flash and the insects fly away. The walls of the cave, a wave of energy destroys the ants. Zhu turned over in the air. He was thrown into another area of the cave. Cracks on a large stone on which ants with wings crawl. The guy was upside down, opened his eyes wide, and thought, this is an anthill. Black ants fly towards him. They surrounded him from all sides. He raised his wounded hand and died. Zhu looks at the phone, put his hand to his chin, frowns. There are so many interesting things in this dungeon. Behind the hero's head is the memory of a small pet in his hands. He thinks, it's a pity that his abilities do not yet allow him to get close to the anthill. He needs to return the baby ant to its previous appearance. The guy put his hand on his stomach and felt hungry. He opened the refrigerator door. Empty shelves sparkle. He looked away and thought that he would have to take a walk. Zhu is walking down the street. At the crossing where the guy passed, there is a sports car. Captain Su is informed that the object had left Lai's house and was heading towards the main street. They asked him to grab him now. A girl with long pink hair paints her lips with lipstick while looking into a small mirror. Zhu walks towards her, legs in stockings. The girl lifted the lower part of her dress. She looks to the side. She is wearing an open pink dress with cutouts. She thinks that the guy will not be able to resist her. Zhu walks, looking ahead. Se looks at him from behind the wall. Almost there, feet in shoes, she stepped out in front of him, standing with difficulty in her heels. The girl fell to the ground, saying how painful it was. Fingers to her chin, tears in her eyes, she looked at him embarrassedly, asking for help. Hands in his jacket pockets, the guy walked past. Sid turned her head, thinking how he could. She clenched her fist, gritted her teeth, and thought how dare he ignore her charm. The girl ran after him. It looked like he needed to use his trump card. The guy walks with his head down, thinking, now he can fly and get to the Lotus Pond much easier. Zhu in profile, lowered his eyes, thinks what else is needed to defeat the Buddha Heart Lotus with a bloody pattern. She grabbed his elbow with her hands and addressed him, calling him darling. He turned around asking who she was. She asked where he was going so quickly. Fist at her mouth, blushing, Se explained that she was lost and had just fallen, thinking. She fell right in front of his eyes, and he also asks who she is. The girl shuddered in fear when the guy began to dial the number, saying that he would call the police for her. She tilted the phone in his hand, shouting, wait. She straightened her hair with her hand, looked to the side, and said that she just wanted him to take her home. The guy leaves. An arrow pierced her head when he replied that he still had to eat dinner and let him find someone else. Sis stands with clenched fists, indignant that food turned out to be more attractive to him. Flame, a vein bulged on her face. She raised her hand. She doesn't want it in a good way, it will be in a bad way. A glowing egg has appeared in the hand. She is going to beat him until he loses consciousness and forcibly take him away. Se extended her hand, from which the rays emanated, forward towards the hero. A flash of light, the outline of wings. His foot was in a boot. He stood on a metal structure. The girl turned around. Zhu with wings stands on one of the advertising signs outside the building. The guy froze in surprise and looked down. Se in a dress, next to it is a fragment where she is wearing glasses and a uniform with a tie. Then she was tracking down Jing. A hand on his chin, a restless look. She thought, how clever, she shouldn't have underestimated him. The girl spread her arms to the sides, there were flames around her, and said that it was time to get down to business seriously. The guy on the sign, crouched down, holding the phone to his ear, asked if it was the police. He was attacked. With an angry look, the girl thought that if this continues, she will definitely be discovered. If the family suspects something, a lot of problems will arise. She looked at him. Min stands on the sign with the phone to his ear. The girl leaves, saying that she is letting him go this time. The guy lowered his hand with the phone and thought she had left. Phone in hand with dark screen, exhaled. He jumped to the ground, thinking why people from the Commonwealth needed him. He hadn't done anything. He thoughtfully touched his chin with his hand, his eyes closed. He opened his eyes, scared. Neon lights, signs on multi-story buildings. The thought occurred to him that they mistook him for Jing's ally. Phone on the table, call from Zhu. Bar, people dancing. Li at the counter took the phone in his hand. He put the phone to his ear. In the other hand he held a can of drink, answered with a smile. What a surprise. He added that he could not even think that Zhu would ever decide to call him. Li became serious, looked to the side. The guy asked him to find a quiet place. Zhu, with the phone, said that he had something important to tell him. Xuan stood against the wall, holding the phone in his hands and asking the other person that he really met Jin Daoxian. Xuan opened his mouth wide and, raising his eyes, began to tell his interlocutor that he was jealous because he also wanted to meet such a legendary character. Zhu closed one eye and calmly held the phone, began to tell himself that it was good that he had not yet told him about the part of the Immortality Sutra that interested this demon king the most, because otherwise Xuan would have gone completely crazy. Zhu sat on the bed, listening to Xuan, who told him that from the description of the guy it was easy to guess that these were hyenas. Zhu did not understand what it was. Xuan smiled, showing the girl's heart with his finger, and told Zhu that this was a special organization to solve problems that the Commonwealth could not deal with through legal means. Evil and angry hyenas ate different bodies to death. Xuan began to talk about how they act with extreme cruelty without thinking about the methods and consequences. These animals have a bad reputation. That's why they are called hyenas. Zhu closed his eyes and, thoughtfully, began to tell Xuan that they would bring him a lot of problems. Xuan began to look up, and Zhu began to ask Xuan if he knew any way to get him into the university faster. Xuan began to hold the phone, smiling and laughing, saying that it was smart. The guy began to say that there is a special inspection that has almost complete freedom of action, and because of this they cannot work too openly or ignore the university. Zhu began to calmly look forward, imagining a smiling Xuan, who was saying that the sphere of influence of the N family was Loyang and the guy just needed to stay close to them so that the hyenas wouldn't do something. Zhu told the guy not to think about it, and then began to ask if he would help. Xuan stood against the wall and held the phone, saying that this was all nothing and that he would also apply for early enrollment. Zhu looked at the phone receiver, smiling at Xuan, who said that he would talk to the old man and perhaps there would be another way to deal with the guy's problem. Zhu began to thank Xuan. Zhu's finger began to press reject the call. Zhu's hand was holding the phone. The guy couldn't understand why everything always happens like this. Zhu's gaze began to look confidently forward. The guy wanted him to be stronger. A huge high-rise building. It was the Commonwealth Special Inspection Department. The man's hand hit the table with all his might and began shouting about how many times he had told him to do this unnoticed. The girl stood near the table, in which there was an angry man, who was yelling at the girl, telling her that his superiors had recently called him and he did not know how to explain it. The girl looked at the floor and, closing her eyes, began to say that it was the fault of her subordinates who incorrectly determined the preferences and strength of their goal. The girl began to open her eyes and mouth wide, asking the man for another chance. The man sat at the table with his hands folded and told the girl that now it would be even more difficult to get to Zhuwen. The man's hand began to pull the notebook towards the girl, telling her to look at it. The girl's eyes began to show surprise. The man closed his eyes and began to look down, telling the girl that he would ask his mentor to find secret information about Wan Lan and the Yin family. The guy began to tell the girl to familiarize herself with this. The surprised and incomprehensible girl began to look at the notebook. The girl's eyes began to run around from misunderstanding and anger. The girl could not believe it. The girl began to lean on the table, shouting to the guy that wasn't this place meant for Jin and why the family allowed the stranger Ju to take it. The guy silently looked at the girl. The guy began to carefully look calmly at the girl, telling her that he agreed with her, that this was inexplicable, but despite all this there was no mistake in it. And Jin stood with her back to Ju. The guy began to talk about how the family exercised their right to make changes once and gave Ju when. The guy began to touch his hand and, looking at the floor, said that everything converges on Jin Deoxian and the family. The notebook contained Ju's data as well as his photo. The guy looked at Ju, saying that he was really interesting. Ju sneezed loudly. Ju began to touch his nose, slowly stroking it. The guy decided that someone was remembering him. Ju was in the middle of the street, looking up at the sky. The guy realized that he had arrived. Juo stood in front of a huge building called Ziyang University. Ju began to walk along the road, holding the phone in his hands and looking at it. The guy thought about 4 seasons. Ju began to look at the building, deciding that this was the one he needed. Ju began to slowly climb the stairs. Ju's hand began to bring the card to the entrance. The card opened the door, making a sound. Ju entered one very beautiful room and began to carefully examine it. The whole room was very spacious and clean. Ju replied that Madame Lan had arranged everything in a very unusual way. Ju began to smile and looking at the floor, he said that he had begun a new life. Ju began to rummage through his backpack, laying out his things. The guy replied that he was in such a hurry to arrive that he took too few things, so the guy needed to buy something. Ju began to look at the phone in surprise, holding it in his hands. The guy understood that there should definitely be a store on campus and Ju also needed a navigator. Juo stood leaning on the elevator and looked at the phone, not noticing anything around. A girl, whom Ju had not noticed at first, began to walk down the stairs past the guy. Ju began to look at the girl with a casual gaze, and Jin began to go down the stairs, not even looking at the guy, and Ju began to look at her and ask about the fact that she lives on the floor above, and began to look at Ju in surprise, without saying anything. The girl began to get angry and walk past the surprised Ju without explaining anything to him. Ju looked at him, who was quickly running away down the stairs. The guy did not understand why she was angry. Ju began to slowly walk down the stairs, deciding to pretend that nothing had happened. A huge old multi-story building. Ju began to look carefully at the phone. The guy decided that this was strange, since judging by the map, the store should be somewhere nearby. Ju began to look around the houses, thinking that he had gone the wrong way. Ju began scratching his head, looking around and looking in different directions. The guy decided that it was somehow empty here and he didn't know if there would be anyone here who could ask for directions. Ju's surprised look began to hear some meows. Juo began to look away at the sounds and decided that it was a cat. Ju looked to the side and heard someone begin to praise the cat and tell him to behave well. The guy was glad that there was someone else there. Ju began to slowly walk towards the head, realizing that this voice seemed familiar to him. Ju began to peek around the corner and with a surprised look began to ask someone if he could tell him where he was. On the card sat a satisfied Diane, who was holding a cat in his hand and gently scratching it. Next to the guy there were other cats that were rubbing themselves near him. Ju began to look at the guy in surprise, not knowing how to react to this. Ju stood a few meters away from Diane, who was squatting, and began to call him. The cat calmly ate the food. Diane let go of his hand so that the second cat could run to eat. Diane's hand began to touch Ju's shoulder. The huge tall Diane held Ju's shoulders with both hands and began to tell the guy that if he told this, he would be a corpse. Ju began to look sweetly and calmly at Diane, who was furious, and Ju began to tell him that he just wanted to ask where the store was. Diane's hands began to move away from the guy's shoulders. Diane began to show Ju the side where the store was located. The guy replied that this was the old part of the campus and if you go there, you can find guards who will lead you to the store. Diane stopped abruptly and began to say that he had not said everything. Diane began to look askance at Ju with a frightened look, telling him not to interfere with them. Diane began to quickly leave, putting his hands in the pockets of his jacket. Ju's hand began to stroke the cat. Huge dragons worship people. After the spatial storm, people gain the opportunity to enter into contracts and subjugate creatures with enormous power, and most people now do not consider it necessary to pay attention to simple earthly animals. Diane walked slowly, closing his eyes. Ju sat down next to the cats and stroked them with a smile. The guy could not think that the tiger also enjoyed the scent of roses and that this tiger was Diane. On the phone screen the game says that it is over, to which Ju shouts that he died again. Putting away the phone and holding his head, straightening his hair, he asks himself with irritation what is going on, and he does not understand anything. The guy puts his finger to his mouth and starts biting it. Standing on a bridge in the game against the backdrop of dark mountains, he thinks about one thing he is sure of: the path from here to the small Buddha temple is guarded by a mysterious force that will kill anyone who dares to pass. Holding his chin in his hand, the hero looks down thoughtfully, imagining the silhouette of the temple, saying that this is very strange, and he has just spent several lives trying to get to the temple, but every time he is killed without any warning. An unusual red arrow flies through the air. The guy says that he even tried to fly and not touch the ground. Suddenly, the jaw of a huge skull collapses in front of him, and he adds that as soon as you get into this zone, you immediately die. Sitting on the couch with his phone in his hand, Ju thinks about how nothing is working, wondering if this is a dead end. Looking at his phone and imagining the monsters behind him, he says that this is a game, and no matter how difficult it is, there must still be a way, adding that the skeleton horseman and the flying ant with silver wings are stronger and can find a blind spot for attacks, but they were still quickly killed. Putting away the phone and putting his hand to his chin, turning his head to the sides, the guy says no, and this doesn't look like a boss battle at all, and it's more like something else. Looking at the door, whose system is under a blue electronic lock, the guy says that you need a key to enter. Holding the phone in both hands, he says that you need to find it to get to the small Buddha temple. His player, standing on the stairs, holds his chin in his hand, wistfully saying that there is nothing to explore in Buddha City except a pond. Realizing something, remembering the moments when he sat and exuded magic from himself, and the notification said that he had learned the level 7 skill of calming the heart, he suggests that maybe this will help. Standing on the stairs with one hand on his heart, he begins to conjure blue magic. The player looks at his hand illuminated by a blue aura, saying that this is a Buddha City skill, but it does not increase defense, attack, or speed, but only expends spiritual power. The guy takes a step forward. Walking down the stairs, surrounded by blue magic, the guy thinks about what it means. It has another use. He breaks his stride from the last step. Instantly, the guy sits down on his feet, spreading his arms to the sides, tense, expecting something. Ju, in real life, holds the phone with a smile, bringing it closer, saying that he did not die and understood everything correctly. The player moves further away from the stairs, noting that it is beautiful and they can now explore the temple. The spiritual power scale above the character begins to drop sharply, causing him a sharp shock. The main character's phone screen suddenly went dark. A small character sadly points to the spiritual power scale, shouting that energy consumption has suddenly become too high. Ju bites his finger until it bleeds. The Pena player falls to the floor, spewing out energy, and says that in this case it will be different. He ran forward sharply, shouting that he needed to run in one burst. After a while, the guy falls exhausted to the ground, and the scale of his spiritual power is almost empty. A drop of blood drips onto the guy's phone screen. Taking his finger into his mouth and continuing to hold the phone, looking at it, he says that the speed is still not enough, and maybe everything will work out if you use a flying ant. At the moment, the player quickly dashes forward using their wings at their sides, shouting that it is so fast. But, on the phone screen, he again falls dead from a lack of Does power scale. Looking at this, the guy narrows his eyes and clenches his teeth and thinks that now he is much faster, but his energy consumption is also higher. Looking at his hand, the guy says that it looks like level 7 is not enough to pass and he needs to increase it, and he will have to clear the Lotus Pond again. The phone on the guy's couch starts buzzing. The guy picks up the phone and opens his mouth wide and says hello. Like Shuin, standing behind other people, asks the guy on the phone why he is out of sorts again, and let him quickly come to the pond, and then such a show is planned, to which Shu asks him what he is talking about. Covering one eye with his headphones on, he chuckles and wants to say something. He looks at the red-haired man standing in the crowd with the girl opposite him. The red-haired man looks down at the girl with a smile, and she looks ahead seriously. Lee tells the guy that he will see everything for himself when he comes. A couple is standing opposite a friend, the crowd around them is talking about the girl, that this is in Jin, and everyone is saying this about her, hearing it. That she had reached the legendary level even before enrolling. The story goes that standing in front of her is a third-year student Yanghua of the legendary level, to which the crowd says that no wonder Yang Lai wants to kill this Buddha Heart Lotus and give her a gift in honor of enrolling. The girl looks with peripheral vision towards the Lotus. Passing by the guy, she tells him not to waste time on such nonsense, and she doesn't need any welcome gift. Yang, looking after her, heard her telling him that he would not be able to kill this Lotus with a bloody patter. The man, looking along with the crowd at her long hair and leaving silhouette, stood silently, holding the evil within himself. Lai folds his arms and looks at the situation with interest, listening to the crowd talking about how everyone calls this creature the Buddha Heart Lotus with a bloody patter. And it seems that the Yin family has long studied everything about this monster in detail. The brunette guy, putting his hand to his chin, comes out from behind the guy, saying that this boy Yang really wants to suck up to the Yin family. And he put on such a performance right after the start of school, to which Li tells the guy that he is here too, calling him by the name Mayan 2. Like Shuan, standing next to Mayan 2, says that although the Yang family has a certain influence, it is significantly inferior to the Yin family, and their business is highly dependent on the position of the Yin family, and Yang will never like Jing, to which the guy on the side with he agrees with a smile. Covering Mayan 2's mouth with his hand, Li tells him to stop and is not interested in Jing. Reaching his hand to Mayan's face against the background of the hero's silhouette, He says that this is after all his friend's younger sister. The main character comes out of the shadows, covering one eye, hearing Lee say that he cannot offend him like that. Looking at the girl walking away, Ju asks the guy why he called him for this. Taking the hero by the shoulder, Lee with a smile begins to say that his sister has a fan, and shouldn't he do something like his older brother, to which he tiredly asks what he was so worried about. Letting go of the guy and folding his arms across his chest, Lee looks forward with fatigue, and the main character gently scratches his head. Yonghwa, raising his hand and in a bad mood, says that he did not expect that she thought so badly of him. Suddenly, his gaze turned to him with a little arrogance, telling her that he would kill this monster, and she would have to accept his gift. The words of the girl leaving him pierce his head with blood that this is such a meaningless promise, so let him not disgrace himself. Pulling his hand up and releasing the source of energy from it into the ceiling, the guy screams for her to just look. Someone's wings begin to quickly spread in the air. Two magical hawks appear directly above them. Mayan 2, on whom the shadow of the monsters is cast, fearfully says that this is the legendary Silver Hawk and there are even two of them. In the passage, Ian, standing menacingly, orders the creatures to end this as quickly as possible. Blue arrows fly to the sides at the moment they fall into the red zone. Two explosions of red and blue colors collide in the air. Putting on a small smile, Ian says that this is such a pathetic trick. Both hawks begin to fly aggressively towards the target. They instantly crash into some structure. Mayan, holding his hand on his forehead, says that the bloody water cannot harm their plumage, and is expected from the legendary level, perhaps he will still be able to win. The main character finds himself behind the brunette, saying that everything is not so simple. He looks at Mayan 2 with a serious look and says that the battle is not over yet. The claws of the hawks begin to scrape an incomprehensible blue object with a bright grinding sound. Gradually, the object they were scratching began to open its eyes, to which the guy shouts that it has opened. At that moment, a huge face of a statue emerges from the ground. The hawks instantly flew away from what they saw. The monster's eyes widened even further. Yonghwa, in front of the crowd, with fear and misunderstanding on his face, asks again that he was angry. Tree branches intersect with each other. Yanla says that, as a rule, spatial creatures are very weak plants. A huge sculpture of an open lotus stands in the middle of the cave with hawks flying away from it. Enla says that this is evidence to the contrary. Holding his hand in front of him and casting fire magic, he angrily says that they will see if he can handle this. Unexpectedly, Yonghwa's hawks began to burn with blue fire. In air, mega magic is formed from fire. With all its strength, this fire, like a storm, begins to fly to a certain point. The lotus slowly began to envelop itself in protection. The statue begins to wrap itself even more in roots amid other explosions. Yanla, frightened and opening his mouth in reassurance, asks if this monster also has the defensive skills of spiritual power. The guy, imagining that he could surround the lotus from all sides, that it looks like this bloody shield only works in 4 directions, and he just needs to distract it like this. The fire hawk crashes into the bloody shield of the lotus. The second hawk flies forward with all its strength, to which Ian says that the other hawk will strike from above. Ju looks up with an emotionless face and tries to understand what the guy wants to do. Suddenly, the guy's gaze suddenly opened up. The main character begins to shout to Ian that it is a trap. The guy with red hair turns towards the hero in confusion, while the hawk above is already flying from above. Suddenly, the lotus mouth opens right in front of a fiery hawk flying towards it. Suddenly, the lotus's mouth suddenly closes, killing the hawk and splashing its remaining blood to the sides. Having opened his mouth from above, he begins to burp. The crowd discusses with the main character that he killed him in just a second, and if Yonghwa continues, he will lose even more. The man with red hair opens his mouth in shock. He begins to shout to another hawk flying near the lotus to come back. Taking the hawk by the magical threads, he angrily, clenching his teeth, looks straight towards the lotus. Le takes steps towards the main character. He stands opposite him, towering in height. Yang asks him that from the very beginning he believed that he could not cope with the Buddha's heart lotus with a bloody pattern, and how he knew this. The hero, looking away and smiling slightly, was a little confused. Mayan, interjecting himself into their conversation and pointing at Ju, asks Yang again how it could have turned out differently, and it was all obvious. Taking Ju by the shoulder, the brunette smiles and says that Brother Wen took second place in the guide combat skills test. The red-haired guy, smiling, asks about the second guide, noting with a chuckle that then he is really very strong. Mayan, switching to a serious tone, tells him that it seems that he doesn't care much that his silver chicken died, and if he were in his place, he would simply fall into the ground. Getting annoyed and spreading a fiery atmosphere around himself, Yang asks what great plan the second one in guide has to kill the lotus. The brunette, covering Ju with his hand, asks the guy standing opposite him what he wants to achieve, and if Brother Wen gets down to business, he can easily handle it, but he won't disgrace himself like La. Ju, looking to the side, remains silent. Suddenly his sister and Jin starts running towards them. She comes closer to her brother, causing him to fall into a stupor, and, looking him seriously in the eyes, asks if he is sure that he can cope with this monster. The main character looked at the girl. Then he grinned and thought that although he had tried many times, he had never managed to defeat the Lotus in the game. Zhu remembered the red hair and added that the real blood-patterned Lotus used a skill that was not in the game, and looked straight. The main character clenched his fist tightly. The red-haired guy closed his eyes and asked what happened. Then he raised his hand and said that it looked like he was just scared. It turns out that all he could do was talk. The redhead opened his eyes and heard, "Why don't they try it together then?" Lee threw his arm over his shoulder. Red gritted his teeth and thought that who would have thought that the famous dude from the Lai family would want to help. The redhead smiled and added that even the Silver Hawk lost. They were just delusional. The man spread his arms and said that he was ready to watch. The heroes stood in front of the green water. He kissed the guy's cheeks and asked why he could never keep his mouth closed, and the main character noted that there was no point in blaming him now. They accepted the challenge. Now they need to discuss strategy. The main character laughed and thought that he could not defeat the Lotus in the game, but now there are 3 of them. He hopes it will be easier than 1. Zhu put his hand to his chin and added that Lies also has 2 legendary level companion pets. Maybe everything is not so hopeless. The main character straightened up and said that now the main question is how to enter the pond. Zhu turned around and noted that you couldn't rely on the bone ant alone. It couldn't handle 3. He licked his hands and noticed that in fact, as soon as they learned about the Buddha's heart lotus with a bloody pattern, he began to look for an egg with a pet companion that could fly. But this was very rare and he could only find a mollusk, which barely flies. The guy put on a mask and shouted to let him do it. The guy's eyes lit up. Then the beast appeared. Then he fell into the pond. The shell floated up. Lai walked up to the pond and noticed that it was a turtle with a shell made of dragon scales. He thought that Zhu got an interesting specimen, but he also hit a mortal level companion. The shell began to move. The heroes riding on the shell looked up. The guy put his hand to his chest and shouted that they don't have to worry and start the fight. He will guide the turtle to help them. Li was covered in scales. The main character caught fire and shouted that they were starting. The main character jumped up. Then his pet appeared. Zhu landed on his back. Li held his hands out in front of him. Then he spun. The audience opened their mouths and shouted that this was a legendary level companion. Li summoned the armored warrior and shouted that they were starting. Red gritted his teeth and wondered what if his family were as rich, and calmly looked up. Warrior Lai staggered on the clam. The main character turned and shouted that it was difficult for Li to control the clam. He needed to make sure that it did not fall into the water. The heroes began to swim forward and shout that they had started. Lotus fired projectiles at them. The bone ant rose from the water and the main character shouted for him to begin. The ant repelled all the projectiles. Warrior Lai raised his sword. Then he launched a magical blade. The Lotus released a red ray. The blade cut the beam. Then he struck the Lotus. The ant roared. Then spikes appeared from the pond. The thorns pierced the Lotus. The Lotus's eyes glowed. The plant spun and released stones. The main character put his hand to his neck and noted that he was using it to force them to attack from above. Li took a step forward and shouted that there was no need. Then he put his sword in front of him and added that he would attack head-on. His sword began to glow. The silhouette of a sword appeared above. Lotus looked at it carefully, after which it began to bloom. A hurricane arose right in the center of the Lotus. Zhu covered himself with his hand. Li held the sword in his hands. Then he jumped. Eyes appeared in front of the sword. Li threw his sword behind his head and summoned a tiger. Lotus was hit with a powerful blow. Li turned into a human and began to fall. The Lotus began to disappear. A frog appeared from the smoke. The frog spat directly. The spit was getting closer to Li. The spit was very close to Li. The blue-haired guy opened his mouth and heard the protagonist summon a titan fist. Then it turned over and began to glow. The main character raised his hand up. The clam blocked the spit. Zhu opened his mouth and noted that he would get rid of this toad. The guy sat down and shouted that he understood everything. The main character began to run forward. Then he jumped straight onto the toad. The toad spat again. The main character dodged with a smile. The toad got all nervous. There was a huge explosion. Zhu turned around and noted that everything was ready. Then he opened his eyes wide. Li was already close to the pond. Li turned and shouted. The guy stared at him with red eyes and noticed that there was no need to blame him. Anne put out her hand. Then she opened her eyes. The main character grabbed Li's hand. Then he took off on wings. Li relaxed and noticed that he had saved him again. The main character and Li landed on the shell. The guy opened his mouth and shouted that it couldn't be. Why, until that moment he had hidden the fact that he had a flying pet companion. The main character gritted his teeth and replied that first he was rude to the senior student, then he rushed to help them. This is not like him at all. Li hit the guy hard and yelled at him to learn to fake it better. The guy fell onto the shell. Li opened his mouth and asked why. The guy opened his mouth slightly and replied that his second brother Mobai had long ago bribed his entourage. He could not cope with him. The guy's hand began to emit steam. The shell cracked sharply and the guy shouted that everyone would die together. Ju and Lai tried to stay on their feet. The main character then looked down nervously. Lee did it after him. A moment later they found themselves in the sphere. Behind Anne was an angel. There were blinds hanging in the investigation room at Xi'an University. The policeman folded his hands and noted that they had clarified the situation in general terms and could go. Ju and Lai left the office. Lee threw his head back and said that he was really such a bad person that all his friends betrayed him one after another and tried to kill him. The main character scratched his cheek and asked why there is such strong hatred between him and the second brother. He only thinks about how to remove him. Lai turned his back and replied that after the death of his elder brother, he did not communicate with Mobai. The second brother constantly discussed important family issues with the old man, and he simply enjoyed his position as a young master. The main character went after his comrades and asked that he was not going to fight with him for power, so why did he want to destroy him? And Lee lowered his head and replied that he thought it was because of the power of the Lee family. He didn't want to kill him because of this little things. The main character opened his eyes and asked what the reason was. A black shoe clattered on the floor. Lee looked sad. Then he clenched his teeth. Lee turned and noticed that it was inconvenient to talk here. Soda cans were on the floor. The main character opened his mouth and asked why he came to his room to drink. Lee took a sip and replied that he knew the difference between the levels. Pets of different levels appeared in the guy's head: mortal, legendary, epic, and mythical. A huge hand appeared in Lee's head and he said that as the level increases, the gap becomes larger and larger, eventually turning into an insurmountable abyss. The blonde guy put out his hand and noted that, given this, he thought how the first creature of the mythical level was killed. The main character folded his hands and asked why he was asking about this. Isn't this written in the books? Ju remembered the dragon and said that the 6 first epic heroes of the Commonwealth were 3 and 3 nights later. Lee slammed the can on the floor and shouted that this was just nonsense. Lai spread his legs and added that even 100 such heroes are not enough to defeat a top-level being. The real reason why 6 heroes were able to win is because the main character lowered his head and heard that they had mythical-level companions. Ju put his hand to his chin and said that it was illogical how you could get a mythical-level companion without killing a mythical-level creature first. Lee stuck out his finger and noted that this was a divine blessing. The guy remembered the man with his arms outstretched and added that someone had given the 6 heroes the key to kill such a creature. A cub appeared in Lee's head and he said that they were given the embryos of mythical creatures. Ju leaned on the cabinet and asked if there was any evidence. He thought it was just a legend. Lee opened the next jar and noticed that the Commonwealth had created a special top-level department in order to figure out what happened to those heroes, but most people did not know about it. Lai gritted his teeth and added that this department allows certain people to receive the same gift. Ju covered his mouth and thought that divine blessing really existed. Lee took a sip, and the main character added why Lee told him all this. The main character suddenly opened his eyes. Then he looked at the guy and said, "Is it really him?" Lee lowered his head. Then he grinned and shouted that just like that, the old man had chosen him as the first heir to the blessing from the Lai family, and Mobai would be able to get this place. Lee ran his finger over his neck and added that only if he killed him. Lee was sleeping on the bed. The main character was sitting on the phone. Then I remembered how Lai said to be careful. He had already disrupted the second brother's plans several times. He might pay attention to him. The main character pressed the phone and thought that it looked like he needed to become stronger as quickly as possible. The blue-haired guy saw a notification saying that his pet was very hungry. The blue-haired guy threw the monster and asked that again. Does he have any idea how much eggs with companions cost? The guy turned pale and thought that if he wanted him to grow, he would have to feed him. The guy with red eyes walked forward and shouted that nothing could be done. He needed to clear the dungeon several more times. A huge skyscraper rose into the sky. A crowd of people looked at their friend's phone. There was a moment in the video where Lee used a tiger. The spectators looked at each other and the guy with glasses noticed that the 3 companions were of the legendary level. He heard that Lai was still mortal and this shoe was a good help. He has a quick reaction. A pond appeared in the video and the guy added that it was a pity. If not for the betrayal, they would definitely have destroyed the lotus core of the Buddha's heart. The girl raised her hand and shouted that Lee was so handsome in the video, and her friend added that that's exactly the case. She really wants to meet him in person. The girl talked in a circle and said that when he would show them his younger brother. The video stopped abruptly. Wei Yong straightened her hair. There were blinds hanging at the Commonwealth Special Investigations Unit. There was a blue-haired guy on the screen and someone said that Chu quickly reacted and dodged the attack of the poisonous moon toad and then killed it with one blow. The red-haired girl opened her mouth slightly and noted that relying only on the capabilities of her body, it is extremely difficult to achieve this. but in his movements there is no sense of using the skill of spiritual power. The girl turned her gaze and added that it turns out that he is using some very unusual cultivation method. The girl approached the screen and said that only last week they received information from intelligence that he practices meditation through suffering, but with such a weak technique it is impossible to achieve an impressive result, and the guy noted that it is known for sure that he used it when would be in guide. The long-haired guy stood next to the protagonist and added that that evening he could only catch a glimpse of him, but there could be no mistake. The guy lit up and said that a calm jade glow emanated from Ju's skin. This is a hallmark of meditation through suffering. The guy looked through his glasses and added that now it had completely disappeared. The girl turned to him and said that she thought he had abandoned the cultivation method that he had been practicing for several years than the person who taught him the highest level method. The guy opened his mouth and shouted that it was someone from the In family. A man stood on a bridge in the city. Deoxys held the fire in his hand and said that the influence of the Lost Immortality Sutra on his body was getting weaker and weaker. How interesting it was that the boy was really right. The guy put his hands behind his back and said that Ju met his stepmother just a few days ago. Even if Lan gave him an advanced cultivation method, he would not have time to master it. The long-haired guy froze and added that the In family disappears, which means only Deoxys remains. The girl closed her eyes and heard that she must find any way to accuse Ju of colluding with Deoxys, and then request a warrant for his arrest. The guy went into the office and added that they were obliged to get at least some information out of him. The girl put her finger to the screen. Then she put her finger to her mouth and noted that when they got to him, she would personally take care of him. The Commonwealth worker sitting at the control panel notices that Ju is now at the university. He asks if the In family will protect him. The second person from the Commonwealth leaves and says not to worry about it because they will get a cross-regional arrest warrant for the main character. They will not cover for him unless they want to break the laws of the Commonwealth. This man thoughtfully raised his fingers to his head, saying that Tanzuo and Njing themselves created Ju's problems, which means that they do not agree with the changes in inheriting the divine blessing. He does not think that they will help the main character. A girl with long hair is depicted standing in front of a door. Anne looks ahead thoughtfully. She remembers how she stood in front of her mother sitting on the sofa, and doesn't understand why Ju would fight for the divine blessing instead of her. She says that even if he is talented, talent alone is not enough. She continues to say that her mother saw how, after a small failure, the main character completely blossomed and immersed himself in games. Her mother, crossing her arms, calmly replies that everything has already been decided and there is no point in discussing it, and decisively and defiantly answers her that she will definitely prove that she is better than Ju. She knocks on the door. It is opened by Ju, who is staring at the phone. He was very surprised by Anne's appearance. Sweat appeared on his face. She confidently tells him that shooting at the sun is a real method and he can practice it calmly. Ju is wary of why she is reminding him of this. Now he cannot use this method even if he wants to. Anne looks at the main character and asks him if he still doesn't believe. She tells him to show the U-disc to Uncle Feng and he will help verify its authenticity. Ju exhales heavily. He awkwardly asks and why she gave him the sun shot. Pointing her finger at the main character, she confidently replies that this is obvious in order to prove that she is better. She confidently says that Cho is angry with her because he lost in school. The main character, clapping his hands in a friendly manner, replies that he is not angry but admires her. Ju thoughtfully holds the back of his head and, clenching her fist, asks him if he wants to take revenge on her because she defeated him in front of the whole school. She looks at the protagonist forcefully and says that she saw his abilities when he fought Lotus. With the help of shooting the sun, she believes that Ju will be able to reach the legendary level in 3 months without any problems. Anne turned around and with her eyes closed said that she would wait for the main character, and when the time came, they would determine the winner. Ju raised his hand and asked if he could immediately admit defeat. Anne fiercely grabbed him by the collar and said that they must definitely fight. She looked sternly at Ju and wondered what her mother might see in him. The main character with an exclamation ordered to let him go, and she did so, standing on the stairs, and says that if Ju needs any spiritual power crystals, he should not hesitate to ask for them. She goes up the stairs saying that she won't feel sorry for him like last time. Ju stands behind her and looks at the piece of paper in her hands. The main character, with his eyes closed, remembers his achievements and thinks that she is a genius known throughout the Commonwealth. She reached the legendary level at 13 years old. He does not understand why she wants to fight him so much. He is still an ordinary mortal. Ju picks up the trash that lie left with the words that he doesn't understand at all. He walks down the corridor playing on the phone. In the game, he cut a monster in half. He turns around in surprise. His pet began to emit light. The companion opened his mouth, in which an egg with a lotus of the heart of Buddha appeared. Ju happily runs to the side. He looks at the sign in surprise, which says that he received an egg with a companion Buddha heart lotus of the death level. Ju says it's great. Lai told him it's a very useful companion. He holds an egg in his hand and looks at a sign that says that the flying ant with wings in the initial stage is hungry to death. The main character is asked to feed the pet as soon as possible. He has 12 hours, 60 minutes, and 16 seconds left. Life Zhu exhales heavily and says that he needs to deal with the pet first, after which he presses the phone. In the game, rays of light appeared around the pet and began to envelop it. The main character in the game looks at the pet, which is completely inside a ball of light. He looks at it and hopes that this time it will be at least a little bigger. The pet happily flies to the main character, who notes that the flying ant remains just as small. Zhu holds his head and says that this little thing has eaten 2 lethal level eggs, but is still in the early stages. We see his pet. The main character suggests that deadly level materials weakly improve legendary creatures. Zhu remembers the skeleton general and with a thoughtful face reasons that legendary level materials are not so easy to obtain. With the help of the skeleton general, one can quickly clear dungeons, but he does not know how much spiritual power will be needed. The main character is lying on the bed. With his eyes closed, he thinks how much trouble he got into because of it, although it would be nice for him to reach the legendary level in just 3 months. We see Zhu's body emitting light. He says that he has learned the basics of the Lost Sutra of Immortality, so now he can't switch to shooting at the sun. He still doesn't know how to level up with the help of the sutra. Zhu lies on the bed and desperately says that he has a headache. He opened one eye because someone was knocking on him. He got out of bed when someone entered the room. Gao asks if Zhu remembers him. The main character warily asks what he needs. They stand opposite each other and Gao says that he came specifically to apologize. Zhu looks at him warily and wonders what Gao is up to. The second one mockingly notes that without a fight you won't recognize each other, so he suggests forgetting the grievances. Gao extends her hand to the protagonist, who looks at her in disbelief. Zhu indifferently closes the door in front of the frightened Gao, saying that if this is all, then he went on playing. Gao asks to wait. The main character turned around in confusion. Gao said that in fact he came for a reason. We see a window with blinds. The two guys walk down the corridor. Gao tells Heifeng that he brought Zhu. Heifeng thanks him with a smile. Red stripes appear at lightning speed. They attack the main character. Zhu gloomily says that if they want to fight, they should say so right away. Heifeng snaps his fingers with words about what amazing composure. He noted that he was not mistaken in choosing the main character. Stripes fly around Zhu. The man extends his hand to apologize for being rude. He says that his name is Huey Heifeng. He wants to invite the main character to join their team to kill the bloody pattern Buddha Heart Lotus. Heifeng extended his open palm and said that he wanted to invite him to join his team to kill the blood pattern Buddha Heart Lotus. Zhu stood with his hands in his pockets and asked him why him. The guy in the black suit began to walk towards the main character, while he said that he had carefully studied the video of their fight, where Li showed himself superbly. His finger pointed at Zhu's face as Heifeng said that he was much more impressed by the boy's ability to command and analyze. He introduced many dark silhouettes when he said that the university is full of people who are much stronger than Li, but the main character's observation and ability to see the full picture of what is happening is rare. Heifeng recalled how a pillar of light rose from the guy's hand, and added that he had determined in advance the place where Li would fall. He then remembered the pool of blood during the fight and said that he had chosen the perfect moment to kill the poisonous moon toad. Heifeng raised his finger to his mouth and summed up that if it weren't for the problems with that team member, then he is sure that the guy would definitely have been able to destroy the Lotus core. He stood and looked at Zhu as he assured him that he didn't need to risk going into the pond like last time because it would be his job to tell them how to control the pet companions, and then asked him if he agreed. The main character opened his mouth and replied that he did not want to do this. He thought about how he would manage a bunch of arrogant senior students, and decided that he would rather kill the boss in the game because now he understood his abilities, so victory is just a matter of time. Gao, with chains on his chest, touched Zhu's shoulder and asked him if he really wouldn't even think about the offer because Heifeng is one of the best disciples of the legendary level, and the other team members are also of the legendary level, and in response he heard that this was not for the guy interesting and that he asks for forgiveness. Gao got angry and thought that if it weren't for Heifeng, he would never have paid attention to him. As the guy in shorts was about to leave, a guy in a black suit called out to him. Heifeng opened his mouth and advised him not to refuse so quickly and to name his condition. The main character turned his head and looked back. The guy with the chains around his neck opened his mouth slightly, and the guy standing next to him in the sports headband remained silent when they heard that Zhu wanted an egg with a legendary level pet companion. The guy with curly hair opened his mouth wide and asked what he was saying. The main character beamed and told Gao what he said, that he wants an egg with a legendary level companion for his help. The guy in the jacket got angry, grabbed Zhu's t-shirt and exclaimed that this is greed, because he just needs to manage the companion pets, which is not at all risky, so he doesn't deserve such a valuable egg. The guy in the t-shirt looked forward and calmly replied that he had named his condition, and now it was up to them to decide whether to fulfill it or not. Heifeng pressed Gao's shoulder and called out to him. The guy in the sports headband smiled slightly and asked if there were any special requirements. The main character put one hand in his pocket and answered in the negative when he thought that it was just food. Ju grabbed the egg that was flying towards him with his hand. The guy in the black suit had his hand in his belt bag when he said that he had fulfilled his condition and that he would now join the team. The main character held an egg in his palm and could not believe that he just received it. Heifeng, who was standing opposite the guy, extended his fist in front of him and asked if they had agreed. They bumped their fists when the guy replied that he agreed. Gao and Heifeng and their comrades continued to walk when the guy with curls asked him that he really trusted Ju so much that he just took and gave him a poisonous bee. The guy in the sports headband looked to the side and replied that he couldn't say for sure, but he felt something when the main character fought with the Lotus, and that it was as if he had long ago studied the skills of this monster and trained to fight with it, and Gao asked about whether he is serious. Heifeng put his hands behind his head, laughed and replied that he would consider him an additional safety net. The walls of the room lit up with a golden glow. Ju stood with his arm outstretched and called for a companion when a yellow ball appeared in front of him. A small insect with green eyes appeared and squeaked. The guy was holding an egg in his hand when he addressed the creature and said it was time to start. The insect took the spotted egg into its mouth. A huge magical sphere appeared in front of the main character. He thought that this was evolution. The glow diminished slightly. A head with green eyes appeared. A sharp sting was visible through the flames. A large ant with wings appeared in the room and roared. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he realized that after the merger, his companion also had some of the characteristics of a poisonous bee. The guy standing in front of the ant picked up the phone and suggested that because they were both insects, a mutation had occurred, not evolution. The display showed a system window with the characteristics of an adult flying ant with silver wings of the legendary level. Destination, the king of strafing flight. Strength 17, speed 20, physical data 16, spiritual strength 19, innate skill, flash of silver wings and magical light needle. The guy was surprised by this, that the speed and spiritual power indicators had almost exceeded the limit for creatures of the legendary level. Sweat appeared on his face as he noticed the innate skill of the magic light needle. He touched the display with his finger where it was written that this was a long-range skill and that the companion fired a super-fast needle of energy at the selected target, piercing the enemy. Ju touched the ant's head and exclaimed that this was great, because with this ability, he would definitely deal with the blood pattern Buddha Heart Lotus. Blood dripped onto the display. The main character's character and companion entered the game. Ju's eyes sparkled as he addressed the flying ant. The insect quickly flew over the water. The Lotus opened its eye and red spheres appeared around it. A series of explosions occurred on the water surface. The flying ant practically pierced the eye of the Lotus. The monster managed to dodge and go underwater. The companion looked away. He stopped above the surface of the pond and began to peer into it. A red glow appeared in the water under the insect. A Lotus came out of the water and wanted to swallow the ant. When the monster slammed its petals, the protagonist's companion barely had time to fly up. He hovered in the air above the Lotus, which was in the water. Then the ant took off and flew down. He crashed into the blood-red barrier that appeared around the enemy. The ant was rapidly circling above the ceiling of the cave. Sweat appeared on the Lotus petals. He became nervous and made a characteristic sound. The ant flew over the water surface and tried to cut the barrier with its wing. The red ball was cut in half. A damaged Lotus was hidden under the fragments of the barrier. The toad spewed a dark purple liquid from its mouth as the petals opened. The protagonist's companion tried to fly away from the attack. The sting of the flying ant sparkled. The spicy red game flew rapidly. She stabbed into the frog and took off its head. A red flash appeared at the ant's sting. The stone began to fall apart after the attack. The surface was covered with cracks from which a red light came out. The ant opened its green eye wide. There was a purple explosion over the pond. The insect hovered in the air near the smoke that arose after the explosion. The clouds of purple haze did not dissipate. The protagonist's character stood and watched as he said that the explosion was very big, and that the magic light needle couldn't be that powerful, and then he realized that this Lotus was exploding before dying. Character Zhu touched his forehead with his hand and said with regret that now everything valuable could simply end up in the water. A companion flew up to him with a red object in his mouth. The crystal hit the floor as the guy exclaimed that he had caught it. The protagonist's character took the item in his hand and said that maybe the spiritual power skill of the Buddha's Heart Lotus with blood pattern is the key that is needed to enter the small temple. The crystal began to disappear when Zhu's character decided to absorb it. Sweat appeared on his face and he remained silent. In reality, the guy gritted his teeth as his entire body was engulfed in red flames and he screamed about how hot he was. The main character looked away and thought about whether he understood everything correctly. Zhu put his hand on his thigh. He was on fire. A download icon appeared on the phone screen. A system window appeared on the display, which stated that the crystal with the bloody pattern Buddha Heart Lotus skill had been absorbed, and that the original skill Calm the Heart had evolved into the current skill called Bloody Zen. There was steam coming from Ju's hand as the flames went out. The main character was squeezing out his t-shirt with his hands when he exhaled and said that he was thinking about getting fried. His body was once again enveloped in red fire. The guy sat down on the edge of the bed, raised his hand and said that when using Bloody Zen, spiritual power is spent much more slowly, so he will definitely last half an hour. He clenched his fist, smiled and exclaimed that now he could explore the small Buddha temple. Drops of blood fell. A bridge has appeared across the river in the underground city of Buddha in the dungeon. The main character's character walked on stone slabs. When shown in profile, he said that, as he thought, blood zen and calming the heart had the same effect and blocked the power of this area. Ju's character ran forward while the fog surrounded him. He stopped in front of a gate on which it was written that this was a small temple of Buddha. Sweat appeared on his face. He was anxious because he didn't know if he would meet any strong dimensional beings here. A red glove appeared on the character's hand as he walked forward. He looked at the stone fences and thought that it was strange that there were none here at all. The player character suddenly turned his head to the side. He saw a stone tablet with symbols on which it was written that this was a short Prajnaparamita. The main character raised his hand to his face, stared at the phone and repeated what was written on the sign. He imagined the monk and the two books when he thought about the great Prajnaparamita he had heard, because during the spatial storm, the famous Buddhist master created one of the original methods of cultivating spiritual power, which is now one of the two most famous Buddhist cultivation methods of the epic level. Ju's character stopped in front of the sign, raised his hand to his face and thought about what a short Prajnaparamita was. Suddenly, the symbols on the stone tablet began to distort. Ju's character leaned over and screamed loudly when something started happening to the sign. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. He grabbed his head and thought that his head was splitting and that this was some kind of devilry. His red scarf rose up. A glow appeared on Ju's character's chest. He spread his arms to the sides and thought that the oppressive pressure had disappeared. The character imagined a glowing ball with an aura and realized that the circulation of the Lost Immortality Sutra had just slowed down, and that there was no longer any pressure. He thought that now he felt nothing looking at this sign. The character touched it and wondered what the secret of the Immortality Sutra was. He opened his mouth wide and was horrified when he noticed that he had not yet entered the temple, and half of his spiritual power had already been spent. The main character ran across the stone slabs and exclaimed that there was no time to waste here. He stopped in front of a building with a sign that said it was a small temple of Buddha. The doors opened slightly. Ju's character stood on the threshold, with a large statue standing in front of him. She had sharp fangs. The game character took a step into the temple and thought about whether there is a three-faced Buddha in Buddhism. Suddenly, a red sphere tore through his stomach. A notification appeared on the phone screen that the game was over, and the guy thought that another unexplained death had occurred. The main character was sitting bare-chested and holding a phone in his hand when he thought that in order to get inside, he needed to follow some rules. He imagined the huge monsters and the white sphere they surrounded, and decided that he now admired those people from the past who made their way, risking their only lives. Ju raised his hand to his face and said that even using Blood Zen, he could not get into the temple and that he did not see any spatial beings there. He remembered the stone tablet with symbols and thought that only she could help him enter. The guy bit his finger while holding the device and concluded that it is obvious that this steel contains a method for cultivating spiritual power, but due to the Lost Immortality Sutra, he cannot use it. His player character ran up to the temple gates as he exclaimed that it would still be good to remember this text. The main character's character was looking at the symbols written on the stone tablet. Some of them began to glow as Shu thought about it. That this scripture is quite long, but it is not as difficult to learn as the Lost Sutra. The guy was lying in bed and holding the phone above him with both hands. His character flew through the temple gate when he thought that it was taking a long time and that he should just leave the temple before the spiritual power ran out due to the Bloody Zen, because after that he would be able to recuperate and return to text as many times as needed. The sun rose over the city. The guy yawned widely. His character was standing in front of a stele with glowing symbols when he said that he had finally learned it. Suddenly, the player character was engulfed in blue flames. As the streams of aura enveloped him, he looked at his hands. There was a white sphere in his chest as he spoke the words about the circulation of spiritual power. Ju's character stood in front of the stone tablet while he thought that this was definitely a short Prajnaparamita. A blue glow enveloped his hand when the guy said that it was strange, because he had not practiced this method, but it was activated simply from memory. The main character, lying on the bed, raised his hand above himself. He began to take cover, saying that it could wait and that he would get some sleep first. Ju was sleeping on his stomach. Golden symbols appeared on his back. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to the bathroom. At the same moment, the protagonist looked at his hands with great surprise and asked why he was shedding. Ju would then step his foot forward while the skin peeled off. Immediately after this, the protagonist, enveloped in blue energy, approached the glass with a toothbrush and asked that this was a short prajnaparamita. At the same moment, Zhu, with a towel around his neck and holding a white phone in his hand, walked out of the room. Then the protagonist presented his game image next to the system notification window with his characteristics. Immediately after this, Zhu, with a towel around his neck, looked at the screen of his phone, saying that he did not understand anything, and the cultivation method remained the same, but the indicator for physical data exceeded the limit and reached 11 units. At the same moment, the protagonist, closing his eyes, imagining an accumulation of blue energy, said that there could be no mistake and he definitely felt the circulation of a short prajnaparamita. Then Zhu suddenly opened his eyes in surprise and said, "Is this really it?" Immediately after this, the protagonist suddenly enveloped himself in bright blue energy, standing in the middle of the room. At the same moment, Zhu began to emit gold energy instead of blue. Then the protagonist, standing in the same place, raising his hand to his chest, said with great surprise that he could switch from the small prajnaparamita to the lost Sutra of Immortality, and he had mastered 2 methods of cultivating spiritual power and exuded yellow energy. Immediately after this, Zhu imagined the fighting yellow and blue energy in his head in the form of people and said that most of them have huge differences in their very nature and therefore one person cannot master 2 methods. At the same moment, the protagonist, raising his hand to his chin with great surprise, said that the better and more complex the methods, the less compatible they are with each other. Then the protagonist's black phone, lying on the table, vibrated sharply. Immediately after this, Zhu took his phone in his hand and answered the call, bringing it to his ear. At the same moment, Heifeng, talking on the phone, standing in the cave next to his companions, turned to Zhu Wen and asked that they were at the Lotus Pond, and where he was disappearing. Zhu then continues talking on the phone with a confused look, reasoning that he completely forgot about it. At the same moment, the narrative of the story is transported to a cave to an altar in the form of a flower, and a certain voice said that a watery entangling vine should choke him, while green shoots suddenly flew out of the water. Then those same watery entangling vines entwined that same stone altar on all sides. At the same moment, a cloud of purple liquid rose sharply from the surface of the altar in the form of a flower and cackled. Then the protagonist, with a serious look, clenching his hand into a fist, said that Tengu and Bloody Raven must act right now and prevent the poisonous toad from hatching. Immediately after this, the Tengu and Blood Raven rushed forward with great speed and launched their attacks. At the same moment, the egg of the poisonous toad looked forward with great surprise with its small eyes. Then a punch of dark red energy hit her directly, sending purple glowing energy throughout the area. Immediately after this, Zhu calmly shouted that great, and now everyone should retreat at least 20 meters. At the same moment, the water-enveloping vines suddenly sank under the water, and the Tengu and Blood Raven flew back a little. Then the guy in the cap looked at the protagonist with great displeasure and asked why they should retreat, and isn't now the best moment for a decisive blow. Immediately after this, he abruptly pushed Zhu away and stepped in front of him, saying that he should get out of the way, he would kill him. At the same moment, Blood Raven rushed forward with great speed and activated his skill while the guy in the cap was talking about using a shower of bloody blades. Then, a huge number of bloody blades released by the Raven slammed straight into the ground, destroying it. Immediately after this, Blood Raven looked forward with great surprise and fear. At the same moment, he was suddenly enveloped in black and purple energy from all sides and seemed to be swallowed up. Then the guy in the cap with a confused look stood right in front of the imperturbable protagonist. Immediately afterwards, Zhu scratched his cheek with his finger and said that Blood Crow was not his fault, and he had no intention of making amends. At the same moment, a guy in a cap, standing right in front of the protagonist, with a guilty look said that it was not necessary, and everything was fine, he was too impatient, and a girl with red hair, approaching them with Heifeng, said that a junior student set the heat. Then the flower-shaped stone altar collapsed into small pieces that fell straight into the green water. Immediately after this, the man in the blue cloak stood next to the girl, observing everything that was happening, and said that this Xu Wen had been assigned to their class, and teacher Wang Fei had received a promising student. At the same moment, she, looking forward with a serious look, replied that it seemed that he knew in advance that the Buddha Heart Lotus would self-destruct, and the Lotus from the Western Region Army headquarters would drag down 5 legendary level beings with it. Then the man in the blue cloak left with her and asked that didn't she say that he was somehow connected with the Yin family, and said that he learned about everything from them. And Wang said that he had a family with the children. There are some conflicts, he doubts that they would share information with him. Immediately after this, she turned back, adjusted her glasses, and said that let her find out more about this boy, and by doing this she would do Xiaolan a great favor. At the same moment, the plot tells us that the narrative of the story moves to the dungeon of the underground Lotus Pond, where the black monster, opening its mouth, sent forward several attacks of black and purple energy. Then, the flying ant with silver wings flew forward at great speed, dodging the attacks from the black and purple energy. Immediately after this, the flying ant rushed forward with great speed past the black and purple colored energy and screamed loudly. At the same moment, he froze in the air and directed his bright, sparkling red stinger forward. The flying ant then continued to fly in the air right above a huge explosion of black and purple energy near the water. Immediately after this, the protagonist, looking at the screen of his phone, sitting next to the bed, said that he had figured out the attack mode of the Bloody Lotus and the abilities of the flying ant, and now it is very easy to kill the boss. At the same moment, Ju's phone rang sharply, and he looked straight at its screen in great surprise. Then, out of nowhere, a strange red and white egg appeared with a loud clang. Immediately after this, Ju continued to look at the screen of his smartphone with a thoughtful look. At the same time, the system notification window showed that an egg with a companion pet, the bloody pattern Buddha Heart Lotus, had been obtained, and its stats, while the protagonist said that since it was a legendary level, the stats were pretty good. Then Ju, raising his hand to his chin, thought, imagining the attacks of the Buddha's Heart Lotus with the bloody pattern, and thought that he had many useful skills. But this one only had one, and a very weak one at that. Immediately after this, the protagonist, sitting near the bed, holding a smartphone in one hand, thought and said that if you try to get it out, you will end up dying, and the Lotus will almost certainly be at the initial stage. At the same moment, Ju, moving his finger directly across the smartphone screen, asked what if he tried merging. Then the protagonist stood in a cave right in front of two system notification windows with different choices for merging and reasoned that they could just write that nothing would work. Immediately after this, another small system notification window suddenly appeared in the direction of Ju. At the same moment, the system notification window, seemingly out of nowhere, asked if he wanted to use this item as food for the flying ant with silver wings. Then the protagonist, holding his white smartphone with both hands, asked that he could be fed even when he was not hungry and whether the ant could still grow. Immediately after this, Ju pressed the button in the system notification with his finger and reasoned that he would try to feed. At the same moment, the protagonist raised his head up and looked at an ant with silver wings flying right next to him. Then Ju looked at his flying ant with a confused look and said that there was no change at all, and what should he be fed to make it grow up. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the small Buddha temple, which was notified by the system notification window, and the protagonist found himself near it with wings behind his back. At the same moment, Ju, with a serious look, enveloped himself in a huge amount of yellow-blue energy. Then the protagonist, sharply kicking the door, rushed inside and said that he apologized for disturbing him. Immediately after this, Ju would land on one knee, ending up inside. At the same moment, the protagonist looked at the screen of his smartphone with a joyful face and said that this was great, and with the help of a short prajnaparamita he was able to enter this hall. Then Ju scratched the back of his head in great surprise, looking at the Buddha statue with several clicks standing right in front of him, and reasoned that this strange statue looked even more terrible up close, and asked what kind of Buddha it was. Immediately after this, the Buddha statue raised one of its arms a little higher in a slow motion while sand fell from it. At the same moment, the protagonist found himself right in the middle of a huge magic circle of orange energy, which was very frightening. Then Ju, looking down at the bright light below him, said to wait, and again instant death. Immediately after this, the protagonist looked to the side while clumps of bright yellow energy appeared next to him. At the same moment, Ju focused his attention on one of the clots of bright yellow energy and reasoned that it was an egg with a pet. Then the protagonist, looking at the screen of his phone, watched the words of the Emperor of Knowledge, who said that he was a devout Buddhist wandering the world, guided by a basic vow, and must decide whether he would accept his gift. Immediately after this, Ju looked at his phone with a confused look and asked that he wanted to just give him an egg with a companion, and said that this could not happen and wanted to see the characteristics of the egg. At the same moment, next to the egg, surrounded by bright yellow energy, a system notification window appeared, notifying that it had not yet been received and it was impossible to view the properties. Then Ju, taking the yellow egg in his hand, looking at it, said that it seems there is only one way to find out. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to play on his phone, sitting next to the bed, and simply remained silent while the system notification window notified that the mythical creature Titan had been successfully bred. At the same moment, Ju threw his smartphone forward with great anger and said what the hell and when did he agree. Then the protagonist imagined in his head the image of a lion spirit with a horn and said that the spiritual power of this creature is simply amazing, but there is a problem, and he almost died because of a legendary level companion. Immediately after this, vines of black-red energy suddenly shot towards Ju, enveloping him as he wondered what would happen to him after the mythical creature was brought out. At the same moment, the protagonist continued to be enveloped from all sides by black and red vines while he was trembling violently, saying that it was some kind of curse and blood was coming from his mouth. Ju then stretched his hand forward, collecting a huge amount of blood while he was enveloped in vines of black-red energy, and said that it looked like he would be the first person in the world to die because of a video game. Immediately after this, the protagonist was lying on the floor near the bed next to a white smartphone, breathing heavily. At the same moment, Zhu, with a tired look, lying on the floor, reasoned that he was alive. But was it possible to get the pet out? And, it seems, some of the blood and all the spiritual energy were simply sucked out of him. Then the protagonist looked forward with great surprise at a strange white creature that was growling and jumping at him. Immediately after this, a white fluffy creature sat on the protagonist's chest, and he thought that this was Titan. At the same moment, Zhu took Titan into his hands and asked in surprise that he was a mythical creature that brings destruction. Then the protagonist took with his hand a white phone lying on the floor. Immediately after this, the system notification window notified that this white creature was an initial stage mortal Titan and showed its characteristics. At the same moment, the protagonist looked at the screen of his smartphone with great surprise and reasoned that 4 spiritual power skills and all characteristics exceed the maximum value, but he is of a mortal level. Zhu then continued to look at the screen of his smartphone and reasoned that yes, how is this even possible, while a joyful Titan sat right in front of him. Immediately after this, Zhu recalled the events of the recent past with the system notification window and said that he clearly remembered that the notification on his phone said that he was a mythic level. At the same moment, the protagonist, thoughtful, raised his hand to his chin and reasoned that it was interesting what was meant by the initial stage, and could it really be raised in the same way as a flying ant. Then Zhu imagined in his head the image of a mythical creature in the form of a lion, sitting next to a portrait of a monkey, said that Titan, the white dog of the Bodhisattva Ksiddhagarbha, hears everything in the world. And in the novel Journey to the West, he was able to recognize the deception of a 6-eared macaque who was pretending to be Sun Wukong, the king of the monkeys, and the other deities didn't even suspect anything. Immediately after this, the protagonist, squatting, said that yes, this is not how he imagined him, while Titan sat right in front of him, growling joyfully. At the same moment, Zhu thought, used Titan's transformation, and he seemed to evaporate, turning into a spirit. Then a small gold earring suddenly appeared right on the protagonist's ear. Immediately afterwards, Zhu stood in the middle of his room as bright yellow energy echoed throughout the area. At the same moment, right on the street, where a tree grows, illuminated by the sun, and people are walking, talking about how cool it is, and their hearing has improved several times, and it's good that they saw each other there. Then and sat in the middle of the room and trembled, crying loudly, and the protagonist with a confused look asked what it was in Jing's voice. Immediately after this, Zhu, awkwardly scratching his neck, said that he felt like a pervert who was eavesdropping on the girls, and reasoned that he had not heard anything at all. At the same moment, the protagonist, raising his head up, simply silently listened to the sounds of sadness emanating from it, and stood in the middle of his room. Then the protagonist met with his fist directly at the front door of the room. Immediately after this, Zhu continues to knock on the front door of the room, calling out to Injing, asking if she is okay, and reasoning that this ability cannot be used too often, otherwise he will simply go crazy. At the same moment, right outside the door to In's room, all sounds emanating from there suddenly died down. Then the protagonist, standing right in front of the door to her room, reasoned out of fear that something could have happened. Immediately after this, Zhu stepped back a little and prepared for subsequent actions with a serious look. At the same moment, the protagonist, with tremendous force and speed, hit his shoulder directly into the front door to Anne's room. Then Anne, sitting in her room, looked at the special burglary-resistant door, which took a huge number of blows. Immediately after this, Anne, sitting on the floor, with an upset look, asked how he could hear her. At that very moment, she trembled sharply and began to cry, reasoning that she did not want Zhu Wen to see her in such a pitiful state. Then Anne said that it stopped until the knocking on the door, which had already had a dent, suddenly stopped coming. Immediately after this, Anne, holding her stomach, leaned forward with an upset look and wondered if he had really left. At the same moment, the protagonist, putting his knee forward, suddenly broke the window and fell into her room. Then Anne, looking surprised and dumbfounded, turned back and silently watched what was happening. Immediately afterwards, Zhu stood right in front of her in her room and asked if everything was okay. At the same moment, Anne, with embarrassment on her face, lying on the floor, asked why he appeared from there while the protagonist was standing right in front of her. Then Zhu, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, said that she did not open it, and he thought that something had happened to her. Immediately after this, he took out his phone and said that he needed to call a doctor, and Anne, hearing him, sharply said that there was no need. At the same moment, she, with an awkward expression on her face, puffing out her cheeks, said that she just needed to rest a little. This was just a slight exacerbation of an old illness. Then the protagonist, looking forward with great surprise, reasoned that he needed a little rest in the old illness. At the same moment, Zhu suggested that it could be menstruation, and at the same moment threw a mug at him and asked what he was thinking about. Then the protagonist found himself behind the door, which suddenly slammed shut, and simply stood silently next to him, looking awkward. Immediately afterwards, Zhu would scratch his cheek and turn back and reason that he must have done something wrong. at the same moment and was standing right next to the doors leading to her room, leaning on them. Then she slowly slid down and sat directly on the floor. Immediately after this, and with great embarrassment covering her face, said that he was a fool. Small red pieces poured straight from the bag into a metal pan of water. Immediately after this, the protagonist, sighing heavily, stood right in front of the stove with a pan on it and reasoned that he did not know whether this drink would help restore at least a little blood. At the same moment, the phone, lying on the table next to the red pieces, vibrated sharply with a ringing sound. Then the protagonist picked up the phone and did not start a conversation. Holding the phone to his ear, and Lee, calling him by name, said that today was the first day of classes and the clubs were recruiting newcomers and they needed to go quickly. Immediately after this, Ju, holding a strange red liquid to his mouth, said on the phone that he had no intention of joining any club. At the same moment, Lai, walking along the city street, said that he should unite with him and he wants to found his own and brother Xuan will take good care of him, and asked if he agreed, and Ju said with an incredulous look that no, and thanked him, reasoning that with the help of the game he could develop much faster. Then Lee, still talking on the phone, said that he shouldn't act so cold towards him, and he heard that most university assignments require teams of several people, and if they have their own club, and there will be no need to contact to others for help. Immediately after this, he continued to say what he thought. He did not want what happened in the exam at school to be repeated, while the protagonist, listening to him, stood in the middle of the kitchen and prepared a decoction. At the same moment, Ju, holding his phone to his ear, became thoughtful and simply remained silent. He then replied that okay, but it's unlikely that you can form a club with just 2 people, and Lee, holding his phone to his ear, listened to his words. Immediately after this, he continues to walk around the city and, holding the phone to his ear, said that this is why they need to wander around the campus. At the same moment, the narrative moves directly to a huge square next to the university, where there were a huge number of people, and the plot said that this was the central square of Xiang University. Then, right across this square, a huge number of people dispersed in different directions. Immediately after this, the protagonist, looking to the side, also walked through this square and reasoned that there were so many people here. At the same moment, Lai, standing next to Weiyang, distracted Ju Wen and told him to come here while he was standing right in front of them. Then Ju came closer to the two, and Lai, with great surprise, asked why he needed this bag. Immediately after this, the protagonist took out a can of red drink from his bag and said that there was a special tea made from red dates and goji berries, asked if he wanted it, and Lee, with a frightened look, said that yes, he was a daredevil and was not afraid of side effects. At the same moment, Weiyang waved her hand and greeted Ju Wen, who greeted her back. Then Ju Wen, leaning closer to the surprised protagonist, said that he should listen and asked if he would like to join the Weiyang club. Immediately after this, she pointed with her hand to 3 beautiful girls standing aside, who said that they were glad to meet and said that they had many beautiful senior students. At the same moment, Lai, covering the protagonist with his hand, said, turning to his sister, that Ju Wen would be with him. Then he looked forward with a joyful face and said that it was so vile to use beauties, covering the protagonist with his hand, who looked at him and said that his mouth was watering. Immediately after this, Ju awkwardly scratched his neck and said that he was asking for forgiveness, and he had already promised Lai Xuan that they would have their own club. At the same moment, gentle Weiyang, straightening her hair, sighed heavily and said that she understood everything. Then she, holding her hands behind her back, walked away towards 3 beautiful girls and, turning back, said that she would then hope that they would help each other and complete tasks together when there was such an opportunity. Immediately after this, Lee, with a joyful face, pointing his thumb up, holding his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, said that they had agreed. At the same moment, Weiyang walked forward with her club members while Lai looked after them. Lai then squatted with a smile on his face and said that Ju Wen missed the chance to be surrounded by beautiful girls. Immediately after this, the protagonist, looking away, said that he should stop with his jokes and asked that they were going to start a club, so why weren't they doing anything? At the same moment, Ju, looking at the huge crowd of people who said that you need to come and look and think about joining their stupid, this is also quite good, said that if they continue to hesitate, all the newcomers will be sorted out. Then Lee, pointing his finger up, said that nothing could be done, and freshmen, in order to create a club, need to study at the university for at least a month and gather 5 or more members, and now they cannot register. Immediately after this, Ju, looking at him with great surprise, asked why they came here, and Lai, with a smile on his face, said that they were here to look at the beauties. At the same moment, the protagonist with great anger took Lee by the jacket, and he laughed, and a certain person walked towards them from the side. Immediately after this, the red-haired girl said Ju Wen's name, call out to him. At the same moment, the protagonist sharply averted his gaze to the side at Josie and the white-haired guy standing right in front of him, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Then the white-haired guy, crossing his arms over his chest, standing right in front of the protagonist, suddenly asked that he did not expect to meet them here. Immediately after this, the protagonist, looking to the side, said that they also entered Xian, and what a coincidence. At the same moment, Lai, with great surprise, placing his hand on Ju's shoulder, asked who this beauty was, and he answered that it was Fang Ruoxi, and they all studied in high school together. Then Li, with great surprise, said that they studied at school one, and asked why he didn't know her, and the protagonist, looking at him angrily, said that he only came for a couple of lessons. Immediately after this, Lai, with a joyful look, approached Ruoxi and said that he and Ju Wen wanted to found their own club, asked if they would join them, and she, smiling, said that, of course, while he reasoned that quickly she agreed. At the same moment, Li, awkwardly scratching his cheek, said that, but they would only be able to apply in a month, and if they could not wait. Then Ruoxi said with a kind face that it was okay and they would wait. Immediately after this, she slowly walked straight towards the protagonist. At the same moment, Ruoxi leaned right in front of Ju and said that Ju Wen should forgive her for not accepting him into the team to test his fighting skills. Then she, continuing to lean in, said that if he had not been able to pass the exam because of her then she would. At the same moment, Lai watched everything that was happening with a serious look and simply remained silent, reasoning that she had really come here only for the sake of Ju Wen. Then the protagonist, looking at the girl, said that it was nothing and they couldn't be blamed for that situation. Immediately after this, the guy with white hair awkwardly said that it was true and they were just forced to do it, but he would guarantee that it would not happen again, while Li looked at his back. At the same moment, Li, approaching the others, extended his hand forward and said that this was great, and since everyone had known each other for a long time, they would not waste time exchanging pleasantries. Then he, raising his hand a little higher, said that it was late and they should return home and have a good rest before tomorrow's classes. Immediately after this, Ju, looking at his friend, said that everything begins with a test of combat skills, and asked that it would take place in the city of the Buddha. At the same moment, Lai, looking seriously to the side, said that of course not, and Buddha City is an area that has just recently been discovered, there are too many hidden threats, and no one will take risks with freshmen. Ruoxi then raised her hand to her chin, thinking, and said that, based on previous years, the university would choose one of the 4 relatively safe spatial zones on campus. Immediately after this, she continued to say that the essence of the test was to kill dimensional creatures, and the more you killed, the higher its rating, and imagined in her head the image of a creature killed by a cut. At the same moment, Ju, with great surprise, scratching her cheek, asked how they knew all this. Then Josie, abruptly leaning a little lower and looking to the side, asked in surprise that he apparently didn't read the university spatial forum at all. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to one of the streets of the city, along which the protagonist walked, with his hands in his pockets. At the same moment, Ju, continuing to walk along the street, talked about spatial forms. The protagonist then imagined an information network in his head in the form of a planet with digital windows against the backdrop of a huge metropolis, and said that it was created by the Commonwealth to encourage residents of different spatial zones to exchange information, and registration does not require proof of identity, so both military and ordinary civilians can write freely here. Immediately after this, Ju, walking towards the big white house with his hands in his pockets, reasoned that when he studied in Guide, he rarely encountered complex spatial areas, so he did not pay much attention to them and did not expect that everyone in Xi'an communicate through this forum. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a thoughtful look, reasoned that he probably still needed to find out how to use it. Ju then looked at his phone with a thoughtful look, holding his hand to his chin, while a certain voice greeted him and asked that he too was accepted due to special reasons. Immediately after this, the protagonist looked around with great surprise and asked who was saying this. At the same moment, Ju suddenly lowered his head and saw a girl in a green dress right in front of him, who said that she was here. Then the protagonist with a serious look said that he greeted her and he, Ju Wen, lived on the 2nd floor. Immediately after this, the girl in the green dress with great joy, holding her hand to her chest, said that she welcomes him and she just moved in today. Her name is Wang Lu, and he can call her Xiao Lu, and she lives on the 1st floor, now they neighbors. At the same moment, Xiao looked at the empty space with great surprise and asked what and where he was. She then abruptly began to walk up the stairs while a loud knock was heard from above. Immediately after this, Xiao stood in the middle of the room and looked ahead, saying what a strange neighbor. At the same moment, the events of the story are transferred to the protagonist's room, where his bag and phone were lying on the bed. The forum website was opened right on the protagonist's monitor screen. Then Ju pressed a button on his mouse and scrolled through the forum website, while a bottle of decoction stood on the table next to him. Immediately after this, the protagonist looked at his monitor with a thoughtful look and said that it is clear. And the forum is a platform that provides open access to data, and university students and a variety of people disseminate information here. At the same moment, Zhu looked at the window for registering on the forum and reasoned that it was surprising that such a huge platform did not require identity verification, and the Commonwealth should be more concerned about security, and it was unknown what shady individuals would want to use the forum for their own purposes. Then a man in a black robe, sitting in the middle of the street next to the garbage, was holding a large black smartphone in his hand. Immediately after this, a huge number of system notification windows offered to exchange various resources, and Zhu said that this was a reward system, and you could exchange the points you received here for various resources. At the same moment, the protagonist, with his arms crossed in front, looked forward, saying that the only way to get points is to publish materials. Then the protagonist, imagining in his head digital forum windows, one of which was locked with a padlock, said that there are posts that any user can read, but the author receives little from them, only a few points for 10,000 reads, and if he wants more points, then you can post paid content. Immediately after this, Zhu said with a thoughtful look that the content of paid materials and their price depend only on the creator, since the forum is completely anonymous and you need to earn some fame on your account so that people want to pay. At the same moment, the protagonist presented his head with the Commonwealth emblem behind a post on the forum, the cost of which was 5 points, and said that, in addition, the Commonwealth and universities also publish information and their price is quite low. Then Zhu, sitting on a gaming chair directly in front of the monitor, said that in order to post. Immediately after this, the protagonist's finger on the hand that was lying on the other hand twitched sharply. At the same moment, Zhu, pointing his index finger forward, reasoned with a smile on his face that it was certain. The narrative of the story then moves to Van's room, who was lying on the bed drinking coffee. Immediately after that, she scrolled through the forum with her finger on a large tablet and said, "Oh, these freshmen." At the same moment, Van, holding her white tablet in one hand, leafing through the forum, and supporting a mug of coffee with the other, reasoned that she would give these idiots a good beating. Then, with great surprise, she looked forward straight into her large tablet and said what it was. Immediately after this, on the tablet screen there was a forum post about a strategy for the small Buddha temple with a price of 20,000 points. At the same moment, Van, with great surprise, knelt down, looked at the screen of her tablet and reasoned that this could not be, and how did someone know about this place? Then she, continuing to look ahead with a dumbfounded look, reasoned that the surroundings of the temple were declared a restricted area and they classified all the data, and most of the teachers had not even heard the name. Immediately after this, she lay down on her stomach, looked with a dissatisfied look at the screen of her tablet and said that completely new users, and already demanding 20,000 points for after, were they really just a scammer? At the same moment, Van thought, raising her hand to her face, and reasoned that he knew the secret name, and if this was true, military losses during reconnaissance would be significantly reduced. Then his finger immediately pressed directly on the buy button, located next to that same post for 20,000 points. Immediately after this, a forum window appeared on the tablet screen, which said that you need to use the Calm the Heart skill, which can be obtained from the crystal that fell from the Buddha's heart Lotus, in order to resist the strange force protecting the temple. At the same moment, Van, with a disappointed expression on her face, holding her hand to her chin, reasoned that calming the heart, and who even needs this useless mortal level skill, and how could she believe in such nonsense? The narration of the story then moves to the underground, ancient imperial city as notified by the system notification window, while the flying ant rushed forward at great speed towards the bone rider on the horse. Immediately after this, the bone warrior struck with his spear, and the flying ant sharply flew up, dodging the enemy's attack. At the same moment, the skeletal warrior, sitting on his horse, looked around in great surprise as the ground beneath him began to collapse from blue energy. Then the huge flying ant at high speed crashed straight into the skeleton warrior sitting on his horse. Immediately after this, the flying ant struck the bone rider with its stinger along with blue energy. At the same moment, the body of the bone warrior along with his horse evaporated, turning into dust, and in their place an orange-red egg remained. Then the protagonist, holding in his hand the same egg that fell from the monster, sighed heavily and said that the egg with the companion had finally fallen out. Immediately after this, Zhu threw that same egg directly into the mouth of the flying ant and told him to catch it. At the same moment, the flying ant, flashing with red light, was chewing an egg, and Zhu, scratching the back of his head, asked how much longer he would just eat, and said that he should grow up at least a little. Zhu then, with his hand on his flying ant, reasoned that he realized that the skeleton general and the flying ant were not compatible, and therefore he was not evolving, and he needed to move deeper into the map. Immediately after this, the protagonist, sitting on his flying ant, flew straight down the street of the ancient imperial city. At the same moment, Zhu, sitting on the back of his companion, looked to the side and said that it was strange, and he walked further and further, but the other skeletons were nowhere to be seen. Then the protagonist, sitting on his flying ant, suddenly looked down at the huge amount of sand that appeared there and wondered what it was. Immediately after this, Zhu, sitting on his flying ant, flew up to the ancient temple, while the system notification window announced that it was Ebatai, located in the ancient imperial city. At the same moment, the protagonist, to great surprise, looked at the screen of his white phone and asked what kind of tower was here. Ju then imagined in his head the image of a fire spirit in the form of a man standing next to Ebitai, and said that Ibo was the son of Ku, one of the 5 legendary emperors, and this hero became the incarnation of the god of fire, and according to legend, he used the tower to observe the celestial bodies, so it is also called the Tower of the Fire God. Immediately after this, Ju, sitting in his chair, looking at the phone screen, reasoned that, however, the textbooks say that Ebitai is located in the southwestern part of Guide, and why then in the game it is in the inner part of the ancient city. At the same moment, the protagonist was suddenly very surprised, looking at the screen of his phone, and reasoned that something flew out of there while a fiery bird was flying down from the top of Ebitai. Ju then jumped off his flying ant and they dodged a flying firebird. Immediately after this, the fiery bird, turning back, prepared for the next blow, and the flying ant looked in its direction. At the same moment, the fiery bird flew forward with great speed. Then the protagonist, standing on the ground, cursed, looking at the fiery bird, which was approaching him with great speed. Immediately after this, Ju got into a fighting stance, surrounding himself with blue energy, and said that he should attack. At the same moment, Ju released violet blue energy directly in front of him, directly towards the fiery bird flying towards him. Then the fiery bird with great speed, as if nothing had happened, rushed through the energy released by the protagonist. Immediately after this, Ju looked forward in great surprise and reasoned that he had missed, and it felt like he had simply punched the air. At the same moment, the fiery bird crashed straight into the protagonist, who was standing on the ground, and exploded. Then Ju, abruptly opening the jar of decoction, began to drink it furiously, holding the lid in his hand. Immediately after this, the protagonist puts the empty jar containing the product on the table with a loud knock and says it again. At the same moment, Ju, finding himself in the game, flew on red wings through the sky and reasoned that the strafing king is very agile, but due to the limitations of this ability, he cannot fly high enough on it and hit Ebitai while right behind him a fiery bird was flying. Then the firebird continued to fly forward at great speed, while Ju reasoned that this thing would not lag behind him, and he needed to come up with something. Immediately after this, Ju, thinking and imagining which firebird flew towards him last time, reasoned that when the flying ant dodged the attack, the firebird switched to him, and it seemed to be attacking the one closest to the tower, and said that then he would be bait. At the same moment, Ju sharply commanded his flying ant to hide, which suddenly lit up with a red glow while above him. Then the protagonist fell with great speed straight onto the temple stairs, and the fiery bird quickly caught up with him. Immediately afterwards, Ju landed directly on Ebitai with a smug grin as the firebird behind him was pierced by a beam of blue energy. At the same moment, when the flying ant was in the air after the blow it struck, the protagonist reasoned that it was beautiful and magical. The light needle turned out to be useful against this bird. Then the protagonist looked away at the image of a fiery bird that suddenly appeared nearby and asked why there was no notification that he had killed it. Immediately after this, Ju ran up the stairs of Ebitai at great speed for the finale and reasoned that it didn't matter and he needed to get up quickly and watch everything. At the same moment, the protagonist, continuing to run upstairs, saw 2 fiery birds flying from above and reasoned that again. Then Ju turned sharply to the side and ordered the flying ant to distract them, and it, flying next to him, hissed in approval. Immediately after this, the flying ant rushed forward with great speed towards the 2 firebirds flying down. At the same moment, the flying ant was almost right next to the 2 fiery birds. The flying ant then suddenly shot up into the air and the 2 firebirds immediately followed right behind it while the protagonist continued to run up the stairs and said that it was well done and reasoned that what now. Immediately after this, the flame that was burning right on top of Ebitai began to sharply change its shape. At the same moment, a huge number of firebirds were rushing down, descending from the top of the temple, and Ju said that there was no end to them. This was very bad. Then the protagonist, continuing to run forward, gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, said that this was a curse, and he was almost there, and at least. Immediately after this, Ju jumped up with great displeasure, heading towards several firebirds, shouting that they should let him see what was there. At the same moment, the protagonist used his Ashen Palm skill, spewed out violet blue energy and pushed off the air, flying higher and higher. Then Ju found himself right near the top of Ebitai, on which raging flames sparkled brightly. Immediately after this, the protagonist focused his attention on a strange sign, barely visible through the flames, located on the top of the temple, and wondered what it was. At the same moment, a fiery bird crashing directly into the protagonist exploded, spreading flames throughout the area. Then Ju's phone, which he was holding in his hands, said that the game was over. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with a thoughtful look, talked about the emperor and what it meant, recalling in his head the image of a stone monument shrouded in flames. At the same moment, Ju imagined in his head how in real life he was standing in front of the huge gates of the ancient city of Guide, and in the game he was at the gates of the ancient imperial city, and said that this dungeon should be created based on the real ancient city of Guide, but in the game it is called the ancient imperial city. Then the protagonist, sitting behind his chair, with a thoughtful look, reasoned that after killing birds no notifications appear, and maybe this is some kind of special call using the spiritual power skill, and they are still a headache, but what will happen when he will meet the boss who summons them? Immediately after this, Ju, looking at his monitor screen, sighed heavily and said that the Fire God Tower hid many more secrets, but he could not follow it yet. At the same moment, the protagonist looked with great surprise at the monitor screen, on which the forum notification window notified that 20,000 points had been received twice. Then Ju, with a joyful expression on his face, sitting at his gaming table, asked what two people had already bought and said that it was easy money. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to look at his monitor screen and simply remained silent. At the same moment, a private chat on the forum opened on the monitor screen, and someone asked if they could talk about the small Buddha temple. Then the narration of the story was transferred to a room on the wall of which a black clock hung and showed the time. Immediately after this, Wang, with her hands clasped in front of her face, looked at the screen of her tablet lying on the table. At the same moment, she asked why there was still no answer, and a private chat was opened on the screen of her tablet, where she asked if she could talk about the small Buddha temple. Vaughn was then talking on the phone while standing next to the window while someone was saying that he had already done the investigation and Calm the Heart had indeed neutralized the temple's power, and she was saying that it was great but they still hadn't figured out who this poison SSFDGF was and where it came from. He knows all this. Immediately after this, a man in a military uniform said that the issue with the temple was still not resolved, and Wang was very surprised by this. At the same moment, a man in military uniform stood still and said that the stone steel near the entrance to the temple was causing a lot of problems. Wang then continued to talk on the phone, looking confused, saying that stone steels with cultivation methods, and if she remembered correctly, they were appearing in other areas as well. Immediately after this, she, deep in thought, said that there were rumors that by studying such a method, one could gain incredible strength, and imagined in her head a stone steel surrounded by universal power. At the same moment, a man in military uniform said that not everything is so simple. A short Prajna Paramita is written on this steel. Then he, standing right in front of the steel with strange symbols on it, said that, unfortunately, the volunteers who decided to learn the notes on the monument all died, while behind him lay a huge number of corpses that the soldiers were hiding. Immediately after this, Wang fell into a stupor, looked out the window, holding the phone to her ear, and simply remained silent. At the same moment, the man in military uniform, looking back, said that they did not know what conditions needed to be met in order to study the short Prajna Paramita, and teacher Wang Fei should try to find out something from that person. Then on the screen of her tablet in a private chat, her questions were answered about what exactly. Immediately after this, Wang, looking at the screen of her white tablet, said that she had finally answered. At the same moment, she asked in a private chat what he knew about the short Prajna Paramita, and her interlocutor replied that he knew. Then Van, adjusting her glasses with a satisfied expression on her face, looked at the tablet screen and reasoned that she thought so, and it seems that this man knows the temple like the back of his hand. Immediately after this, Ju leaned his head on his hand and looked forward, greatly surprised. At the same moment, in a private forum chat, Wang asked if she needed anything to study her, and she was ready to generously reward her for this information, and Ju simply remained silent. Then the protagonist, leaning back in his chair, closing his eyes, reasoned that the method of study was really something special. At the same moment, Ju, lying down on his chair, looked up and said that, although, when he tried it for the first time, he almost fainted from a headache. Then the protagonist remembered how the immortality lost from the morning flared up inside his chest, and said something that helped him then. Immediately after this, Ju stood up abruptly from his chair, leaning forward. At the same moment, the protagonist looked forward with a serious look and reasoned that he was sorry, but he couldn't tell him. Then Ju used his mouse to direct the cursor on the monitor screen to the cross that closed the chat. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to the next day to the university building. At the same moment, a huge number of students were right within the walls of that very university. Then Lee, with a joyful look, waving his hand, approached the protagonist, who was drinking the broth, and wished him good morning. Immediately after this, Ju looked to the side with a very tired look, holding a jar of broth near his mouth, and Lai sharply shouted that this was horror. At the same moment, he put his hands on the shoulders of the protagonist, who was simply silent and breathing heavily, and said, turning to old Ju, that he needed to learn self-control and was indulging his desires too much. The protagonist then brought the jar of infusion to his mouth and reasoned that last night he spent a lot of blood trying to explore the ant cave. Immediately after this, Ju recalled how he and his flying ant and bone ant fought with other insects, and said that the silver-winged flying ant had become much stronger, so it could easily kill black ants, but he and the bone ant were still mortal level, so they were torn to shreds, and he didn't even have time to collect anything. At the same moment, the narrative of the story is transferred to one of the classrooms at the university. Teacher Wang then entered the classroom while the students looked at her with lecherous looks and said that the students should create silence. Immediately after this, she stood near the board, holding a blue folder in her hand, and said that she was welcome and her name was Wang Fei. She was their curator, and the first character was from the word ruler, and the second character was from the word concubine. At the same moment, Wang, with a tired look, recalled how she was sitting at the table right in front of her tablet, and reasoned that she was tired and had been waiting all night for an answer from this mysterious man. Then Li, with a smile on his face, turned to the teacher and asked that she was a concubine of some ruler and whether she wanted to be him, while everyone around laughed, and the protagonist, with a tired look, closed the jar of broth. Immediately after this, Wang stood near the blackboard with an imperious look and said that of course, but first he must graduate from the university. At the same moment, she, bringing the blue folder closer to her face, said that now she would tell him more about the exam. Wang then began to say that they have 10 days to form a team of a maximum of 4 people, and the task is to kill the demon general at Hulao Pass, and the protagonist, with a tired look, listened to her, talking about the demon general. Immediately after this, the teacher said that they would have 1.5 minutes, and those who did not pass the test would be expelled. At the same moment, everyone in the audience was greatly surprised by what they heard and loudly asked if it was true. Then one of the guys in the audience turned to the teacher and said that this was not too much, and the other shouted that they were still at the mortal level. Immediately afterwards, Wang, adjusting her glasses, said that if they tried hard, there would be plenty of time to prepare. At the same moment, she said with a serious look that from now on, Hulao Pass is open for 10 days for exploration. Then Wang, with a benevolent look, said that, hopefully, they would gather with the same composition after the exam. Immediately after this, Li, with a thoughtful look, raising his hand to his chin, spoke about the demonic general at Hulao Pass, and the protagonist, standing behind him, looked in his direction and asked that it was difficult to defeat him. At the same moment, Li sharply turned back, pointing his finger forward, and said that Hulao Pass is an ancient battle site, so the local spatial creatures have become incredibly powerful, and the demonic general is considered stronger than the average legendary creatures, while the protagonist listened carefully to him, standing nearby. Li then continued to say that some generals had even reached the peak of the legendary level and imagined a scary black demon with horns in his head. Immediately after this, Li, crossing his arms over his chest, looked at the huge crowd of first years and said that they were all still mortals and this was too difficult a task. And the protagonist, raising his hand to his chin, simply remained silent. At the same moment, Zhu, looking to the side, said that they could only come to terms with the conditions and needed to explore the area a little. The narrative of the story then moves to the teacher's room, as evidenced by a sign. Immediately after this, a man in a blue cloak approached Wang, who was drinking coffee, and said that she used this test for talented students and that it was hardly suitable for ordinary students. At the same moment, Wang, sitting behind an office chair and holding a cup of coffee, said that everything was fine and she had published details about the demonic general on the forum, and if they prepared, killing him would not be difficult. Then she, turning her gaze to the side, said that, of course, she only intimidated them with expulsion so that they would not be too self-confident. Immediately after this, Vaughn continued to say that they might end up facing much stronger opponents in the future, and conjured up an image in her head of a huge dragon surrounded by flames. At the same moment, the narrative of the story is transferred to a huge portal created from blue energy. Lai and Ju then stood still while they were photographed and a voice told them to pass. Immediately after that, the two of them walked forward straight to the blue portal, and the military man, holding a blue folder in his hands, waited for the next people. At the same moment, the protagonist and Li, passing through the blue portal, found themselves on the other side. Then the narrative of the story moved to Hulao Pass, as indicated by the system notification window, and there were several monsters surrounded by sand. Immediately after this, armed monsters in armor stood right in the middle of the sand. At the same moment, one of the monsters in armor with red eyes walked forward while a man watched him from the wall of the fortress. Then Li, standing on the wall of the fortress, looked down and said that there were so many demonic soldiers here. Immediately after this, he turned back and said that he needed to go further to find the general. And the protagonist behind him said that he did not need to play with his life and he did not know this area at all, so he could not promise that he would save him if something happens. At the same moment, Li, with a dissatisfied look, leaning on the wall, said that he was too cautious. Then the protagonist walked away from him with a serious look and said that he was passing through the neighborhood, and Li showed an approving sign. Immediately after this, Zhu, with his hands in his pockets, walked straight along the wall of the fortress. At the same moment, the protagonist turned sharply to the side and reasoned that since there is a dungeon that copies the city of the Buddha and the ancient city, then so. Zhu then looked sharply to the side and was greatly surprised to see a small column with an image of an Asura. Immediately after this, the protagonist focused his attention on a small button in the form of an animal's footprint on that same column. At the same moment, Zhu, taking out his white phone, reasoned that he had found this sign and there it was. The narrative of the story then shifts to two first years who used their skills to fight a demonic soldier. Immediately after this, Lai displeasedly reasoned that two mortals could easily handle a soldier. They looked quite weak and said that Zhu Wen was too cautious and even if something happened, they could just run away. At the same moment, the protagonist, being behind him, turned to Lai Xuan and said that they were returning and he said that it was good. Then Zhu stood still, as if beaming with joy, and Lai, looking at him, was very surprised. Immediately after this, they both approached the gate with the blue portal while he asked why he looked so happy, and the protagonist said that it seemed to him and reasoned that finally a new dungeon. He also transfers the narrative of the story to the protagonist's apartment, where he sits at his gaming table. Then Zhu, with a thoughtful face, raising his hand to his chin, reasoned that the forum actually had detailed instructions, and Teacher Wang did not demand the impossible from them. Immediately after this, a notice was visible on the protagonist's monitor screen that only ordinary demonic generals should avoid special creatures with a hieroglyph, and he reasoned that this was probably a warning at the end. At the same moment, Zhu, raising his hand to his chin, talked about special ones, and Lai Xuan had already mentioned them. Then the protagonist bites his finger, drawing blood on it, said that it doesn't matter, and he read the tips, and now let's check everything in the game, and activated the game sign. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the game world to the Hulao Pass, which is notified by the system notification window, while the protagonist was standing on the wall in front of the desert. At the same moment, Zhu suddenly jumped off the wall, heading down at great speed. The protagonist then lands hard on the sand while two demonic soldiers suddenly turn around and look in his direction. Immediately after this, Zhu raised his head up and looked forward with a joyful, benevolent look, laughing a little. The protagonist then swung his fist straight at several demonic soldiers, who flew back from his attack. Immediately after this, Zhu, after the blow he had dealt, looked forward with a smile on his face and reasoned that although it was written that demonic soldiers were stronger than ordinary mortal beings, they were quite easy to defeat. At the same moment, the protagonist continued to stand in place while unknown silhouettes suddenly appeared from the sand behind him. Then several demonic soldiers with a menacing look roared loudly and headed towards the mouse standing still. Immediately after this, the demonic soldier continued to look forward with a furious look. At the same moment, the protagonist struck with a slash of blue energy and cut the demonic soldiers into two parts. Then the flying ant flew along the ground with a furious look and hissed loudly. Immediately after this, Zhu rushed forward with great speed, pushing off from his place and ran across the sand, saying let's go. At the same moment, the protagonist suddenly rushed through his enemies, leaving behind only a trail of blue energy and killing them. Zhu then, as he was about to strike again at the demonic soldier, reasoned that he didn't know if he would meet these special generals. Immediately after this, the protagonist struck with his hand with orange energy and threw the next demonic soldier back. At the same moment, right next to the corpse of the demonic soldier, a huge red foot stepped on the sand. Then the protagonist, with great surprise, continued to stand in his place, looking forward, while a red demon sat on a stone in armor and with a spear stuck in the sand. Immediately after that same red demon looked forward with a grin on his face. At the same moment, the protagonist, holding a white phone in his hands and looking into it, said that he had a hieroglyph engraved on his helmet. This was the special demonic general that Teacher Wang wrote about. Then the protagonist, putting his hand forward, said that he needed to go forward, and, flying at great speed, he immediately rushed into battle. Immediately after this, the blade of the red demon's spear suddenly came straight out of the sand. At the same moment, the special demonic general, standing on the red spirit bull, holding a spear in his hand, rushed forward with great speed. Then the special demonic general, still rushing forward at great speed while standing on the bloody bull, swung his spear right in front of the flying ant flying towards him. Immediately after, the special demonic general would strike with his spear and send a huge amount of sand into the air while the flying ant sharply dodged his thrust. At the same moment, the flying ant found itself directly behind the back of its opponent, while he looked at him with a stern look, holding a spear in his hand. The flying ant then launched a beam of blue energy directly at the special demonic general's back. Immediately after this, the special demonic general shouted sharply and released a huge amount of fiery black and orange energy in the form of a lotus around him. At the same moment, this black and orange energy filled the wound created by the blue ray of the flying ant. The special demonic general then stood still as the wound on his chest caused by the flying ant disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the special demonic general swung his spear, surrounding him with orange flames. At the same moment, he stabbed with his spear, sending even more sand into the air as the flying ant rushed towards him. Then the protagonist, looking with great surprise at the flying ant, reasoned that he wanted to hit it, and it was not so easy, and the ant could fly. Immediately after this, the special demon general suddenly jumped away from the forehead of his blood bowl and flew forward at great speed. At the same moment, he continued to fly forward at great speed straight towards the flying ant, while the protagonist reasoned that he was so far away, but was going to jump to attack. The special demonic general then summoned a sphere of black and purple energy directly in front of him. Immediately after this, the sphere of black and purple energy buzzed sharply, then a flying ant was reflected in it. At the same moment, a special demonic general struck his hand directly at the flying ant, illuminating everything around with black and purple energy. The special demonic general would then strike with his fire spear and cut the flying ant into two halves. Immediately after this, the protagonist, looking at his phone screen with great surprise, reasoned that it was some kind of spiritual power skill just now, and he destroyed the flying ant in one instant. At the same moment, a special demonic general, swinging his spear with a menacing look, was preparing to throw it forward. The special demonic general would then throw his spear forward with great speed and hit the protagonist's body directly, destroying him in an instant. Immediately after this, the protagonist's hands, holding a white smartphone, began to shake sharply with fear. At the same moment, Ju, looking at his hand, with great fear on his face, reasoned that he was strong, and he had a very powerful aura, how he wanted to get him. Then the protagonist, imagining images of a blue flying ant and a red special demonic general in his head, said that the characteristics of the flying ant, especially speed, were very high even for the legendary level, but the demonic general simply crushed him. Immediately after this, Ju, raising his hand to his chin, recalled the image of the demonic general and said that he was afraid, especially the general had already reached the peak of the legendary level. At the same moment, the protagonist entered the game again, and his character was standing right on the wall of the fortress. Ju then suddenly jumped off the wall and headed down at great speed, saying that once again. Immediately after this, the protagonist activated the skill, created wings on his back and flew forward right above the sand. At the same moment, the protagonist, flying on red wings, flew right over a huge number of demonic soldiers. Then Ju, flying up to a small rock in the middle of the desert, stopped abruptly and, landing on the ground, reasoned that the general he had fought with in the last round had disappeared. Immediately after this, a slash of bright blue energy rushed forward at great speed. At the same moment, the protagonist jumped sharply upward, dodging the cut of blue energy that destroyed the stone. Ju then lands hard on the sand with a menacing look 100 in a fighting stance. Immediately after this, a demonic soldier with a spear in his hands and with a furious look looked forward and stood straight on the sand. At the same moment, the protagonist, holding a smartphone in his hands and looking into it, said that it seems that this special creature rarely appears, and, unfortunately, this time he only came across ordinary ones, without hieroglyphs on the helmet. Ju then waved his hand sharply and summoned a flying ant that was shrouded in red energy. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the protagonist, who was tapping a lot on the screen of his smartphone while sitting in a gaming chair. At the same moment, the flying ant rushed forward with great speed, striking the demonic soldier, who flew back. Then Ju approached the corpse of the demonic soldier, over which a purple crystal appeared, and said that both an ordinary demonic general and a special one of the legendary level, but the difference between them is simply huge. Immediately after this, the protagonist, approaching a strange purple crystal, asked about the level 15 spiritual power crystal, while the system notification window notified about it. At the same moment, Ju, deep in thought, raising his hand to his chin, reasoned that it was a pity that his characteristics had already reached the limit, and even if he used this crystal, nothing would change. The protagonist then ran sharply through the desert and reasoned that this time there was no general with a tattoo blocking the path, and he could move forward to explore while a flying ant flew next to him. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to the huge gates to the city, to which Ju ran across the sand. At the same moment, Ju, continuing to run forward past the ruins, asked that this was Hyula Pass. Then, right on the wall of the entrance gate to the city, a flash of pink light shone sharply. Immediately after this, a blow of pink energy hit the protagonist's heart and instantly killed him. At the same moment, Ju, with great dissatisfaction, holding a smartphone in his hands, asked what the hell and who shot him, once again creating a new character in the game. Then the protagonist rushed forward with great speed, surrounding himself with bright blue energy, and said that he did not see at all where this arrow flew from, and only by the sound he could determine that it was fired from somewhere behind the gate. Immediately after this, Ju rushed at great speed straight towards the entrance gate of the city, leaving behind only a trace of blue energy. At the same moment, the protagonist continued to fly forward very quickly, surrounding himself with blue energy. Ju would then abruptly stop in his tracks as the strange energy pierced his heart again. Immediately after this, the protagonist looked forward with great surprise and reasoned that even the flash of silver wings was useless. At the same moment, Zhu, abruptly taking up the computer mouse, looked at the monitor and said that he would see what else was on the forum about this pass. The story's narration then shifts to the moment when the protagonist was furiously clicking on his computer mouse. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with a dissatisfied look, resting his head on his hand, reasoned that there was a lot of information, but almost no really useful information. At the same moment, Zhu imagined an image of the city's entrance gate in his head and said that once a team, all of whose members had reached the epic level, tried to break through the gate. But they were defeated, and therefore the area 2.5 kilometers from the pass was declared a restricted area, and ordinary students and teachers are prohibited from entering. Then the protagonist, focusing his attention on the monitor with an open forum on it, reasoned that nothing was said about special demonic generals with an engraved hieroglyph, only that sometimes extremely powerful creatures of this type appear in this location. Immediately after this, Zhu lounged in his chair with his hands behind his head and continued to reason that it seemed that he could only rely on himself. At the same moment, a small gold earring in the protagonist's ear suddenly shone with a bright light. Then Tiding suddenly appeared right on Zhu's stomach, grumbling loudly. Immediately after this, the protagonist stroked Titan with his hand and said that for sure, and he still had to feed him and the ant with silver wings. At the same moment, Zhu, stroking Titan's nose, said that before defending the new dungeon, he needed to get food for them in the ancient imperial city. Then Titan abruptly swallowed the protagonist's hand, and he looked in his direction with great fear. Immediately after this, Zhu screamed very loudly throughout the house, while Xiao, who was passing by his room, said that he really was a strange neighbor. At the same moment, the narrative of the story moves to a rocky area, and the plot says that this is Hulao Pass. Then the girl, jumping up, sending streams of water into the air, said that she was using a water bomb, while the guy right in front of her created an ice crystal using his freezing skill. Immediately after this, ice spikes flew towards the ordinary demon soldier in huge numbers. At the same moment, the demonic soldier rose sharply and roared loudly, destroying the ice spikes stuck into him. Then Teacher Wang, standing on the wall of the fortress, watched everything that was happening and reasoned that several days had already passed. Other students were continuously training, and Zhu Wen came in on the first day and did not appear again. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the protagonist's room, where he lies on the bed and plays on the phone. At the same moment in the game, a flying ant was flying overhead in a cave, while just below it, a lotus was spewing a huge amount of black and purple energy around itself. Then, after an explosion of lotus energy, a blue crystal fell out of it, and the protagonist loudly shouted that it was a crystal of spiritual power. Immediately after this, Zhu, holding a smartphone in his hands, said that he did not expect that the crystal drop rate was so low. And all this time, only eggs with companion pets dropped out, although the characteristics are not very good and fed his pets in the game. At the same moment, Zhu pressed the absorption button on the screen of his smartphone. The protagonist then sat in the lotus position and meditated, surrounding himself with a huge amount of red energy. Immediately afterwards, Zhu's body suddenly began to become covered in red veins. At the same moment, the protagonist, looking at his hand, emitting red energy, reasoned that the absorption did not cause too much discomfort, probably due to the fact that the physical characteristics had now reached 11 points. Then, a system notification window popped up right on the screen of the protagonist's smartphone, notifying him that the level 9 Buddha Lotus Flesh skill had been learned. Immediately after this, Zhu sat on his bed, looking at the smartphone screen, and asked about Buddha Lotus Flesh, and this is a defensive skill. At the same moment, Zhu stood up from the bed, removing his hand with the phone, and reasoned that he needed to check it. Then the protagonist, standing in the middle of his room, enveloped himself in a protective barrier of red energy in the form of a lotus. Immediately after this, Zhu looked around in great surprise, continuing to envelop himself in the red barrier, and reasoned that the spiritual power was being consumed too quickly. At the same moment, the protagonist abruptly touched his hand to the floor and cancelled the use of the Lotus Protective Barrier skill. Zhu then looked at his hand surrounded by red energy and said that this skill burns a lot of energy and cannot be used for a long time. Immediately after this, without removing his hand, the smartphone approached the bed and reasoned that he did not know how strong his defense was, and to find out in the game. At the same moment, the narrative of the story is transferred to the game, where demonic soldiers, who were given orders by a special demonic general, rushed to attack. Then Zhu, standing still and using his defensive skill, created a shield around him and repelled the blows of his opponents, reasoning that the Buddha's lotus flesh repelled all attacks from the demonic soldiers. Immediately after this, the special demonic general would strike with his spear and send up a huge amount of sand. At the same moment, a slash of red energy struck the protagonist's shield, throwing up even more sand. Zhu then stood in his place and looked forward as his red shield was destroyed, and reasoned that the demonic general's spiritual power skill could destroy this shield, but the force of the blow was still much less. Immediately after this, the protagonist, lying in his bed, holding a smartphone in his hands, said that he should finally try to catch the arrow. At the same moment, the protagonist, shrouding himself in the flesh of the Buddha Lotus, tried to resist the shooting of blue energy, which still destroyed the barrier and instantly killed him. Then Zhu, with a sad look, sitting on the bed, held a red ball in his hand and said that there were still killers right away. Immediately after this, the protagonist thoughtfully reasoned that Buddha Lotus flesh is a legendary level skill, but for an arrow, this shield is like a piece of paper. At the same moment, Zhu finds himself in the game right near the entrance gate to the city, reasoning that it seems that this shooter is already above even the legendary level, and with his current strength, it is better not to approach this gate. The protagonist's character would then appear in the game world, shrouded in red energy, and use revives. Immediately after this, Zhu stood on the sand in great surprise as he looked forward to the real special demonic general with the hieroglyph right in front of him. At the same moment, the special demonic general with the hieroglyph suddenly turned back while the protagonist was surprised at him. Then the special demonic general with the hieroglyph stood in place, placing his spear on his shoulder, while the protagonist introduced the past and said that he was different from the previous one. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the headquarters of the Commonwealth, and a certain voice told the captain that he was at Xi'an University. At the same moment, a man with brown hair, sitting right in front of a digital information board, said that an interregional arrest warrant had also already been received, and the operation could begin. Then he leaned his head on his hand and said that the M family should not suspect anything, so they need to capture Zhu Wen as quickly as possible. Immediately after this, Sit, hiding one of the doors at the university, said with a menacing look that she accepted the order. The rector's hands were folded on the table. Si and her assistant began to approach the man. The rector began to ask the girl what the student could have done that made people from the special inspection personally come for him. Si began to raise her hands to her face and tell the rector that there was no reason to worry and they just wanted to ask a few questions and he was not in danger. Mr. Rector looked at the woman carefully and told her that he knew what kind of reputation their organization had, and if the rector allowed them to take Zhu away, then he would definitely not return intact. Si began to look carefully at the rector, thinking that it seemed that this old man was not going to cooperate with them. Si began to look askance at her assistant, asking him for a document. The girl began to hand the document to the rector. Si began to look decisively and confidently at Mr. Rector, telling him that he knew exactly what it was. Si began to look at the gentleman with a smile on her face, asking him about his university wanting to break the law. The rector began to look at the document with fear and surprise, holding it in his hands and realizing that it spoke of interregional arrest warrants. The gentleman lowered his head with his eyes, saying that it was impossible to use a document of this level for an ordinary student. Huge country house. Zhu sat on the sofa and looked at the phone, holding it in both hands. The sand rose high in the air. Virtual player Zhu flew away from the lava and fire that was on the ground. The player began to fly with quick movements, confidently looking forward. A huge sharp arrow of the player's power was quickly directed towards the evil monsters. The red little demon looked confidently at virtual player Zhu as he clutched his weapon. The player tried to quickly reach the monster, which was creating a circle of fire using its magic. The player flew in different directions from the monster, trying to get close to it. The virtual player began to raise his hand, pointing it at the demon, which was full of power. The guy's eyes were determined. In the hands of the demon was a red ball of power. The monster began to raise his hand with the ball high, showing his strength. The virtual player quickly flew away from such a powerful monster, and then killed the monster with his own hand. Zhu's phone began to turn on slowly. Zhu began to look thoughtfully at the floor, putting his hand to his chin. The guy saw that his player's hand had turned into a blade, although this general had a completely different ability. Zhu sat on the bed, carefully remembering the face of the monster. The guy learned that there was a hieroglyph for knife and there was a hieroglyph for paper. Zhu decided that next time we should wait for the appearance of a special general with the hieroglyph for stone on his helmet. The virtual player channeled his power into the red shield of the monster's magic. Zhu realized that for now he could not do anything with the paper general, but he could try to evade the other's cutting attack with the help of a flash of silver wings. Zhu lay on the bed, looking up, and said that after considering the course of the battle, the guy came to the conclusion that it was better to split up with his pet, and when the general fought 1 against 2, there would be a greater chance that he would be open to a blow. A huge poisonous ant was in the sky. For Zhu there was a problem that the ant could not use the magic light needle. Someone started knocking on Zhu's door. Zhu began to look at the door in surprise, not understanding who needed him at such a time. Zhu's hand began to press on the door handle. Zhu began to look at the man in the cap who was bowing to the guy. The man in the cap began to open his mouth slightly and asked the guy if he was Zhu Wen. The man began to tell the guy to go with him to the rector's office. Zhu looked at the man carefully, not understanding why he had to go to the rector's office. Zhu and the man began to leave the house. There was a silhouette of a girl in the window of the building, and Jin looked at the street in surprise, not understanding why Zhu was being taken away. Zhu walked slowly along the street with his assistant, hiding his hands in his pockets. Zhu's gaze was directed downwards. The guy was thinking that people meet less and less often. Zhu's legs stopped. Zhu began to look at the assistant, telling him that they were not going to the rector's office and that there was only an exit from the campus ahead. The girl's legs began to slowly walk towards Zhu, telling him that he was very observant. Zhu began to look at the girl's heels. With quick movements, Si began to run towards Zhu, hit him in the stomach with his fist. The guy's look was very frightened. Blood began to fly from Zhu's mouth. Zhu's hand began to touch the asphalt, which was smeared with blood. Zhu was lying on the asphalt, and Si, with a smile on her face, began to tell the guy that they had met again. Si began to look at Zhu with a smile on her face and tell him that she would beat everything he knew about Jingdeoxian out of the guy. Zhu began to slowly rise, looking at Si and realizing that everything happened because of that old man. Zhu began to lean over, looking at the girl and telling her that he might not know anything about him, and the guy also answered that when Si arrests a person, there is no need to provide any documents and evidence. Si began to look angrily at Zhu, not understanding how he was able to rise like that. Because someone of mortal level should not move at all after that blow, Si began to tell Zhu that she would receive evidence when she arrested the guy. The assistant put on gloves and walked towards Zhu as Si told him to grab the guy. Zhu began to look at the assistant, gritting his teeth and asking Si what would happen if he resisted. Si started waving her weapon, looking at Zhu and telling him that he would cut off his arms and legs, so the girl told the guy to give up. The assistant's hand began to squeeze Zhu's neck, who had a smile on his face. Standing next to Zhu was a huge scary face of blue magic. The assistant's hand began to rush towards Zhu. The assistant began to lean down to hit the guy, but saw that he had disappeared. Si began to angrily look at the silhouette of Zhu, who had disappeared, and began to say that he had flown away using the skill of spiritual power and needed to be found quickly since Zhu could not run too far. Si began to look carefully to the side, trying to see Zhu. Some sounds were heard in the forest. Si understood that John was hiding there. Zhu jumped on tree branches and told himself that this woman was firmly convinced that he was Jingdeoxian's accomplice and she refused to listen to his explanations. Zhu carefully looked ahead, quickly running away. The guy knew that he really received the Lost Sutra from Jin, so Zhu knew that they would easily come up with charges if the guy was caught. The shield of Si's power began to quickly flash through the bushes. Zhu jumped to avoid the beam, but he didn't have time. The guy's stomach was wounded. Zhu quickly began to jump from the giant hand of magic that wanted to take him away. The guy could not believe that he was caught up so quickly. Zhu clenched his teeth and ran away with quick movements. Zhu's huge fist and strength killed his hand, preventing him from being wounded. Zhu began to tear his t-shirt and quickly run away from the forest. The guy understood that this could not continue. The assistant and Si quickly ran to Zhu. Holding strong weapons in their hands, the guy knew that they were both of the legendary level and his capture was only a matter of time. Zhu quickly ran away, looking at his phone. Zhu's finger began to point towards the enter button. The guy decided that if this was the same place, then he could get rid of them. Underground entrance, Buddha City. Si and her assistant quickly headed towards Zhu, who was running away from them along the path to the dungeon. Si looked at Zhu with anger, thinking that that soldier definitely had to check his documents. The assistant began to look at Si, who was gritting her teeth in anger. The guy replied that they could not waste another minute because the Im family might find out about this. Si began to direct all her rays in different directions, shouting to her assistant that she knew this. Zhu began to swing in different directions, trying to escape from the rays. Zhu jumped in different directions, getting hurt from the rays. Zhu began to jump to the ground, getting away from it all. Zhu's gaze was full of fear, but at the same time determination. Si's power was directed towards Zhu's magic in the form of blue rays. Zhu acquired wings, with the help of which he began to fly around the dungeon. Si clenched her teeth in anger and, looking at Zhu, began to realize that these were the same wings again, which meant that the guy had a legendary level ability. Zhu jumped in different directions and flew away. Si understood that he would not last long in this state. Zhu's mouth began to open wide with anger and pain. There was a box near the stairs. It was right in front of Zhu. Si and her assistant quickly ran towards Zhu, who was trying to hide from them. With quick movements, Zhu jumped over the box. Si began to throw her weapon at Zhu, shouting at him that he would not run away. Zhu quickly ran away from the weapons that were rushing towards him at great speed. Zhu's teeth were clenched in pain. Zhu covered his face with his hand and jumped high from the stairs, screaming in pain. Zhu hit the wall with great force. Si and his assistant looked at the box and said that this was a forbidden territory. Si looked forward angrily and said that some schoolchildren had gone there, so they had nothing to be afraid of. Si began to approach the stairs and look down carefully. Si began to go down the stairs, looking at the lying Zhu. The girl began to ask the guy why he stopped. Zhu began to close his eyes and, with a smile on his face, tell them whether they would die if they went further. Si began to reach out her hand to the assistant who was going towards Zhu. The girl told him not to be a coward. Zhu began to show the finger to the assistant. The assistant ran towards Zhu, but did not have time to kill him as Zhu magically shot the man in the chest. The assistant began to slowly fall to the ground. Si began to slowly approach the body, not knowing how to react to this. Si's hand began to touch the assistant's back, realizing that he was dead. Si began to look down in fear and ask Zhu what he had done to him. Zhu began to calmly look at Si and tell him that he warned him. The guy asked the girl if she also wanted to get to him. Zhu was surprised that Si entered this territory, but nothing happened to her. Si began to look attentively at Zhu. A symbol began to light up on her forehead, and fire was burning near her body. Behind Si there was an angel who worshipped the girl. Si looked at Zhao and told him that this place was really strange and it was not surprising that the guy ran there. Zhu began to look at the angel who was behind Si. The angel worshipped the girl. The guy looked at this silhouette in surprise, realizing that it was a headless angel. The angel looked up holding his hands. The legend said that this nun who lost her mind and then became a deity. This being was from another dimension and it came from the western sector and became famous throughout the Federation because of its military merits. Si glanced attentively, looking at Zhu and holding magic in her hands. The guy knew that this creature's attacks were weak and they had one special technique. Si began to hold weapons in two hands, shouting to the guy to follow her. The girl had an invulnerable body and immunity to all types of curses, which was also protected from evil spirits. At the moment, this angel was one of the most powerful guardian animals. Si began to quickly run towards Zhu, straightening her weapons. The guy did not understand how the angel could become a bodyguard for the girl. Zhu began to look at the floor with confidence, but at the same time, with fear, not knowing what to do. Huge sharp objects began to rise from the ground. Sharp objects turned into a pyramid. Zhu stood next to the monster who was looking at Si. The guy realized that he could only go further to the Buddha Hall, and even if the three-faced Buddha could not cope with the girl, Zhu would have to give up. Si began to destroy the pyramid, shouting to Zhu that he still wanted to escape. The guy clenched his teeth in fear and used his hand to try to remove all of Si's power. Huge streams of magic swept across the entire territory. Si was still holding her weapon and screaming at Zhu that he was still a pathetic mortal. The girl began to approach the monster, not afraid of him at all. Si held the weapon in her hands and with a smile on her face began to look at the monster, asking him that he was so brave that he was ready to fight with the highest legendary rank. Near the throne was Si's weapon. Zhu lay motionless on the floor. The guy's body was covered in wounds. Si slowly walked towards the main character and with a smile on her face answered him that Zhu had nowhere to go. The guy stood up abruptly and through the pain and blood, looking at Si, began to tell her that she should also say goodbye to her leg, since now she too would not be able to escape. Si's foot stepped on one of the tiles, which began to crack. The girl's face was incredibly frightened. She didn't know what to do. The throne began to glow. The tile quickly broke and the girl fell through it. Si lay on the ground in a pool of blood and made small, barely audible sounds. Zhu sat down on the tile and, holding his wound, began to tell Buddha that he was cool. The main character began to try to get up, realizing that Si was too badly injured. The monster began to fly in the sky. Zhu decided that the girl should be killed while she was weakened. The huge killer ant began to fly towards the girl at high speed. Si began to look askance at the monster, doing nothing. The girl began to turn into a bundle of strength and magic. The lump quickly left and flew away from this place. Zhu held onto the wall in his wounds, saying that Si had escaped after all. Si, the girl's bloody hand was holding onto the wall. Si stood near the wall, leaning on it and cursing at the guy. The girl gritted her teeth and told Zhu when to wait as she would file a case against him for murdering a federal officer. Suddenly a gun began to appear in front of the girl's frightened face. One of the men was holding a pistol and with a smile on his face asked Si what would happen if they arrived. Another guy was standing near the wall. One guy began to look at Si attentively. The girl recognized him as Tianzuo. Si could not understand why he was here. Si began to look at Anya in surprise and fear. The warden began to look askance at the girl and ask her where the girl had so much courage to chase after a student at Xian Academy. Si began to open her mouth wide and scream in fear to the guy that it was an order from the Senate. The man holding the gun began to close his eyes and calmly tell the girl that the warden had asked her a question, so she needed to answer it without saying anything unnecessary. The girl began to look at the men with anger and shout that this time the matter was connected with Jing Deoxian. Si began to scream because a bullet hit the girl's leg. The man held a gun in his hand, pointing it at Si's leg. The girl began to fall to her knees and looking at the man, screaming at him that he had shot her. Another bullet began to fly into the second leg. Si began to fall head on the ground, screaming in pain. The man looked at the girl with all his anger and malice, telling her that she did not understand humanly. They began to approach Si's face. The man began to look at the frightened girl with a smile on his face and tell her that if she said some crap again, he would blow her brains out. The man began to look forward, turning to NEU and telling him that he should kill Si and the girl's body would be taken away by her superiors. The warden began to say that he was obeying. Si began to open her mouth wide from fright and fear. The girl began to say to wait, and after Si began to say that it was Kyo Seiyun who ordered to come here, and began to close his eyes and tell his assistant Ashen to take action, the guy began to answer that he understood. City. The telephone in the office began to ring loudly. The man held papers in one hand and a phone in the other, asking who was calling. The man's face became incredibly frightened as the phone began to say that he had 5 minutes to come and see the death of the one who did not care about the law at the academy itself. Huge and tall houses. Anne looked at his hand with the watch and told his assistant that the time was up and he could start. Near the frightened and in tears Si, there was a pistol which was pointed at her head. Kyo began to fly in the sky, shouting at them not to do this. Kyo looked at the girl with a dissatisfied face, not understanding how she could get caught. Kyo stood next to the warden and Si and said that they should wait. Huge building. Kyo began to tell the men that this matter would cause them inconvenience, since Si is the daughter of an influential senator who loves and appreciates the girl very much. The man smiled, looking at Anya, and asked him if he could do a favor by letting the girl go, and with a dissatisfied face began to look at Kyo and ask him about the customer and why he didn't know anything about their business. Kyo began to slowly approach and tell the guy that the Federation was now watching Jing Daoxian, and Ju Wen was the only witness in this case, so they wanted to ask him to help in the investigation. Kyo began to tell the warden with a smile that he, too, criticized him and now he had problems, and began to look angrily at Kyo, telling him that he might not have known this. The man began to tell the warden that they had gone too far, and stood with his back to the guy and said that he saw that the guy was repenting, so the warden allowed him to take this woman with him. Ashen began to hold a weapon in one hand, and the overseer began to say that first they would deprive her of cultivation and only then she could be taken away. There was a huge splash of blood. Kyo began to open his mouth wide in fear, shouting to NEU that Si was a member of the Cape. The warden stood with his back to Kyo and asked him if he knew why he was nicknamed an Heavenly Left-Hander. Kyo asked the warden why, and began to look askance and confidently at Kyo, telling him that this all happened because he was the left hand of God. House in the dungeon. Ju held the phone in his hands, looking at the time. Ju sat on the steps and looked at the phone. The guy said that so much time had already passed, and this bitch still had not returned. Ju was afraid that Si might bring people to catch him, so he waited for half an hour in the small Buddha hall. Through the towers, Ju began to say that this would not work and that he needed to climb the towers to defuse the situation. The guy stood on the top floor and thought that the bone ant was badly injured, but they managed to restore it in time, and now Ju needs to think about how to solve this problem. The main character stood in fear with his back to the door and heard it opening. Ashen held his hands behind his back and with a smile on his face told the guy that he was waiting for him. Ju pointed his finger at himself and asked what he was doing. The man bowed and replied that Madame Lan had sent an overseer to fetch him. Ju looked to the side in surprise, not realizing that it could be Warden and Tianzuo. The car was driving fast at high speed. Ju looked out the window and Anne, sitting next to him, looked down with his arms folded on his chest. The warden began to look ahead, asking Ju if he hated him. Ju looked forward with dissatisfaction, saying that everything was fine. Inside, Ju could not understand what the warden needed from him. The guy did not want to thank him for ruining the entrance exams, and calmly closed his eyes and told the angry Ju that he didn't care what they thought of him and he needed to remember one thing, that the warden believed that the guy did not have the proper skills to replace Jing. Ju looked angrily at the guy and asked him, can he be more specific and say what that means? The warden looked askance at the guy without saying anything to him, and closed his eyes, and Ju began to look at him with all the anger, saying that when he returns to his kindergarten, he needs to be taught how to talk. A black limousine began to drive up to some place. Ju began to stand next to his sister and another man, and was behind him. The girl began to tell the guy that they had not seen each other for a long time. Lan began to notice Ju's wounds on his chest. Ju's father began to ask the guy what he did to get such injuries. The doe looked with her back at Anya, who told the girl that he had already entrusted those people. The girl turned to Ju and told him to follow her. In the room there was a father with a guy. The cat was helping him bandage his wounds. The father anointed the last wound and said that everything was ready. The man sat on the edge of the bed, holding a bandage in his hands and telling the guy that he felt like he was back in childhood. Ju told his father that he mixed everything up because he was beaten when he tried to flirt with a pretty neighbor. The father laughed, holding his head, and asked Ju if it was true. The main character began to look at his father and say that and told him that he lacked skills. The guy asked his father what this meant. The man looked at his son with a slight smile on his face. Lan stood next to the maid and answered Ju that he lacked the skills to receive the blessing. The maid approached the main character and handed him clothes. The guy accepted them with a smile on his face. Interested, Ju began to ask his sister why he should receive a blessing. His father looked at the floor, still smiling. Lan looked at Ju and said that it seemed that the guy was not surprised to hear about him. The girl decided that the young master had already talked about it. Ju began to remember, and Jin, the guy, realized that she had been deprived of her opportunity at such a cost. Lan lowered her gaze to the floor and began to tell Ju that An had been sick since childhood due to the cold, and Lan knew that she had enough strength to participate in the test. But the girl did not want him to risk her life. Lan replied that it's all motherly excitement. Ju held a t-shirt in his hands and asked Lanny why she didn't choose Intanzuel. The sister began to answer that the guy was very strong and he didn't need it, since even Lanny's father said that Ju was better suited than Jing. The father began to hold the paper in his hands, thrusting it at Ju. The man replied that they had met in high school. Ju put on a t-shirt and looked at the paper his father was handing him out of the corner of his eye. In his hands, the father held a photo of the director, whom Ju knew. Little Ju trained. His father abandoned them when he was in school. At that time the guy trained hard even on weekends, so he often ran into the director in the gym. They can flew to Ju with the words to be caught. Ju was holding a can in his hand, and the director was standing behind the guy. The guy began to tell the director that he was here again. The director, with a smile on his face, began to tell the guy to go get some rest. Ju remembered his director and understood that he retired early due to health problems, and the guy did not see him after that. Lan looked at the floor with a smile. Ju would never have thought that Sister Lan would be his daughter. The girl tucked her hair behind her ears and, looking at the main character, began to say that he should not worry and was considering this proposal. The girl answered Ju that if he did not want to take risks, then there would be nothing wrong with it. The car began to stop in one place. People began to get out of the car for the young gentleman, since these people would not bother him. Ju got out of the limousine and began to walk slowly. The phone started ringing in the guy's pants. The main character began to put the phone to his ear and listen to Xuan. The comrade answered Zidu that there had just been a big commotion at the academy, but the An family would settle everything. Ju began to listen to Xuan, who said that as the president of the organization she should take care of its members. The guy understood that this organization did not exist yet. The guy headed into the tunnel, telling Xuan that a lot happened today and tomorrow they can solve the entrance test. The girl agreed. Ju held the phone a few centimeters away, looking at it. The guy started looking at the phone, asking Xuan where she was now. Xuan stood on the dead body and with a smile on his face began to tell Ju that he was in Hyleaguan and the main character could come to him. Ju held the phone without his hands and, closing his eyes, began to talk about how he would be there soon. The guy's two hands touched each other. Ju's fist began to create a huge explosion with sand. The guy decided to take out all his anger. The protagonist's fist began to move away from the ground. Xuan looked at Ju with fear and admiration and said that sometimes he frightens him. Ju and Xuan stood in the middle of the desert. The guy answered that they had gone very far, but there was no leader of the demons. The main character answered that there was no one on the way here either. Xuan raised his hand to his chin and said that it was suspiciously quiet here. A bunch of crowds of people began to quickly run towards Ju and Xuan. One of the guys shouted with fear at the top of his lungs that the leader of the demons was coming here and they needed to be saved. Xuan and Ju looked at the people in surprise, not understanding what they were saying. Xuan began to look to the side, inviting the main character to look at it. The leg began to slowly approach the guy. One of the girls began to run at the guy, shouting that Wyong had not returned yet and she was helping the students. Xuan began to scream in fear that it was his older sister. Ju began shouting to Xuan to follow him. The main character began to look ahead, thinking about what this commander-in-chief of demons is famous for. The main character stood with his back to him, who asked Ju if he would help his friend. The guy began to tell the girl that, judging by his appearance, and would be only too happy to do this. The main character began to look askance at the girl, telling her that Sister Lan sent in Tianzuo to help. The girl began to quickly run away from the guy, shouting to him that she didn't understand Ju. The guy decided that it seemed like this was really her. The girl's legs quickly rushed across the desert. Someone's blades were rushing across the ground with rapid movements. One of the girls began to quickly run away, screaming in fear that she could not tear herself away from the demon. The girl pointed to a huge explosion. The girl's frightened eyes began to look at this place. There was a huge explosion in the desert that engulfed the entire area. Through the smoke and dirt, a large red demon began to emerge, holding a weapon in his hands. Wyong put her hand on her forehead to protect her face from the wind, looking forward. Li stood in front of the girl, holding a weapon, and asked if she was okay. He holds the sword in front of his face, clenched his teeth, blood at the corner of his mouth, thinking that the demon had almost destroyed his internal organs. In front of Lai as the leader of the demons, he thought that he could not defeat this monster, but he had to stop him. He runs forward, attacks, a ray of light comes from the sword. He thought that later he would need to find an opportunity to escape. In front of the demon is the silhouette of a glowing blue tiger, flashes of light. Li took his sister by the hand. They ran away. There was an explosion behind. There was a red discharge on the tiger's body. The commander-in-chief struck him. The demon raised his hand, a red flash flashed from his fingers. The guy can't believe that he killed him with one blow. These were two legendary creatures. He runs forward, tears from his eyes. He feels sorry for his white tiger. Zhu sank to the ground and ran towards him. He said, "Earth." They stand in the distance, watching the battle. The guy exclaimed, "This is the sword of the demonic general." He thought that if he and worked together, they could defeat him. The girl turned her head, looked at him with a serious look. He said that she could take the monster drops. They would do it. The demon behind Lee raised his sword over him. They shout to him that he is behind and has caught up with him. He stopped abruptly. He pushed Huayong aside and shouted at her to run away quickly. Explosion, air flows from the ground upward. Clouds of smoke around. The girl turned around, calling her brother. In the dense smoke there is a red flash in the shape of a cross. Zhu and Lai are on the ant, flying forward. Lee sits behind the main character, scratched the back of his head, said awkwardly, "He doesn't even know how many times he saved him." The guy replied, "Just don't take the drops for himself." Zhu turned his head to Lai. He asked what he thought. The two of them could kill this demonic general? He replied that no. The heroes are on the ant. A monster exploded behind them. Zhu added that there were 3 of them. Anne stands on a sandy rock, directed her hand forward, from which there are waves of flame, a beam and rings of fire. Lai crouched down, hand on his knee. The heroes looked at the girl. He said loudly what it was. Although expected from a cultivator who focused on perfecting the art of sunstroke, asked how Zhu forced her to help them, added that it would be an all-out attack, and knelt down, leaning on the fire rod, and said, turning to her mother, grandfather and the children, they saw that even if she was born with an ice body, she could still use the full power of the art of solar strife. Waves of flame, lotus-shaped light from a demon. There are glowing images of flowers on his body. The heroes prepared to attack. Zhu shouted that they should not give the monster a chance to recover and attacked with all their might. Demon on fire. Blood streams from his mouth, his eyes glow. There was a red flash and the heroes were thrown back. The energy spirals and the demon disappears. The guys are standing on the ground. Lee put his foot down, asked if he was trying to escape. Zhu closed his eyes and replied that no, this monster was moving at high speed in his target. Anne leaned over. The hero flies forward, gritting his teeth. Blue line in the air. The girl opened her eyes wide in fear. Zhu grabbed in front of the monster, carrying him on his shoulder. A dissatisfied face, embarrassed, said that even if he had not come, she would have dodged it herself. He threw her down on the ground, saying okay. The demon's mouth opened wide, and Zhu appeared behind him. He hit him in the back. Blue flames come from the monster's eyes and mouth. Powerful blue flash. Anne runs to the place where the explosion occurred. The girl looks ahead uneasily. There are waves of blue energy around the hero, a red glow from the hand. She thought that this was it. He holds a red stone in his hand, which is an essence energy skill crystal. He handed the crystal to the girl. She asked in surprise if he would give it to her. Maybe he didn't know its value. Zhu stands with his arm bent at the elbow. Holding the crystal, he recalled their agreement that he would not help her for free and the drops would be given to her. Anne looks at the stone, pursing her lips, thinking. She turned away and said that there was no need. He saved her and she didn't want to be obliged. She leaves him, clenching her fists, blushing, and said that he shouldn't think that he can just become her big brother like that. The guy thought, who cares about such things? The camera is pointed at the heroes. Huayong with a phone in his hand, looking up, her brother next to her. She said that his generation is definitely full of monsters. He laughed and replied that he was used to it. Lee family home. Zhu sits cross-legged, hands on his knees, the essence energy crystal absorbed by the mutated demonic general. The character raised his hand to strike. There was a red flash from the fist. The leader of the demons bent down, a weapon in his hands. The demon's body is cut in half. The guy looks at him, thinking, so fierce, by accumulating the essence energy from the sword Kai, you can immediately kill the demon general. Staring with big eyes at the red sword silhouette coming from the hand, next to the information screen of the /Kai star sword. He does not have a fixed use of essence energy. This is the first time he has encountered this type of essence energy skill. Zhu sits on the bed with the phone, hand on his chin, thinking, no wonder the engraved word of the demonic general can instantly kill the legendary Jade White Tiger Zhu. This is just an amazing skill. However, he feels that it needs to be used more wisely. Although the power is enormous when all the energy of the essence is inserted, at the moment when all the energy of the essence is used. Zhu turned around in the game, shocked. The demon hit the ground with force. The guy managed to jump to the side. Jumping, he swung, shouting, the star sword Kai cuts. The monster with a gloomy face moved his hand to the side. The light from the blow reflected from his body. The guy crouched down, frowned, looked with incomprehension. There was an empty scale of essence energy on the side. The sword didn't even cut the skin. Zhu's mouth resembles a cat's, sweat drops on his face, and he looks fearfully at the sparkling blade next to his head. Phone screen, the hero is lying with a weapon in his back. The game is over. The guy lowered his eyes to the phone, hand on his chin, Thinking the sword word skill of the demon general is useless against the fist of the word, it seems that the word specially engraved on his word is really like rock, paper, scissors. Circle pattern. The 3 demonic generals have unique abilities, and if it is like rock, paper, scissors, then the sword essence energy he opposed must be paper. He leaned against the head of the bed and thought, the spawn rate of specific demonic generals is low, it's better to go through other dungeons. Liu runs into the academy, humming as the students discuss the past event. Liu turned around after hearing the conversation of the guys. The one in the blue jacket said that Zhu is just a mortal. What rights does he have to fight next to the genius goddess? And the other one noticed that they both killed that special legendary demon general at the peak without being defeated. The girl stands with her head turned back, thinking, which means her neighbor from above is so strong. Long hair tied in a ponytail walked past the faculty door. Laptop on the table, video on the screen. The girl pressed the button to stop watching. Wang in front of the laptop, hand on her chin, sighed. The man in the fur robe asked that her student not only failed the test, but also killed the carved word of the demonic general. Why was she not happy? She turned around, hands on the armrests of the chair, replied that Zhu is indeed talented, but he never attended a single self-study class at school, and these days he practically does not let go of the phone while playing games, the man thought. He stands opposite her, crossing his arms over his chest. The teacher added that she will not allow her student to indulge, degrade, and waste her talents, so she prepared a training plan for Lao Junshan. He asked what she meant. A steel with an ornament, a bird sitting on top. Wang explained that she was going to use the power of the mysterious wordless steel of Lao Junshan. She adjusted her glasses. Zhu would get rid of her addiction and focus on teaching and training. The guy is lying on the bed with a phone, scratching his back. The ceiling of the room and the doorway. White telephone on the closet. The hero is sleeping on the bed with his hand on his stomach. Yellow swirl on the body. A blue flash in the center with glowing symbols leading to it. Zhu opened his eyes. The guy lies on a rock with his arms outstretched. Sunset, city in the distance. The guy approached the cliff. He saw the city engulfed in fire and thought with horror that the world had been destroyed. The soldiers shoot at a huge monster with one eye and tentacles. The purple lizards knocked the soldiers to the ground, holding their arms and legs, and cries for help were heard. Zhu looks down, teeth clenched, a small glowing silhouette above his shoulder. He turned his head, shouting who was there. The stranger's face was hidden behind the hood and smiled. The guy is sitting on the bed, leaning forward. Sweat is dripping from his face. There are bruises under his eyes. He is trying to catch his breath. He thought it was a dream. Clouds of smoke, monsters around. One of them meets a man. The guy is trying to understand. This dream seems too realistic. He feels blood and the smell of burning. A glowing man in a robe against the backdrop of the sunset sky. The hero wondered who this mysterious man he saw in his dream was. He sits cross-legged, holds his head with his hand, thinks this is the effect of the Immortality Sutra. The previous dream was just an illusion, but this time it seems as real as in reality and what is happening. He looked at his palm. Maybe the Immortality Sutra was out of control since it was something from the Demon King. He put his hand to his chin, frowned, and thought maybe this dream was trying to tell him something. Titan sat on the hero's shoulder. He looked at him and said why he got out on his own. He was hungry again. Zhu is in the game, flying forward with his arms outstretched, thought he won't have any clues even if he thinks further. And even if this is a sign of disaster, all he can do is get stronger before it comes. Now you need to find a method to become a legendary rank holder. Night sky, sea and mountains in the distance, spatial defense line, eastern sea area. A long tail with a pike-shaped end. On the red screens there are urgent messages that a dimensional creature has been discovered in the sea, which has passed the line of defense. A huge snake with black scales emerged from the water. The image was captured and it was confirmed to be a sea king snake. The mountainside, below is a deserted canyon with military buildings, the line of defense of the Chest Mountain dimensions. Blood Moon, a girl without a head stands on the side of a mountain, which she holds in her hand. View of the city with multi-story buildings. Pupils in uniform lined up on the playground, hands behind their backs. Teacher Wang stands at the blackboard and said that she congratulates everyone on passing the entrance exam. Now classes officially begin. The heroes stand with their eyes wide open. She said that today they will not study battles, but she will lead everyone to Lao Jun Mountain to conduct cultivation meditation. Zhu crossed his arms, closed his eyes, bandages on his body. Chills. She said that there is a divine mysterious power there and their goal is the fearless steel. She believes that everyone will benefit a lot from it. Li leaned towards the hero, covered his mouth with his hand, laughing, said what he had been doing these few days. It seems he was overdoing it. Didn't he tell him to restrain himself? The guy replied. Couldn't his brain be filled with other things? He yawned. These few days he has been trying to learn the progressive method. Now he can't break through mortals. Even if he absorbs the attribute essence crystal, he can't increase it. There is a blue flash at the top. A firebird is flying towards it. Now he only has the Wisdom Sutra of the small level of perfection, which helped him break through the attribute to 11. And there is also a steel on the tower of the fire god. Perhaps this is some kind of mysterious essence energy art, which will help increase attributes, and after sacrificing hours of sleep, he did not move forward. Looking down, bruises under his eyes from overwork, he thought that relying only on the flying ant is not enough, you need to have some kind of essence energy art such as a light body or flight. He stood with his head bowed and fell asleep. Wang saw this and thought with irritation, this boy can sleep standing up. She adjusted her glasses with her hand and grinned, thinking that very soon his laziness would disappear. The chess mountain was all on fire. Red threads flew across the battlefield. The silhouette sprouted threads from its head. The guy ran forward. The threads cut stones. The guy sharply dodged the thread. Then he grabbed them tightly. The monster looked at him furiously. Then he pulled him towards himself and shouted to the monster to come here. The monster twisted, and the guy shouted for the supervisor to do it. A moment later, the monster's head was pierced. The huge monster fell. A blonde guy appeared on the battlefield. There were ruins all around. The wounded warrior lay on the ground and someone shouted that he was reporting to the supervisor. The third team of the chess mountain, the last one died. There were a bunch of corpses lying around. The soldiers surrounded the wounded guy. The guy stood up and said that they had arrived too late. The fair-haired man opened his mouth and noticed that they were the pride of their humanity. The fair-haired man covered the corpse's eyes. Then he turned and said that there is no time to be sad. They cannot waste their sacrifices in vain. Let them quickly send a team from the engineering department to restore the defense line. The red moon hung in the sky, and the guy added that now that the mutation of the chess mountain dimensions is becoming serious, they must find the source. The fair-haired man straightened up and said that he hoped the situation in the eastern part of the sea would be resolved safely. Mount Laojun was in the fog. There was a sign in the middle of the square. Zhu and Lai stood up and the blue-haired one said that he never thought that they would get here so quickly. Last year only students of the special squad had such lessons. The main character opened his mouth slightly and said that there really was no danger here. The teacher brought a whole group of first-year students here for a lesson. Zhu looked at the huge hair and heard that this place is known as a world without killing from the Federation. The creatures here will not take the initiative, so as not to attack. People are also not allowed to harm anyone. The main character turned sharply, heard that in some way, this is the safest dimension area, but there is no need to break the rules, and asked what would happen. Li put out his hand and shouted that karma would catch up with him. The main character looked at the goat and asked that he still believed in her, and Li replied that the Federation usually doesn't write this in the rules, so they should be obedient. The huge ram looked straight ahead. Lai and Zhu climbed the slope. The main character asked if there were any clues about the silent steel, and the blue-haired one replied that he was not sure, but he heard that this thing was very evil. Li then threw his hand up and added that while it wouldn't kill him, it would make him unable to resist. It seemed like she had unlimited energy. The teacher turned and shouted what Zhu and Lai were talking about. The guys came forward. The teacher raised her hand and said that the task this time was to hold out for 30 minutes under the power of this steel, not a second more or less. She sharply pressed the stopwatch. Zhu was covered in green energy. The entire steel was covered in energy and Zhu thought that he could feel the warm, mysterious energy pouring into my body. The main character unbuttoned his shirt. Then it began to glow brighter, after which he grabbed his shirt and thought that it was not only the temperature, but the body felt uncontrollable, becoming more restless. Darkness fell around the protagonist. The protagonist sweated and heard the feeling disappear, the Immortal Sutra, and then thought that this was the same as in the small Buddha temple. The steel glowed brightly. The main character pressed his hand to his leg. Li scrunched his face. The teacher raised her hand and said that they should forget about the restless steel. It really can help calm down, but if used for a long time, they will become too excited. She hopes they guys can change and become hardworking students, especially Zhu. The teacher opened her mouth and thought that he was sleeping. Wang looked at the stopwatch and noticed that the time would soon run out. If he continued in this state, the power of the steel might harm other students. The steel suddenly stopped burning, and the teacher shouted that time was up. Everyone suddenly threw their shirts aside and shouted that he was ready to die from having endured it. He just couldn't wait to rub his fists on someone. He wanted to fight 10. Van watched the guys. The teacher strained her gaze and thought that this was the first time she had seen how the restless steel had no effect on the student. Was Zhu really too lazy and already hopeless? Li began to do 1,000 push-ups. The main character scratched the back of his head and said that he was full of energy and felt simply tireless. Maybe he could go for a walk or just run a marathon. And Van opened her mouth and thought that even if he was lying, it would be better to improve his acting skills, even though he himself believes in your words. The teacher raised her hand and replied that he could go and let him return and should return to the general meeting within 3 hours. Birds sat on the branches. The main character walked through the forest. He saw a table with skills in front of him. Then he stared in surprise and said that just now, when he was meditating, his essence energy increased to 11, just like in the case of the little Buddha. He broke through another limit. Zhu looked at his hand and thought that his body's aura was the third type of essence energy art. The main character went further and added that suddenly the restless steel is the hidden source of the essence art. If so, wouldn't this be the place? Zhu crashed into the match. Then I saw a huge goat. Then he opened his mouth looking at him. The ram ate calmly, and the main character thought that it didn't seem to be going to attack him. Moments later, the ram uprooted the plant. Then he started chewing cutely. Zhu hid the device and wondered what he liked. Maybe it was some kind of rare herb. The main character looked to the side and shouted in his head that there was one there. Zhu approached the plant. Then he tried to pull it out. Zhu cringed and thought that maybe this really was a special herb. The ram was all on fire. Then he pulled the protagonist. Zhu pulled out the grass. Then he fell to the ground. The main character looked at the grass and said that he borrowed the power that could pull him in, and was able to take it. The ram clenched his teeth sharply, after which he jumped on the protagonist, and he shouted that he was the first to find it. The one who was the first to do so got the slippers. The main character waved his tongue and thought that this idiot would pester him until he gave up. Zhu abruptly shoved the grass into his mouth. Then he took it out and handed it to the ram. Baranu walked away in disgust, and Zhu stood up and thought that he couldn't defeat him, but that didn't mean he didn't have other ways to deal with him. The huge gate was hidden in the fog. The main character was walking along a cliff, after which he approached the gate and said that the fog was so thick, it seemed like no one had come here for a long time. Then he raised his head sharply. Zhu noticed the dungeon mark. Then I looked at my phone and the download began. The main character put away the phone and said that now there is something new for the game. The ram hit the protagonist sharply. Zhu flew away into the fog. Then he disappeared into it. The ram straightened up. The main character hunched over and said that this cunning ram attacked him in a mean way, and his lower back almost broke. Zhu stood up and added that he knew he couldn't fight him at Laojun Mountain, so he decided to push him into this place to deal with this crap. The main character was covered in grass and shouted what was happening. Zhu became covered in grass and thought that he would become a vegetable if this continued. The main character became covered in blue energy, after which he spread his arms and thought that just like in the Buddha temple, a special art of essence energy is needed to remove the effect of the mysterious energy. The ram opened his eyes. Then he straightened up. The main character scratched the back of his head and noticed that, by the way, this place is all in the fog. Which way should he go? The ram suddenly appeared next to the protagonist. The animal stared at the protagonist. Then he struck powerfully with his hoof. A street appeared in front of him, and the main character thought that he could see the road. The ram began to push the protagonist, and he shouted that he was going there. The main character walked down the street and thought that such a quiet city, and even on the territory of dimensions. Zhu saw the large building at the end and asked why it had the same aura as the small Buddha temple. The main character looked at the sign, after which he raised his head and said that this was a great, clean temple. In front of him was a statue of a priest, and Zhu said that don't tell him that this is one of the 3 pure ones. Taishan Leijun, I wonder if this temple also has a similar curse. He felt that there was something wrong here. The ram sharply kicked the protagonist. Zhu gritted his teeth. Then he stood up and heard that the avenue is formless, it gives birth to heaven and earth. The avenue is merciless, it moves the sun and the moon. He does not know its name, but its name is Tao. 3 energies appeared in the square, and the voice added that since he was a disciple of the Taoist sect, he could choose one of 3 talismans. The 3 talismans stood on the table, and Zhu thought that first Buddhism, now Taoism, maybe someone will tell what is happening. The main character stood opposite and added that again he had a choice, this time jade, wood and gold. The main character picked up the wooden talisman and thought that the wooden talisman is associated with nature, so most likely it represents the powers of Taishan Leijun. Then he chooses it. The protagonist's fist became covered in green energy. Zhu doubled over in pain. Then a green silhouette appeared. The main character opened his eyes and thought that his body seemed to be exhausted. A ball appeared in front of him, and the protagonist asked what kind of ball it was. A girl emerged from it, after which a table with information appeared. The main character opened his mouth and said that she only has one skill, Tai, Yin Wind. I wonder what this skill is. Zhu put away the phone and said that he would deal with this after he returned. If he was gone for too long, the teacher might suspect him. The steel was illuminated by the sunset. Wang put her hands on her hips and shouted that she had wandered all over the neighborhood to find him where he had gone. And Zhu scratched the back of his head and replied that he was just taking a walk and accidentally came across somewhere too far away. Li leaned over and noted that he had come quite far, making friends with the sheep. A small ram appeared next to the protagonist. The ram stared at the protagonist, and he shouted in his head that the eye mark on the front hand was that sheep. The bed was neatly made. The main character smiled and said that he had washed this thing several times already. It couldn't be cleaner. Can he return to Laojun? Baron stared at the book and thought that this guy would not go all the way with him. Zhu sat down and said that he thought there should be a way in the game to get rid of this ram master. When he returned, he tried to enter Laojun on the phone. The main character remembered the gate and thought that it would be as safe as in the real world. Then he remembered how a huge bird attacked him and added that he did not expect that as soon as he entered, he would immediately be attacked by a monster capable of killing him in a matter of seconds. The main character opened his eyes and said that the only difference between reality and the game is that in reality this ram follows him into the dungeon. Apparently, despite the fact that his character is so-so, he is still not an ordinary high-level creature. The main character looked into his phone and thought that although he had not yet figured out why he was following him, in any case he could not pick him up, so he would have to look after him. Phoenix flew down from Ebo Tower. The main character put out his hand and shouted that he should come here. The girl released the blades. They headed towards the phoenix, after which they turned into a huge crystal. Zhu put out his fist and shouted that Tai Yinfeng's cold could work against the firebird of the fire element tower. The girl bowed, and the main character said that her current life force could only be used once. The main character put his hand to his chin and added that Tai Yinfeng's move is incredibly powerful, and the range of spread is very wide if used well. The main character looked at the crystal and said that even though there are many firebirds at the top, if you figure out how to gather them all in a heap, you can kill them all at once. A huge number of phoenixes appeared. The main character stopped and put out his hand, after which he found himself in a cocoon. The birds began to explode. Zhu closed his eye and said that naturally it is not as easy as he thought. He and the flying ant will be surrounded by these birds before they can gather them in a heap. In order to avoid their encirclement, he needs to become more dexterous and faster. The main character remembered jumping on the pedals and thought that it seemed time to find a suitable vitality skill to speed up movement. The main character stared at the phone and went to the forums. A huge number of messages appeared in front of him. Zhu put on a sweater and said that it was still better to go to the library to look for the necessary information. The ram put the book in front of him. The main character turned and asked if he likes to enjoy life and eat. The main character found himself among the shelves. He turned the pages. Then he leaned back and said that Longbian and Yishan allow you to enter super acceleration in an instant, but it takes a lot of effort. The main character abruptly crossed out the name in the notebook and thought that only the art of flying the Dragon Gate seemed suitable for him. The main character introduced the goddess and said that the art of flight originates in the goddess Huazhang. Although using it you cannot remain motionless for a long time, but the movements are very graceful and fast, and besides, it can be maintained for a long time. The main character left the building and thought that Longmeng Cave was located in Luoyang, and would go there tomorrow. A moment later, the ground cracked under my foot. A huge snake crawled out of the ground. The main character gritted his teeth and wondered how a spatial creature could appear in the city. A huge snake pointed its tail at the protagonist. The main character jumped back and thought that the consequences could be devastating. Zhu landed and added that this must be an epic level creature. The snake opened its mouth, and the main character thought that he was using vital force techniques. The man opened his mouth and ordered to shoot. Shells flew into the kite. Helicopters attacked the monster. The man raised his lightning hand and shouted that after chasing for so long, he could see that he still wanted to escape there. Lightning struck the monster's neck. The liquid spilled onto the protagonist. A man came over and asked if he was okay. The main character looked at the snake's tail. The man turned and noticed that it was just a pet that had gone crazy and ran away from its owner due to too much passion for cultivation. The man looked at the protagonist and added that their military would sort this out so that there would be no unnecessary panic, asking him to keep his mouth shut. The main character remembered the snake and thought that it was not at all like the pet with whom the contract was concluded. The main character went home. Then he took off his jacket and said that everything behind the door smelled of blood. A shell fell out of my pocket. The main character turned and asked when he had such a thing. Energy emerged from the shell, after which she grabbed the protagonist by the neck. The mermaid spread her arms and said that she had finally escaped from his sight. It was only a pity for her pet. The main character gritted his teeth and thought that her suppression power was even stronger than that of the snake. The mermaid turned and thanked the protagonist. The monster opened his mouth and added that his reward would be that she would devour him. A moment later, a shell flew into her. The ram put his paw in front of him, after which he showed the protagonist packs of food, and the main character noted that he understood, buy him all this. The main character approached the monster. The girl grabbed the pin and shouted that she was the queen of the Siren clan, as if some ram could crush her. The main character pointed his finger at her and asked if Master Ram could finish her off, maybe blow something up. The siren opened her mouth and shouted that she had offended them, but if the master spared her, she would give them the secret of her father, the god Kisa. The main character remembered the man on the throne, and the siren said that Kisi, the god of the father of their race, he is considered the primary deity in their human mythology. He was the first god born in cosmic chaos. He is the beginning of all order, time and space, and he is also the beginning of the whole world. He fled from the west to get the divine secret, which was with the demons. If her brother spares her, she will give it to him. Siren took out the sphere. The main character stared and asked what was the secret vitality technique, and the siren replied that he only needed to observe the space in the pearl and he would be able to experience the power of the god Kisa. The protagonist's eyes lit up. Serena smiled and noticed that they were caught. The main character began to become covered in energy, after which he was sucked into the sphere. A huge crater appeared. The main character gritted his teeth and thought that it was a trap. Ram and Ju began to fall into the crater. The ram calmly fell, and the protagonist began to think that the divine sheep was bewitched. A voice was heard from the crater which said that let the fellow countryman come here. The main character opened his mouth slightly and wondered since when he became a fellow countryman. The funnel glowed brightly. The main character began to be pulled down. Golden energy appeared on his chest and he thought that the Sutra of Immortality was circulating on its own again. Maybe he had become a believer in another ancient god. Siren began to destroy the spear, after which she stood up and said that only those in whom the blood of chaos flows can comprehend it. It will be in this space forever. Then the sphere in front of her hand began to crack. A moment later she threw it away. The siren opened her mouth and shouted that this was impossible. The main character appeared in the room, and the siren shouted why chaos did not affect him, and moreover, he has a divine technique. The ram flew up sharply. A moment later he powerfully hit the siren with magic. Then he began to absorb energy. The main character looked at the sphere and said that this Naga sphere had lost the divine chaos technique and turned into empty marble. The ram flew sharply to the side. The main character put the sphere in front of him and said that it looks like there is still room inside, a pretty good bag. The ram hit the protagonist and Ju thought about what seemed to be able to store living beings. The weather was sunny outside. The box contained fresh vegetables. The main character opened his mouth and said that he needed to leave on business and he would be careful to stay at home. The ram hit the protagonist sharply. The main character got into the phone. Then he grinned and said that there was a lot of information on the forum about the Dragon Gate Grottos. The main character imagined a frame in his head and said that the length of the Dragon Gate Grottos reaches 1 kilometer and contains more than 50 caves. There are more than 100,000 Buddha statues in them. After a dimensional stroma appeared in the cave, many dimensional creatures appeared in each hole. There are also different types of monsters from each rift. Ju introduced the caves and added that although the Dragon Gate Grottos are one of the most deeply explored areas, there are still many mysterious places that await their seekers. The main character looked at his phone and said that there are many caves here. I wonder if he can find a dungeon marked there. Which dungeon contains this technique? The main character looked at the girl. The girl smiled and greeted the protagonist. The main character opened his mouth and noticed that he would call her Zio. He was going to the Dragon Gate Grottos. The girl opened her mouth and said that, by the way, she had also recently cultivated there and wanted to go together. The girl came closer and heard a positive answer. They went out into the city, and the girl said that she had just won a new vehicle in the previous television lottery. It was so convenient. The main character opened his eyes, after which a helicopter appeared above them, and Ju asked that maybe she was actually the princess of the country of O, and the girl asked that isn't it strange to win a helicopter. A crowd of people stands in front of a huge Buddha statue. The story goes that this is the territory of dimensions, grottos with dragon gates. The main character, Yu, walking with a blonde girl, walks among the crowd, listening to them talk about exchanging things, and asking each other which cave they will go to. The guy, looking at the stone structures, thinks that the grottos of the Dragon Gate are so huge, and he wonders if he can find the dungeon mark. Zio Lu looks at the hero with a smile and asks him that he also came to the grottos of the Dragon Gates to complete the task, to which the guy thinks that he has come for the sky-soaring dragon technique. Having read the guy's thoughts, the girl happily asked about the soaring dragon technique. And isn't this the dimensional essence crystal that fell out of the Dromlot cave, a soaring celestial beast? And what a coincidence that her target is also him. Joyfully walking closer to the guy, she says that this is great and she's missing an assistant, asking the guy why don't they make a deal, to which the guy asks what kind of deal she's talking about. The girl, looking at him and taking out her hand like a pistol, says that she needs to kill the soaring sky beast and let him help her, and if the essence crystal of the soaring sky technique falls out, then he can take it. Ju looks seriously at the girl, who says that they agreed, thinking that the skill essence crystal is a rare thing. And why is she so confident that it will fall out? Because her luck cannot be that good. Huge stone patterns decorate the cave. The story goes that this is the Dragon Gate Grotto, the Lotus Flower Cave. Suddenly, right in their background, a strange angry beast appears on wings with huge claws. The girl, winking at the guy against the backdrop of a scary monster, tells him to help her photograph her beautiful fighting pose. The girl, taking her weapon and opening her magical wings, jumps up. Rising with the girl also on magical wings, and holding her phone for video, he thinks about what it means she lacks someone to film her. The wild monster flies straight towards Zio. She swings her fist, hitting the wall, and the girl deftly dodges at that moment. She immediately cuts his hand, releasing blood to the sides. The guy, calmly flying on his wings, films how the girl deals with the monster with dozens of blows with her sword. Suddenly, the girl, opening her gaze, notices something behind her. The guy, holding the phone at that moment, too. His gaze is transferred to the mark behind Xiao, and he thinks that this is great, and the dungeon mark is also here. The killed monster lies on the floor, slowly dissolving into pixels. The girl, against the backdrop of the dissolving monster, calmly walks towards the guy, holding the purple crystal in her hand, and telling him that this is the crystal of the essence of the soaring sky technique, asking Zhu how long she did this, to which the guy says the time is 1 minute and 5 seconds. Taking the crystal in his hands and carefully examining it, the guy thinks that Xiao's luck is insane, and she can get a rare skill crystal on the first try, to which the girl behind, holding her chin, asks herself that this is taking too long. An unknown man turns to the girl, attracting her attention, and asking her with a laugh that he has come to break his record again. The girl looks at the brunette guy with a beard. This is Huang Jai, a graduate of Sunset Academy, and she tells him, calling him Senior Huang Jai, that she was going to do it, but she didn't succeed. Pointing his thumb at the guy standing next to him, Brunette says that, in fact, his record has already been broken by this guy. The girl looks at the guy next to the scar on his nose and thinks that he defeated the monster in just 20 seconds, and the story tells that this is Feng Qiuyan from Sunset Academy, a special recruitment student. Xiao looks at Feng in shock and asks him with a cry that he also came to Sunset Academy, to which Xu says that then they will continue. Xiao, puffing out his cheeks, introduces a huge monster with a sword, saying that why should they continue, and revealing that he has a legendary creature, the Heavenly King of Swift Sabers, who specializes in swordsmanship and who dares to match him in speed. Against the backdrop of the Dragon Gate Grotto, the heroes are discussing among each other. Xiao says that she wants to take a walk through other caves, asking Zhu how he thinks about it, to which the guy replies that he wants to take a walk here, and Wang stops Xiao, adding about investments that he told her about last time. Feng looks forward seriously, with Xiao, Lu, and Huana running away in the background, standing in front of the main character with his arms folded. He says that the guy must be Zhu Zhen, noting that he saw a video of him fighting a demonic general and it was amazing. Turning his back, Feng says that his teacher said that he was not concentrating on becoming stronger, and he thought that the teacher was lying, but he would never have thought that the main character had free time to work as a photographer. Leaving in the other direction with Huangji, the brunette scratching his head with an awkward smile says that let him not pay attention, and Fei is a good person, he just has a little character. Covering one eye, the main character looks after them, thinking that Feng Qiuyan is so rude. He was left alone in the middle of the stone tile floor, thinking that it was good that they were all gone. Taking his phone to the top, he says it's time to go to the new dungeon. The notification shows a two-handed icon saying that these are the Dragon Gate Grottos, and Zhu thinks that of course the Dragon Gate Grottos are one of the copies of the dungeons on the phone, and thus something happens. Walking among the people and holding his phone in front of him, Zhu walks forward. He sees a brunette sitting on the floor with a bag full of eggs, shouting to everyone, so that they don't pass by and look at the good product. The brunette looks at the guy joyfully, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Standing and sitting opposite each other, the main character asks him what he is selling in the middle of the street, to which Juan responds positively, adding that there are just eggs of the legendary chimera, so like this, asking the guy if he is interested in him. Imagining a thick chimera against his background, and showing a thumbs up with a smile, Juan says that the chimera has good characteristics, and also has the petrified skin technique, which makes it very strong in defense, but unfortunately, in attack it is not so strong and useful. Introducing a statue of a chimera against the backdrop of its real-life image, a huge beast, he reveals that, however, some rare individuals are hatched with magical abilities, and for example the Overlord ability. A similar attack can transform its defense into an attack, which makes it one of the best in legendary class, and for one egg at a special price of 200,000 points. Asking the guy, he says if he wants to try his luck and try. He points to the colorful eggs in the bag, to which Chu says that it's interesting how he could have so much money. The guy with the balls squatted down with his head hanging, upset, saying that he thought that since Xu was like Xuan's friend, he had a lot of money. The notice reads information about a chimera, a legendary class stone beast, with the innate skill of petrified skin. The main character sits with the egg in his hands, examining it under the phone flashlight, thinking that he scanned almost all the chimera eggs, and all of them only have the ability of petrified skin, and apparently the Overlord ability is really rare, asking out loud how he managed to defeat the chimera and take as many eggs for yourself. Xiao Lu behind the guy says with a smile that it's not that surprising, even though this guy doesn't look very strong. Huang, holding his head with his hand, listens as Xiao says that Mr. Huang Jai is indeed the best graduate of the academy, to which he smiles a little. The main character looks at Huang, holding 2 eggs in his hands, and a girl standing next to him sticking out her tongue. The brunette happily says that Xiao has returned, asking her if she wants a chimera egg, to which she replies that she doesn't want it, and she loves cuter animals, to which the main character asks himself that this guy is the best graduate. Holding his hand behind his neck, Zhu says why he even needed to set up a small kiosk to sell his companion's eggs. Juan, looking sideways at the hero, pointing his finger up, he replies that this is in order to play a game. The hero's eyes opened in realization, and he asked about playing the game. While playing a game on his phone, he hits the monster with his character. Standing with Xiao Lu, Zhu tells Huang, pointing to his phone, that this game is too tough for him, plus it's weird, to which the guy says to himself, explaining why he needs money to improve the game. Taking the phone in his hand, Huang tells the protagonist standing opposite, who took his chin, that this game is based on reality, and the cards and monsters there are the same that he fought in the real world once, to which Zhu thinks about that this is the same as his mysterious phone. The main character, moving his hand away from his face, says that this is a pretty good idea and the game will be useful for all beginners, and unfortunately, he does not have money now, but when he does, he will happily invest in it, thinking to himself that if this game is developed, it will not be so dangerous for him to play on his phone in the future. Holding the girl sitting next to him by the back, the brunette covers his eyes with his hand, crying, telling Xiao that someone finally approved of his intentions to create a game, to which the girl says that she heard. With their hands clasped between each other, the guys come to an agreement. Huang says that from now on they are partners, to which Xu responds positively. Standing in front of a guy with a bag of balls, Huang tells him that is a sign of the beginning of their cooperation. He can take 1 egg for free, to which Xu replies that he should not get carried away and give the eggs to just anyone. Xiao Lu, showing her strength, offers the main character that she will help him choose an egg. He looks at the notification on his phone that the selected egg has the highest chimera stats, with the innate petrified skin skill and overlord. Looking at the girl with the egg in her hand, the guy asks her if she is a goddess. Against the backdrop of a clean apartment, Zhu Wen shouts that he is back. The cute animal lies with a full belly on the boxes and hiccups, to which Zhu asks in surprise that he ate all the vegetables from 2 boxes at once. Holding the chimera egg in his hand and examining it, Zhu suggests that it looks like this matter will not be the easiest, and Huang Jai will have to work hard to get the money. Suddenly, the egg suddenly disappears from the guy's hands, while he says that while in the grottos with dragon gates, the hero received the technique of a heavenly soaring dragon, as well as a chimera. Looking at his pet sitting on the floor, he calls out his name Titan. Zhu sits down by the bed with the pet on his feet, turning on the phone. The beginning of the game shows a magical pond with lotuses. A statue of a large lotus comes out of the water, and the guy thinks that the bloody lotus is here, adding that this is just in time. The guy's character looks forward confidently while a magical creature flies towards him, but he thinks that he will just try what he has learned. The player leaves his place, surrounding himself with blue magic. The lotus releases a burst of violet energy. The guy jumps up, dodging the charge, thinking about how it is so flexible. Jumping up from 1 lotus leaf on the pond, he thinks about how all he has to do is apply a little pressure and he can do all sorts of tricks. Jumping on the lotus petal, he shouts to the enemy that this is very good, and now that they have tested this skill, they are almost at the goal of the flying ants. One of the ants flies next to the frog, whose mouth opens in fear. Magic flies right over the pond. A red egg flies out of the water. The notice says that this is a bloody lotus of the legendary level Buddha's heart, a clear lotus in muddy water. Holding his face with his hand and looking at the phone, the guy says that this is the Buddha's heart lotus with 4 skills, but all the attributes are a little retreat except the physical ones. Looking at the red mark on his hand, he thinks about how he doesn't want this. The hero character looks at a notice that asks if he wants to use this item as material to fuse with a mutated skeletal ant, with a match rate of 36%. Imagining a huge monster in the background, he thinks that this is just 1 chance out of 3, but it's worth it, and if the ant's evolution is successful, then everything will be different. Shouting to his ant, who is surrounded by red energy, including the protagonist himself, he shouts at him to absorb the energy, and he must cope for his sake. A mutated ant with steel legs appears in front of him. A notice behind him says that it is a mutated lotus ant of the legendary level. Watching on the phone, Zhu shouts in surprise that this is an excellent set of attributes for a legend, and he has even inherited all the skills of the blood pattern Buddha Heart Lotus. Getting up from the floor and turning in the other direction, the guy thinks that it's a pity that he can't call him right now to look, but if he's as big as a mutated ant, then this room won't be enough. With a 2-handed icon in the background, the player flies from top to bottom, thinking that he has figured something out, and a new dungeon has been opened, and he will go there to use the power of his new ant. A monster with small wings appears in front of him. The story goes that it is a copy of the grotto with the dragon gates of the Lotus Cave. The guy, standing next to the ant, points at it with his hand and orders him to attack. the monster starts flying straight towards them. The ant's gaze opened up like his skill with the Lotus. In an instant, he shoots the side of the monster out of his head, not leaving him alive, to which the guy notices in surprise, saying the word wow. The monster falls to the ground dead. The angry ant fly towards him at full speed. He begins to hit him with thousands. The guy looks forward in shock, noticing that it was too fast. Suddenly, an egg begins to rise above their fight. Zhu learns that this egg is a companion. The guy looks at the notification, which says that this is a legendary level celestial beast, and all the information about it, to which the guy thinks that besides speed, the characteristics are useless. Having caught fire with his idea of imagining an ant in his background, he says that then he will try to merge the companions, and if he comes across a flying ant Lotus, then he will have a real holiday. The guy wants to press his hand on the notification that says whether Zhu wants to use this item as a material to merge with the mutated Lotus ant. The guy presses the feed button, saying that he will feed it to Tatina. The small animal evaporates from the protagonist's feet. A yellow light appears against a dark background, and the guy screams in the realization that this is evolution. Looking at Titan, a notification appears behind him with information about him. Looking at the phone indignantly, he says that mythical creatures are amazing, and they are not like ordinary legendary creatures even at the legendary stage, asking what the role of ears and eyes is in Titan's fate now. Looking at the notification on the phone that fate, ears and eyes is to use ears instead of eyes to see the sky and earth, to which the guy says that the skill description is the same as before. Standing in the dark room and charging himself with yellow magic from below, he says that he needs to try first. The guy's apartment and neighborhood are painted gray, to which Shu says that it's all about using ears instead of eyes, and with closed eyes you can see everything that happens on the street, and you can even see what happens outside of his house without looking on the walls. Looking at the phone, the guy notes with a smile that this is wonderful, and with this power of perception, combined with the flying technique, he can go through the dungeon of the volcano. The hero character is standing right in front of a huge old pyramid, shouting to himself to go forward. Fire hawks fly around the pyramid. Zhu points his finger at the ant standing behind them and orders him to attack, calling him a flying ant. He instantly flew out of his place, leaving only a bluish trail of magic from his speed. He flies around the hawks with a hostile look, to which the main character thinks that while he deals with the flock of firebirds, he will take care of the rest. The guy jumps from his seat, gradually surrounding himself with green magic. The guy flies under the fiery birds. He dodges in every possible way so that the bird does not hit him. Landing on the floor, he takes a loud step, thinking that this works and the ant can easily handle the speed of the firebirds. Zhu begins to run up the stairs of the pyramid, and firehawks follow him. He runs further and further, and the birds continue to follow his route. Holding the phone and smiling, the main character tells them to fly after him. The guy climbs the stairs of the pyramid with huge leaps, and hawks are still flying behind him. The guy shouts to the ant surrounded by birds to fly here. They fly straight towards each other at full speed, and both are chased by birds. He shouts skill changes right in front of the ant's face, calling the ant Silverwing and shouting for it to change form to a companion. In an instant, a small explosion of light occurs between them, surrounded by birds. The guy immediately flies away from the previous place, surrounded by fire hawks. He calls to the image of a little fairy, opening his eyes, shouting her name, Banana Fairy. In an instant, the fairy blows up the hawks with her magic. Jumping up from his seat, the hero notices that the flight was successful. He stands in front of a portal hidden behind whirlwinds of fire. From this storm of fire, birds begin to emerge again. Zhu, taking the banana leaf in his hand, says that it turns out that the firebirds were created from the Cauldron tribe, thinking that then he needs to finish it off with the help of a banana fairy in the form of a companion. The guy hits the side of the portal with all the power of his magic, shouting the name of the Tai Yin Wing skill. He looks at the icy memorial where its name, the ancient emperor's sutra, is engraved. The guy's heart began to beat sharply in his chest. He, clutching his face in pain, grabs it with his hand, saying that his heart hurts, and there is some kind of curse on this ancient scripture. Suddenly, someone scratches the guy's heart like a knife. He bent over and sank to the floor, saying that his heart was about to break into small pieces. Someone once again runs like a knife through the heart. He opens his eyes and clenches his teeth, resting his forehead on the floor, thinking that he is about to lose consciousness. A whirlwind of yellow magic appears in the darkness before him, and he notices that the power of the lost immortal scripture has not changed. The guy starts coughing up blood. A phrase was cut out on his heart, to which the guy shouts that it hurts. Continuing to lie on the floor, he remains silent for now. Holding his chest with his hand, he says his heart feels better. The guy's character, sitting on the floor and also holding his heart, covered in red fire, says that although the morning of foggy immortality did not help this time, and it seems that the ancient emperor's mind has been successfully studied, to which a notice nearby says that Zhu Wen's vitality level is mortal. Suddenly, a very strange sword appears from the chest, to which the guy shouts in surprise, asking that there is a stone sword inside the cauldron. Standing in front of the cauldron, the player scratches his head, thinking about the reward for this sword, asking about pets. Suddenly, fire magic begins to engulf his hand. Zhu looks at this with a surprised face, and asking himself again, says that he is untouchable. The main character tried to pick up a stone sword, but his hand went through it. The blade began to regain its shape while the guy wondered why he couldn't be touched. Zhu held the phone with both hands and was angry that he spent so much effort to get to the top of the tower, and he was given a sword that he couldn't even touch, although he was counting on at least a companion. There was a shout from behind the front door that Zhu had received a letter. In his hand he held the letter that Aoyang had sent him. The guy realized that this was the name of his old director. The main character began to take the letter out of the envelope and thought that isn't the director now exploring new dimensions, and that he really has time for such things. From the envelope, he took out a business card on which was written a set of numbers of a man named Ziyuan, who owned a crystal store. The guy put the phone to his ear when he thought that it was someone's number, but the answering machine replied that the number he dialed was not in service. Then Zhu decided that this string of numbers was not a phone number and that someday he would need to go to this store. Li appeared in front of the guy and asked the main character why he was standing at the door, and assumed that he was waiting for him. In response, they asked him why he came. The boy with blue hair smiled, pointed to himself and said that he had good news, and then added that he had broken through to the legendary class. Zhu was fiddling with the card in his hands as he told the guy that he had been deceived, and Lai said that he was not joking and asked him to at least pretend that he was happy for him. They walked around the room when the guy in the white shirt asked the other if he knew how important it was to become a legend, and said that even though the legendary class is slightly higher than the mortal class, it is still an important turning point. Lai raised his index finger and explained that by breaking through into the legendary class, one can awaken a legendary destiny that will always be with a person, after which many practitioners base their training on their destiny. Zhu rested his chin in his hand and thought that in the previous meeting, Feng had broken Huang's flying monkey's record with the Sword King's fate, and then wondered what his fate would be when he promoted to a new class. The main character turned to Li and asked him what his fate was. The guy laughed in response and replied that he had been waiting for this question. He introduced a man wearing a helmet with horns and said that he must have heard the name NB and that it gives him a bonus to vitality and protection. Li imagined his body healing, and added that minor wounds would heal on their own, and that the only way to kill him was to deliver a killing blow. The guy in the shirt raised his hands up and exclaimed that his life is almost equivalent to immortality, and when he stepped on a ram, Zhu advised him to save himself. A white animal with horns kicked Li so that he flew away. The main character sat down next to the bloody body and asked if he was alive. The guy replied that he could still be saved. The green-horned ram lay peacefully when Li asked what the sheep was doing there, adding that it had broken its back. The guy with blue hair raised his hand and said that just because he wasn't dead, that didn't mean he wasn't in pain. Li was being carried away on a stretcher by doctors when he told the protagonist standing next to him that he was leaving, and that Zhu with his strength would not be so difficult to break into a new class. He advised his friend not to sit at home, because in the world there was no concept of how to turn into legendary class after imprisonment within 4 walls. The guy looked down and thought that people playing on the phone for days on end would raise a lot of questions from others if they suddenly became stronger, and that sometimes it seemed to him that he was training so as not to arouse suspicion. The gray door of the training room appeared in front of him. The guy with the bat entered the room when the normal difficulty training mode was activated. When they showed a device for serving balls, a voice said that a training session would begin soon, during which at a specified time you need to interact with launched objects. Zhu closed his eyes, prepared his bat and thought that he needed to quickly finish the training and then calmly play the game. The earring in his ear began to shine when he exclaimed the word rumor. The main character imagined a mechanism with gears and exclaimed that the slightest rotations inside the T can be seen mentally, as if through a lens. He decided that he just needed to imagine the trajectory of movement inside the machine and hit the ball. The ball flew out of the device, and the guy thought about how to swing the bat correctly. Zhu gripped the bat with both hands and hit the ball. The voice notified him over and over again that he had hit the ball. Feng opened the door and looked ahead, wondering if someone was working out in the training room so early. He stopped in the aisle when he saw Zhu hitting another ball. The guy with the tail took the bat with both hands and said, looking to the side, that the speed of the swords is the most ordinary, but he pretends to close his eyes. Feng called the guy impudent. The white ball was rapidly flying forward. Feng responded by throwing his bat aside and deciding that he would make him understand the importance of training and show him the difference in strength. Another bat appeared in front of him and hit the ball first. The guy opened his eyes wide. Sweat appeared on his face when he thought that Zhu had beaten him to it. The main character stood with his back turned, lowering his bat, when Feng thought that this simply could not happen, and assumed that the guy was just standing nearby, so he was hit by the ball first. The training device released another ball. The guy with the ponytail was preparing to hit the ball flying towards him when he decided that he would no longer let him take it. Zhu found himself in front of the guy and hit that ball as well. The main character had his back turned when he hit the next ball. Feng gritted his teeth as another bat appeared in front of him again. Sweat was running down the guy's face. He was angry because he didn't understand why he couldn't even touch the ball with his speed. The ball feeder has stopped. Feng called out to the departing Zhu with the bat, saying that there were still balls left there. Suddenly the main character swung his bat and hit another ball. The guy with the ponytail became gloomy. He opened his eyes wide and thought that he seemed to know where the ball would fly. Feng imagined white silhouettes and raised his hand to his face when he realized that the guy was training with his eyes closed, so as not to rely on vision, but to feel changes around him, and assumed that this was the legendary Heart Eye. The guy was amazed that he had learned such a valuable lesson from just one short meeting. He realized that he was ashamed for underestimating a person because of his appearance, and that he still had a lot to learn. Zhu imagined a few gears and thought that since the machine had stopped, he could now return to the game. Suddenly, Feng fell to his knees in front of him and called him teacher. The guy looked forward resolutely until the main character understood what was happening. On the balcony of the white building, Zhu could be heard shouting that he did not have time to be his teacher. Feng was on his knees, bowing his head and addressing the main character as a teacher, and said that he was able to notice his shortcomings only thanks to a short meeting with him, and that he helped him a lot, so if he was under the leadership of Yazhu, then will definitely achieve more in life. The main character was holding a phone in front of him, which received a message that a transfer of funds had been made to his account. When the guy with the ponytail shouted that he would pay him on time and once again asked to take him on as a student. The display said that he had received 50,000 yuan. When Zhu thought about the fact that he had promised Huang that he would invest money in his game, so he decided that it would be a good idea to take the time to train him. The main character put his hand behind his head and turned to the guy with the words that he could become his teacher, but did not guarantee that it would help him much. Feng opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he understood that the teacher was saying that in order to improve his skills, only what a person comprehends himself is valuable. The foot walked on the floor while water dripped from it. Zhu sat down on the bed with a towel around his neck, took the phone in his hands and said that unexpectedly and for reasons unknown to him, he had become someone's teacher. The moment someone landed in front of the player character, the guy added that, fortunately, Feng paid quite a lot. The red-skinned man looked to the side as Zhu exclaimed that the general was already here. A lotus ant began to appear next to the protagonist's character when he said that he had long wanted to get to know the enemy better and shouted that it was time to go on the attack. It was 10:01 on the clock. The guy held the phone with both hands while he thought that according to his calculations and planned tactics, the banana fairy representing the scissors should cause quite a lot of damage to the tissue general. His eyes widened as he realized that if he used it, he would use up all his energy. The general attacked the lotus ant while the red monster was covering him, and Zhu decided that he would just have fun. The protagonist's character was trying to dodge the monster's strike when he exclaimed that this demon had been watching his position for so long and asked the lotus ant to help him divert his attention. A huge violet energy began to enter the sphere controlled by the general. The game character opened his mouth wide and shouted that the black ball was absorbed by the poisonous mist, and that the cloth general didn't have the ability to grab objects from the air. He ran towards the dark magic sphere. There was a powerful purple explosion. Sweat appeared on the general's face as a voice came from behind him. He turned around and clenched his teeth. Suddenly his body was cut in half. The player character sat in the purple fog, protected by a magical barrier, and exclaimed that he had finally hit it. The main character presented two magical spheres and realized that the general's ability is not just to comprehend things in space, but to absorb skills with the help of these balls and then return them. He added that fortunately the Lotus Buddha's body could at least protect against the poisonous mist of the same lotus, and that otherwise it would all be over. An egg with a crystal appeared above the general's body. Zhu opened his eyes wide and exclaimed that it was a companion egg. The system notification said that this is a companion egg of a legendary level tissue mutant general. Its characteristics: destination, Lone Sky Fury General, strength 19, speed 18, physical abilities 18, spiritual strength 18, spiritual strength skills, magic flame, star palm, summoning the magic horseman. Then a system alert appeared asking whether to withdraw the item. Zhu was engulfed in red flames as he exclaimed that this egg needed to be hatched, and a message appeared stating that the hatching process had been confirmed. The main character's back was attacked by fire, and he screamed that he was in great pain. The guy gritted his teeth when the red aura touched his chest and decided that he had to endure it, because his body and all indicators had reached the limit of the mortal class, and with the help of the Lost Immortality Sutra, he would be able to hatch this legendary companion egg. The flame shrunk into one white point. A notification was displayed that a legend-level tissue mutant general had successfully hatched as a bare-chested man appeared in front of Zhu sitting on the floor. He wiped the blood from his face and exclaimed that he could do it. Pixels appeared when the general absorbed an ant into his sphere in the game. A demon with red eyes cut up opponents. He gritted his teeth as he used his axe to chop through the Bone Rider's skull. Behind him, Zhu's character stood and thought about how this was a legendary class, and that he was essentially a monster that could easily destroy the previous difficult opponents. The main character smiled and exclaimed that this is why he needs to improve it right now. The guy opened the door sharply, breathing rapidly, and asked for forgiveness for being late. The girl with long dark hair thought that he was impudent, but allowed him to enter, and Zhu, standing in the doorway, thought that he had almost forgotten that Teacher Wang would have a lesson in the afternoon. The guy in the white t-shirt smiled and told the main character not to worry, because even the most beautiful class teacher can be late for class, and Zhu thanked him. Wang opened her mouth, opened her palm and asked for silence, then added that the main purpose of the lesson was to inform them about the annual exams that would be held soon. The heroes introduced flames and white ribbons as she continued to say that the exam consists of several categories, and that the first exam is a defense level called Burning Oil. They presented a stone slab with an ornament and a blue aura as Wang summarized that the second would be a test of speed and agility called the Paper Bridge, and that the final test of vitality was called the Absorbing Mountain. Lai and Zhu's faces began to sweat as they thought about the test of strength called Lifting a Stone Tripod. Teacher Wang presented the outline of the temple in the twilight and said that these were definitely not the same acrobatic acts as before, and that they would be divided according to the number of absences and the time spent completing the two courses. The students opened their mouths wide when they heard that if you take first place in the top 10 in the general exam, you can gain access to the Purple Palace. They began to ask if this is the palace about which there are many rumors, and where many are hidden treasures. The main character imagined opening doors into which entities fly in and remembered that, according to legend, the Purple Palace, fraught with enormous possibilities, is under the jurisdiction of the University of Sunset. Two guys were walking along the cobblestones when a guy in a white t-shirt said that it would be great to get into the Purple Palace and at least see how everyone was there. Zhu turned his head, looked at the other person and asked him why the third son of the Lai family could not get into the top 10. The guy with blue hair raised his finger in front of him and replied that it was too difficult because there are many strong players in the university now. He explained that there were only 10 seats and that there were seniors like Huang and Hefeng, and there were also new students like Feng, his sister, and Xiao from the Wang family. Sweat appeared on Zhu's face as he asked about this little girl Xiao also being in the top 10. The guy introduced a naked girl in a capsule with wings as he added that you should not underestimate her, because she practices a special technique of the Wang family called Return to Youth, and that she is not a child, but rather like a phoenix, and after her first promotion to the legendary class, she will be reduced to immortal again due to her technique, same with the epic. He thought about the girl in the white dress and with the wings and concluded that every time she returns to the first form, her performance increases significantly and she makes her progress faster, and that despite the fact that Xiao is so small, she is already the second reached the legendary class once. The main character remembered the cute girl, raised his hand to his face and thought that she was really so strong. The guy in the white t-shirt turned to Zhu and waved as he said that if he needed anything, he should just call him. The main character looked down and thought that if it was just because of the ranking, then this would not be necessary. But the Purple Palace is really tempting, and perhaps there will be some kind of life force there that can raise his last attribute up to the first level. Zhu turned around when he was addressed from the car that pulled up, and before that, he was thinking that he did not know whether there was a duplicate seal in the Purple Palace, but if there was, it would allow him to choose another treasure. Opposite him stood a man in a white shirt and tie, who exclaimed that he was just looking for him, and when the main character replied that he had already seen him, the man said that his name was Lieutenant Anson. Zhu asked him what their governor wanted from him. Near the porch of a tall building, the voice of a lieutenant was heard, who laughed and said that there was no need to worry because the governor was not such a bad person as he thought, and that it was not he who invited him. A car was driving along the road with its headlights on. A girl in a black tight dress appeared in front of him as Anson added that Mrs. Yanlin called him. The guy and the girl were standing near the car when Yanlin thanked the main character for coming, and the guy asked her what she wanted from him. The guy looked up, sweat appeared on his face when the girl offered to talk inside. He looked at the sign that said that this was the Xuan Crystal Store. Zhu remembered that the old director had sent him a business card of this store. Many lamps were burning on the ceiling when a voice asked why Yanlin called him here. The girl turned her head towards the main character and said that An's birthday was coming soon, and she wanted to give her a companion egg, but she didn't know which one she wanted. Yanlin raised her hand to her face, smiled, and said that she wanted to hear Zhu's opinion, because it had been taking care of him a lot lately, and the guy thought that he didn't really want that kind of fame. In front of them shone the room where the crystals were located. The main character opened his mouth and asked why there were no customers at all in such a large store. The guy and girl stopped at one of the counters when she replied that this crystal shop belonged to her father's best friend, Uncle Ziyun, who brought her when she was little, and then added that whenever Uncle had a good collection. He closed the store and let him and his father look at it first. At that moment the main character thought that it was not surprising that there were no customers, because the store was specially closed for their arrival. There were several crystals under the glass counter when Yanlin said that although this store is not the largest, it has the most valuable goods. Zhu looked towards the necklace when the girl added that the store is divided into the upper and lower floors, and on the upper floor there are the most expensive and rare crystals and skill stones. At that moment the guy decided that this was the same place from the business card. The main character and Yanlin were standing at the elevator when the girl added that the companion eggs they needed were on the bottom floor. Before them appeared a room with luxurious staircases and chandeliers and numerous wardrobes. The cabinets contained several shelves on which eggs were located. Zhu put his hands in his pockets and exclaimed that these were all companion eggs, and that there was a lot of space on the lower floor. Yanlin stopped at one of the cabinets and began to speak. She imagined a snow-white fox and said that and would like the graceful and elegant moon fox. But then she thought about the girl in a pink robe and decided that the flower fairy was very suitable for her daughter's character. Yanlin turned around, turned to Zhu and asked him what he thought about this. The main character pointed to the bubbly blue egg and replied that the companion egg of this evil caterpillar seemed quite suitable for him, and the girl clarified whether its taste was so terrible. Sweat appeared on Yanlin's face as she imagined the feathered creature, and the guy added that in terms of strength, the evil caterpillar was the best of the legendary class, and that when transformed into a butterfly, it would become priceless. The girl raised her hand to her face, smiled, and replied that Zhu's powers of observation were amazing, and what if he said that this was the companion of the black jade butterfly when it hatched? She imagined Anne beaming with happiness when she said that she had an incredibly nice birthday present. And when the spider hatches, Anne will scream and run away. The main character crossed his arms and said that ever since he was little, his stupid father always forgot about his birthday. He looked down and thought that if he had a mother like Yanlin, he wouldn't worry about such little things. The elevator arrived at the -1st floor when the girl said that she ordered the gift to be packed. She turned to Zhu and said that there was still time, so she offered to go and see what was below, and the guy asked that there was another floor there. Yanlin raised her hand, which held the key, and said that there were special companion pets there, and to get there you had to be with her uncle, but he left her the key. The girl turned away from the guy and said that she didn't know if that guy was alive, when the main character opened his eyes wide and thought about her words. On the second lower floor there were many cells with bars. In one of them sat a white furry creature. Zhu was passing by a chamber with a huge monster when they said that these were all famous and powerful companions. Yanlin touched the device with her finger and said that almost all the creatures here were former warriors who fought alongside the veterans during the underground storm, and that their masters could not bear the thought of them passing away with them, and therefore they were sent here wait for someone else. The two stood in front of the huge metal door as it began to open. Inside, near a metal plate, a man with long snow-white hair sat in chains. Sweat appeared on Zhu's face as he asked if this person was a companion. They stopped in front of the prisoner as Yanlin said that she didn't know, but her father came to see him every time he came here, and that after all these years, she didn't think he would still be here. She remembered herself as a little girl holding her father's hand and saying that she constantly asked her father about him when she was a child. Yanlin remembered the man in the light suit and added that his father was always silent, and that even his uncle knew that his father sent him to this particular place. The metal door closed. The girl in a black dress walked forward and turned to the main character, saying that it was already late, and that she would order him to be taken back. Zhu froze in place with his back turned when he thought about how his eyes felt behind him. The main character imagined a blonde man with a sparkling red eye and decided that he was following him. The guy stopped in front of the door and clenched his fists as he thought that maybe he had sent him a business card for this place. Zhu remembered a piece of paper with a set of numbers and wondered what they meant. He remembered a combination lock with chains. The main character's eyes widened when he realized that there was a code table on the metal bars where the guy was locked, and that the number on the card was the code to open it. Zhu raised his head up, sweat appeared on his face. He thought that if Yanlin had not brought him here, he would not have met this companion. He thought about the fact that he did not understand anything, and asked himself what the old director was trying to tell him. The device on the wall announced that the lesson was over. The main character was holding the phone with both hands when he asked Lee, who was sitting next to him, why he was sighing so heavily because the lesson was over. The guy with blue hair replied that tomorrow he will be applying to form a club, but they are still one person short of the minimum number required to create a club. Lee raised his head, opened his mouth and added that the new students are very mischievous because as soon as they hear that they are a new club, they are immediately rejected, and that although there are only 4 of them now, they will have many opportunities in the future for the development of the club. Sweat began to appear on Ju's face as Lai began to bang his head on the desk and pray to God to give him someone who was not a member of the club. The guy thought that his method of luring students had been used so many times that no one the new student won't fall for him. The main character touched the earring with his finger and said that he seemed to know who to call. Lai opened his eyes and mouth wide and asked why Diane and why he wanted to call him. The cat licked itself as Ju replied that with his reputation as a bad boy, he was sure no club would invite him. Lai touched the back of his head when he asked the guy standing opposite him if he was sure that he wanted to call him, because Diane was the enemy of their sisters, and said that he caused them a lot of problems, and that he still didn't like him took revenge. The main character remembered his meetings with that guy, touched his face with his hand and replied that back then it was a voluntary bet in the arena, and that he had good characteristics, so Diane was an excellent choice. Ju remembered how he held the cat in his hands and smiled, and added that since their last meeting he had become a very gentle and kind person. Lee, standing face to face with the main character, asked him if he was really talking about that guy, and Ju told him that even if he was not happy, they still had no other choice now. The guy with blue hair replied that his friend was saying the right things, and that in that case they should go look for him. The stone statue was located in the Dragon Gate Grotto in Banfo Cave. Many stone guards stood at its foot. These idols were warrior servants of Buddha of legendary level. Lai crossed his arms and asked Ju what Diane was doing in such a place. The guys approached the Buddha statue when the main character replied that the servant warriors are slow and often do not attack first, so it should be safe here, near the huge stone statue. 1 hour later, Lai asked Ju if the guy was visible, to which he was answered in the negative. A guy with blue hair leaned on a stone at the foot of the statue, swore and asked where Diane was, because he had been looking for him for so long, but he was nowhere to be found. The stone statues turned around, their eyes turning red. One of the warriors swung at Lee as he continued speaking. The servant struck, and the guy with blue hair managed to jump back and asked why they suddenly began to attack. The main character touched the Buddha statue and suggested that touching it enraged the warrior servants, and Lai shouted that Ju should not touch it anymore. The stone warriors walked towards them with sparkling eyes. The boys assumed fighting positions when Lee exclaimed that they had no choice but to force their way out. The stone servant attacked the guy with blue hair, and he took his blow. The main character dodged the blow to the side. There was a flash from Ju's strike and the stone warrior began to fall. The servants with red eyes were walking in one direction when the guy thought that they were in trouble because there were more of them every second. The stone warriors were kicking Lee in a crowd when the main character thought that the guy wanted to be beaten to death, and that it seemed that he was not in a fighting spirit right now. The stone fist attacked Lee, who screamed for help. The guy with blue hair spat out blood and exclaimed that it was too painful. The main character who caught him replied to be near him. The stone warriors clenched their fists and shouted that there was an intruder. Ju, shrouded in a green aura, picked up Lai and jumped as the Buddha's servants attacked the place where they were standing. The guys rushed up the statue when a friend turned to the main character and told him not to dare step on the stone statue. Ju landed with Lai in his arms. The stone servant stood below and looked up when the guy with blue hair said that they seemed to have stopped. Lai lowered one foot and touched it to the statue as he asked Ju to put it down. The warrior servant's eyes glowed red again. They began to lift off the floor and take off. Lee again jumped into the arms of the main character, screamed that they were flying upward, and asked why when Ju touched the Buddha, nothing happened, and when he touched her, the warriors immediately flew to beat him. The main character opened his eyes and mentally answered that this is happening because this is a statue of the sacred Buddha, and he is partly his son. Ju looked down when he heard a voice telling them to follow him. Diane stood below with bandaged hands. The main character, with Lee in his arms, jumped off the statue. Diane pointed his finger to the side and shouted at them to go behind the Buddha statue because the attendants would not be able to go there. The guys hid behind the stones when the warriors almost caught up with them. The servants clenched their fists and growled. One stone servant followed the guys along the narrow road. Lee smiled broadly, showed a characteristic gesture, laughed and exclaimed that the stone thugs would now not be able to reach them. The servants, due to their size, could not go further. A white cloth hung under the stone ceiling. Diane walked ahead when he said that they would have to wait an hour, and then they could leave. Ju raised his head up and thought that, it turns out, there was a small cave behind the Buddha statue. Lee raised his hand, looked towards the guy and said that they actually came here to him to invite him to the club that they want to create, but they are missing one person. Diane crossed his arms in front of him and replied that he was not interested. The guy with blue hair smiled, raised his finger and asked him not to rush to refuse because their club is quite good because every month they will receive a membership bonus, and thought that he heard that Diane likes to charge money for his job and that most likely he will not refuse such an offer. The guy with the scar opened his mouth and said that if they gave him 100,000 every month, he would join. Emily got angry and exclaimed that this was a lot. Ju stood next to Lai and turned to Diane, saying that they simply lacked one person to register the club, so he should just join it, because it was just for the number of people in the club, and they would not force him to attend any of the events. Then the main character asked him how much such conditions would cost. Diane raised his finger in front of him and answered 10,000. He and Lee bumped fists to signify that they had an agreement. The stone warriors moved away from the entrance to the cave an hour later. Diane looked at the main character and said that they should go forward while he quickly cleaned up the place. Ju turned around and looked towards the guy who had put his hand under the white fabric. His hand stuck something golden into the hole in the fabric. The main character looked carefully to the side. He saw a gold object on a chain through the fabric and assumed it was a pocket watch. Ju raised his hand to his chin, closed his eyes and thought that the pattern on the watch looked familiar. The main character opened his eyes wide. Sweat appeared on his face when he remembered that in the crystal store one of the cameras had the same one only in a different size. He imagined a ship and a pattern on a clock with a woman and an anchor and thought that there used to be rumors about great misfortunes due to women on ships, and that this was why women were prohibited from going to sea, and totems and other things associated with women and ships are almost never encountered. Diane stood straight and looked forward when Ju wondered whether this was an accident or whether there was a secret meaning in this pattern. A shadow fell on the guy's face as he sadly looked forward. On the table there was a framed photograph of the main character surrounded by his comrades. The guy looked at the phone, which he held with both hands. In the game, a blue aura emanated from the martial arts general and attacked Ju's character as he exclaimed that he had stumbled upon yet another kind of general again. There was a powerful blinding explosion. A cloth general appeared in front of the game character as the guy thought that the martial arts general's skills were hopeless against a cloth general. The main character looked down at the phone and said that when you know the rules of fighting against different species, the game becomes easier. Ju's character picked up the egg when a system notification popped up stating that he had killed a martial arts general and received a similar companion. The characteristics of a legendary level martial arts general have appeared. Destination: Lone General of the Heavenly Furies, Strength 19, Speed 18, Physical Data 18, Spiritual Strength 18, Spiritual Strength Skills, Magic Flame, Star Strike, Summon Magic Horseman. The guy thought that the only difference between him and the Fabric General was that the Star Palm skill was replaced by a Star Strike. Ju raised his hand to his chin and realized that these were creatures of the same type with similar characteristics. A system alert appeared asking whether he wished to use a companion egg named Martial Arts General to fuse with the Tissue General at 90% compatibility. The red silhouette of the general appeared and the process began when the guy exclaimed that of course he agreed. A mutant general of the legendary level appeared with a weapon on his shoulder with the following characteristics: Destination: Lone General of the Heavenly Furies, Strength 19, Speed 19, Physical Data 19, Spiritual Strength 18, Spiritual Strength Skills, Magic Flame, Star Palm, Summon Magic Rider, Star Strike. The main character exclaimed that he actually had the skills of both generals. The red-skinned man held an orb in one hand, while the other hand glowed with blue flames. Ju touched his face with his hand and said that according to this logic, if you get all the generals, you can make a high-class companion. The main character stood next to the general and looked forward. In front of them was a wall with towers. The dark sphere and blue flash did not stop the arrow, which flew past the companion, when the guy thought that the Stardust and the mutant general's Star Strike could not even keep up with this arrow. The player character used the Star Sword Kai skill against her. The arrow hit the guy in the torso and he fell. Ju was sitting on the bed and looking at his phone when he realized that even the current general could not help him unlock this sword, and that since all three attacks were unable to destroy these arrows, then it turned out that passing this stage with one special skill was impossible. The main character looked at his open palm and said that it was all over, because even the Star Sword Kai, which took his energy, could not stop the arrow, and the Ashen Palm and Fist of the Titan clearly could not cope with it. The guy opened his eyes wide and repeated the words about the Ashen Palm. He remembered his training and thought that the Ashen Palm could not be obtained from skill crystals, and that it could be obtained from the fusion of a dried bone palm and an inch fist. He remembered the system notification asking him to learn the advanced bone palm strike technique and realized that some skills were not acquired directly, but were transformed into higher skills through leveling up lower ones. The main character imagined how three energies of different colors meet at one point and exclaimed that these three generals have a very high level of compatibility, despite the fact that they are mutually exclusive. He presented a diagram with the three words rock, scissors, and paper and decided that there was a connection between their skills. The guy punched his leg and exclaimed that this was the only thing left for him now. He decided to use the week before the exam to collect all kinds of skill crystals from the 3 generals. While the food was cooking on the stove, Zhu thought that the generals would appear in a random order and that they could only be reset by constantly updating the game with blood. He opened a jar with dark contents. His player character entered the game when he exclaimed that there was no time to delay. The main character sat on the bed with the phone while a divine ram yawned next to him. He was playing on the phone while his companion Titan was sleeping on his shoulder. Zhu did not let go of the device even while taking a bath. At the entrance to the university building on the day of the exams, Lee called the main character and asked where he was because today was the exam. Zhu sat down, put the phone to his ear and answered that he would be there soon. In his palm was a small dark sphere. The guy clenched his fist, exhaled and said that he had been trying to get skill crystals for a whole week, but in the end nothing came of it. The phone was lying on a white cloth. A system notification appeared next to the general as the guy exclaimed that the fusion of the 3 generals was successful. The system window listed the characteristics of a multi-mutant general of the legendary level. Purpose: Lone General of the Heavenly Furies, Strength 19, Speed 19, Physical Data 19, Spiritual Strength 19, Spiritual Strength Skills, Magic Flame, Star Palm, Summon Magic Rider, Star Strike, Kai Blade. A crowd of people stood in front of the building waiting for the exam. The main character approached Lee with the words that he asked for forgiveness for sleeping a little. In response, they began to reproach him for not worrying about the exam at all. A man with glasses, who is the chairman of the student council named Y, looked out the window and asked the girl standing next to him about Zhu. The man looked at the main character as he was told that he participated in the killing of the Blood Lotus and in the battle against the general defeated in Hila, and that he was still on the mortal plane, and what else, besides the connection with the Lai family. About his real origin we couldn't find out anything. Y adjusted his glasses and said that it was a pity that the exams were based on merit, because no matter how good his mortal level skills were, he would be at the same level as hundreds of other students, and then added that Zhu should be put on the student waiting list advice. Suddenly the man opened his eyes wide. He saw and walking past the main character. Then Xiao ran past the guys and greeted Zhu. Feng approached the guy next and bowed, calling him a teacher, and Y was surprised that he knew him too. The dark-haired guy turned around and looked up. The man with glasses hid under the window while he wondered whether Huan really knew the main character well, and the girl with pink hair standing next to him said that this was the same guy who didn't get along with the chairman. Y got angry and started shouting at the girl, saying that didn't she say that Zhu was of mortal level, but then how could he know all these people? And the girl fearfully replied that everything was written that way in his profile. Sweat appeared on the bespectacled man's face as he thought about how well connected the protagonist was, and that if he got into the student council, they would be able to improve their connections with such noble families. Y looked at the CCTV camera in the corner of the room as he talked about how the general secretary should look into Zhu's background in more detail, and that she should do what he told her since she was in charge of organizing the exam venue. During the exam, a guy in a vest tried to lift a stone cauldron with both hands. Another guy in a blue sweater tried to move it. The name of candidate number 74 appeared on the screen. It was Zhu. The main character picked up a stone object with one hand. Although the difficulty level was the highest, he received 100 over 100. Sweat appeared on the guy's face. He looked away when he thought that this cauldron was very light. A little girl with wings ran along a thin ribbon. The dark-haired guy took out a round coin from the seething barrel. The girl with long hair raised her hand up, controlling the energy. The buildings of the city were illuminated by the setting sun. The exam results were displayed on the screen, in which the top 5 were Zhu, Feng, Heifeng, Xiao and Ed. Lee stood with his arms crossed next to the main character and said that the first places were taken by these monsters, and that if we want to get on the list, we need to gather all our strength tomorrow. Suddenly the boy with blue hair opened his eyes wide. He saw Zhu's name on the list and shouted about it, and looked forward thoughtfully while the students next to her discussed how this could happen since he was a mortal class. The guy with the sword behind his back exclaimed that his coach was the coolest. The girl with glasses looked at the screen and did not understand how this was possible. She frowned and thought that Zhu was a genius if he was mortal level and could get into the top 10 in the exam. Lee sat next to the main character on the steps and said that it was unfair that Zhu's result was several times higher than his, although he was definitely in many ways stronger than the guy. The guy's eyes widened when he realized that it wasn't just that he was strong, but that other competitions had somehow become less difficult, and that something was clearly wrong with his results. Someone approached the guys and turned to Zhu. The man in the white suit adjusted his glasses and said that he was pleased to meet you, and that he was the chairman of the Y Student Council, and also that he would like to talk about something with the main character in private. Lai turned to Zhu and asked him about when he managed to meet the chairman of the student council, and the guy replied that he didn't know. There was a cup of coffee on the table. The man sitting opposite the main character congratulated him for being among the top 10 and getting the opportunity to enter the Purple Palace. Sweat appeared on the boy's face when he heard that. Being in the mortal class, the chances of getting into the top 10 were almost zero. He looked forward decisively, opened his mouth and asked the man whether he had lowered the difficulty of the exam for him and why he would do such a thing if he didn't even know him. Wai folded his hands in front of him and replied that he saw great hidden potential in him, and that the Purple Palace was a great opportunity for a novice student that would be ashamed to miss, to which Zhu asked him to be more to the point. The bespectacled man clasped the fingers of both hands in front of his face and said that there was currently a position open in the student council for the position of vice president, and that he was very impressed with him, so he would like to invite him to take this title. Zhu stood up with his hands in his pockets and replied that he was refusing because he had no desire to join the student council. Sweat appeared on the bespectacled man's face as he thought about how the student council is almost the most important part in every student's life, and that many dream of becoming even a tiny part of it, and Zhu refuses the post of vice president. The main character opened his mouth slightly and turned to the man, saying that his friend was waiting for him outside, and that if that was all, could he go. Wai closed his eyes and exhaled, and then said that he understood him, and that the doors of the student council were always open for him, and also that if he changed his mind, he could come to him at any time. The door slammed shut. A girl with pink hair approached the man and addressed him with the words that he had done the guy a great service, and he dared to refuse her so easily. Wai asked the girl to stop. The man adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said that everything has its time, and that this person is not easy, and also that he does not see any special problems in this, so let him mature. He turned to the girl, who said that she remembered a document that the university asked to distribute to students. Wai asked her to show it to him. He picked up the sheets of paper and looked down at them. An airplane was flying in the sky under the clouds when a man said that an exchange student was coming to their university. From the multi-story white building there were shouts for them to get out of here, otherwise she would personally kill them, to which she was told that the lady needed treatment. A mug with a pattern fell on the floor and broke. A girl with red hair was sitting on the floor of the room, and she was being held by a woman in a maid costume, when a man approached them and said that he could not believe that a mere mortal student had gotten his sister into such trouble. Sweat appeared on the girl's face when she raised her head and asked her brother that he had come to mock her. A hand in a brown glove touched the white upholstery, and its owner said that he had applied to Ziyang University to become an exchange student, and that he had gone there to see the man who had made the Yin family suffer so much toil and humiliation. The silhouette of a knight in armor and with a sword in his hand appeared above a fair-haired guy named John as he sat down in a chair and asked about the guy's name being Zhu, and added that he had come to avenge his stupid sister. The guy stands in front of a portal guarded by other men. He looks deep into the portal, and immediately he and his company find themselves opposite a huge door, to which history says that this is the Jiwei Palace in Tianmen. Holding golden objects that look like arrows, they listen to someone say that the school found these arrows in the Purple Palace, and this is the only way to open the treasures that are there. The chairman, confidently adjusting the glasses on his face against the background of the other guys, says that the treasures of the Purple Palace are a mixture of immortals and mortals, and these could be secret techniques or eggs of companions, or just ancient jewelry. Suddenly, a large bell struck once. Looking at the wall with Zhu, he says that the time has come. The palace gates are gradually opening. Yellow magic begins to fly out of them, and the chairman says that they all need to choose one of these balls of light and smash it with an arrow, adding that what is inside will be his treasure. Feng, watching hundreds of balloons flying above, notices that there are so many of them, asking himself which one he should choose. Suddenly, someone's arrow is already flying towards the ball. Feng, holding a dissolving ball in his hands, says that in any case, you can only rely on luck because you can't outwardly determine which one is more expensive. A small chest remains in his hands. Looking at his chest, Xiao Lu, standing next to Feng, shouts that this is a real treasure chest, and let him quickly open what is there because everyone wants to see. Only Zhu stands with his back to everyone, thinking about his own things. Holding his chin in his hand, he imagines running through mountains of gold and other treasures, thinking that he only has one try, and if there is a copy of the seal in the Purple Palace, then all kinds of treasures will be within reach. The gaze is transferred to the tiled walls. Standing in front of the open gate, the main character thinks that he has already looked all over there, but has not found a drawing of hands. He looks deep into them, asking himself that maybe they are all behind that door. Behind the main character, his sister appears, who tells him not to go there, and once upon a time this door devoured everyone who came inside, asking him again that he didn't want to die. The guy looks after his sister, remaining silent. He looks at the ceiling, in which hundreds are flying in a ball, saying that then he will choose the treasure. The girl Xiao Lu comes out from behind the guy, offering him her help, to which he responds positively, asking her if she has chosen something else for herself. With a smile and satisfaction, she shows the guy a huge chest in her hands, to which the main character cursed under his breath. Handing her his arrow, he says that he would have chosen the first one anyway, so he will trust her, to which the girl tells him that she will not let him down. Swinging the arrow upward, she confidently chooses one or another ball, to which the guy thinks that she didn't even look around and just threw the arrow. The arrow hits one yellow ball. A small box appears in the girl's hands, to which she says that here is a treasure. She says she has no idea what might be inside, but she's sure there's something good in there. Opening the lid of the box, the guy sees a lamp in front of him, like genies. He looks at the thing in confusion, asking what it is and what kind of jinn's booth it is. The guy, taking the thing in his hands with 2 fingers, begins to rub it, saying that you need to lightly rub it once and repeat. Suddenly, a light flashes from the end of the lamp. It is reflected in the guy's pupil. Suddenly, a magical yellow girl appears right in front of him. Zhu is covered in red magic, gritting his teeth, thinking that his body is controlled by something, and it is very strong. The fire begins to come out of the lamp more and more. He asks what this bright light is. His hand involuntarily begins to move, causing confusion and anger on his face. The hero asks himself with shock what is happening. In the moment, the guy, against a background of roses, stands in a ballet pose with a shocked face. Zhu Wen, blushing, begins to shout the word "what?" and "what kind of tricks are these?" He flies around the room like a ballerina with a blank face. Suddenly, he notices how magic begins to thicken on his hand. Bringing his hand closer to his face, red with shame, he thinks that these dances have opened a new source of energy in his new body, and they have already released him. The lamp falls to the floor, hitting it. Suddenly, that magical girl flies out of her again, to which the guy, standing with a smile, says that this is a formula for vitality, holding his hand with magic in the air. Suddenly, some kind of magic began to thicken in the darkness again. Against the backdrop of sunset, a silhouette of a man comes out to his hundreds of subordinates, telling them that this is an immortal uprising and theirs is the word of God. The girl, covering her face with a cloak, says that she speaks in the language of God and not with immortals. As if in a bad hologram, the guy opens his eyes in shock, thinking that he just saw something. Against the background of a broken background and darkness, the body of the main character falls down, and he says that he saw the day when the immortals will fall. The guy's body is floating underwater, and someone is trying to call out to him, calling him master. The guy, in the darkness, tries to open his eyes slightly. In front of him there is a view of Titan and the banana fairy. Lying on his back, his pet and the fairy jump on him, who tells him that he is out again. Stretching, the guy says that he hasn't slept so well in a long time. Against a dark background with writing and yellow energies, he thinks that the endless muttering that used to be a part of every dream has finally disappeared. He lowers his hand to the floor. Suddenly there is an explosion from above. Titan and the fairy look at the stones falling from above. Eaton lies on the floor of the protagonist's apartment. Other characters are coughing from the dust. The guy, lying on the concrete, says with incomprehension that he just put his hand on the bed, and why then he fell down, and why his strength suddenly grew so much. The guy's sister comes out of the bath wearing only a towel, looking at the guy with confusion. She starts to blush. In a moment, she begins to shout at him with all her might to the whole house that he is a pervert. The builders look at the hole in the ceiling, saying that they have no idea how this happened. The shower is illuminated by the morning sun. The notice states that Zhu Wen's vitality level is at the level of the legendary fate of the King Sai. Sitting on the toilet with a big lump on his head, holding the phone in his hand and hitting his leg with the other, he says that he has become legendary and Wang Lu's luck is as good as ever. Suddenly, his gaze catches on something unfamiliar, and he asks what the King Sai is. Pressing his finger on the notification, it says that the King Sai is endless destruction, to which the guy thinks about what kind of person wrote such a note. Standing naked in the dark, surrounded only by yellow energy, he says that, strangely enough, reality is not as intuitive as in the game, but the abilities of each person's personality can be more or less felt. Looking at the space icon, he says that he can only feel this Sai of the king in his body, but cannot feel anything else. Sitting on the toilet, leaning against the wall, he thinks that although he doesn't know what the effect of this fate is now, his characteristics can continue to improve, and to hatch legendary creatures, he no longer needs to risk his life. Taking his chin with his hand, he begins to look at the phone, saying that this happens to all other destinies. Closing his eyes, the guy releases blue energy. He presents the image of a multi-armed god holding a mark, to which the notice states that the level of life force of the legendary fate with the octave of vain. The guy says that the octave of prayer is a powerful enhancement of physical strength, significantly increasing attack power and the ability to recover. Introducing the gate and the image of a ghostly woman, The notice again tells that Ju's vitality level is also legendary fate, with the Tao of the body telling about her that it is an extremely fast enhancement of essence energy recovery. The fire ghost stands in front of the pyramid. The notice again talks about his life force, explaining that the ancient emperor improves all characteristics and creates strange dimensions in strength. Remembering the girl from the lamp, the notification again shows the guy's vitality level, to which he adds that this is a slight improvement in all characteristics as well as access to new abilities. The player, standing above the ground, looks down, to which the notification tells that this is an air step skill, and no matter where the guy steps, he will remain in the air. Looking at the red vortex, the main character reveals that it is the first order of chaos, all because it is not one of the 4 stats for increasing the legendary, and nothing seems to have changed. Looking at his hand, the hero says that unlike the Sai of the King, which he cannot accept with his body except for the first order of chaos, all other techniques copied from the mystical scriptures have formed their own names and destinies. Ju tells himself in his head that it's time to explore this place again. Looking at the huge boulder surrounded by birds, the story tells that it is a replica of a deep ant cave. The main character takes off from his seat along with 2 ants, shouting at them to all follow him. Other monsters start flying right at the guy. A demon appears behind him, to which Shu shouts with a smile that it is a multi-mutant general. Something brightly explodes from above, illuminating everything with blue light. Purple spheres fall to the ground, to which the guy shouts that these are companion eggs. He jumps onto a huge boulder. Suddenly, the stone begins to crack, releasing blue light. An insect flies out of the yellow liquid. It looks straight at the guy with a hostile gaze. The guy runs along the top of a huge stone, approaching its crack. He runs forward, shouting that this crack must be the entrance to the anthill. Suddenly, right in front of him, something flies out of it at great speed. An insect, like a wasp, screams with all its might from above the guy, surrounding itself with yellow energy. Falling backwards, the guy lands confidently on his feet. Sliding along the surface of the egg, gritting his teeth, he says that this is a good move, and probably a creature of a rare class. Creating a bunch of green magic to the side, he thinks that it's nothing, and his main goal is not this wasp anyway, and shouts the name of the banana fairy. Looking at the banana fairy and the information on the notification next to it, he says with surprise that it was rising higher. He abruptly moves his hand to the side. Standing next to the banana fairy, he tells her that it's fine either way, ordering her to release the Taiyan wind, to which the fairy swings a leaf and releases a blast of green energy straight ahead. The fairy's magic freezes the wasp. A dissatisfied wasp behind the ice begins to buzz. The next moment, she breaks the ice in which she was imprisoned, freeing herself. The wasp looks around, flying over the boulder. Ju jumps straight into the gap, thinking that, of course, the Taiyan wind will not kill him in one blow, but it can delay him for a couple of seconds. Under his feet there is a yellow liquid releasing magic, to which the guy says that this is it. He jumps completely into the liquid. Swimming out from under it and greedily swallowing air, the hero says that he is alive. The guy looks at the notice that eating the nectar of the golden ant gives plus 1000 to health. Opening his eyes in shock, Ju says that this honey can actually improve performance. Breaking out of the stone, the wasp flies straight towards the main character. She dives into the honey with all speed. The guy's phone screen suddenly turned off, to which he said that this happens. Folding his arms across his chest and looking down, he talks about the nectar of the golden ant, adding that although the legendary class removed the restriction on characteristics, it was very difficult to increase them with the help of crystals, because the effect was weak, but here his health characteristics instantly improved. Looking forward with a smile, the guy says that he has decided everything, and he needs to take a few more sips of this honey. Remembering his game, the hero, flying down, noticed a white spot in the wall, to which Shu tells himself that there was some kind of spot above the nest. Light blue sky illuminates a modern building. Girls with blush on their cheeks turn to look at the walking guy. Satisfied, John walks through the square, shining like a model. He approaches Wai Guo, saying that thanks to the president's introduction, Sunset Academy was a real discovery for him, and he had a feeling that his stay here would benefit him. To which the guy with glasses politely replied that he heard that John is a talented man with a reputation as a saint at Covenant College, and his presence here is a great honor for them. Adjusting his glasses, Wai informs them that, in accordance with his request, they have arranged for their top students to have a sparring session with John, adding that only one will not fight, imagining the image of Juan sitting at the computer and swearing. The blonde smiles and says it's great and he's looking forward to meeting the best students at this academy today. Silhouettes of characters are fighting in a fight. The story says that this is a battle hall. John and Feng fight with swords. Xiao Lu, standing with Heifeng, says that again it is a draw, adding that this John fought all of them and they were all a draw. Heifeng tells her, suggesting that he thinks that he doubts them, because during this time, he has never used his family's special skills, the judgment of the Holy Council. Someone shouts that the competition is over. The guys cross their swords. Feng and John look at each other, grateful for the fight. Feng steps aside as Y approaches John, noting that this was to be expected from such a talented person like him, to which the blonde replies that he was right and there are indeed many talented students at Sunset Academy. John, holding his chin in his hand, says with a sly face that there is one thing. Y, adjusting his glasses again, asks about his butt, saying that if he wants to say something, then let him just say it. Spreading his arms to the sides in front of the guy with glasses, he says that he heard that recently there was an exam at their academy, and he is sure that everyone who fought with him was the best in their class, to which Y replies that this is natural. In front of a guy drying himself off with a towel after a shower, John says that he heard that one of the students who made it into the top 10 was a mere mortal, and this interested him very much, and he would really like to meet this person. Opening his mouth, John says that he will meet him and know his power. The main character's shadow lies on the bathroom sink. He, naked, holding a towel around his neck, sighs and says that he played all night, but never found a way to get into the nest. Remembering the wasp, into which the green magic flies, Ju says that after that flying golden ant received damage from Tachyon, it is no longer caught. Closing his eyes and scratching his head with his hand, he says that this monster is much smarter than those traits that just attack like crazy, thinking that he is too smart. The hero turns to the ringing telephone on the shelf. On the phone screen a call comes from Teacher Van, to which the guy asks himself about it in his head. The guy, having dressed, enters the office, holding his hand on his neck, asking the teacher if he was looking for him. A brunette with a scar on his eye stands in the office, meeting Zhu Wenh and saying that he has come, to which the hero in surprise calls out to the brunette by the name of Ensheng. Standing opposite the brunette with the girl on the chair, the main character asks him what he is doing here, to which En replies that it would be better for Teacher Wang to tell him everything herself. The dark-haired teacher looks at Zhu, telling him that they want to suspend him for a while and let him consider it like a vacation, to which the guy asks, incomprehensibly, why. The bespectacled teacher says that not long ago, an exchange student from Covenant College challenged their academy as soon as he found out about the guy, and the exchange student who challenged Zhu is Liz's younger brother. The guy, standing between the disgruntled teacher, is talking to each other, and the hero asks who Liz is, to which the brunette answers him that this is the red-haired girl who chased him before and was seriously injured. Adjusting her glasses on her nose and imagining the crown mark behind her, she informs that John and Liz's family is one of the 6 heroic legacies, the Capet family. Recalling the image of John bowing against the background of the cross, she says that unlike Liz, John not only inherited his family's heroic physique, but also received an incredibly strong destiny, adding that in the West he was even given the title of saint. Sitting opposite the guy with his legs folded, Teacher Wang says that she doesn't know how he was able to get into the top 10, but it was for this reason that John challenged the hero to a duel. Zhu Wen's face turned blue in fear at the woman's words that it was very likely that he wanted to take revenge for his sister and kill him. Rising from her chair, she continues to say that the academy doubted Zhu's ranking, but since he has connections with the Yin family, they did not pay any attention to it, but it would be a shame for them if it turned out that the guy was lower than his ranking. Standing together, the 3 of them opposite each other, she explains that, therefore, staying in the house is now the best solution for him. In the square of the academy, John found himself surrounded by girls, and they began to chat loudly about how John was right, and in fact, she also thought that there was something wrong with this guy, inviting the blonde to have lunch together, to which the guy responded positively, adding that it would be an honor for him. The girl's shoes run aggressively along the asphalt. She swings her foot at John's face. With a calm expression on his face against her heel, he tells her, calling that Mrs. An, what does it mean? And Jing looks at him seriously, telling him that he himself knows very well what this means. The girl lowers her leg, and the blonde, closing his eyes with a kind face, says that he understood everything, and she misunderstood him since Yuwen is one of the best students in this academy. He really wants to spar with him. That is, with her brother holding her leg in the air, the girl asks him that he wouldn't mind fighting with her then. Putting his hand to his chin, John thoughtfully asks her whether she wants to protect the reputation of the academy, or something else. Standing with a serious look and with his index finger in front of Njing, with the girls whispering in the background, he explains that in fact, Zhu Wen cheated and used fraudulent tactics to get to expensive treasures, and she is trying to protect him, to which the gossips talk about that this cannot be and that says a lot. Suddenly, the girl begins to turn around in different directions with misunderstanding. Everyone around begins to say that her brother really did this, and Zhu Wen's entry into the top 10 was indeed very strange, but this is not entirely a scam, it is rather an exception. Glaring at each other, creating a tense atmosphere, the blonde tells her that if Zhu Wen didn't deceive anyone, then why is he hiding behind his sister's back, and he will look forward to meeting the hero in 3 days to check it out. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the voice of the main character appears, and he asks what is in 3 days and offers to fight right now. The guy's sister begins to walk back towards his feet. John looks forward with a pleased expression on his face, saying that this is Zhu Wen himself. The main character stood in front of his sister, confidently looking forward. Teacher Wang looks at the situation and Jing approaches Shen, asking him why he came here. The teacher looks forward with interest, thinking that since this is his personal decision, then let him allow him to observe everything from the side. Drones with cameras surrounded the battle arena. Dozens of people are watching the fight on the arena screens. They stand opposite each other. The blonde man, spreading his arms to the sides, explains to the guy that since this is a duel, and in order to prove the reputation of his academy, everyone can watch everything live, and Zhu Wen will not mind, to which the main character responds positively. Feng and Lai Xuan watch the fight, swearing, to which Feng says that he is confident that the coach will win. Xuan, looking at Feng with 2 glow sticks in his hands, asks him what he is doing, to which the guy says that the elder Huang Jai said that this is the best way to support. Lai tells him to forget. John, creating a huge knight from his magic, says that he is not as cruel as Zhu thinks, and if he can defeat one of his pet companions within 10 minutes, then he will give the victory to him. The main character shows his index finger, telling him to give him just 1 minute. John's huge knight swings his sword at the guy, saying that then they will begin, to which John says that his knight can turn him into a cripple in 1 minute. The next moment, Zhu brings his hand to his face, creating magic, answering that he is talking about something else. A huge monster with horns appears behind him, and he says that 1 minute is enough for him to win. Surprised, Wang noted in her thoughts that this was a member of the royal court, a knight of the spear. She imagined the image of a knight whose eyes glowed with a red light and said that this was the historical knight of the Round Table Lanmalok, whose strength is so great that it makes him one of the strongest companions in the legendary class. The knight struck at Zhu. The main character was enveloped in a red aura. The red monster extended his hand. She caught the knight's spear. The knight jumped away from her. Smiling, Li cried out that it was a multi-mutant general. He asked about when Zhu was able to subdue such a big man. Stunned, and thought that this was impossible. She looked at the monster behind the protagonist and thought that this was not an ordinary mutant. John stood behind his warrior and stated that Zhu's companion blocked his knight's attack. Their henchmen rushed at each other. They dealt a powerful blow to each other. They clashed in a fierce fight. Clenching his hand into a fist and smiling, Li cried out that this was great and the main character could do anything. Taken aback, John thought that his knight could not even touch the mutant Zhu. An orange aura enveloped the knight. John cried out that if the main character thinks that victory is in his hands, he is very mistaken. The plot tells us that fate is the oath of a knight, and the stronger the owner, the stronger the knight of the spear. The knight rushed at the mutant. Dark energy enveloped him. John was taken aback by what was happening. The mutant began to concentrate a dark cloud of mana near his hand. He grabbed the knight by the throat. He raised his fist. The mutant launched a powerful blow of blue energy at the knight. John watched the incident with a stunned look. The mutant began to follow Zhu. Hugging Feng, Lai shouted that the main character is very cool and he made him one left, noting that he needs to come up with a cool nickname later. Feng said that his coach is really cool. Puzzled, and thought that this multi-mutant general had already used 2 special skills. A powerful stream of yellow mana enveloped the guy. He shouted that this was the Holy Emperor technique. Stretching out his hand, he declared that he recognized the strength of the main character and proposed to arrange a real duel. Taken aback, Zhu replied that John had already lost and there was no need to continue this pointless battle. John showed the yellow stone and cried out that he was gambling on the glory of his Keat family and the companion egg of the rebel knight who had inherited the power of Lamanlock. Li watched the main character from above and said that he was in trouble. The main character agreed with the guy to fight. A huge angel appeared behind the guy. He started shouting that now it would be fun and asked Zhu to try out their family's special skill, Divine Judgment. There was a powerful explosion. Frightened, Lai called out to Zhu. Smiling, John declared that this was the end. A stream of blue energy was directed towards him. The area was enveloped in blue mana. John was frozen in ice. Shrouded in an orange aura, Zhu declared that John had lost. The main character broke a block of ice with his fist. John fell to the floor. Zhu picked up the yellow stone. Having dropped it off, the main character announced that he was collecting his reward. Extending her hand, Wang ordered the medics to check on Mr. John. She clenched her fist. She watched as Lai hugged Zhu. Wang wondered if the protagonist had been hiding his true strength all this time. Adjusting her glasses, Van sighed. Sunlight illuminated the room. Zhu studied the yellow stone and said that he would look at it. Information has emerged about the rebel knight, Lancelot. Destination for the Knight of Divine Destiny. All characteristics are equal to 19. Spiritual power skills are Cross Sword, Shield of the End, Summon Holy Horseman, Martial Spirit. Looking at the phone, the surprised Zhu cried out that this pet companion has all attributes of 19, also 4 skills, and is almost like his multi-mutant general. Closing his mouth, the main character noted that this was strange. He guessed that this knight was probably stronger than the companion John was using. Zhu wondered why he didn't breed him and use him as his main companion. The main character began searching on the internet for the rebel knight Lancelot. Zhu introduced the knight who crossed his arms. The plot tells us that Lancelot is a legendary figure of the Knights of the Round Table led by King Arthur. He was also the brother of Arthur's adoptive father, the knight Hector. We are also told that Lancelot, as one of the greatest knights of King Arthur's Round Table, is brave, strong, and willing to help everyone, and the people love him deeply. He was riding with a little girl on a horse. The main character imagined Lancelot kissing the girl's hand. Zhu read that he was having an affair with King Arthur's wife, Queen Guinevere. He imagined a broken round table. We are told that this ultimately led to the collapse of the round table. He pressed his finger on the inscription on the screen about the destiny, Knight of Divine Destiny, God's Eye, Absolute Hero. Zhu asked if the rebel knight had a protagonist's purpose. Putting his hand to his chin, he said that being a servant of King Erythra, Lancelot fell in love with his master's wife, and it is not surprising that John did not bring out this companion. The main character noted that John knew that the destiny of the rebel knight would have some consequences for the owner. Zhu looked at the orange stone and said that this problem had been pushed onto him. The darkness of night enveloped the building. Wang spoke on the phone and stated that, as she already said, Zhu is truly a special student and he always brings her results that are shocking. She calmly noted that if the protagonist really was a miraculous piece of jade, she thought that he really was the person who could carve it. The guy was holding onto a chain near the abyss. He replied that it sounded like another headache for the students and she could do it. Looking at the computer screen, she asked what she could do, adding that it was true that Zhu's victory over John had a lot to do with his strong companion. The guy replied that he would take action. Looking at the phone, he ended the call. The stranger jumped into the abyss, holding onto the chain. Morning light filtered through Zhu's window. Lying on the bed, the main character spoke on the phone. Lai shouted with an irritated face that Teacher Wang had just published the homework. He asked if the main character had seen him. Looking at his phone, Zhu replied that he would look at his homework now. He read that their task was to kill 10 bronze ravens in the Forbidden City. Zhu began to talk about bronze crows in the Forbidden City. He noted that it sounded like it was very dangerous there and asked if they were sure they could go there. Looking at the screen, Li replied that he was looking for information about this place and that it was not particularly dangerous there. He looked at the Forbidden City on the screen and said that it was one of the lowest dungeons in Loyang, filled with all kinds of bronze creatures, and even legendary level beasts could be found there. Li said that one of the reasons why this place is called the Forbidden City is because he imagined a room with columns with patterns on them. Li suggested that the Forbidden City has some mysterious power that isolates the companion compact, and no interdimensional being can be summoned in the Forbidden City. The plot takes us to the Forbidden City. Blue light illuminated the room. Zhu and Lai fought against a legendary level bronze beast. Li grabbed him by the mouth. He landed on the floor. Raising his fist, Li noted that they had been beating him so much already, but he couldn't give a damn. He used the War God Strike. He struck the monster. He jumped away from the monster and asked what was wrong with his defense. The monster blushed. The main character sent a stream of red energy into the monster. He began to try to cut the beast's neck. Stunned, Lai screamed that this should work and asked Zhu to finish off the beast. The main character began to run away from the battlefield, saying that he had just spent all his strength in this blow, so he was leaving. Sitting on the floor, Lai asked if the teacher said that the animals there were of an average level. He asked why they had trouble just moving it then. Holding the cup in front of her, Wang looked out the window. Holding the phone against the wall, Zhu cried out that he had found it. He looked at the print on the wall and noted that at least the dungeon print didn't take long to find. Annoyed, Li asked if the protagonist was listening to him. He asked how one could survive there without the use of pet companions. Putting the phone away in his pocket, Zhu thought that not all of them could not be used, but it was true that he did not feel a contractual connection with his companions when he entered the Forbidden City. Crossing his arms, he introduced his two companions and noticed that he could hear their screams. He emphasized the fact that it was better not to use them, so as not to violate the rules of the Forbidden City. Zhu said with a calm face that the bronze beast's defense is amazing, but it is not invincible. The main character stated that as long as there is at least one small chance to strike him, there is a chance to defeat him. With his hand on his chin, Lai said that however, the information provided by the teacher is not completely correct. If he and Zhu are of the legendary race, we have a great chance of defeating this beast. But what about the rest of the students? Li asked what would become of them. As he began to walk forward, Zhu stated that there was nothing wrong with this and that he could come up with a method to help the students pass this test. Li cried out that he didn't know the main character was so kind. Zhu, with a straight face, said that after that he would sell this method for a lot of money, and the proceeds from them would be given to Wang Jai for the game. Sunlight illuminated his room. A jar of blood stood on the table. He looked at the icon on his phone. His character started running away from the beast in the game. Zhu noted in his mind that after a dozen attempts, he had finally figured it out. He dodged the monster's attack. The main character looked at the back of the monster and declared that this was what he needed. He kicked the beast's back. Upon landing, Zhu exhaled. Looking at the monster, the main character thought that the bronze beast needed energy in its body to move, attack, and defend. He studied papers about this beast. The main character said that when the bronze beast moves, energy is concentrated in one of the 4 parts of its body, while in the remaining parts a lack of energy is created, and this is the weak point. Holding the pen in his teeth, he noticed that, however, the position of the weak points was constantly changing and moving depending on the movement of the beast. Covering his face with his hand, Zhu said that if a mortal-level person wants to defeat such a beast, he needs to study the bronze beast completely and remember where and when it has weak points. The evening sky surrounded the brick building. Li saw a message on his phone that Zhu's friend had sent him a file. Surprised, Li said that it was the same. Holding the phone to his ear, the main character heard Li's words that he was shocked that he really defeated him. Standing in front of the beast, Li shouted that the main character was tough, and according to his data, he was indeed able to defeat it alone. He looked at their conversation on his phone and asked how Zhu knew all this, noting that there were a lot of details in his file. Smiling, the main character thought that the last few nights he had been feeling sick. He asked Li not to worry about it. Although the mortal class expended more effort than them, they could still defeat the bronze beast comfortably. He asked Li how much he thought they would buy the article for. Smiling widely, Li said that he was confident that Zhu would become rich from this article. Surprised, and asked about the article, noting that she didn't think the mission needed a strategy. She pointed to the phone and said that their task said that they needed to kill 10 bronze beasts, but did not say which ones. She asked if it was true that a bronze rabbit could be considered a bronze beast. Taken aback, Li asked about the bronze rabbit. Stunned, Li asked if there was a bronze rabbit there. The main character was looking at his homework on his phone. Putting his hand to his mouth, Li noted that the assignment the teacher gave them was different from the assignments of the other students. He asked why the teacher gave them such a task, noting that it was strange. The main character, with a sad face, asked if this meant that no one would buy the article he wrote. Juan stood behind them and said that this was not entirely true. He noticed that they say that a special class has a task related to a bronze beast for which they wrote a strategy. He hugged them. Juan studied the information on his phone. Looking at his phone, he stated that he didn't even notice that he had written out each phase of the bronze beast, and this strategy could be used in his game. With his arms crossed, the protagonist asked if Juan wanted to say that a special class would buy this guide to complete the mission. He replied that this was not entirely true. Raising his hand, he replied that the special class is very proud and they believe that if they accept help from others, then they are not at all as cool as they thought, and for them status is above all. Zhu and Li began to walk away from him. Li assumed that there would be nothing incidental. The main character said that he would consider this as a simple exercise, noting that he was so eager to spend the money for the task on playing the Elder. Juan shouted for them to wait and let him finish. Smirking, he said that although they were unlikely to buy a strategy for the mission, but with this strategy, many could beat his record in the Forbidden City. Pointing his finger upward, he noted that some of them who like to show off would probably buy his article to get ahead of him, and this is something like a race. Surprised, Zhu noted in his thoughts that this had the right to be. He introduced Feng and Wang and said that in the Lotus Cave, Feng and Wang tried racing. The main character suddenly unclenched his hands. Feng grabbed the main character, shouting that he had finally found him. He started dragging Zhu away, saying that it was time for them to start training. Juan, with a smile on his face, asked him not to forget to send him money for the information. The school building was illuminated by light. Bowing, Feng said that thanks to the teacher, he finally understood something. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if he had said something. Taking a fighting stance, Feng asked to be allowed to show what he had learned. He struck with lightning speed. Zhu dodged his blow. Taken aback, the main character thought that this was not bad. Feng struck again. Moving away from the blow, Zhu noticed that the distance between the sword and the air was not interrupted, as if fixed. A stream of blue energy flew next to Feng's face. A blue aura enveloped Zhu. He stood on his hand and dodged the attack. The main character said that this is the eye of the mind. Zhu continued to dodge. He imagined a red eye and said that indeed, the sword looked at him like an eye. Holding onto the scabbard, Feng screamed for Zhu to receive. Putting the sword behind his back, Feng said that even without using his eyes, if he was able to perceive the slightest movements in the air, he would be able to use his sword more skillfully. Feng noted that, however, he is still far from the strength that the teacher has, but he wants to know if Zhu is happy with him. The main character looked at the torn t-shirt and thought that despite the similarities, it is clear that the eye of the mind is not the same as hearing, and this boy has truly achieved perfection with his own understanding. Frowning, Zhu stated that in fact, he really had nothing to teach him, his mind belongs only to him, with high talent and good understanding. He noted that it would be better to return the money to Feng. He grabbed the main character by the shoulders and screamed that he was really progressing from his instructions and knew that he was progressing very quickly and he had to be very strict about his training time, so it was selfish of him to delay his training. Zhu replied that this was not so and that he had misunderstood everything. Feng cried out that the main character need not worry and he is there with him and will study on his own and will do his best where he is needed. Frowning, Zhu thought that this guy, the main character, began to leave him and asked Feng to continue in the same spirit. The student saluted and stated that in this case he wanted to get to know the teacher better and if he did not mind, he would like to apply to live with him. The main character cried out that this was out of the question. He mentally noted that he wouldn't be able to play the game if they lived together. He imagined the battle and noted that his life might be in danger. Stunned, Feng looked after the main character. He began to cry and said that it was true that behind closed doors the teacher trained carefully and painstakingly. Zhu went into his room and shouted that he was back. Taking off his t-shirt, he said that he had bought his companion food and put it in the refrigerator. Leafing through the album, the companion ate carrots and was surprised. He saw Zhu's childhood photo. Taking a bite of the carrot, he said that Father Zhu was a cool person. Taking off his t-shirt, the main character was taken aback. Looking around, he wondered in his mind if it was his imagination or if someone had called his father by name. The plot takes us to a copy of the ant's lair. Powerful streams of energy flew into the ground. Zhu's character was fighting an ant and thought that even the silver-winged flying ant couldn't reach him. The monster tried to attack the main character. He disappeared from the battlefield. The ant began to look around. The protagonist's mutant began to concentrate dark energy in his hand. Zhu cried out that the general had bought him time. The ant rushed at them. A powerful blow was sent to the ground. Zhu fell into the nectar and noted that, as expected from a legendary creature, the difference in levels was too great. He reached for the green fan and summoned the banana fairy. Zhu released a powerful stream of green mana. The ant began to fly away from the powerful attack. Watching the monster dodge the attack, the main character wondered how he managed to dodge such blows. The ant was surrounded by an orange dome. Zhu saw a white cocoon behind the ant's back and assumed that it was guarding it. The main character began to dive into the nectar. The monster rushed at Zhu. There was a powerful blow. The main character looked at the dead phone screen. Looking at his hand with a smile, Zhu came to the conclusion that the ant preferred the protection of that white cocoon rather than the protection of the nectar. The main character suggested that he had finally found a way to get the nectar. He saw that Li was calling him. He stood on the street and held the phone to his ear. Zhu asked what happened. Li suggested completing a mission in the Forbidden City tomorrow. Speaking on the phone, the main character agreed and asked why they should rush if they have a strategy and the deadline for completing the task is long. Li replied that he had one thing to do. Zhu introduced Fei Yang. Li asked if the main character remembered that they promised her to get to know her club and complete missions together. He noticed that he and his sister agreed to organize a club in the Forbidden City so that they could all complete the missions. Zhu agreed and said that he would. Fei Yang walked up to Li and called out to him. Embarrassed, Li asked her to stop calling him that. Holding the papers in her hand, she said that she had received another application from a group of people to participate in this event. She imagined the crowd of people in the Forbidden City and said that the event would definitely be more lively than expected. Heifeng stood opposite the guy with glasses. The main character with a calm face thought about the fact that there were a lot of people there. Heifeng asked with a smile on his face what was going on with the student exchange committee. He assumed that the main character was going to use their tricks to win the hearts of the other students. Adjusting his glasses, the guy replied that they were all a bunch of troublemakers and he was just there to keep an eye on them. Zhu watched their altercation. Fei Yin stood behind him and, holding her cap, said that she thought that they were all hunting for Zhu and he made a name for himself with that fight. Feng and Xiao smiled widely and called out to the main character. They approached him. Zhu noted that they were there too. Smiling, Li noted that these two, of course, were new members of their club. He stood next to the main character. Zhu asked what Li told them that made them fall for it. Li replied that it wasn't that difficult and he told their student that he was also in the club and he joined to be closer to him. He remembered how Xiao covered her face with her hand and declared that Li could count on her, noting that she had a feeling that something good would happen. People fought monsters. Heifeng rushed into battle and said that girls should not lose. Xiao held the sword in her hands and cried out that this was amazing, noting that Zhu's instructions greatly reduced the time to kill the bronze beast. Feng stated that his teacher is the best. Zhu began to walk away from there. Holding the back of his head, the main character stated that he would just find a quiet corner and play a game. He heard a notification from his phone. Taken aback, he looked at the camera icon on his phone. Zhu heard a crash. Frightened people asked what was happening and whether it was an earthquake. Stones began to fall from above. A gate opened in front of the main character. People began to walk towards the gate and discussed that they thought they would say goodbye to life, but there it was. Holding his face, Li said that this place was not marked on the map of the Forbidden City. He suggested we go have a look and suggested that it was some kind of old treasure cave. Surprised, Zhu said that they should go there. They walked into a dark cave. The main character looked around with interest. A crowd of people came to a huge wall on which there was a mysterious pattern. Examining the wall, Zhu noticed in his thoughts that it was made of bronze. Xiao stood close to the wall and assumed that there was a cave inside. Zhu stood up and stood on the blue projection, using the Chronicle of the Demon Gods, stepping into the sky. Surrounded by blue energy, Zhu said that the entire building was completely devoid of entrance and there was not even a small opening. There was a powerful explosion. The guy tried to break through the wall with a hammer. The stranger came to the conclusion that even brute force would not help there. Putting his hand to his chin, Zhu thought that there are no doors or small holes, but there is a force that protects this door. The guy folded his fingers and said that this was a deception of the gods. The stranger asked if Jiang knew what this building was. Jiang replied that he believed so. Pointing his finger upward, he said that before the Zhou dynasty, people believed in ghosts and gods, and that the sky gods were responsible for life and death, and therefore the kings were careful about funeral rites. He imagined an elder whose eyes glowed with red mana. Jiang said that, however, it is said that at the end of the Zhou dynasty, the prince himself was so afraid of death that he placed his own blood and bones in a closed city of death. He noticed that the prince was trying to deceive heaven and fake his death in order to avoid his fate. Jiang emphasized that he was sorry that fate could not be changed and that in the end, death was inevitable. Examining the huge cube, he said that according to historical records, the city of the dead, which is trying to deceive the gods, is cast in bronze and does not have doors or anything else. Smirking, Lai said that Jiang gave it away and if he knows so much, then he probably knows how to get there. Jiang replied that it was. Adjusting his glasses, he said that if this was indeed a dead city of the Zhou dynasty, perhaps they could try to dig under the southern wall of the city. He imagined a tunnel in the ground. Jiang looked at Feng sitting on the floor and asked if it was dangerous there, noting that this city was ancient. Feng replied that he was sure the teacher would not mind stopping by. The plot takes us inside the city of the dead. People stood in an empty square. They discussed why there was nothing there, adding that it was just a dead tree. They looked at the tree, which was located in the center of the city of the dead. Zhu pointed the camera at him. While inspecting the tree, the main character said that even though it was a simple tree, this was the first time his phone had responded to something other than Dungeon Prince. Looking at Lai and Xiao, Zhu asked if they had found anything. Li replied that this is not so and there is nothing good there except this tree. Leaves grew on the tree and glowed with blue light. People began to examine the tree with interest. The frightened guy said that he just touched it and it became like this. A crowd of people looked at the tree from which blue energy emanated. The petals began to fly away from the tree. The girl put her hand, from which green energy emanated, to the guy's body. Closing her eyes, she reported that there was no damage or curses. The guy stated that he actually didn't feel anything. He was just scared by the harsh light from the tree. Crossing his arms, Li asked if nothing had happened and why the tree suddenly began to glow. Zhu replied that he had no idea. With her hand on her chin, Xiao said that it was interesting. She raised her hand to the tree and said that if there is no danger, the tree began to glow red. Li ran up to her and asked if she was okay and if anything was bothering her. She replied that nothing seemed to have changed except the color of the wood. Holding his hand to his face, the main character wondered if this tree changes its color when different people touch it. Li touched the tree, after which it began to glow yellow. The main character said that it seemed to him that there was something strange there and it was better not to touch this tree for now. People stood around the tree and discussed how they wanted to touch it too. Sighing, Zhu looked at his phone. He looked at the loading of the tree and asked why it was taking so long. His phone was on the shelf loading up the tree. Drying himself with a towel, the main character said that the journey from the Forbidden City to home was very long, but it was still loading. He clicked on the tree icon and stated that nothing happens when he clicks on the phone and he feels like he can only wait for the download to finish. He fell on the bed and said that he would sleep for now. Yanlin looked at the rain from the window. She continued to look out the window and said that the qualifying tournament for the Holy Land was just around the corner, and she didn't feel comfortable with Zhu alone. She suggested asking Yan to accompany him on the trip. Looking away, Yanzuo asked if his mother was thinking about this. He stated that he was confident that little Yan could do it. Standing opposite him, Yanlin replied that her decision was final and she knew that he loved his sister very much, but she must know about the situation with them. She imagined and lying in a blue sphere. Yanlin said that her daughter, unlike Yanzuo, was born with a cold body, the reason for which is still unknown to them. He noticed that the cold that accompanies her body is unstable and this means that she has to endure more pain than usual, which is why he does not support the practice of archery. Turning away, Yanlin emphasized that even if An won this qualification, if something happened to her during the competition, even if there was a small chance of this happening. Lowering her head, Yanlin stated that she did not want to lose someone important again. She left the room and put her hand on her chest. She started to leave from there. It was raining around the main character's house. Zhu looked at the phone and screamed that the download was complete. Lying on the bed with the phone in his hands, he started talking about the dead man's tree and asked what this strange name was. His character was standing in front of a tree. Lost in thought, he asked if there was this dead man's tree in the city of the dead and why this tree was a separate mobile copy. The main character began to think what the secret of this tree was. He heard a knock on the door and requests to open it. Opening the door, he saw Anne. The wet Anne suggested that the main character end their duel. The main character stood in front of her. He threw a towel over her head. Holding his hand near her head, Ju said that he did not remember that they had ever promised the duel she was talking about. He asked if her bedroom was upstairs, noting that she just needed to dry off and come back. Frowning, she asked why he wouldn't when he had a legend class and a powerful companion. Sitting down next to her, the protagonist asked her to remain silent, adding that he knew it was because of the qualification of the holy place. He said that he didn't want her, and if she was so important to her, he would at least now go and persuade Sisterland to give it to her. Covering her face with her hands, she said that she knew that beating the main character would not prove anything to him. She started crying and screaming that she couldn't come to terms with it. She stated that she put her life on the line to prove that she deserves this qualification. But he got it so easily and can easily give it up, and it's not fair. Anne said that it was she who wanted to practice archery and not endure the terrible pain from the cold, and this was completely unfair. Ju received a notification on his phone. Looking at the phone, the main character asked if it was Lee. Raising the phone to his ear, the main character heard Lee's scream, who said that something strange had happened and all the people who entered the dead city with them yesterday suddenly died this morning. He reported that Zio was still inside. It was raining outside. Lai ran up to Ju and called out to him, and turned away from him. Lee asked if his sister was with him. The main character with a serious look asked if Lai said that the people who entered the Forbidden City died. He clarified whether it was in the secondary kingdom. Putting his hand to his forehead, Lee replied that this was not so and it was at school, and they say that they almost suddenly, without warning, lost their breathing and heartbeat. He remembered reading the papers and said that he had read a list with the names of all 5 dead and they were all the ones who touched that tree. Crossing his arms, Ju reported that Lai had also touched the tree. He noted that if it was truly because of the tree's power, then he was also in great danger. Raising his hand to his head, Lai stated that he had already told the academy about the tree, but according to the investigation team, no trace of the tree had been found in the Forbidden City. The main character clarified what he meant. His comrade imagined the empty Forbidden City and said that the tree was missing. A picture appeared in his head of how the military crossed their canes and did not let anyone through. He said that this matter is so complicated that now the military is handling it all and even their academies do not allow them to interfere. Putting his hand to his chin, Ju asked if this meant they couldn't even check how Zio was feeling right now, and said that she could lead them to her, which made Lai taken aback. He screamed that he had completely forgotten that and was with them. She approached the main character and noticed that he would owe her. Ju agreed and asked him to tell her what she wanted, turning away, and replied that she hadn't thought of it yet and would tell her when she thought of it. Turning around, the protagonist turned to Xuan and stated that he had also touched the tree, so he would have to contact them if there were any abnormalities. Ju sat on the bench while Anne spoke on the phone. He bit his finger. He went to the game's version of Dead Man's Tree. His character stood in front of a red tree. Frowning, the main character thought that he was sure that in the morning he looked completely different. He began to examine the tree and noticed that there were flowers on its branches. Looking at the phone screen, Ju began to talk about 5 flower buds and that this number corresponds to those who have died at the moment. The main character came to the conclusion that there was clearly something evil hidden in this tree. He thought it was a little strange. Ju presented the application icons and noted that, indeed, copies are created based on reality, but they do not exist in such a way as to influence each other. He wondered why then the missing tree effect, this time in real life, would be visible on a mobile phone. Taken aback, he cried out that this was not so and the real dead man's tree had disappeared. He looked at the tree icon and noted that it was not a copy of something and it was like a collection of companion eggs, something from reality downloaded into a mobile phone, and hit him on the forehead. Standing over him, she declared that Ju needed to stop playing games and she received permission. Loud screams were heard in the room. Pointing his finger at the corpse, the man asked if the stranger was going to perform an autopsy on these children right now, noting that they did not know what was going on. Throwing up his hands, the masked stranger stated that they knew nothing about the situation, so he wanted to find out what the problem was. After looking at the corpse, he said that somehow their physiological functions had stopped and they were, in a sense, dead. The man walked up to Dr. Yang and shouted that they didn't know what was happening, and if they opened them up, it would be irreversible. He looked at Zio's face and noticed that this time the daughter of the Wang royal family was involved in the matter, and they would not let it go unnoticed. With his hands in his pockets, Dr. Yang asked, in this case, to give him the other 4 and leave her. The man replied that he could not give even 1. He asked if Yang even made new materials for his experiments from soldiers killed in battle. Dr. Yang stated that he wanted 4. Looking at the man, he said that now they are in the abyss between life and death, and he wants to find the source of this fascinating power. He noticed that the general has no choice and only he can give them a chance, and this deal is profitable. The general grabbed Dr. Yang by the throat and asked if he was threatening him. The doctor replied that he was simply telling the truth. The door to the room opened. The enraged general ordered them to leave and asked if he had said that no one should enter. An Anju approached him. She told her uncle that she had brought someone there who might help him. While in the morgue, the general asked about the tree. Standing in front of the main character, he replied that he knew it, adding that the boy from the family had already reported this, but the tree they mentioned was not found in the Forbidden City. Zhu said with a serious face that this tree must have existed before, and all those of them who entered the dead city at that time had witnessed it, so it could by no means be an illusion. He looked at Xiao's body and stated that he didn't think they were dead. Dr. Yang's head turned red and he asked again. The main character introduced the elder and said that the tree they touched was in a dead city of the Zhu dynasty. He added that the dead city was originally used to fake death to fool the sky, and perhaps the disappearing tree is the core used to fool the sky. Zhu reported that he thought that Xiao and the others might have been infected by the scent of the tree and entered a state of pseudo-death, and when the scent of the tree dissipated, they would be able to escape. Dr. Yang looked at him and said that these were just guesses. Smirking, the protagonist asked if that meant it was impossible. The doctor, with a cool look, said that he would give him one night. The general looked at Ian and said that he did not promise that he would allow him to go on a rampage after one night. The doctor replied that this was also a chance for him to consider the proposal. Green energy burned in his hands. Yang asked if the unknown force took the lives of the students. He emphasized the fact that if they finally died and their last breath was gone like quicksand, there was nothing he could do. Stretching out his hand, the doctor said that the general needed to think everything over carefully, and the main thing was that he would not regret not following his plan. Frowning, the general insulted him. Crossing his arms, Zhu noted that Yang had said that the power had taken life. He looked at him, who said that he was a forensic expert, an epic-level member of the military department. She imagined the green dead behind him and said that all of his art's essences are connected with life or soul, and in his field he can really perceive and distinguish between people's states. She asked what the main character was going to do now. Zhu put his hand to his face and considered what to do. He replied that he needed to go to the restroom, surprised and asked again. The main character closed the door to the toilet. He looked at his phone and mentally noted that he had to do something before the general allowed this Dr. Yang to carry out his evil plan. Otherwise, they might all really die at the hands of this doctor. Zhu's character stood in front of a red tree. He looked at the buds and noticed in his thoughts that they began to open. He crouched down and prepared to jump. Looking at the buds, the protagonist said that considering what Yang said recently, the blooming of 5 flowers symbolizes the 5 lives of his friends. He sent a red stream of energy into the flowers, saying that he could only try to destroy these buds. A powerful stream of mana was directed into the flower. A red aura enveloped the tree. Xiao suddenly opened her eyes, stunned, and asked to look at her. Yang and the general approached the girl. The doctor opened her eye and said that this was impossible and in her condition she should be dead. He looked at the girl. Smiling, the general suggested that there was really something strange there, and the assumption made by the young man about pseudo-death turned out to be correct. Zhu overheard their conversation. The doctor said that even if this is so, their situation has not improved, so there is no need to be particularly happy. The main character looked at the bud. His character was tired. He said that even the Star Blade Kai with all its strength could not destroy this bud. He called his companions and ordered them to attack together. His companion was sitting in a tree. Surprised, Zhu asked when Diding learned to appear without permission. He tore off the bud. The main character was dumbfounded by this. He looked at the satisfied Ditten, who tore off the bud. Zhu opened the door and screamed that this couldn't be happening. And then the doctor stood next to the awakened Xiao. She wiped her eyes and asked where she was. The main character walked towards their room. The general stood in front of him and said that he said to have this girl from the Wang family examined, and there seemed to be no problem with her. He noted that everything was fine with Xiao. He is sure that the other students will also wake up soon. Looking at Yang, he assumed that Zhu's theory was correct and the doctor's plan had failed. The surprised main character said that it was just his luck and then he would go too. The general thanked him for the visit. Zhu thought that he should ask Ditten to pick all the buds as soon as possible. Ian was left alone in the room. His eyes glowed red, and put the phone to her ear and told Zhu that Uncle Kin had called and asked him to tell him that the other students had also woken up. The main character replied that this was wonderful. She wanted to say that Zhu suddenly dropped, which took her aback. She frowned and sighed. Ditten was sitting on the floor with 5 buds. Looking at the phone, the main character wondered what he should do with these buds now. An image of a bud appeared and a message that the item was an unripe dead man's flower. The main character said that the system has categorized these flowers as items, but he has no idea what they can be useful for or how to use them at all. Ditten reached for the bud and drooled. Crossing his arms, the main character asked if he wanted to eat them and then allowed him to do so. The tree branch caught fire. A new bud appeared on it. Taken aback, Zhu thought about the golden aura. He concluded that it was Li. Sunlight filtered into Li's room. Zhu tried to call him. He was lying on the floor unconscious. Frowning, the main character noted in his thoughts that, as expected, something had clearly happened to him. Stunned, Zhu called out to Datin. His pet picked a golden bud. Li suddenly woke up. Lying by the bed, Zhu spoke on the phone with Li. He reported that he was fine and had accidentally lost consciousness and fallen to the floor. The main character said that it's good that he's okay. Zhu exhaled. While looking at a flower in the game, the main character said that if anyone touches this tree, it will suck the life out of them and that is really scary. Examining the bud, Zhu noted that it was still an immature flower of a dead man and he wondered what would happen when it matured. He assumed that when this happened, the person would most likely die. Datin screamed loudly and showed another bud on the tree. Stunned, Zhu asked how many people had touched the tree. The plot takes us to the Forbidden City. Li took photographs of the bronze beast's corpse. Looking at the phone with a smile on his face, he said that the photo was taken and sent and now they had definitely completed their mission. He looked at Zhu and said that his face looked terrible. He remembered how Datin was sitting on a tree and noted in his thoughts that these couple of days, he simply did not take their eyes off the dead tree to avoid the appearance of new flowers and, fortunately, they stopped growing. Stunned, Zhu thought that he hoped he would never have to do this again. Dan watched the monitor. She watched as the protagonist's mission status was completed. She stared intently at the screen. Dan noted in her thoughts that the time had come. Morning light enveloped the city. Taken aback, Zhu asked if he would study with the new instructor. Closing her eyes, Wang replied that this was true, adding that he was a very talented student and compared to her, she was confident that the new instructor would be able to teach him much better. Adjusting her glasses, she said that his name was Ming Yuan and although their instructors had always occupied middle positions in strength, there was no one in their academy who was more skilled in science and theory than he was in battle. Wang noted that Zhu was very gifted, so his training would greatly benefit him. Holding the back of his head, the main character replied that he understood her. He turned to the teacher and thanked her for teaching him all this time. Turning around, he looked at Heifeng, who suggested that now they would be even closer. Smiling, he said that the teacher said that they would have a new boy, and they wanted to see what kind of daredevil the master had taken in again, but when he saw him, he became much calmer. Jiang noted that they met again. The main character was surprised. Wang said that these were students of his new instructor and now he could call them classmates. The plot takes us to the Longmen Grottos, to the old dragon cave. Standing in the cave, Jiang revealed that this was the area their teacher was studying, but he had just gone to the dragon cave for a research trip. The guy with a grin on his face said that they returned so quickly and if he had not been on duty today, he would also have gone to pick up the new guy. Heifeng pointed his finger at the guy and said that this is a lazy fool whose name is John Jai, and he is also studying with them. Holding the back of his head, DCI said that he was very glad that the new guy had arrived. He pointed to the chain around which snowflakes were flying and said that this was the work of the main character. Heifeng sat near the chain and suggested that this seemed to be an entry-level task from their mentor and all that needed to be done was to tighten this chain. Looking into the abyss, Zhu asked what this chain was for. Heifeng replied that there was a dragon well underneath it, so it was used to catch the dragon. He looked deep into the cave and said that a strange light and dragon roar periodically erupted from this cave, and for this the mentor made a special chain. The main character grabbed the chain and asked if this was the dragon from the legend. Smirking, Jai said that this was just a guess based on the mutation of dimensions. There was frost on the chain. DZI noticed that in his opinion, even if there is something, it is just a creature from another dimension. The main character threw out the chain on which ice had formed. DZI began to laugh loudly and asked to be careful, noting that the dragon's well was very cold, so the sept would also freeze when it hung below. He emphasized that Zhu could not use vital force skills to lift the chain and this was also their mentor's rule. The main character grabbed the chain with a serious look. He started to pull on her. Zhu used a lot of effort and sighed loudly. His hands began to freeze. The main character let go of the chain. Jiang covered his face with a book and asked how many dozens of times this would be, adding that he still uses such an original method. Heifeng noted that the damage from freezing is limited for the legend class, but it won't be pleasant either. The main character sharply pulled the chain. He pulled the man out. A smile appeared on the guys' faces and they cried out that it was the mentor. He shook off the pieces of ice and asked if they had met their new junior. The plot introduces us to Wang Mingyuan. A bright light came from the fire. Ning poured water into a mug and asked Zhu to eat the hot soup to warm up, noting that it was very effective against frostbite and colds. The main character thanked him. Sitting by the fire, Ming asked if Zhu had retightened the cold chain dozens of times. The main character replied that he did not count, but most likely it was so. Smiling, he asked why Zhu didn't come up with a new way since he was taking so long. Ming remembered Hefeng swinging the chain. He noticed that he used all his strength and amplitude to pull the chain by inertia, while reducing the time his hands were in contact with the chain, so he had time to tighten the chain before his hands froze. He remembered Jiang standing with a book in his hand. He said that Jiang watched for a while when the cold became weak, and then pulled on the end of the chain that was least affected by the cold and managed to pull it up. DZI, spreading his hands, said that he simply used the life force skill, noting that the rules are fixed, but people are flexible. The main character wondered if Jai had said that the vitality skill could not be used. While sipping his tea, Ju replied that he still wanted to try to tighten it this way, adding that since it was a task, it was also a way to train and he should be able to tighten the chain once he got used to it after a few repetitions. Looking at the main character, Min said that among his wards there are only 2 who tried to pull themselves up on a chain, not thinking that they would not succeed, and he is one of them. But he is the first who continues to try after dozens of failures. Ju asked who else was missing. Min replied that this was his graduate who graduated from school. The fire illuminated the cave. Min emphasized the fact that a rule is a rule and you can rest only after you have pulled yourself up. Sweat dripped down Ju's body. The main character fell to the ground and noted in his thoughts that he had finally pulled it out. He saw a huge anchor. He remembered the picture on the wall and noticed that the shape of this anchor was very similar to that one, but it seemed to be polished. Taken aback, the main character asked the mentor what kind of anchor it was. Grinning, he replied that it was a fishhook made to catch the dragon with this sack of companion eggs. He noticed that dragons are greedy creatures, especially in terms of appetite. He imagined the dragon flying through the sky at sunset. Leaving Zhu, Ming said that he was entrusting this chain to him and could go to rest when he lowered the hook back into the well. The main character walked through the cave and thought about the dragon. He entered a cave in the game. The plot takes us into the dungeon, the Dragon's Gate Grotto, the Old Dragon's Cave. The main character's character was flying around the cave. He was looking into the abyss. Frowning, he said that this well was very deep and it was definitely cold there. He applied the life of conduct, the 8 perfections of prajna. The red dome surrounded Ju. He began to fly into the abyss and noted in his thoughts that this should be enough. The main character sank lower and lower. There was a bright light from the frost on the walls. As he descended, Ju thought that the deeper he went, the colder it became. While holding onto the wall, the protagonist said that even if he strengthened his physique by using the Lotus Buddha body, he would still freeze to death if he continued to walk. Putting his hand to his face, Ju said that he might try to put on a down jacket or start a fire in reality, but in a game. He thought about fire. A fiery aura enveloped his body. He used the switch, the ancient Imperial Sutra. The main character wondered if he had a mysterious vitality technique from the Temple of the Fire God. He was surrounded by fiery mana and noted with a smile on his face that, as expected, the life force technique from the flame statue was highly resistant to cold. He continued to fly lower at great speed. Zhu sank lower and lower. He covered his face with his hands. Stopping, he said, which means that the ancient Imperial Sutra can only operate there. Sitting on the ant, he mentally noted that he should not be far from the very bottom. The main character began to move lower on the ant. He closed his eyes. The ice floe split. He saw a huge dragon. The protagonist's gaze fell on the dark sphere. Zhu was taken aback by what he saw. The dragon's eyes glowed yellow. The monster began to scream loudly. The main character covered his face from powerful gusts of wind. His screen went dark. Holding the back of his head, Zhu thought that this was a roar that could kill a person beyond 100 meters. He wondered if this was really the dragon of legend. He remembered the dark cocoon and wondered if it was related to the white cocoon that the golden ant protects. As he began to walk, Zhu mentally noted that he would think about it later, but for now he would return and rest after pulling the chain for the day. Stepping on the ground, everything plunged into darkness. Standing in the abyss, the main character asked what was happening. Dr. Yang came out of the darkness and said that he had just used his life soul to interfere with the senses of nearby life forms so that no one would be able to notice the existence of this domain. Behind him stood a huge demon. He stated that he had finally found the right time to meet the main character again. Taken aback, Zhu wondered if it was a forensic scientist. Standing opposite him, the main character noted that if he remembers correctly, the students are safe and sound, and the general did not give any orders to continue the investigation. Yan was enveloped in a blue aura. He said that he had some questions that he would like to ask and asked Zhu not to be nervous. The surprised protagonist asked if the doctor wanted to tell that if he is nervous, then it is useless. The monster's eyes glowed red. Ian replied that he was actually right. Stunned, Zhu noticed in his thoughts that he could not move. Yang approached him and said that he didn't like playing cat and mouse, and he just temporarily blocked the connection between him and the body. Yang approached Zhu and said that he had come for the tree. Zhu asks again in surprise. He looks warily at the doctor and asks if he is looking for that same disappeared tree. Yan keeps his hands in his pockets. The main character stands with his legs wide apart. The first one answers the question positively and adds that he needs the power of the tree. Zhu asks what kind of power. The doctor thoughtfully touches his mask and asks the main character if he knows the ship of Theseus. Yan remembers this big ship. He spread his arms wide and said that this is an insoluble paradox. It describes a ship that can sail for 100 years thanks to the people who maintain and replace its parts. If part of the board rots, it will be replaced. He says that and eventually the entire ship will be replaced. Zhu, frowning, listens to him carefully. The doctor asks him what he thinks. Is that ship still the ship of Theseus, or is it not the same ship that it was before after replacing some board? Yan looks at Zhu and says that the answer is simple, because it is not Theseus's ship that decides whether he remains the same as before, but his ruler. We see people on the mast of the ship who control the ropes. The doctor continues to say that if the ship of Theseus was only an instrument for conquering the seas for its ruler, then it will remain the ship of Theseus regardless of whether it was 100 years ago or now. Yan points his finger at his temple with the words that the same is the relationship between the body and consciousness, which is the soul. Consciousness is the ruler, and our body is just the ship of Theseus, which fetters us. We see a terrible storm in the sky, a monster with tentacles and one big eye that destroys everything around. The doctor says that the dimensional storm gave people the opportunity to evolve, but at the same time it gave them the lowest point of reference. Most people cannot survive among monsters whose life classes are higher than human ones. A human silhouette is depicted with Yan standing in front of him and continues to say with interest that if his research could successfully extract the human consciousness, or soul, people would be able to gain eternal life, and their consciousness would not be limited to the weak class of mortals. Zhu looks him in the eye and warily replies that he doesn't even know whether he's a genius or crazy. On Yan's side stands a huge hooded monster made of bones. The doctor has a glowing feather levitating in his hand. He says that he dedicated his life to research, his life providence and life soul, all in order to observe the abstract concept of the soul so that people there were more possibilities. We see how the doctor's monster pulls out the life force from a person lying next to him. Yan says that when he tries to tear the soul's consciousness away from the body, no matter what methods he uses and no matter how careful he is, the monster's hand with long nails reaches for the life force. The doctor continues to say that once the soul is separated from the body and life force disappear every time. We see the half of the doctor's face and the half of Xiao's face. Yan says that those students whose souls disappeared and mysteriously reappeared broke this rule. A tree is depicted whose foliage emits light. The doctor says that this tree has the power that he needs. They stand opposite each other. The monster hangs in the air behind the doctor. Zhu asks if the second thinks that he is connected with the tree in the city of death. Yan answers positively. The doctor holds out his palm. Zhu looks at him sternly. Behind him we see a frightened and in a group of people. Yan says that if they said that the existence of the tree was in static equilibrium, then the variable that caused the disappearance of the tree would be the people who entered to the city of death in the same way. If there was a variable that caused the dead students to come to life, it would be him and they exist in those variables. The protagonist angrily replies that this is just the doctor's guess after ruling out other possibilities, unknown variables. His hand begins to shake, veins appearing on it. Zhu thinks that he cannot use any skills under the limitation of the epic class. Yan points the pen at the main character with lightning speed and says that he will find what he needs after extracting all his memories from his brain. A weapon stabbed into Zhu's forehead. He did not have time to understand what was happening. The main character sat down on one knee holding his head. He asks the doctor if it seems absurd to harm his own species for the sake of people. Yan replies that this will not last long. Zhu's mind will collapse the moment he cuts off his memories from his brain, and he will turn into a doll that has lost all its emotions and consciousness. A ray of light moved forward with incredible speed. The doctor says that sacrifices are necessary for healing. He is ready to take on this sin. He will write off the protagonist's sacrifice in the history of human evolution. We see an explosion. The fire spread upward. A glowing blue object is depicted against the background of a huge amount of fire. Yan jumps away from this cloud of fire in bewilderment. Zhu's veins glow red. There is a whirlwind of flames around him. The protagonist used the king's sai. Yan got into a fighting stance. The monster behind him crossed his arms. The doctor furiously says that he knew that Zhu had a secret. The monster put his hands to his head, on which many eyes glowed. His soul controls the eyes. Zhu glared at him, red veins running from his eyes. The monster's head explodes. Yan is very scared. He trembles and says that this is impossible. Because the main character is only in the legend class, he cannot have such power. Zhu glares at him furiously and points his finger with the order to destroy the invader. Red stripes attack the frightened doctor. We see an explosion. Blood scatters in different directions. Zhu fell to his knees, red streaks flying from his back in all directions. He put his bloody palm on the ground. He coughs heavily. There is blood coming from the main character's mouth. He is holding his chest with his hand. He is very weak and thinks that he could become the first person to die from the power of his own life providence. Zhu fell on his stomach and had many wounds. We see a cave wall. The main character, without clothes, lies on a bed with treated wounds. He does not understand what is happening and why he did not die. Zhu tries to get up. It hurts him to do so. He notes that he is not wearing clothes and his wounds have been treated. His mentor sits nearby and reads a book. He tells the main character not to move because he used his life soul to restore the fatal wounds of Zhu, who still needs to recover because his ribs are broken and his organs are damaged. The main character is very surprised. Zhu sits on the bed. Min sits next to him. The first one asks if this means that the elder Zhang found him. The mentor answers positively. Min, with his eyes closed, remembers how Zia carried the main character on his back and says that he was very shocked then. We see dirty clothes with gadgets on them. The mentor says that all of Zhu's meridians were crushed by some force, and all the bones and organs were severely damaged. The main character looks at his things and notes that fortunately he did not lose them. Ming looks tiredly at Zhu and asks if he remembers who attacked him. The main character remembers how red stripes flew out from his back. He says that it is difficult for him to remember, but he thinks to himself that instead of answering that it was Yan, it is better to say that his own life providence attacked him. He notes that this is very stupid. We see how light is emitting onto the main character's chest. There are red stripes around. Next to there is an icon with an image of space. Zhu thinks that life's providence is something that is born from itself and cannot go beyond the body, otherwise it would not exist. He notes that this does not apply to the royal Sai. The main character remembers how he ordered the destruction of Yan. He suggests that when the king's nonsense was heard, another consciousness invaded his mind. Ming thoughtfully holds his chin and asks Zhu if he has memory problems. He says that Xia told him that he did not find any traces of another person when he found the main character lying in a pool of blood. Zhu asks in surprise whether it is true that there are no traces. The main character fearfully remembers the explosion when the doctor's blood scattered in different directions. He thinks that there should have been traces left. He notes that Yan exploded on the spot and scattered all over the earth. Depicted as wooden boxes stacked on top of each other, Min says he contacted the college's investigation team and suggests leaving it to them. The mentor looks at the main character and notes that when he treated him with his soul, he discovered something interesting about Zhu's injuries. A heart is depicted with flames levitating around it. Ming says that the main character was severely wounded all over his body, except for the heart. He suggests that it is protected by another force, without which Zhu would have died instantly. The main character thoughtfully holds his heart and asks again that another force protected him. Ming lowered his head, closed the book and told Zhu that he was something because he was dying on the first day he became his ward. Sweat drips from the main character. He nervously answers that he is not dying. The mentor hits Zhu on the head with a book. With a kind smile, he crosses his arms over his chest, laughs and says that the main character is so gullible that Min can't help but tease him. Zhu holds a book in his hands and thoughtfully asks what kind of notebook it is. A brown notebook is shown in the hands of the protagonist. Ming says that this is for Zhu, 7 scattered palms. The mentor stood up. He sternly says that he cannot always protect the main character. Only when he himself becomes stronger can this truly protect him. Zhu asks the technician if this is life force. He notes that 7 scattered palms sound powerful. Ming looks at Zhu and kindly replies that the name is shortened from the 7 free movements, which he took from the 7 types of palm techniques, so it is called 7 scattered palms. Ming turns to Zhu with a kind smile and says that each movement of the 7 scattered palms contains the essence of their respected techniques with practicality in mind. He thinks that it will be very compatible with the physique and training of the protagonist and will be beneficial for development. The mentor leaves with his hand raised. He says that Zhu will not be able to walk with such injuries for a while and advises him to use this to kill time. We see black stripes. Zhu realizes that he will not be able to walk for some time. Li calls the main character in horror. Holding his chest, he says that the gray antelope is at his house. He has phantom chest pains just remembering this. Zhu calmly answers on the phone that he really can't move now. If you don't feed him for a few days, he will definitely destroy the dorm. The main character can only ask him for help. Li is nervous. He warily agrees and says that Zhu must get well soon. The main character's hand is shown in motion. He clenched it into a fist, looks at her and says that he is glad that he can apply at least some force to his hands. The notepad is shown lying on the bed next to the phone. The main character says that he can play the game by trying to cultivate the 7 scattering palms. Zhu lies and nervously looks at the phone, biting his finger. He thinks that Yan did all this for the sake of the tree. The main character presses the phone screen. He looks at the screen in surprise. We see an image of a dead man's tree. Zhu doesn't understand what the number under the tree icon is. In the game, the main character persistently runs a system notification that this is a dungeon, a tree of the dead. We see a tree with a pine cone on the top. Zhu is shocked. He asks about another pine cone growing there. He notes that the tree has disappeared and no one should come into contact with it. The main character sits on the bed, staring at the phone. He asks to wait. Zhu remembers how Ming talked about how Xia found no traces of another person. The main character notes that Yan is missing. In the game, he looks at a tree with a pine cone and says that this cannot be. We see walls with fabric on which hieroglyphs are depicted. The main character in the game performs a series of moves with lightning speed. He straightens his palm and strikes. Ju in the game took a fighting stance and thinks that the 7 spread palms is a vitality technique, more like a skill, such as a 1-inch punch. He looks at his fist in surprise and says that all 7 movements of the technique are unique in style. Each technique is described briefly, but if the main character wants to master them, he will have to train more. He stands half sideways and looks at the tree of the dead. We see a cone on a tree. Ju says that this flower is a dead man. He does not understand what will happen after it ripens. We see a whirlwind of light from which a flying ant flies out. Ju heads towards the side with lightning speed. He thinks that he knew that it was too difficult for the great yin wind to hit this thing. In flight, he attacks the ant with the help of the Dragon Gate Apsara technique. Ju looks at the wall and sees a white growth. He says that it is a cocoon. The flying ant fiercely protects him. He attacks the main character with incredible speed. Ju holds the phone in his hands and is amazed at how the ant desperately protects the cocoon. He remembers what a cocoon looks like and with a stern face notes that both the dragon's well and the ant's nest have a cocoon. He believes that they probably have some kind of secret. The main character turned off the phone. He lies on the bed and thinks that the Apsara technique is still not flight and the silver wing is slower in speed than the epic class, and it is limited to low altitudes. We see the walls of the cave. Ju stuck out his tongue in distaste. Jiang carefully spoon feeds him the medicine and tells the protagonist not to complain because he is recovering so well thanks to their mentor's medicine. He believes that Ju needs to recover a little more. The main character is depicted sitting on the bed. Jiang is sitting next to him. Ju remembers the elder and asks where the mentor is because he wants to ask him about something. Jiang scoops up some medicine into a spoon and says Ming went to explore the dragon well with Xia. He says they should be back soon. Jiang looks at the main character with a kind smile and says that Ju can ask him because he is confident enough in his knowledge. The main character looks at Jiang animatedly because he remembered that he even knew about the City of Death and believes that he must also be an erudite person. Ju warily tells him that the fact is that he previously studied the Apsara Dragon Gate technique, but it seems to him that this is not flight, but just agility. He would like to know if there are other faster flying skills in the legend class. Jiang thoughtfully raised his hand to his mouth, saying that the Apsara technique is already quite an outstanding leg skill in the legend class. We see birds flying in a flock towards the sun. Jiang says that chasing the sun from chasing sunbirds around the Sunset City is probably the only thing left. Ju looks at the floor and thoughtfully asks if this has anything to do with Sunset College. Jiang holds the medicine in his hands and answers his question positively with a kind face. He says that when the college was founded, it did not have such a broad terminology as it does now. He says that its very first meaning was a place from which the sunset of the city can be seen. DZI comes to them and, with his eyes closed, invites the main character to come to terms with it because it is impossible to kill the pursuing sunbirds. Jiang joyfully turns to him and says that DZI has returned. Jai, with a malicious smile, asks Ju standing in front of him if he knows where the Sunset City is. The main character replies that the elder Jiang said that this is a place that can be seen from the college. DZI, raising his finger up and closing one eye, happily says this city is above their heads. We see a city floating in the clouds against the backdrop of the setting sun. DZI says that this is a phantom city that appears only in the rays of the sun. A bird is depicted flying in the sky, wings spread wide. DZI continues to say that birds chasing the sun have no legs, so they can never land and spend their entire lives chasing the Sunset City. DZI put his hands on his belt and confidently says that they cannot fall to the ground and are very fast. He believes that it is much wiser to kill the fairy. Ju is surprised to remember the fairy. Jiang sadly adjusts his glasses and asks the younger one that didn't he talk about the legend class piloting skills, so Jing didn't mention it. We see a dark cave. Jing says that the Dragon Gate grottos actually have a stronger flying vitality skill. We see a girl floating in the air. There is a glowing ball around her head. She is shrouded in lines emitting light. This is the Dragon Gate Fairy, an epic class creature. Jiang continues to say that that skill is superior to the Apsara technique that the main character has now. Jai stands with his hands on his belt. Jiang sits next to him, and Ju lies in front of them, holding his head with his hand. The first one says that the Apsara beast has the skill of the Apsara technique due to the fact that he is a follower of the fairy. He notes that the fairy herself is faster than the Apsara beast. She flies in the literal sense of the word. The main character replies that he cannot master the epic class now, and just kill the Apsara monkey. Jai hugs Ju with a smile and says that as soon as he recovers, they will help him. He happily says that they can do it. DZI takes off his cloak. He headed towards the exit with lightning speed, saying that Senior Ju would immediately start looking for a fairy for him. The main character thoughtfully holds his head. He worries whether everything will be okay with the eldest because he followed a creature of epic class. Jiang mixes the medicine and invites Zhu not to pay attention to DZI because the fairy will not be able to kill him, at most she will cause him trouble. He feeds the main character a medicine that he doesn't like. Zhu plaintively notes that this is very bitter. Jiang joyfully says that the main character's task is to recover as quickly as possible. White pillow and blanket on the bed. Zhu moved his arms to the side, doing a stretch. The mentor sits in front of the guy, cross-legged, with a smile and says that he has fully recovered. He turned, looking at the hero's friends, who were looking awkwardly to the sides, and asked why the four of them felt the need to take a day off today. DZI raised his index finger, closed his eyes, and said that Zhu had only recently been here. They wanted to take a walk and chat, to get a little closer and something like that. The mentor's cold gaze, he paused, then said that they could go. DZI raised his hands victoriously, clenching his fists. The guys leave. Jai put his hand on Zhu's neck, told him that he had been following Faye for several days, and his hands were itching. Finally the opportunity to act came up. Teacher Min with the book, resting his head on his hand, closed his eyes and said tiredly, "These guys." Zhu goes forward, asking, turning to the elder, if they have a chance against the heavenly fairies. The hero in profile, in the background there is a scene from the game with the flying character. He thought that he originally wanted to try to fight one of them in the Dragon Gate dungeon, but he could not find a hint of them. Jai put his hands behind his head, behind Zhu, stopping with a silent question when he answered that he didn't know about the chances. The main character put his hand on his neck, closed his eyes. Heifeng, walking next to him, looked at him and said that it's much more interesting when he's not sure of the outcome of the matter. If he knew that he could cope, all of them wouldn't be here, right? No, Zhu thought, of course, the teacher is very wise, but the students, they are all unique individuals. Cave, stones in the shape of petals. A winged lion sits on a stone pedestal in the shape of a flower. This is the Lotus Cave. His eyes glow red. He looked to the side, bared his teeth, making a threatening sound. The guys are watching him from behind the cave roof. Zhu asked if this is a monster of the heavenly fairies. Jai pointed his finger at his forehead and asked if he could see the mark on his forehead. This is the mark of the first follower of the sky fairies. He explained that they do not often cross the dimensional rift. However, if the first follower is here, it means that they have made it. The guy crossed his arms over his chest, thinking, this is how, in this case, it is not surprising that he had not seen anything like this in the game. The heroes stand behind the roof of the cave. DZI sits watching the creature, grinned. Heifeng added that this also means that if they kill it, they will be able to lure out the owner. Feet in sneakers on the floor of the cave. Zhu was asked if he wanted to stretch after such a long rest. The guy agreed. The creature spreads its wings. Zhu walks towards it. The winged lion jumped and swung its paw. He hit the ground. The hero jumped to the side. The hero's face is calm. He thought that, fortunately, he already knows about all the mechanics of this beast. He spread the fingers of his hand, around which there are fiery discharges, and said, 7 scattered palms, the first move. He hit the lion, a flash of light passed through him, and used the clear conscience technique. The comrades are watching the battle. Heifeng put his hands on his hips, satisfied. The guy with glasses noticed that he had mastered the teacher's technique so quickly. DZI turned away, hands in his trouser pockets, frowned, closed his eyes. Heifeng asked him what it was. He put his fingers to his chin and thoughtfully replied that this mark on his forehead was still different from those he had seen before. Zhu stands with his fists clenched. DZI turned his head with an angry expression on his face. Above the woman's hands there is a black sphere with a golden glow around the ribbon. The girl flew over the pedestal, raised her arms, wearing a short top and bloomers. Zhu froze in surprise, thought, this is the heavenly fairy, black robe and white ribbons. This fairy is different from that goddess dressed in all colors. DZI shot into the air. Heifeng jumped, shouted, no, this is a mutant. The fairy leaned forward slightly, bullets hitting the ribbons. Casings. DZI jumped to the side, lowering his weapon, said that his bullets were ineffective against the epic level. In this territory the conditions were not in their favor. He hit his face against an invisible barrier, not having time to finish saying that he needed to leave. He crouched down, rubbing his forehead. Zhu peered into the barrier, seeing his reflection. There is a dark brown surface of a sphere near the walls of the cave. He said that it is a barrier. The guys look up at the fairy with ribbons. The gun falls to the ground. DZI covered his mouth with his hand, a red flash from the weapon, a cry to try to cope with it. There is a luminous pattern on Heifeng's hand. There are blue stripes around the guy with glasses. DZI said that they should wake up and start acting in full force, otherwise they will all die. They answered him that they know this without him. Zhu bent his arm at the elbow, pressed the button, and armor appeared on it. The fairy spread her arms to the sides. One of the ribbons was yellow, and applied the lotus sleeve. The heroes jump, dodge the blows of the luminous ribbon and run forward. The fairy is in the air. Ribbons are curling around, pointing forward. Tape on the leg and arm of Zhu as he runs forward. He took in his hand a green stick with a leaf at the end. He waved and stood with his arms and legs spread wide, turquoise waves of energy all around. They are intertwined with ribbons. The fairy leaned over, raising her hands, dancing in the gusts of wind. DZI reflected a ray of light coming at him, a red flash. A black cocoon on the wall of a cave with a glow at the top. The guys run away. Jai wiped his mouth with his hand, holding a red weapon in the other. He told Ju with a grin not to think about dying on their first outing. Glowing blue eyes, behind the silhouette of a man with long hair tied in a ponytail, Ju gritted his teeth and answered, "No way." The icy glow on the fairy's shoulder. He said that the level was too low. If they were roughly equal, even with the ability to control the wind, she would have already been frozen. The fairy bent her arm at the elbow, and from her palm there was a luminous ornament with a lotus. There was an air whirlwind around the beam aimed at the guy. He dodged, falling to the ground. There was a cut on Ju's cheek. There was blood. He frowned, thinking she was so fast, but nevertheless, the cold air somewhat slowed down the speed of her attacks. Heifeng in profile, running forward. Ju turned his head and shouted to his comrades running nearby to cover him. Glowing purple pattern on the hand. Fairy with ribbons in the air. Heifeng runs towards her. Tape strike on Ju's back. Heifeng looks up. Behind him, Jai raised his hand to deflect the blow with the ribbon. He jumped up towards the fairy with force. She pointed her hand forward with a glowing golden lotus design around her palm. A blue thread weaves around the fairy's ankle. She falls sharply down. The guy with glasses leaned forward, a blue thread coming from his hand, attacked with the soaring snake technique. Heifeng punched the fairy in the stomach, with purple rings at the point of impact and around her. She waved her hand, and the guy was thrown back by the blow of the ribbon. Ju caught the falling Heifeng. The fairy raised her palm to her face, and there was a purple glow around it. Red flashed from the ground. DZI struck her from the side, using lunar slash. A deep cut on the fairy's body, blood. She struck back at DZI with the ribbon. Ju runs forward, looking up, thinking that they have finally dealt some real damage to her. The fairy floats in the air, her comrades fall to the ground. Ju runs towards her. Now it is a war of attrition. The fairy extended her hand forward, ribbons curled. A cold glow appeared around her. The guy used the frost encroachment debuff. Heroes strike simultaneously, gravity suppression debuff. Black tentacles wrap around the fairy's leg, attribute deviation debuff. She falls down, her foot touching the ground. DZI clutches a red weapon in his hand, thinking this is his chance. He used moon slash. Freehand red swirls and lightning. DZI is jumping, his arms are pulled back. He strikes the fairy with his blade, blood splashes. Ju is running away in the background. Cracks on the glowing black sphere, part of it has broken off. Black sclere, red pupil, hand on his chin. DZI looked to the side, said, "It seems to him that they are." The ring in Ju's ear sparkled. He ducked to the side, avoiding the blow, and a wave of light passed nearby. DZI turned his head. The tape blocked him. His body and arms were tied. He shouted that she only pretended to be dead. The fairy is in the air, leaning back, ribbons around her. There was a flash of light. She opened her mouth, raised her hands. He said that this cannot be. The guy with glasses looks up in fear, said that it is collecting all the energy. Heifeng shouted that it will explode. DZI clenched his teeth and tried to free himself from the tapes, but he couldn't. He looked to the side. Ju grabbed the ribbon. The hero squeezes the ribbon. DZI shouts displeasedly, "Why did he come back? He also wants to die." Looking intensely, Ju thinks that the ashen palm is some kind of hidden power, so what if he focuses all his energy on the silk? He squeezes the tape with his fist. Blue discharges appear in this place, uses the ancient Imperial Sutra switch. DZI was stunned and freed himself from the ribbons. The guys are jumping. Ju, raising his fists, shouts to run. Powerful explosion. The smoke in the cave clears. DZI sits on the ground, legs crossed. Companions and Ju stand nearby, around a cloud of smoke. He said that they killed a mutant fairy. They noticed a yellow stone with dark petals. DZI turned his head, grinned. The guy with glasses standing next to him said that they were lucky that she at least dropped something. DZI noted that it was a skill crystal. Ju with the phone and a torn t-shirt turned his head and told the elders that he would pay. DZI put his hands behind his head, winked, and replied that he didn't need money, but he wouldn't be able to leave if he wanted to challenge some vile creatures again. With his hand on his neck and the other holding a crystal, Ju replied, "Of course." Holding a glowing stone in his hand, he asked if the legend class could absorb the skill crystal of an epic class creature in response to a sigh. A vase surrounded by blue energy levitated directly above the hand, and Ju was saying that the spirit of life was indeed real. Then Min, using this very vase, silently poured water from it directly onto the protagonist's wound. Ju looked at the water pouring from the jug and reasoned that the pain seemed to be leaving his body, and the wounds were healing, and this was the master's spirit of life. After that, the protagonist sat on the box, holding his hand on the wound, while his master stood next to him and said that seriously, they were like his older comrades, and how could they put Wen in such danger? Barely he had recovered, and standing right in front of him was Jaya just laughed. Ming looked to the side and said that, by the way, he asked him about the possibility of absorbing an epic level crystal when he returned, and Ju said that it was so. After that, Ming waved his hand, creating streams of water, and said that in short, although this is somewhat contrary to the law of gradual development, it is theoretically possible to absorb a crystal that is above his level, while Ju, sitting right in front of him, asked, "Is this true?" Then Ming created a dragon from water energy over his hand and continued to say that, but everything is not so simple, and even though the crystallization of a skill directs life force into a certain substrate, but this process has nothing to do with its level. That is, for some abilities it requires not only vitality, but also a certain set of characteristics that are necessary to maintain it, and some of them can only be met at high levels, and therefore come with risks. The protagonist looked at the orange crystal he held in his hand and said that this is how it is. Min, holding his hands on his belt, said that it's okay, and they did a good job this time, and therefore a hearty dinner wouldn't hurt, while DZI, who stood in front of him, rejoiced at what he heard. DZI turns sharply to the side, asks what he is waiting for, and invites Ven to go, and the protagonist, photographing the orange crystal in his hand, says that he is already on his way. The system notification window notified that the orange crystals were the dimensional crystal of the mutated fairy, showing its characteristics, and offered to accept it. Ju looked at the screen of his phone and was simply silent, reasoning that the speed should be higher than 21, and, as the master said, this was the first time he had seen a crystal with such a requirement. Immediately after this, the story moves to a room from the window of which a bright light could be heard onto the night street. Titan slept soundly, lying on a small sheet right on the floor, while saliva flowed from his mouth. Ju squatted and looked at Titan sleeping on the floor, saying that Like Xuan surprisingly took the care entrusted to him quite seriously. The narrative of the story then moves to a faucet from which a small drop of water was falling. The protagonist, wiping his head with a towel, turned on the phone and, looking into it, said that of course, and if he himself is not able to deal with even an ordinary fairy, the question arises of how long he still has left. Ju concentrated sharply, enveloping himself in blue energy, and said that above 21, and his speed characteristics during the game reached 18. And the higher the characteristics, the less effective low-level crystals are, and if he wants to improve, he should consider the option with epic-level crystals. Immediately after this, the protagonist began to imagine in his head images of different creatures using skills, and reasoned that the unique property of the life spirit ability is really useful, and each creature has its own magical abilities, and when activated, it practically does not consume life force. This is truly incredible. Ju lay on the bed with his eyes closed and reasoned that, no matter what, this time they were convinced that with a good team, even an epic level creature could be dealt with. The protagonist, raising his hand to his chin, thought and said that, however, will certain restrictions be placed on a high-class speed crystal like when it reached the legendary level. Then Ju imagined an image of a blue crystal in his head and, after a short pause, said that in any case, he needed to think about how to get more high-level crystals. The narrative of the story moves to the next day when the sun is already shining on Ju's house. The black phone, which was lying right on the bed, was ringing and vibrating loudly. The protagonist, standing up sharply, sitting on the bed, scratching the back of his head, said who so early, while the phone continued to ring loudly. A black limousine rushed at great speed straight down the city street, and an unknown voice said that it apologized for the disturbance at such an early hour, turning to the young master. Ju sat in the car next to Ashen and said that there was no need to call him that, and just let them use his name. Ashen, hearing his request, said that it's good, and then his name will be Wen, and he can just call him Shen. There's no need to keep the lady waiting. The protagonist, with a confused expression on his face, talked about Sister Lan and that he had completely forgotten about this and regarding the rights to the Holy Land. Immediately after this narration, the stories move to a huge white mansion, which is approached by a black limousine. Yanlin sat in her chair and said that he seriously wants to refuse, and they won't have much of an opportunity to change the list of people. If he refuses now, then nothing can be changed in the future, while Ju stood right in front of her and Ashen next to her. She then continued to say that not to mention the possible rewards, and a huge number of people do not even dare to think about such a possibility. And Ju gave a positive answer, reasoning that having the right as a fact already causes problems, and it is best to refuse. Besides, the protagonist began to imagine in his head the power of unknown symbols that he himself used, and reasoned that the mysterious power, fate, and dream compared to the Taoist canon of the immortal, and this holy land does not seem so important. Ju clenched his fingers into a fist and reasoned that, by the way, where is his stupid father, and shouldn't he be with his sister? Ashen, turning towards the silently sitting Yanlin, turned to the lady and said that she should allow him and the young master. Suddenly, Yanlin said with a serious face that she respected his decision. Immediately after this event, the narrative moves to a corridor with a wooden floor, and a voice shouted that he should wait. Ashen ran towards the protagonist and turned to the young master, more precisely, to Ven, asking what he really wanted to refuse, and he gave him a positive answer. Ashen stopped, grabbed his head and said that this is how it is, and he understands that he made this decision. He then said that if he agreed, he should give him a couple of minutes while the protagonist was standing right in front of him. Ashen closed the door of the room with his hand and says that it is here, while the protagonist, standing on the carpet, looked at him with great surprise. Ashen began to slowly take off his jacket, taking one of his hands out of it. Zhu jerked sharply and looked forward with great surprise or incomprehension, saying that he. At the same moment, a white shirt along with a black jacket fell right onto the floor next to the carpet. The protagonist looked forward with great surprise while Ashen stood still and showed his body, which was covered with a huge number of scars. Ashen stood in place, bare torso, and asked for forgiveness from the young master, saying that he wanted him to see. While Zhu reasoned with horror that almost all the scars were from deep wounds, none of them would ever heal completely, and some of them are so huge. The protagonist watched everything that was happening with a confused look and said that really. At the same moment, Ashen, with a menacing look, turning sideways, said that yes, and he received all these scars over the years of battles with other dimensions, and in the future, much more serious difficulties await him, turning to Ven. Zhu continued to look at him with a serious look and asked what he meant by this. Ashen walked to the window and opened the curtain, saying that after the world changed, the border between dimensions and the human world is constantly guarded. A huge city with tall buildings could be seen right outside the window, while Ashen continued to say that in fact, the vast majority of those who have been in these safe zones for more than half a century do not know that in the conditions of this fragile peace, the territory of the Federation has been on and off lately. Various creatures appear from dimensions. The protagonist thought sharply when he heard his words, and said that this is how they reason. That it turns out that the sea serpent and siren who attacked him that time violated the ban when they interrupted the measurement territory, and imagined images of these creatures in his head. Ashen turned to the side, standing next to the window, and said that everything is much more serious than one can imagine, and they do not know what caused such changes, but creatures constantly appear that violate the ban, and if all this continues, the ban will be basically abolished. Then he began to imagine in his head hordes of monsters in the middle of the city, and said that even then the strongest creatures from the dimension would carry out a real massacre here. Ashen suddenly walked around the room, stepping directly on the carpet, and said that the mutated territory closest to them was Mount Kizzy, and not one such phenomenon had been observed there, while Zhu looked at him with great surprise. Immediately after this, Ashen raised his white shirt with his hand and continued to say that, of course, the invasion was suppressed, but, however, Ashen says that an epic level general and his entire team died during the operation, and put on a white shirt, imagining in his head the image of a dead man lying on the ground, next to whom there were soldiers. Ashen, looking upset and holding a black jacket in his hand, said that if there is no power in this world to rely on, no one will be able to protect their loved ones and relatives, and this is a divine gift, which is a unique opportunity to become stronger. Ashen turned sharply towards Zhu, who was standing right in front of him, and said that it was not for the sake of anyone, but for the sake of giving this world the opportunity to last a little longer, and hopefully he would think about the opportunity that was in front of him. The protagonist abruptly put his hand in his pocket and said that he thanked him for sharing with him, but he would still stick to his decision. He then added that her ability should be enough to make the most of this opportunity. Even if after his refusal the offer is still valid, he is still not going to take away someone else's bread, and he is embarrassed in front of Sister Lan, but he is not going to take it, which does not belong to him, and does not want to be in debt later. While Ashen looked ahead with a serious look, Zhu stood still, raising his hand to his face, and surrounded himself with orange energy, saying that even if he did not take advantage of this opportunity, in the future he would definitely find another one that would allow him to become stronger in order to protect the people dear to him. Ashen, hearing his words, sighed heavily and said that the lady was right, and even though he and Dujun were not siblings, they seemed to have the same character for both of them, and Zhu said with a dissatisfied look that this did not look like a compliment. At the same moment, the door of the room opened sharply, and Ashen, laughing, said that the young master had made a decision, and therefore he should not doubt it, and if he needed anything, he could always contact him, and the protagonist agreed with them. The protagonist approached a black limousine and, turning to Shen, said that his last name was also A, but he addressed them as Madam and Young Master, and Ashen, standing next to him, asked why he was asking, but he said he was just interested. Ashen, closing his eyes, leaned on the limousine and said that his status in the family has never been something secret. He is called the Hawk of the family or the possessed instructor, and the lady and the young master consider him part of their family, but they all know that they are not relatives. Then Ashen recalled how drops fell directly on a black umbrella during the rain, and he said that once he was a boy with no name, no one remembered anything about his past. Ashen recalled how he lay half naked on the wet ground during the rain, and a man with brown hair covered him with his umbrella and said that Dujun called him a sheng. Immediately after this, the story's narrative moves to the house where the protagonist lives. Ju sat on his bed and said with a thoughtful look that more serious Mamerkian destruction, and Ashen said that in the future, things will become even worse and epic-level soldiers will resist the advance. The protagonist looked at Titan, who was gnawing a carrot with a satisfied face, and reasoned that, speaking about the invasion of creatures from the dimension and in his dormitory, after all, one. Ju sharply bit his finger and drew blood. They say that it is not surprising, and that dream about doomsday was a harbinger of disaster and its events were remembered. The protagonist sharply lowered his finger onto the smartphone screen, sprinkling blood on it, and activated the system. Right on the smartphone screen, an icon with a tree without leaves rang sharply and showed that something new had appeared there. Ju, holding a smartphone in his hands, looking at it in surprise, said that this was the icon of the dead man's tree, and reasoned that he only now realized that he had forgotten about it. At the same moment, the protagonist abruptly found himself in the game right next to the dead man's red tree, as indicated by the system notification window. Directly above the red crystal tree branch, levitate a green-white egg while the system notification window notified that it was a ripe fruit from the dead man's tree. Ju looked with great surprise at the fruit of the tree of the dead, which was right in front of him, and said that it was the fruit of the tree and looked quite familiar, asking about the companion's egg. The system notification window notified that this fetus was an epic-level Dark Doctor and showed its characteristics, and the protagonist asked if it was serious. Ju stood right in front of the huge red crystal tree of the dead man and reasoned that wow, and his life force was converted into a companion, and this is the true power of this tree. The protagonist looked at the system notification window that appeared near him and reasoned that the companion was of an epic level, and even if it was somewhat risky. Immediately after this, Ju in real life enveloped himself in a huge amount of orange energy and focused. The protagonist said that perhaps this would help eliminate the imperfections of the game, while the system notification window notified that the incubation was completed. Suddenly, everything around was covered in blood after a stream of violet energy. Ju clutched his white phone in his hand with great strength and breathed heavily. The protagonist, with great surprise, breathing heavily, looked at the screen of a white smartphone, holding it in his hands, and asked what it was because of the improvement in physical characteristics. They say that, although the vital forces in the game and in reality were actually at zero, and before the incubation had caused a lot of pain, but now everything went pretty smoothly. The protagonist closed his eyes and concentrated, emitting purple energy, saying that he could already sense that a new summoning contract had been concluded. The system notification window would notify you of an epic-level Dark Doctor and his stats while a new companion would suddenly be summoned into the game. Ju, sighing heavily, said that, fortunately, it was he who hatched and looked straight at the Dark Doctor levitating in the air in front of him. The protagonist looked at several system notification windows with the blade skills of thin cutting without a knife, poison extraction, and perspective along with their characteristics. Ju, thinking, raised his hand to his chin, saying that all three abilities are medical skills. He has no idea about such skills, and in any case, on the battlefield, when seriously injured, these skills will be quite effective. The Dark Doctor continued to levitate everything in place while the protagonist said that the Dark Doctor was still too small, and if he could reach the epic level, she would hold the Doctor of Souls. The protagonist, crossing his arms at his chest, with a serious look represented the adult Dark Doctor and said that there was a terrible pressure then, and if not for the appearance of a mysterious creature, he would not have been able to move. Ju stood right in front of the little Dark Doctor and continued to say that companions from low-level eggs grow too slowly, but where can he get an epic-level egg when he can't defeat any of them? And it's some kind of vicious circle. The protagonist recalled his battle with the fairy and reasoned that if he teams up with capable comrades, then there is still a chance to defeat not the most powerful creature of the epic level, but he is already indebted to the guys for that incident. Ju, silently holding the white phone in his hand, suddenly looked at the black phone that was lying next to him right on the bed. Immediately after this, the story's narrative moves to a white building with a training room. Lee, while in the gym, talking on the phone, said that it was old Ju and asked that he was really putting together a team to challenge the epic creature, and of course, he was in business. Lai, still talking on the phone, clenched his hand into a fist with a joyful face and said that thanks to the great master who granted him the fate of the god of war, his combat experience was constantly growing. Ju, still holding the phone to his ear, said that he was still thinking about it and as soon as he decided, he would let him know, and he said that it was good. The protagonist hung up the phone, looked at the screen of his smartphone and said that he was next. Immediately after this, Ju called on the phone and, turning to Wang Jai, asked where he was now. Juan, standing next to the suitcase, looked towards the huge metropolis and, talking on the phone, said that in the direction of the Federation of the Holy Land, and there were some things to do. At the same moment, Ju hung up the call on his phone by pressing it with his finger. The protagonist, sitting on the couch, looked at the screen of his smartphone, saying that okay, and then nothing can be done and you need to choose a goal. Zhu reasoned that since he didn't need special materials this time, there would be no need to choose a difficult opponent, and this way they would eliminate the risks and their chances of success would increase, and it would be better for everyone as his character ran forward through the system next to various application icons. The protagonist imagined several application icons in his head that flew between the binary code, and said that he could not say that he had met many epic level monsters, but he did not yet know how to cope with the arrows and the tiger transition, and the divine crane in the sky. The gate has mysterious power. Zhu imagined himself fighting a golden ant while an insect icon was nearby, and said that golden flying ants were too strong. The protagonist stood right in front of the icon in the form of an insect and, crossing his arms at his chest, reasoned that in reality there was no territory yet that would resonate with their abode. Zhu approached the icon with two palms bowing to each other against the backdrop of the universe and reasoned that if there were even weaker epic creatures. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to the Dragon Gate Grotto of Binyang Cave, and Zhu said that this is Binyang Cave and this is his first time here. The protagonist looked forward with a confused look and said that in the Grotto of the Dragon Gate all the caves are autonomous, and here too there is no need to run from one to another in order to delve deeper into research. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a small tiger monster appeared in the cave and roared loudly. Zhu immediately looked at the little tiger monster standing right in front of him and said that what a cute tiger cub, and he is so small. Suddenly, the tiger monster sharply pushed off the ground with its paw and rushed forward at great speed, which surprised the protagonist. Zhu quickly jumped back, dodging the blow of the small tiger monster, which carried him with great strength and speed. The protagonist looked forward with great surprise and, cursing, said that this was a monster of an epic level. Zhu rushed forward with great speed, pushing off the ground and leaving behind only dust and debris, while the little tiger monster jumped sharply upward, dodging the explosion one at a time, and roared loudly. Zhu abruptly jumped back, sliding along the ground, and called for a stream of blood to come to him, tisking in displeasure. The protagonist sharply waved his hand in front of him, sending forward a stream of bloody energy, activating a cutting star blade. The little tiger monster deflected Zhu's blow with its tail, sending a stream of blood in the opposite direction. The little tiger monster suddenly opened its mouth wide as blue energy sparkled brightly right in front of it. The little tiger monster, with great surprise, continued to levitate in the air and looked down while there was a huge amount of blue energy around him. At the same moment, a huge ice floe with a small tiger monster inside fell sharply straight to the ground. The little tiger monster abruptly destroyed the ice floe it was in into small fragments and roared loudly. The protagonist jumped back sharply, holding a small fairy in his hand, and asked what didn't work. They say that creatures of epic level are really capable of embarrassing him. Zhu ran forward with great speed and was breathing heavily, reasoning that it seemed that there was a certain threat of being left without vitality in principle, and, judging by this baby, he had plenty of energy. Suddenly, right behind the protagonist, who continued to run at great speed, the silhouette of a small tiger monster appeared, jumping up. Then the screen of the protagonist's white smartphone abruptly turned off with a characteristic sound. Zhu sighs heavily, holding a white smartphone in his hand and saying that it was to be expected, and he never thought that he could defeat an epic level creature alone. The protagonist thought, putting his hand to his mouth, and said that, since everything turned out this way, it's an excellent goal for teamwork. Zhu continued to say that epic creatures are such difficult opponents not only because of their attributes, but also because of the presence of special spiritual abilities, especially the spirit of life, and he drew a kind of line between creatures of the legendary and epic levels and imagined images of the strongest in his head monsters. The protagonist said that he spent a lot of time there, but this tiger cub only angrily chased him, and he did not demonstrate any ability, and it seemed that he was simply relying on the strength and dexterity of his body, and imagined in his head an image of all the movements and attacks of the little tiger monster. Zhu, with a thoughtful look, continued to reason that if he does not have any special abilities, then 4 trained people should be enough to cope with his attacks. The protagonist held a white smartphone in his hand and wondered whether such an epic monster really existed and, compared to the others, how difficult it would be to deal with it. Zhu's character would then abruptly find himself right on the battlefield, standing in the middle of the ground. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves during the heyday directly to the house in which the protagonist lives. A small tiger monster struck the protagonist and cut his body into 2 halves. Right on the body of the little tiger monster, a small wound was visible near the back. Zhu reasoned that after trying so many times, he had learned its moves and maneuvers, and even when dealing damage, nothing special appeared. The protagonist lay on his bed and, lost in thought, wondered if there could be an epic creature that had only reached rank of the narrative of the story. Then moves to the moment when a brightly glowing sun illuminated Zhu's house. Lai asked with great surprise about the little tiger from the Dragon Gate Grotto, while Xiao was sitting on the bed next to him and looking in his direction. Li said that he didn't think it was worth choosing a difficult target for one time, while the protagonist, adjusting his t-shirt, asked what was wrong with him. Lai, with a clearly dejected look, holding his hand to his chin, said that it was nothing, while Zhu was very surprised. Lai, sitting on the floor, pointing his finger up, continued to say that because of the protection of animals, more precisely, the protection of creatures from another dimension, while his three friends listened to him, and Zhu talked about the protection of creatures from another dimension. Lai continued to say that there was some information about him on the forum, and his origin and characteristics were unknown, but he was called the Happy Tiger Cub and seemed to have no specific attributes, and imagined the image of a small tiger monster in his mind. He then went on to say that some scholars agree that if you tame it, the likelihood of getting desired artifacts or a companion egg with certain attributes increases significantly. As Zhu listened to him and Xiao looked at him in surprise. Lai said that according to ancient legend, a tiger once sacrificed itself to feed the little Buddha, and therefore being devoured by a tiger is considered great luck. And although the little tiger is recognized as the weakest creature among the epic level, but its rarity and special status are undeniable. And once upon a time there were fierce battles, which he provoked, I imagine in my head, military vehicles on fire. Lai then continued to say that in the end this alarmed the Federation, and the cave was under serious guard for a long time, but regarding the entrance to an exit from the cave, as well as the time spent there are certain rules, and presented the Federation building to his head with a digital sign in front of it. Immediately after this, the narration of the story is transferred to the grotto of the Dragon Gate of the Binyang Cave, which the plot tells us about. While a certain voice said that the chance is 1 in 10,000, and the probability of getting an entrance for 1 - 5 hours is 99%, and for 72 hours is 1%. Then a man in a black uniform and glasses said that, by the way, there was no need to even think about cheating, and any attempts would be brutally suppressed, while behind him there was a certain device with a button offering to try. Lai, holding his hands to his chest, said that here they were, while Zhu and his friend stood next to him. Xiao, with a malicious grin on her face and laughing a little, said that she wanted to try it. Immediately after this, Xiao raised her hand with 4 cards in it and said that this is it. She stood near the huge metal door, saying that they should go in, still holding 4 cards in her hand, while Zhu and Lai looked at her. Several system notification windows announced the special prize and congratulations on the victory, increased by 4 times. The gate guard looked with great surprise at the notification window of the system with a special prize and reasoned that how they won 4 special prizes in a row, and he did not feel any intervention of force. He then said that someone should notify the maintenance department, and this car could have broken down while the system notification window continued to show the special prize information. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story was transferred to the depths of the cave, where Zhu followed her allies straight through it, and Lai asked how she did it, and this is the same as winning 4 lotteries. Xiao, turning to the side, looking at Lai standing next to her, said that she simply pressed the button several times while someone asked if it was serious. Feng said that the Lai family lives in another city and it is normal if they have not heard about it before. He then went on to say that they had stories about her, including the following: she took a lottery ticket with a 10 million winnings on the same day shortly after her birth, and how she bought a hairpin with a super rare crystal for $3 from a street vendor in elementary school, and imagined these 2 things in my head. Feng thought, raising his hand to his chin, remembering the rest of the stories, until Li, with a surprised expression on his face, shouted that that's enough and asked what he was trying to tease him about. Feng abruptly put his hand in his pocket and began to look for something in it, saying that then. He took out a coin and, putting it on his hand, about to toss it, asked whether it was heads or tails, and Xiao, standing right in front of him, thought deeply, raising her hand to her chin. Then she sharply said that she would stand on her edge and pointed her finger upward, while Li, standing behind her, was very surprised, wondering if there was such an option. Feng, with a deft movement of his finger, tossed the coin up, and it turned over in different directions. Li tried to catch the falling coin, saying that they should let him do it, but the coin fell right on his head, bouncing down. Then the coin landed on the ground and, standing on its edge, began to spin, after which it abruptly stopped. Li looked down with great surprise or incomprehension, shouting loudly. Zhu looked down with a serious expression on her face and said that she was really very lucky. Lai abruptly walked up to Xiao, who was running forward, and calling her sister Lure, he went, "Who cares about this damn tiger when they have her, and would she like to go to the gambling city tomorrow?" And she gave him a negative answer, while the protagonist, watching them, said that stop fooling around and don't forget what they are here for. Lai, turning back sharply, said with a self-confident expression that there is no need to overexert yourself, and the little tiger does not appear in a certain place. Many people who had a short period of time to enter return with nothing, and they have 3 days of free time, so there's no need to rush. At the same moment, right in the cave they were in, something suddenly landed from the sky right on the ground, while Xiao quickly jumps to the side, saying that he is already here, while Lai looked at the explosion with great surprise. A small tiger monster stood on the ground around the dust with a menacing look and roared loudly. Lee, using his skill, shouted that everyone should be careful, and no matter how physically weak the class is, he is still a threat while his allies took out their weapons. Zhu abruptly interrupted him with a serious look and said that you need to do as he says. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to a place with a gate to the Benin cave. The security guard in black glasses clicked his finger on the system notification window appearing right in front of his face. Then the system notification windows would disappear and the guard would say that Zhu Wen was actually one of the people who entered the competition recently and they won 72 hours of free entry, so not sure when he would appear while I'm standing right in front of him. Anne, holding her hands to her chest, said that it would be too late and she should see him immediately. The guard with a confused look turned to Miss Anne and said that she shouldn't make it difficult for a gatekeeper like him. And it wasn't that he didn't want to help their family. But Binyang Cave was under federal rule even though it was located in Loyang, and everything must be reported in detail unless she has the highest permission from the Parliament of the Federation, and Anne stood right in front of him. The guard continued to say that everyone must follow the rules until Anne sharply turned her head towards the winning mechanism and simply remained silent. At the same moment, the narrative of the story is transferred to the events with the protagonist, where the tiger monster scratched the ground in the cave with its claws. The tiger monster with wounds on its body roared loudly while it was surrounded on all sides by the protagonist and his team. Lee, with a confused look, asked what it was, that there really was an epic class, and said that everything was simpler than it seemed, and Feng, standing nearby, asked if he really didn't understand the real reason why it was easy. Lee said that the trainer's instructions practically broke through all the attacks of this tiger, while the protagonist looked forward with a menacing look. Suddenly, the tiger monster suddenly turned towards Xiao standing at his side. At the same moment, the tiger monster said that he obeyed her, while Xiao, holding the blade in front of her, was very surprised by what she heard. The tiger monster suddenly evaporated into yellow energy, leaving only an egg with a 4-leaf clover in its place. Lai, scratching the back of his head, said with great surprise that this was the first time he had seen a creature voluntarily turn into eggs while Xiao was standing right in front of him. Xiao extended her hand forward while the same egg that fell from the tiger monster flew towards her. Xiao stood still and held an orange egg with a 4-leaf clover in her hand and asked that they could give her this companion egg and said that in exchange she would do them a favor. A voice echoed through the cave asking if they really didn't mind giving it to her. Xiao looked forward with a confused expression and said that she was not going to monopolize it and could pay with money or something else. Lai, crossing his arms over his chest, with a smile on his face, said that she was a member of their club and he came here to measure his strength with old Zhu, and he had no shortage of money. And Feng, holding the hilt of his blade, said that he doesn't need this either. He will do as the coach says, while the protagonist and Xiao stood next to them. Zhu, awkwardly scratching his cheek with his finger, reasoned that something strange was happening and exchanging epic class companion eggs was not an easy task, and this was for the sake of Xiao's favor. Immediately after this story, they are transported to the iron gate leading to the cave, from which the protagonist's team came out, and Feng said that the little tiger cub will not appear again soon, and the trainer can call him at any time, and Zhu replied that it's good, as long as Lai approached Xiao Lu, asking if she wanted to become the mascot of their club. The protagonist looked sharply to the side, holding his hands in his pockets, and thought that this was the man while I was standing right in front of him, and stood near the winning machine and, turning sharply to the side, looked forward, while Zhu reasoned that it was Jing. The protagonist walked forward with an awkward look, as if nothing had happened, and Anne, looking at him, shouted that there was no need to pretend that he did not see her, and that she was here for him. Then, standing right in front of the protagonist, asked why he gave up the right to a divine gift, and he reasoned that he knew so. Cho awkwardly scratched the back of his head, saying that this right did not belong to him, and he had no idea why he had it, and since he took it from her, wasn't she glad that he refused? Anne, hearing his words, asked with great dissatisfaction that this was the only reason he wanted to insult her. Zhu, continuing to awkwardly scratch the back of his head, said that this was not what he meant, and Anne, poking her finger at him, said that if so, then let him show her his true essence. Anne looked forward with a serious look and said that he must show the strength of the one who forced her mother to change her privileges towards her. She then continued to say that he shouldn't shy away from this, and she wanted to see what exactly was stopping her on her way, and imagined the protagonist walking towards a purple-blue portal in her head, and asked that he understood that he was indebted to her and was still in power, and Zhu, standing right in front of her, greatly surprised, gave a positive answer. Anne, with an arrogant look, closing her eyes, said that this was good, and she demanded that he do it now, and continued to say that he should take the territory of the divine gift for her, and the protagonist, sighing displeasedly, said that he would do this. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to a room where there was a record player. Anne put on her red glasses with a thoughtful look, holding them with both hands. Zhu, with a puzzled look, asked what she was doing, and Anne, standing in front of him with glasses, said that looking at him, he can bet that he does not yet know the details about the divine gift, and so she is here to teach him, and he reasoned that she was trying to find out what it was like to be a teacher. She then continued to say that the so-called divine gift territory was actually a special, huge area, and imagined in her head a blue-colored portal pulling in glass shards. Imagined a huge wolf monster standing in the middle of a mountainous area, and said that powerful beings live there, which they call demigods, and they not only have terrible power, but also recognize people who have gone through their trials, and said that they even endow family lines, making them carriers of a special kind, and imagined how blue energy penetrated a person's hand, spreading through the veins. Imagined the Federation emblem in her head and said that the 6 heroes they are now familiar with are one people who received 6 types of bloodlines from them. And, standing right in front of the protagonist who was sitting on the floor and heard her, imagined in her mind the image of a team of the strongest heroes and said that their descendants will inherit an even line. And the Saint Emperor physique that John used during the battle is one of them, but the descendant bloodline will not be as strong as the first. Zhu raised his hand to his chin with a thoughtful look and said that since this is a power that can even change bloodlines, then why is the right to the divine gift given only to the younger generation? And do high-ranking experts really have nothing to say about this? And said that it's not that they don't want to, it's just that they can't. And says that in the House of Non-Demigods there is a restriction according to which only specialists of the legend class and below are allowed into the territory of the divine gift. The protagonist, sitting on the floor, said that it is understandable, and it is not surprising that Sister Lan said that Tianzuo is too strong for the divine gift. And, adjusting her glasses, said that this is one of the reasons, and continued to say that her brother participated in the past divine gift, but did not receive it, or rather, it would be more correct to say that no one received the divine gift that time. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to the huge white mansion of the Yin family. The end of the call from Jing was visible on the smartphone. Yanlin, sitting in her chair with her eyes closed, said that this girl was unusual. Then she said, turning to Ashen, that the lady said that Zhu had agreed to go to the territory of the divine gift on her behalf, and she expected him to go there with them, and he, raising his hand to his chest, said that she should not doubt. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to the protagonist's room, in which his things and a bag lay on the bed. Zhu stood shirtless, holding it in his hands, while Ashen, standing next to him, turned to him, saying that he should just tidy up a little and he would prepare the rest. Zhu was putting on a t-shirt while a strange amulet was visible on his wrist. At the same moment, the narrative of the story is transferred to the past, where he still stood in front of the teacher and asked what he also knew about grace, and he nodded approvingly and said that as a scientist of the era of measurements, of course, he knows a little more than ordinary people. Suddenly, he unclasped the amulet that was on his wrist and took it with his other hand. Min handed this amulet forward into the protagonist's hand and said that initially he wanted to make one for each of them, but since he had a long journey ahead of him, he would get it first. Ming said that he should just use it as a talisman, while the protagonist stood right in front of him, clenching his hand into a fist. The narrative of the story then shifts back to the protagonist's room, where someone was knocking furiously on his door, and he thought it was Lai Xuan and said that he was on his way. Li came into the room and, with his hands in his pockets, said that he knew that this was not done, and he saw his name on the approved list of divine grace, and he did not tell him, and they could go together and kill them all, and with the luggage he will decide everything, while the protagonist stood next to him with a blank look, trying to answer. Suddenly, Ashen, like a hand, said that he also didn't mind taking young Master Lai with him, as long as he was very surprised by this, and Zhu said that it was Ashen, and Sister Lan asked him to accompany him to the lands of divine grace. Li, greatly surprised by what he heard, asked about Ashen and the ruthless and cold-blooded cruel demoniac instructor. Ashen laughed a little with a smug look and said that it seems that everyone knows him there, and young Master Lai, maybe don't worry, and he's not going to show such a side to him, while the frightened Lai reasoned that how can he not worry here and whether such a response confirms his assumption. Lai, holding a backpack in his hand, put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and asked in a whisper that the Yin family really sent him to accompany him, while he said that he would stop repeating this, and Ashen, standing aside, said that in fact he was all ears. Suddenly, the phone rang sharply right in Ashen's pocket, and he began to take it out. Ashen stood in the middle of the room and raised the phone to his ear, asking in a late-night conversation about Tianzuo. Immediately after such cooling, the story is transferred to the warden's room, where a voice from the telephone said that this was understandable at the direction of the mistress. Tianzuo stood near his desk and said that this was an order and needed to be confirmed as soon as possible. He placed his hand directly on the map and said that on the way to the Holy Land they would pass the vicinity of Kindling. Tianzuo looked down with the earphone in his ear and said that in order to save time, they should take it with them. Ashen continued to stand right in the middle of the room, talking on the phone, and said that he understood everything. Ashen abruptly hung up on his phone and thought for a bit. Ashen, with his hands on his waist, addressed Zhu and young Master Lai as they stood right in front of him and were greatly surprised. Mai and the protagonist stood there with an awkward look while Ashen asked if they wanted to stop by kindling to look around, and they were still on their way. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to a huge metropolis with tall buildings. The black car was rushing straight down the highway at great speed. Lee asked with great surprise that, but this is the land that is not controlled by anyone, and why did Brother Ashen decide that they needed to go there? And he, sitting behind the wheel, said that he was not an ordinary person, sooner or later he will understand. Ashen continued to say that this time they needed to make a stop to find out if there were any dimensional mutations in kindling territory, while a huge number of mountains and the sunset could be seen right in front of them. Lee, with a thoughtful look, raising his hand to his chin, said that there were mutations, and upon his return he would question the old man carefully about this. The protagonist, sitting in the car, said that kindling was not so far from Loyang, and asked that mutations had been noticed in this area. Ashen, continuing to drive the car, said that it is still unknown, and kindling is considered a region of early dimensional coverage. It is a sparsely populated area, and all the troops that tried to enter this territory in order to establish control over it disappeared without a trace. The black car continued to rush at great speed straight along the highway next to the trees, while Ashen said that this area was quite stable and no expansion was observed. But from time to time mutations occurred, and Tianzuo keeps statistics on mutations, so it is necessary to find out whether they are related, whether changes in this region with measured mutations. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves into the dark night next to the trees, while Ashen said that it is impossible to go further by car. 3 people got out of the car and stood next to her, while Ashen said that they didn't plan to stay here for long, and they just needed to collect information about the fluctuations, and that's all. Ashen, turning to the side with a serious look, said that it was very cold here at night, and if anything happened, there were warm clothes in the car. Lee, trembling violently, said that this was not necessary, and it was not for nothing that he trained his internal energy, while the protagonist next to him said that he did not need it either. Symbols of fire energy appeared on Ju's body, activating the ancient emperor's sutra, and he reasoned that it was resistant to cold. The protagonist stood still while a small white bird flew above him. Suddenly, a small white bird landed right in the protagonist's hair, landing on his head. The fire slowly lit up. Xuan closed his eyes with a smile on his face and, looking at Zhu, said that animals liked him. There was a bird on the main character's head. Xuan began to fearfully approach the guy's head and, touching the chick, asked if it was alive. Shen began to stand to the side, putting his hand to his chin. The guy understood that this little one was most likely masking his aura. Shen could not determine the level, but with all this it had to be in a safe range. Xuan looked at Sheng, saying that if he, too, could not determine, then everything was very bad and nightmare. The guy touched his finger to the chick, telling him that this baby was soft and did not look hostile. The baby settled so well with the guy, which meant Zhu should keep him as a pet. The main character began to ask Xuan not to fool him. Zhu took the bird off his head and said that this was not a house, but a menagerie. The chick began to fall to the ground, lying on it in fear. The surprised main character began to watch as the bird quickly climbed under his t-shirt. Zhu touched his t-shirt, realizing that the animal was cold and shivering. Shen looked at the guy with a smile on his face, telling him that he was stuck and most likely, this was the lost cub of some creature from a certain dimension. Xuan began to ask Shen in surprise that aren't they immediately born big and powerful. The guy pointed his finger and calmly said that this does not happen to everyone, and, judging by the early studies of the War Department, spatial individuals carrying young animals were seen. Sheng began to ask the guys that didn't teacher Wanlei take them to a safe world in which there was a familiar situation. Xuan and Zhu realized that it seemed like they really saw something. The main character was surprised to touch the chick under his t-shirt, not understanding why the baby was glued to him. Zhu held the baby in his arms, realizing that it seemed that the chick was capable of absorbing the sutra of the ancient emperor. Xuan sat with the guy, asking him how Mr. Yang was doing. Zhu replied that he asked Xiao Lu to take care of him. The girl with a smile on her face held the pet in her hands and said that they could handle it. Xuan turned away from Zhu and, with his eyes closed, began to tell the girl that she would regret this. The main character did not understand what the guy was talking about. Shen looked at the sky, telling the guys that it was unsafe to go at night and they should rest a little and set off at dawn. Morning in the forest. The system window showed various data and statistics. Sheng, Xuan, Zhu and the chick walked along the path. Shen noticed that it was already light, but the baby still followed them. Nature, mountains. The bird was following Zhu. The baby quickly began to plop down on the guy's head. Xuan scratched his face, telling everyone that this was boring. Zhu began to look at the guy with incomprehension. The voices of Xuan began to be heard from the forest, asking everyone if there were any measurements, since they had been walking for a long time, but had not met anyone. Shen, with a smile on his face, began to look at the guys, telling them that he had revealed his aura, and therefore ordinary pawns did not dare to approach, and since they were bored, the guy could take them to the spatial field next time to practice. Shuan smiled and was slightly frightened and said that he thought that since they were with him, they would be able to see the dragon veins. Shang raised his hand to his chin and said that the Kindling Mountains are indeed a branch of the legendary Kunlun range. Shuan looked at the guy in surprise and was glad that he was also aware. But this is not always the case, but mostly spatial beasts appear in the regions, which best matches their characteristics. High mountains. Shang decided that Xuan was talking about a mythical creature that could be traced back to the ancient dragon vein writings of the Kunlun range. Xuan began to think about mythical animals with a smile on his face. The guy's surprised gaze began to look at the bright light. A huge bird began to appear in the sky, sparkling incredibly brightly. Frightened, Xuan began to shout to Shen that this was the legendary phoenix. The guy saw that the bird's aura was so strong that even Shen couldn't detect it. The hero didn't understand how a creature of that level could appear on the periphery. Phoenix quickly walked towards the guys, looking at something. Zhu looked at the bird, realizing that it was interested in the chick, which began to fly towards him. On the bird's head were the same chicks, which screamed loudly. Surprised, Zhu began to look at the kids in fear, realizing that they were all identical. A huge firebird towers over the team. Little chicks fly from the bird's face, just as one happy little chick flies from Zhu. Like Xuan, hiding in the shadows, asks why they didn't mistake them for egg thieves. The firebird turned around and swung its tail across the ground with all its might, creating a small hurricane. She flew away into the blue sky. Xuan, squatting down and touching his head with his hand, says that thank heavens, he decided to just fly away and did not attack them, to which Sheng, standing nearby, suggests that he must have realized that they had no hostile intentions, and if he really wanted to attack them, it would have turned out differently. Lai looks down at the nodding guy and asks him, calling him Brother Shen, that he is not the last person in the Ministry of War and he also doesn't know anything about it. The main character looks at the guys communicating. Shen asks the blue-haired guy what it is, and the young master is impressed by the appearance of the mythical beast, to which Li just laughed. The little bird suddenly began to tug at Zhu's t-shirt. Xuan approaches the guy, asking why this chick didn't fly away with his mother, wondering if he was abandoned, but Brother Sheng said that this is an out-of-territorial area, and the phoenix could only appear in such a place for some specific purpose, and perhaps he wanted to find someone. The chick begins to chirp insistently, and the protagonist suggests that perhaps he wants them to follow him. The green branches of the trees are illuminated by the languid sun. Xuan and Shen look forward. In front of them there is a view of a huge tree with a golden crown, to which the main character in his thoughts notices what a huge tree it is. And Sheng addresses the hero, telling him that according to legend, the phoenix cannot settle anywhere except the Chinese umbrella tree, and it seems that this is the territory of his mother. Looking at the sad bird in front of Zhu, he guesses that most likely this little one sneaked away from here and got lost. The main character looks seriously at the tree, remaining silent. After getting wet, he tells the guy that it's a long way there, asking him if they should take a look. Like Xuan asks him in shock if he is serious, saying that this is the land of the legendary mythical beast and it is extremely dangerous. He looks at the guy with his hands in his pockets, who explains to him that he thinks everything will be fine and they are already in her territory, but she did not attack them or try to drive them away, and if they do not become hostile, then everything should turn out fine. And Sheng, holding his chin with a smile, notes that this is all true and the owner himself allows them to enter and let them dig a little deeper, and then, perhaps, they will be able to collect all the spatial information Du Jun needs, to which the blue-haired guy agrees, telling everyone that he would then go with them. Looking at the golden crown of the tree against the backdrop of the mountains and blue sky, the hero says that he needs to make it before dark. They looked at a huge branched tree trunk. Right at the foot of the golden tree stood military equipment. Zhu and Lai, sitting on an ant next to Shen walking next to them, are surprised by what they see. They wander around the camp with equipment, noticing that some of the vehicles are even overturned, to which Shen says that all this has long been abandoned, and it seems that this is left from the army that tried to penetrate this territory, and all this time the equipment was here. Looking at the pile of junk against the background of the other cars, Zhu Wen was struck by something about it. He takes a step and rests his foot on the thing wrapped in green cloth. He looks at the folded thing. Opening it, he sees a bamboo rod in front of him, to which Lai Xuan exclaims that it is a bamboo blade. And Sheng, raising his hand to his mouth and looking at the bamboo blade, says that it has long been lost, and it has been here all this time. Zhu, looking at the blade in his hands, asks for its name. Presenting a bamboo blade against a background of fire and other blades, Shen reveals that ordinary metal is ineffective in fighting creatures from other dimensions, and therefore the bullets used by the army were alloyed with a mineral called yunjin. The origins of this metal appeared during a dimensional storm, and once upon a time there lived a master who used pure yunjin to make 4 legendary blades, and as fate would have it, they were lucky enough to come across one of them, a bamboo blade. Zhu opens the bamboo sheath, revealing the blade, to which Shen yells at him to wait. He swings the bamboo blade into the air, looking at it and remarking that it is an excellent blade. Covering his face with his hand, the guy with the scar says that it's too late to talk, but opening the sheath is considered a ritual of recognizing the master. To which Lee, clenching his fist and squinting his eyes, notices what a good thing this is and why Shen was so excited. All three look at Xuan walking towards him, to which Xu says so, that they need to look around, and suddenly they will be able to find another one. In response, Shen replies that this will be beyond their luck. Imagining the image of a character with a blade, Shen says that the owners of these 4 blades came to a bad end, including the owner of the 4th plum blade, and the once so dazzling, but too early deceased gentleman, the past head of the Yin family. The main character stood in a stupor, asking himself again about the past head of the Yin family, his own father in Tianzuo. Scar guy with gloves snatches the blade from the hero, telling him to give him the blade. At one point, he suddenly cut his hand with a blade, releasing his blood from it. He moved the end of the bloody blade to the side. Handing the blade to the guy after the action, Shen says that a real gentleman will fight until the first blood, otherwise there will be problems. And the blade recognized him, but it is better not to use it if possible. 3 young people approach a huge tree with a golden crown. Walking towards him, Xuan asks that this is the tree where the phoenix lives. The main character opened his eyes. All 3 of them see a huge cocoon on the tree in front of them. Xuan, standing behind Zhu, asks everyone what kind of cocoon this is and where something like that could come from here. Making his face tired and tense, Zhu thinks that this is a cocoon again, and thus in Longjing, anthills, and now these cocoons are everywhere. The guy looks at the cocoon, thinking to himself about what it really is. Suddenly, the bird began to behave very aggressively. A huge phoenix bird flies out from behind the trees, to which the main character says that he is here. The little bird flies towards its mother as Zhu looks on. They approach their mother's face, rubbing their cheeks against her and chirping joyfully. The guys, watching the situation, walk to the side, when suddenly, Sheng shouts to them to act now. A huge phoenix, together with its chick, looks at the young people very intently. The main character releases the image of his fire demon. A dark forest stands in a dark fog. The bird, raising its beak, releases a fiery thread against the background of a golden tree. Her fire magic approaches her chick standing next to her. She suddenly turns him into some kind of thing. The sun sets behind the mountains, sinking lower and lower. Standing in front of the car, the guy with the scar, reading the information on his phone, tells everyone that it took some time, and therefore they will be on the road all night towards the holy city, and they must be in time for the competition. The blue-haired guy, sighing, notes what a pity it is, and it would be nice if they managed to tame that cub, but they just returned him like that. Zhu, looking at Lai Xuan, holding a bamboo blade on his shoulder, replies that they are not empty-handed. Suddenly, a small chick with something begins to chirp loudly on the hero's head. Both guys were very scared, asking what the chick was doing here, to which Sheng looked as emotionless as possible. The chick puts the item in the main character's hand. The guy looks at the thing in his hand with interest and confusion, asking again if they are shells. A dark, beautiful palace stands in the middle of the night, illuminated only by the moon. 2 robed servants kneel before the dressed-up king, who says that this is a real shame for the Kappe family. Turning his back to the servants, the elder says that, however, the boy, about whom no one had heard anything before this incident, is very interesting. Looking at John and Sif, who bowed their heads, he asks what he did, to which the guy replies that Zhu Wen does not take their family seriously at all, and they should not take their eyes off such an arrogant person. The old man looks at them with a crazy look, tisking, saying that he should have dealt with the Yin family long ago, putting an end to this. But however, a major event is coming, and therefore there are too many witnesses now and he will not be able to deal with it. John looks directly at the man, smiling a little, informing him that he should not interfere, and he has some idea, but however, he may need the elder's help. The guy and the girl, continuing to bend their knees, say that he has a strange artifact. The icy winds instantly destroyed his body as a sacred emperor, if not for the countermeasures taken. To which the old man says that he has already heard this. A strange thing appears in his lessons, illuminated by a blue light. He tells the guy to take it. Looking at the artifact in the elder's hand, John, confused, asks him if this is really the guardian of the goddess of the wind. Hanging his head down, the guy, against the backdrop of a serious old man, notices that nothing less was expected of him, and they are ready to sacrifice the greatest treasure of their clan, to which the old man replies that even if they don't know the origin of this wind, it doesn't change the essence. Presenting the image of the goddess of the wind, he says that with the protection of the goddess of the winds, no atmospheric circulation will have an effect. Among the huge windows and balconies of the building inside, the old man orders the guy to go, adding that he should not disappoint him. Someone's face is sleeping under a red cloth. Zhu Wen wakes up in the car, holding the shell in front of him and looking at it carefully. He looks at Sheng at the wheel, who tells him with a smile that he shouldn't get so caught up in this, and they say divine beasts express their feelings this way, and this is his chance. The guy's car stops abruptly against the backdrop of the huge skyscrapers of the city, and Shen informs them that they are there. There are a huge number of people standing in the square. They whisper to each other, blushing, that this is Sheng from the Yin family, asking again that the guy behind him is the candidate selected by the family. The three of the guys, standing around the crowd, heard them talking about how strange it all was, and it became so quiet, noticing that everyone was really scared, and the guy still dared to come, asking also that this was the young master of the Lai family, and why they are together. Shen, turning to the guys with a smile, explains that this is a temporary shelter for the selected players, and he has prepared everything. Tomorrow morning they need to go to the testing site. Looking to the side, Wju asks his friends if he thinks everyone is a little hostile towards the Yin family. Like Xuan, turning to the Pan, asks him if he knows, to which the guy asks again. Imagining the situation as the former eye with long hair standing in front of the Tola, Lai says that last time no one was able to receive divine blessings precisely because of Tianzuo. The crowd begins to get outraged, asking the leader what it all means, to which Tianzuo emotionlessly wants to explain something. In a moment of blood splashing in all directions, he aggressively says that he just wants to make some adjustments to this boring inheritance ritual based on alien creatures. The main character looks at Li, asking what happened next. Imagining the head walking among the corpses, Xuan says that he destroyed everyone participating in the competition and did nothing more until its end. And Sheng looks at the guys standing in an embrace, and as Lai tells the hero that for this reason, the rules of divine blessing have been changed, and the teleportation mechanism has also been changed so that all players are randomly teleported to different destinations. And all this is in order so that the same situation as within Tianzuo does not happen. And Sheng, holding his hand on his chin, thinks that if they are talking about that time, then he remembers one girl. Amid the beautiful architecture of the building inside, someone shouts that their family is simply disgusting, to which someone in response tells all the gentlemen to calm down. A woman in a hat and a red dress, with Sheng in the background, tells her callers that the rules of the game are as follows. She asks that you need to take part in the test at your own peril and risk, and so it was an accident. But there is a will for everything God. She looks at the disgruntled old man in front of her, and the crowd of people behind him, adding that this reminds her of the death of her husband, and the nasty little insects are trying to poke their nose into the affairs of the Yin family. Suddenly, someone from the side begins to point at Tianzuo, accusing him that he did everything. A little girl with long black hair, holding her fist in front of her, begins to shout that he is so strong, and in the future she will definitely be the same. But the girl denies her words, and says that when she grows up, she will definitely defeat him. A girl with a sad look and black hair looks down against the background of the sunset sky. She looks at the silhouettes of three guys, sitting on the edge of the roof with her legs dangling. She says that he did not come. A character approaching a girl against the backdrop of a city in sunset tells her that he has finally found her, to which she replies that she already said that she is not going to act on his stupid plan. Suddenly John, turning out to be that character, begins to shout at her out of anger so that she does not forget, and she is also a member of the Luan clan, and it is their duty to protect his reputation. Suddenly, the girl sharply runs her sword across John's cheek, releasing a little blood. The guy falls to the floor, to which the girl already behind him says that she will not repeat it again. Turning around, she asks him what he thinks he is strong enough to tell her. In the box there is an incomprehensible thing that looks like an egg. Zhu, together with Shen, standing in the corridor of a building, looks at his hand, trying to explain something, to which the guy opposite him says that the lady asked me to give him something before leaving. Looking opposite each other, the man with a scar on his face, closing his eyes, says that she said that even if he does not need other companions, he is obliged to accept this, saying that the lady managed to get him from the spatial dimension, and he cannot refuse, otherwise, upon his return, he will have dinner every evening in her company, and even with Miss Jing. Imagining the terrifying silhouettes of women, the guy, confused, agrees. Dispersing, Shen says that he will wait for the results of the assessment, wishing the guy success. The notice reveals that the egg-like thing is a legendary level golden armored beast. Holding his phone in his hands, Zhu thinks about the companion with an excellent physique and a defense buff, and it looks like Miss Lan has prepared. Like Xuan, walking across the room with a towel around his neck, opposite the main character sitting on the bed, asks him if he has already decided which temple to go to upon arrival in the Holy Land. Undressed Lai, looking to the side, says that if he is not mistaken, then the Yin family's flaming light technique should be in the Sun God Temple. Introducing the sun and a certain technique, Xuan explains that mastering the blazing light technique through tempering is the final stage of the process of obtaining the body of a sun deity. Li looks at the guy, adding that he, of course, is not particularly knowledgeable about this, but notices that Zhu's vital spirit is not similar to the aura emanating from the burning light technique. The main character, lying on the bed with his hands under his head, calmly replies that he hasn't practiced it, so it doesn't matter to him where he goes, thinking that Li doesn't really look like someone who would practice something like that. Li, jokingly starting to wring the guy's hand, shouts that he knows what the guy is thinking about. Giving Xuan a thumbs up, the blue-haired man informs him that he wants to go to the Xuantian temple, and since they teleport randomly, it is better for them to meet there and then go wherever they want, asking the guy what he thinks. Looking at the guy sitting on the bed with his arms crossed, Lai remembers that the Lion clan does not particularly favor the Yin family, and John, with whom he had a conflict, is dangerous, so you should be careful. To which he replies that he is not interested in these skirmishes, and in the worst case, you will have to meet him, adding that Miss Do has prepared a battle pet for him with a defense buff. The hero's phone is on the bed. Xuan, raising his hand to his face, asks the guy with interest about the golden armored beast, noticing that the Yin family has become truly generous. His hand reaches for something, releasing magical lightning, and Lee says that he too has prepared. Wearing only his shorts, in the middle of the room, he raises a huge sword upward, emitting lightning-fast magic from it. Holding the blade and imagining the image of a monster behind him, Xuan says that this is a thunder deity, that this is a legendary pet companion with incredible attack power unmatched. Lowering the blade and straightening his hair, he notices that this is an extremely rare species, to which the main character asks where he got it from. Against the background of beige fabric, holding his hand to his chin, Zhu suddenly sees something blue. Standing opposite each other, the hero says that he knows, asking if Xuan Xiao Lu asked him to help, to which the guy asks him how he knows. The sun illuminates the purple sky in the clouds. Young people walk among the crowd, a loudspeaker in the room informs that the person has been identified, and a spatial channel will soon open, asking those who have been identified to move to the center. The entire crowd is standing indoors in the drawing. Touching hands, Zhu tells Lai that they will see each other at the Xuantian temple, to which the guy responds positively. The light of magic oozes right among the high-rise buildings of the city. A red highlight appears against the background of ancient buildings. The main character appears on the stone display in a sitting position. He sits on the floor, looking at the sky and the buildings around him, noticing that it is such a large space. Looking at his phone in his hands, he says that in any case, they will use the map that Sheng prepared, and why meet like Xuan. Suddenly, a character in a white robe appears on top of the main character, who says that this is such an insult to the Cape family, and after all this the hero had the courage to come here. Zhu looks at the character emotionlessly, noting that he seems to have prepared well. Towering over the guy, taking off his hood, it turns out to be John, against whom a magic cross can be seen, and 1,000 other angels and monsters with wings, saying that it was not difficult to ask the head of the Cape family, who is the elder of the Holy Land, to change a couple of teleportation points. With a mad face, he shouts to Zhu that he won't get away this time. Suddenly, the protagonist's necklace begins to glow with blue energy. The guy momentarily holds a bamboo blade, looking at John with seriousness, telling him that he doesn't have time for these scripted conversations, and they better get started. People in white robes rush out of their seats, shouting, "What impudence this is." The guy looks at the chick poking out of his pocket. Suddenly, the characters in robes are blown away by an incomprehensible wind, to which the story says that this is an elimination skill. The enemies fall right behind Zhu Wen. He focuses on something with a serious look, thinking that any creature would bow to the phoenix. A man in a robe, behind the evil John, asks him that his companion independently activated the skill, to which the blonde tutted angrily. John ordered everyone to kill him, when all the characters immediately took off from their places, starting to fly towards him. The main character puts the chick back, saying that he will figure it out on his own. Standing in a fighting pose, holding a bamboo blade on his shoulder and a leaf from the pineapple fairy in his other hand, he seriously looks forward. John, gritting his teeth, again thinks about the fact that now there will be this wind again. The guy creates an incredible blue tornado, which the story says is a solar vortex. The guy's whirlwind begins to gradually disperse. John, towering above the air, illuminates the whirlwind with his brooch on his cloak, noting that what a pity it is, but he was ready for this. The story goes that he is the guardian of the wind goddess and neutralizes any atmospheric circulation. Suddenly, monsters with other characters begin to attack the guy from behind, to which John commands him to attack now, thinking that he will see how arrogant he will be without this stupid wind. Hundreds of blue trails from the cuts of the sword can be seen in the darkness. The guy lands on the ground, continuing to walk, while monster body parts fall behind him. The blonde looks at what happened with a shocked look, asking himself in his head how this is possible, and after using a skill that consumes so much vitality, he is all in order. The main character's eyes begin to glow blue. The story goes that his essence is destiny. Many mages, angels, and other white-robed monsters release their blasts at Zhu, shouting at each other to attack. The guy successfully jumps away from the explosions aimed directly at him. He swings his sword with his face as emotionless as possible. At another moment, he, flying next to his enemies, cuts off their heads with a sword, to which the story says that his essence changed to an evil deity. One man in a white robe creates yellow magic in his hands. John, raising a huge magic ball above himself against the background of a cross, orders everyone to stop the main character. Against the background of a huge diamond pattern, John shouts the skill of a square indestructible wall. Zhu holds his sword with both hands. He shatters the square wall with one blow, shocking the angels behind it. The guy's gaze became more serious and focused on one thing. Zhu Wen stands directly above John and his soul companion, spreading his arms to the sides. With a crazed look, the blonde man orders the hero to die, summoning a huge collection of magical energy right in front of him. Like a waterfall, he says the name of his skill, Sacred Judgment. In an instant, a huge explosion occurred at Zhu's previous location. The blonde man walks up to the raging explosion, saying it's over. But suddenly, right in front of the explosions and fire, the naked main character stands, wiping the blood with his hand and asking about what is over, to which the story says about his use of the insight skill. Falling back and sitting on the ground, John shouts in shock that this cannot be and no one can resist the Sacred Judgment. The main character, clenching his hands and fists together, seriously looks down at the guy, to which the story again says that his essence is the ancient emperor. The blonde says with fear that Zhu Wen is a monster. Blood spills across the white floor. The dawn sun illuminates the ancient buildings. The main character looks at the brooch in his hand, asking himself that this is the thing that blocked his move, noticing that it is now his. Standing against the backdrop of a guy lying on the ground, he addresses him, saying that he concerns him so that he does not cause problems in the future. He simply destroyed his meridians of spiritual energy. The girl's legs land behind the guy, to which the guy standing with his back to her says that she, who is hiding, since she has not taken action, means she is not hostile, adding that he needs to meet a friend, apologizing, saying that he cannot to give her time, to which she replies that she thought she hid her presence well. A girl with black hair, illuminated by the sun, tells him that he is very strong, and although she was teleported to a place where she did not want to be, she enjoyed the spectacle to the fullest, adding that she knows the name of the guy. Looking at his naked portrait, she calls his name Zhu Wen. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.